Chapter 1 The Great One enters book. Lu Chaochao is dead. To siveth world and its people, she, asareverdansa storafti cultivation realm sacrifice eteransel. When she appeaned Harias again, it felt as though she were merged in warm water. A faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. In Harriers, she cooed vaguely hearthwards in Halik's hail. Madam, push harder, you're about to see the chilled shed. Before Lu Chaochao could fully comprehend the situation, she was swept away by the warm currents, and suddenly, a blinding white light forced her to skeet. As her mouth moved slightly, she realized that Samionu was gripping her throat tightly. With a crash, a group of people collapsed to their knees. Madam, it's a girl, but the midwife spoke hesitantly, her voice trembling. With a sigh, shed, Fetcheld has no breath, it's a stillborn, the midwife equal trembling on the ground, her hands covering Lu Chaochao's mouth and nose tightly. It's likely that the labor was to operlond, causing Fecheld to suffocate the old woman behind the midwife's eyed tearfully. Thaladian thieved palely and terrified, widened Harias in disbelief a stillborn, irrefusable Levite, quickly bring her tome. The maid beside her, eyes red from crying, implored, Madam, don't look, Ansiosi, you will never forget it, and thou will never be able to escape the sorrow. Behave wrong duenza, wronged the Marquis the old lady praise of Iridae and the small Buddhist thou just for that child's safety, she had given birth to treason and thyson daughter. Tears streamed down Susha's face, har taking. Lu Chaochao's breathing rapid, her face turning crimson from the pressure on her throat. Uenza, the Marquisate? Lu Uenza? Wasn't this the character from the novel she read in her spare time? In the story the loyal and valiant Marquilo had treason and daughter, the unjust of whom de young. The Marquis' wife believed her marriage to be blissful and her relationship with her mother-in-law harmonious, unaware that it was a grand deception. She had been deceived her entire life. The Marquis had loved his cousins and seculdhood, but their humble background was of no benefit to his career. He never married her, instead placing her in a distant location. He publicly married Susher, a daughter from a prominent family, and had treason and a daughter with her. After marriage, the entire family manipulated her, using sus family's influence to confess later while severing her ties with her own family. The unjust daughter was drawn at birth, and the Marquis brought in a concubinous daughter to raise Yoshison. After painstakingly raising her adopted daughter, Shefram Sushi for treason, falsely accusing her of collusion with her family. This led to the execution of over 100 members of the family. Meanwhile, the loyal and valiant Marquis Lormain Dunske due to his whistleblowing. In the end, he married his cousin and the illegitimate children were recognized as legitimate heirs. The adopted daughter inherited the Sushi's wealth and married female protagonist, living to live off Livy and harmony. Lu Chaochao thought, I am the unfortunate stillborn child. Tobal born is to bead. Madam, stillborns don't enter the ancestral grave, you will take her away to hand like Tosbury of the heartache, the old woman said, bowing her head so slowly retreated towards the door. Lu Chaochao struggled, but her entire body was bound beneath those hands, turning faint blue and purple, unable to move at all. Her breath grew weaker, her cheeks taking gone off and thwee of purple. Stillborn, you are a stillborn, your entire family is stillborn, and still breathing. Mother. The faint sound of a baby's voice stirred Hugh off to loyal and valiant Marquis from her stupor. Had Shimogen eat it? Was there a truly a child in this room? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the infant present. Oh my dear mother, I am still alive. Dansa Fokatim. Lu Chaochao was on the verge of being pulled from the delivery room. Wait, her unworthy mother exclaimed suddenly. Bring the child home. Susha sat up straight, tears in her face, her expression stern. The midwife and the old woman exchanged a glance, frozen in place. Madam, stillborn Seren auspicious son will bring misfortune upon you, they pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Dangji, quickly bring the kiltum. Sushai felt her heart racing, overwhelmed with anxiety as if she were about to lose something precious. In her urgency, she stepped down from the delivery bed. Her body weak and trembling, Sheni Arlie collapsed. The maid Dengza hurried Toto take a feckled madam, please lay down, I will bring her, you've just endured a near-death experience, you must not move recklessly. As her cradlet feckled, feeling the warmth of her body, Dengza was taken aback. Lowering her gaze, she saw the little girl's face was bruised, her neck marked with deep purple, 5 distinct fingerprints glaringly visible. Madam! Theon Mrs. Distelave. Dengza screamed, quickly turning Fecheld to Susher. As Susha looked down, she saw her daughter gazing deep with her with tear-filled eyes. Their revere dansa storafti cultivation realm dan creed simultaneously. What a wretched fate sob, what a wretched fate to born on letobiko kedkov, the little leonigatikug. The most terrifying thing was not the choking. It was the annihilation of her entire family. If she didn't know, she would eventually face the same fate. A sword of doom hung over her head, threatening her enter clan. Alas, life is more bitter than the most bitter of herbs. Perhaps having been reincarnated, she felt their temperament gradually turning towards original state, truly resembling an innocent infant. Sushishen trembled, herbodistifend, a mix of shock and lingering fear coursing through her. Damn it, I gave out audacity to harm Mitchell, Sushir, utterly weakened, could not help but kick the old woman ein theachest. Drag her away for interrogation, and den shiritis thorough. Our young Mishasa for redun merited calamity since a birth we must investigate if it woman thoroughly whose ender, my lady has never made the enemies in her life, yet thou couldst me ompus a cruel, dengs I trembled with rage, nearly collapsing get the thought that the umas could have been coquetodeth. Just the mare thought sent chills down her spine. Thetwauer dragged away wailing like a ghost's. So she gazed on at their daughter in harem she had borne 3 children, yet no waris delicati and fairest thyson. With large, watery eyes, the infant smiled back her, revealing her toothless gums, her face lighting up with joy. Her child had nearly been harmed right before your eyes. Mother is truly a great beauty, so lovely mother, lead us be close. Wast hot voice morally a figment of her imagination? The sound was intermittent, unclear, and somewhat blurred. Atom as it was audible, at others, it faded away. She scrutinized the maid's expression, sensing that perhaps unless she could hear it. Fortunately, mother saved me otherwise, ya would have a torres the dotirofio your adversary, and then driven toward spare be her luceo kelatado babaleo fair. In the original story she had given birth to stillborn child which led to her mother succumbing toward spare the marquis then to knife the protagonist back home, raising her under a scare. The evidencio of rebellion ways also framed with the protagonist implicateth sufamuli. It Yuho had plunged the deepest knife into Sushishert. Sushikuden Lif and Lihar the Kreis of her rival's daughter Ho had been driven to the big grief, nearly causing her to grow fair on child in shock. She strained her ears, hoping to harm more, but Silencine Velapeter. Sushiro eyed her head and asked, why hasn't the master returned it? Several months brought to nourishing suponi after another, and others prepared a bath for Chaochao. Yet Sushir main dunduniasi, refusing to let the childud off her sight, insisting ganashing heronly and the small bussin within therum. Dengzismala dansaid, wasn't for the master as soon as the labor began he dotisonio, my lady, Bathime delayed by pressing matters. In this capital, ho did noten with the loyal and valiant marquisate? The old marquis had fallen in but a long ago, and the old lady Hadre said Several killed Ren single-handedly the ancillustrious marquisate had become Marichal, but thankfully, Luyuanze had distinguished himself, achieve a great success in inheriting the title. The Enlayun expected was the distant cousin from Flufamuli Wossup tree future. It was at that she had long harbored feelings for Luyuanze and Haydevan crashed into Apler, declaring she would marry Niels. At the time, Luyuanze was salary de betrothed to Sufamuli, so he had sent that cousin far away. These inked that become a tupikoff gus of poverty on meals. Sushir, a woman of noble birth had married into the loyal and valiant marquisate, and with the support of few family, the marquisate had quickly risen to prominence. Luyuanze and Sushai were known throughout the capitalis a loving couple, their bond harmonious and their affection evident. Yet Sushir duetta Luyuanze's favor had radula grown estranged from her own family. At this moment, Sushino did with a smile, you are right, the master right likely occupied with important matters, she expressed no doubt whatsoever. Our young Mrs. Destined for a life of comfort in family, the marquise and my lady Sherry deep affection, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is harmonious. Event the prodayung ladeo flufamula treats my lady sincerely. Deng se thought to herself to her mistress was like the most envied woman in the entire capital. Once Chaochao finished her bath, she waved her tinny hands, babble in apparent frustration. Liar, liar, daddy is failure. He had been deceiving mother all along. Poor mother. Daddy is a bad man, has waitin' for his mistress to give birth in the far corner of Chingueli. The little voice quivered with a hint of tears. Susha paused, her heart sinking. Chingueli? Waitin' for his mistress to give birth? While she was struggling for her life in the manner, he was waitin' for his mistress to bear a child? Alto's years of affection had been torn asunder. His beloved is busy jiving birth to his child. Chapter 2 The Family of Cannon Fodder. Sushi weighs in a state of utter confusion, even feeling somewhat disoriented. She wanted to listen closely to the matters concerning the mistress, yet their daughter was still very young, her thoughts incoherent, her expressions erratic. All Sushi could do as if through fragments for anything useful. Today had nearly overturned all her previous understandings. Her daughter had been Arlachoka at birth, and she could hear that child's thoughts. Moreover, her husband was waiting for his mistress to give birth. A wave of panic surged through Sushir. In Themereth and 10 years since her marriage she had never once clashed with Lufamoli. She had believed she was wed to the finest man in the world. Yet now she was suddenly confronted with the revelation of his infidelity, and her first instinct was one of rejection. Was the husband would treat her like a precious treasure merely deceiving her? My lady, Watrabalsia, Ariocold, you seem to trembling gel over, Deng Ziermart, glancing around, the windows and doors were tightly shut, with no draught in sight. Susha's lips quiver as has struggled to control her emotions. Have a thuiner scamito fate the chilled. 3 winners had been prepared in advance. However, to every on astonishment, the chilled merely opened her eyes for a moment before Eviolan lispitten up. Shekakadan vomited, causing thuiner stonilan alarm. My lady, the ummis refuses to take an milk fromus, one wet necessade, her forehead bitted with cold sweat. No ton lidded that chilled resist nursing, butevant he little that accidentally entered hermuth was rejected. Wah! Cough, I don't want the man milk, only go at circos, Chaochao creed out, Harry devoid of tears. Susha tentatively suggested, perhaps she'll try goat circhouse milk, the household always kept goat's milk on hand, which had a pleasant tasty after the gammy flavor was masked. Dengzai immediately instructed a servant to prepare it. Before long the chilled was brought in Todd head joining room. The maid returned to report, the ummis has taken several spoonfuls sandas voluminously pawilly eating. Susha brio thetis a gopher leaf. The chilled was brought back to her chamber as headed nodal therut off her sight. Chaochao. Still an infantan having facedry at peril, she was eternally exhaust to death's moment. Bubbling on mumbling softly, she quickly drifted off it asleep. Dengji, you Arethianly person I can trust, Susha said, sitting in Thejofthib, her expression inscrutable. She was reluctant to doubt her husband. Yet hearing her daughter's thoughts today had emboldened her, ifanly slightly. My lady, whatissimus, Dengziest, a hint of funia serve was thought she had been Susha's personnel madan shared a deep bond with her. Find twa trustworthy individual stogo to Chingueli Susha's voice was strained. Go to Chingueli and investigate, my husband Mabathir, she articulate the word with great effort, as if it drained arrow strength. Deng Zishert skip a beat. She appeaned the Duran looked around, then instructed Jusiat Ingshwek you stay 3 steps from the Duran denture Nuni approaches. These individual shade accompanied her into marriage, their bonds to Susha stringand unbreakable. Understood. Dengse promptly closed the Duranuried back to Susha, why would you suspect the master, history something gunual, she asked, concernet Chedenherfus. 4 years, Sushiata vote herself to Thelufamoli, her thoughts consumed be her band and disclan. One could say the thuisher lifeblood. Sushishook her head slowly, do not speak off thighs will must remain indiscreet, shekluchet the hemo fair garment, unease flicker in her eyes. Don't worry, my lady, you will disguise myself and personally lead the investigation, Dengzi said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She summoned a thirsto tento Sushide for a rushing out. Susha Satan silencer anti leavening, waiting for Lu Yuanzi's return. Thechil in her heart deepened. Mother him back, where he is my little sister, a joyful was a collet from outside as his small boy burst through the door like a cannonball. Third young master, be careful not to fall, the Mrs. still is liep to not wake her, Josiah pulled him back. Third young master Lu Yuangxi Awasig Tearsold, aptly named for his birth during Lantern Festival, he was plump and drowned, resembling a glutinous riceball. His temperament was watan rolla he disliked studying gone preferadiating on drinking. The loyal and valiant Marquis had often scolded him for his behavior. Lu Yuangxiao quickly covered his mouth, whispering, the nilba quiet, where smell it all sister? Ingsu smiled and pointed toward thickred-lined head joining room. Mother, you've worked hard, why do you look so pale? Despite Banganliate, Lu Yuangxiao was exceptionally filial to his mother. Susha foreseed as mild in just a bitter dill stand behind Yuri Womiso or like today? Suddenly recalling something she furrowed her brow and asked, did he skip class again? Lu Yuangxiao cucked led sheepishly, grandmother protects and father wouldn't dare punish my just don't like esting, he had endured many beatings for the sake of education. Susha felt a vine throw bath her temple. Her brow furrowed with concern, Yuan Shao, you should learn to Marie sensible, perhaps the Nio your father will cherish you more, a glimmer of opelling arid in her heart. Lu Yuangxia scoffed, I want tread, noti venifidi, reading was absolutely out of that question. Su shizzed softly. Lu Yuangxiao made his way to the joining room, leaning over the bed with his cubbifacy closet to Lu Chaochao's. Lu Chaochao was startled. Oh dear, it's me troublesome third brother. He looked so fiercely tis quite terrible. Lu Yuangxio was taken aback. Heglinst back, ensuring Susha was farinugaway, and that the child was too small to hear. Lu Yuangxio rubbed his nose, focusing solely on his sister. Ah, he truly felt like Thekissanon. It seemed he could hear his sister's thoughts. Lu Yuangxio was overjoyed. Poor third brother, how tragic his life has been. From youngage, he was malicious like I dan spoiled, disliking education of full will bring Shamato his father and the marquisate. Despite a bane garquisan, he cannot recognize elders, a source of embarrassment throughout he capital. Sigh, third brother Luke's rather dim-witted, now under he met such adri fulend. Lu Yuangxia's fingers trembled, imid a dread fulend? He was brutally mutilated, his tongue gettered out, ears severed, mouth and nose acute off, limb shacked off, and stuffed into a jar to become a human puppet. What a tragic for the foreman Lu Chaochao thought of her 3 brothers, each meeting a more horrific demise than the last. Lu Chaochao cast a fleeting glance at him, recalling how had been foolish since Sekultud, ultimately falling victim to treachery and losing his life. Lu Yuanxio jumped up in alarm. What's wrong? Su shittered her attention to her sonite head joining room. Lu Yuanxio opened his mouth, stammering, I want to go back to me room. In the face of Susha's puzzled gaze, tears swelled in his acacious cub fists clenched, I want to go back and study Ilria until I'm exhausted. Why, it's too tragic, really is too tragic. The little Licha burst into tears, wailing Gasharanawe. Chapter 3 He has two homes. Mrs. Su was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Juxia smiled and said, Madam, our young master has become quite sensible, the master will surely be pleased to know. The bond between the lady and the master was as deep as the ocean, and if there was one lament, it was that their 3 children were not up to par. A trace of bitterness crept upon Su's lips. Ing Shui shot a glare at Juxia. The lady had sat in silence all day, waiting for the master, and was feeling quite distressed. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. Madam, Miss Dingji has returned. Su straightened her posture. Dingji, with a sullen expression, commanded, You two, go wait outside. The 2 second-class maids promptly withdrew. Once the door was shut, Su's countenance fell further. Dingji fell to her knees with a loud thud, her eyes red and her body trembling, nearly gritting her teeth as she spoke. Madam, your foresight is uncanny. In Qingyu Alley, Dingji's eyes were bloodshot. Having witnessed that scene, she was nearly driven to madness. When I arrived, the master was just helping a heavily wrapped woman onto a carriage, cradling a newborn in her arms. Dingji's voice quivered, almost breaking into tears. Alas, it seems I was not silenced. The 2 old women were captured, and fearing unforeseen consequences, they have changed their location. This phrase she heard distinctly. Su took a deep breath, struggling to contain her shock. Did you see clearly? Was it truly to Lord Lu? She asked through clenched teeth, her face as pale as a sheet. Dingji wiped her tears. I heard her call him Lu Lang. I pretended to be a tenant and listened to the neighbors. They said they had lived here for many years, always referring to each other as husband and wife. The 2, Dingji paused to wipe her tears. They are exceedingly affectionate. Lord Lu was worried she might be wronged, and even personally bought gifts to visit the families, asking everyone to take good care of her. The families all held them in high regard. Su felt as though her heart had been ripped asunder. Madame Dingji could not help but glance at her. She looked as if struck by lightning, let alone the lady herself. Beautiful mother, do not cry. Do not shed tears for a scoundrel, it breaks my heart. The little one pouted, thinking how could such a lovely mother be deceived by a scoundrel. What is the girl's surname? After a long pause, Su finally asked, her tone tinged with despair. I only heard her surname is Pei. Lord Lu often calls her Jiao Jiao, perhaps that is her given name. The last flicker of hope in Su's eyes collapsed. Jiao Jiao, during the Mid-Autumn Festival a few years back, after a few too many drinks, Lu Yuanza had called out Jiao Jiao in his sleep. Su felt a wave of nausea wash over her, the love and trust she had nurtured over the years crumbled in an instant. Su leaned against the headboard, tears streaming down her face. Before she could gather her thoughts, the soft, sweet voice of the little one interrupted her. Mother, please stop crying. Beneath the crooked neck tree at your family home lies the 8 characters of the current emperor. Lu Zhaozhao regretted her inability to speak. The Su family was searched, and beneath the crooked neck tree, items of treason were found, resulting in her uncle being executed publicly. This marked the beginning of the Su family's decline. Su felt her heart race at the mention of the 8 characters. Years ago, when Lu Yuanza sought to marry Su, her father and brothers disapproved, yet she insisted on the union, which led to their marriage. Over the years, due to Lu Yuanza's disdain, she had intentionally distanced herself from her family, fearing to provoke his ire, yet, she never wished for her family to suffer misfortune. She suddenly sat up, eager to listen for more, but the little one fell silent. The current emperor abhorred witchcraft. If anything was uncovered from the Su family, Su could not afford to ponder further. She beckoned Dingji closer and whispered in her ear, tell them that during my confinement, I long for the ginseng soup made by my mother. You must secretly retrieve it, and do not let anyone see. After speaking, a flicker of struggle crossed Su's eyes. No, wait. Su struggled to rise from the bed. In the early spring chill, she was already drenched in cold sweat. She retrieved a Buddhist scripture from the highest cabinet, a scripture she had copied herself, originally intended for her mother-in-law's birthday. At that moment, she bit her finger, enduring the pain as she wrote fervently. Once the ink dried, she instructed, take out what is beneath the tree and place this blood letter inside. Ensure no one discovers any clues, retrieve it and return home immediately. Su's expression was grave, and Dingji, recognizing the urgency, hastened out the door. That night, Su could not find rest. It was not until the following morning that Lord Lu returned home, looking exhausted and hurried. Yun Yang, it is all my fault. There were pressing matters in court last night, and I was occupied until dawn, unable to return in time. I have wronged you. As he stepped through the door, Lu Yuanza began his customary apologies, a routine he was all too familiar with. In the past, each time he admitted fault, Su would comfort him, understanding the weight of state affairs, but now, she scrutinized Lu Yuanza, who at 34 remained handsome, perhaps even more refined than before, exuding a certain grace. The guilt in his eyes seemed almost overwhelming. This scoundrel of a father looks quite presentable, no wonder he managed to keep someone waiting for over a decade. Lu Zhaozhao could not help but mutter. So this is our little daughter, is it? Ah, come here for a hug, she is our family's only. Lu Yuanza paused. Su's eyes turned cold, their only daughter? Indeed, she is the sole daughter of the Lu family, Su replied with a slight furrow of her brow. She has your eyes in my lips, Lu Yuanzi remarked, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Yet, it had to be said, the child was undeniably beautiful. You have never held the first three, yet, you are willing to embrace this one. Su said with a light chuckle. One must not indulge a son. Daughters are different. After a decade in the officialdom, Lu Yuanzi's peers had grown portly, yet he remained slender, maintaining an air of elegance and the authority of a man of stature. In the capital, he was quite popular among women, everyone praised his integrity, and he had earned a commendable reputation. Beautiful mother, he is deceiving you, what has he done to my brothers, she mumbled, but Su did not catch a single word. The mention of her 3 sons made her heart leap, what had he done to them, she felt a chill run down her spine. Su's mind suddenly cleared, she had assumed Lu Yuanzi had changed his affections. Was there a deeper secret at play? The meticulous Lu Yuanzi did not detect her unease, after years of deception, he no longer needed to concoct excuses. A casual remark from him was enough for her to believe wholeheartedly. Have you chosen names for the children? Su inquired, gazing at him. Lu Yuanzi was taken aback. In that moment of distraction, a servant behind him remarked, the master is quite concerned about this pregnancy, even before the child is born, he has been pondering names late into the night in the study. The master has read through the book of songs multiple times. Mind your tongue. Lu Yuanzi's expression darkened as he sharply reprimanded. The servant, lifting his gaze, saw the master's face was exceedingly grim, as if a storm were brewing. The servant couldn't help but wonder, had the master really been thinking of names for 3 days? Seeing Su look frightened, Lu Yuanzi shook his head and said, I intended to surprise you, but this fool let the cat out of the bag. Chapter 4 Altering Uncle's Fate. She is the daughter that our Lu family has long awaited, born in the morning. Let us call her Lu Chaochao. Zhao signifies dawn, symbolizing hope. Su's gaze lowered slightly, her eyes reddening. Upon hearing this name, she grasped the brocade quilt on the bed, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Her heart felt as though it was gripped tightly in a vice. She had once visited Lu Yuanzi's study, where a thick stack of white papers lay, inscribed with names. Lu Jingyao, Gaoshan Jingxing, Yao Hua Qishu. Each name resonated with ethereal beauty and exceptional intelligence, deserving of countless adulations. Lu Ziyuan, well-versed and gracious, a symbol of soaring aspirations. Every name was meticulously chosen, imbued with his hopes and blessings, yet her daughter was left with but a single name, Zhao Yang. Years ago, the names chosen for the 3 children had left her feeling dissatisfied, and now she was unwilling to impose further grievances upon her daughter. How about we consider another? Her words trailed off as the cheerful babble of the child filled the air. Yeah, I want to be called Chaochao. I like Chaochao, mama, I want to be called Lu Chaochao. The little one exerted all her strength, stretching out her tiny hand and calling out joyfully. Su sighed softly, playfully curling her fingers around her daughter's small hand. Look at her glee, let us name her Chaochao. She playfully pinched her daughter's little nose, and the child clasped her finger tightly with her tiny hand. 5 little fingers barely managed to grasp her finger, which was then pressed against the soft, tender cheek. Mama, don't cry, mama, don't be afraid, Chaochao will protect you. Chaochao is super amazing, so incredible. The little one beamed with pride. Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and upon hearing those words, she couldn't help but smile, her heart warming. Yun Yang, you have worked hard during this time, there are many matters in the court. I shall likely be quite busy this month. Lu Yuanzi's expression bore an unusual tinge of guilt. Whenever he showed such a countenance, Su would urge him to consider the larger picture, not to be encumbered by familial sentiments. Who would have thought, however, that all his time was devoted to his concubine? Her virtue had inadvertently turned into a dagger that pierced her own heart. We are one as husband and wife. How could I possibly blame you? It is merely our Chaochao who suffers. Su gently stroked her daughter, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lu Yuanzi glanced at the swaddled Lu Chaochao, comparing her to others. Interestingly, Lu Chaochao was born on the same day as Lu Jingyao, both arriving into the world yesterday. Jingyao emerged with a rosy hue, appearing not yet fully developed, her skin wrinkled, her cries reminiscent of a kitten. In contrast, Lu Chaochao was plump and fair, with skin as white as snow, her brows and lashes long and thick, her eyes sparkled brightly, unafraid of strangers, truly a sight to behold, akin to a celestial maiden beneath Guanin's gaze. Lu Yuanzi cast a glance before averting his gaze. His Jingyao was incomparable. A warmth surged within him. It seems our Chaochao has suffered, let me apologize to her. Henceforth, I shall gift Chaochao the hot spring villa as my atonement. Lu Yuanzi chuckled as he lifted her into his arms. You should thank your father promptly. The hot spring villa encompasses over 100 acres, this is indeed a grand gesture on your father's part, all for you, my little one. Upon hearing Su's words, Lu Yuanzi's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially intended only to gift the hot spring villa, but seeing Su speak, he refrained from contradicting her. However, this villa was originally meant for Jingyao, it appeared he would need to find a different gift. Wow, this ungrateful father is so wealthy. In the brief moment Lu Yuanzi was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warm dampness upon himself. His expression stiffened as he turned wide-eyed toward the infant in his arms, who was grinning at him with her toothless smile. Oh dear, she has wet herself. Ying Shui hurriedly stepped forward to take the child away. Lu Yuanzi's expression darkened, suppressing his frustration, yet he could not hold a grudge against a newborn. Su discreetly stifled her amusement. My lord, you should change your clothes. Once Lu Yuanzi departed, Su gently patted Lu Chaochao's bottom. Such a mischievous little one. Serves him right for not loving such a beautiful mother. Let him bully her. When Lu Yuanza returned after changing, he sat for a moment before preparing to leave. Su's expression fell. Shall we see where the Lord has gone? Ying Shui, honest and perceptive, set the child down and followed him. Shortly, she returned with a report. He has gone to Deshantang. Deshantang was the residence of the old matriarch. The Lord took the old matriarch's prayer beads with him. It is said that she is in excellent spirits and gifted them to him. Su felt a heavy sensation in her heart. Seeing her distress, Jia advised, those prayer beads are surely meant for the eldest young master. The loyal and valiant Marquis harbors a taboo. The lady bore 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was born with great intelligence, and for a time, Lu Yuanza had genuinely cared for him, yet, at the age of 9, the eldest son drowned and became a simpleton. Now confined within the estate, he was incapable of self-care, a source of shame and a forbidden topic. When Su had once sought the prayer beads from the old matriarch, she had been told they were Yenshu's destiny. She knelt for 3 days and nights, yet her pleas went unanswered. The old matriarch's beads had been gifted by the abbot of the royal temple. It was said to contain 108 beads, each exceptionally precious. The royal temple was revered throughout the capital, and with the status of the loyal and valiant Marquis, such treasures were seldom obtained. Yet one year, the old abbot had merely glanced at her and proclaimed that the loyal and valiant Marquis would experience unimaginable fortune, bestowing this set of beads upon them. The old matriarch cherished them dearly, yet today, they had been given away. Su's heart ached painfully that night. Dengji returned, her complexion pale, fear etched deeper than before, her trembling hand barely able to push the door open. Madam, upon entering, Dengji dropped to her knees with a thud. Not daring to utter a word, she trembled as she retrieved a small wooden carving wrapped in white cloth from her bosom. Oh dear, isn't this the witchcraft that led to the demise of the eldest uncle? Little Zhao Zhao, bubbling with energy, refused to sleep. Su's hand trembled, nearly dropping the wooden carving. There are guards outside, do not worry, madam, Dengji managed to say, suppressing her own terror. She had nearly fainted upon discovering this object. If it were found, the Su family would be doomed. The Su family held significant power, and any hint of suspicion would draw the emperor's ire. The head of the Su family served as the current grand tutor, and the emperor was wary of him, leading him to retire and live in seclusion. After painstakingly dispelling the emperor's suspicions, should anything arise again, it would likely require bloodshed to prove the Su family's innocence. The eldest brother, now holding the rank of third-grade official, benefited from the legacy of their forebears, earning the respect of many in the court. This was also the reason the loyal and valiant Marquis sought to marry her. Su examined the wooden carving closely. It seemed to have been soaked in blood, exuding a chilling aura. The carving bore deep cuts, making it all the more alarming. On the back, the carving was inscribed with the emperor's birthdate. This handwriting, Su pressed her lips tightly together, her teeth clenched, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. This is the writing of the master. Deng Ji, having grown up in the Su household, naturally recognized the handwriting of Lord Su. Su's tears flowed freely. No, it is mine. A wave of goosebumps rose on Su's skin, a mix of dread and terror, but more so, relief. As the youngest daughter of the family, she had been raised by her eldest brother, and her handwriting was taught to her by him. After marrying into the loyal and valiant Marquis, Lu Yuanza praised her beautiful penmanship, often requesting her to teach him to write. Yet what of herself? Because Lu Yuanza disapproved, she severed ties with her family after marriage, cutting off all connections. Chapter 5. Born on the same day of the same month. At this moment, Deng Ji was momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the matter, the master had taught Su Shi, and Su Shi had taught Lu Yuanza. Madam, there are many who can imitate handwriting. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding. Deng Ji spoke with a dry tone. Su Shi had no evidence for this matter. Her suspicions arose solely from having heard Zhao Zhao's heartfelt murmurs. Su Shi's eyes were red and swollen as she hoarsely uttered, "Bring me a brazier, but do not alert anyone." Her heart raced like thunder. Could it truly be him? Was it her once dearly beloved who had betrayed everything to frame her? Why, it was clearly Lu Yuanza who had personally sought her hand in marriage all those years ago. Su Shi's eyes burned with fury. Ever since entering the household, Lu Yuanza had urged her to teach him calligraphy in the study. Did he ever truly care for her? At that time, she had felt warmth, yet now a chilling numbness enveloped her. He had claimed to feel stifled in the Su household, never returning home for 18 years, nor contacting her family. She had never opened the various gifts sent by her family during the festivals. Even when she was pregnant and suffered from morning sickness, she had dared not accept the sour plums her mother had sent. Su Shi felt as though she was ensnared in an intricate web, suffocating her heart. It was as if she were trapped in a labyrinth of lies, where a single misstep could lead to her ruin. Pretty mother, do not be afraid. Zhao Zhao will help you. Zhao Zhao loves you, moi. Su Shi glanced down to see her little daughter staring up at her with sparkling eyes, pouting as if to kiss her. I will raise the banner for you. Let us see who dares oppose us. Charge forth, mother. Su Shi felt the weight on her chest lighten somewhat. How fortunate she was to have such a treasure. Unable to restrain herself, she scooped up Lu Zhao Zhao and planted a kiss on her cheek. Wiping away her tears, she set the child down. She poured lamp oil onto the wooden carving, ignited it, and placed it in the brazier. Watching the wooden figure burn to ashes, Su Shi finally let out a slow breath. Madam, please take a moment to wash up. You are still in confinement and have been crying frequently, dripping with cold sweat, Deng Ji said, her heart aching for the madam, as everything had been turned upside down in these past few days. Su Shi felt utterly drained, as if her body had fallen apart. She understood that her health could not withstand much more. Send someone to check on Yan Shu. Do not let anyone bully him. Su Shi insisted on visiting her eldest son daily, but had ceased when she could no longer rise from bed. I send a servant daily to keep an eye on the lower ranks. Rest assured. Su Shi sighed, a few strands of worry lingering in her brow. Mother, you must not falter now, if you do, we are doomed. Sob. Su Shi understood in her heart that she must endure and focus on her recovery during this confinement. Lu Yuanza had not returned home even once. Her heart grew colder by the day. Has the date for the full-month banquet been confirmed? Su Shi, having regained some vitality after a period of rest, inquired. It has been set. News has already been sent to Deshan Hall and the Marquis. However, the old lady seems troubled and wishes to reschedule, Ing Shui replied. After the full month, the little miss has grown remarkably. She is truly beautiful. I have never seen a child as lovely as her, Ing Shui exclaimed, marveling at the heaven's favor upon the little miss. Su Shi lovingly caressed her daughter's face. The old lady and the master had not visited her since her confinement. Did the old lady know about the birth of the illegitimate child? Had they gone to see that wretched offspring? They doted on that child while ignoring her Chaochao, sending only a few trivial gifts that she deemed unworthy. Fortunately, she would bestow upon her daughter all the love she could muster. Just then, a report came from outside announcing the arrival of Mama Lin, who served the old lady. Deng Ji personally welcomed Mama Lin inside. She wore a smile, appearing quite amiable. Madam, the old lady has been unwell of late, and the Marquis has been busy in court. Perhaps we should consider changing the date for the full-month banquet? How about we wait until the 100th day to hold it? Mama Lin suggested confidently, knowing the madam's generous and kind nature would likely lead her to agree. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to gauging the madam's disposition. Deceitful. Father wishes to attend Lu Jingyao's full-month banquet. Mother, do not be fooled. Su Shi's breath caught in her throat. Did the old lady know of all this? Please relay my wishes to the old lady. I have but this one daughter, Chaochao, and I cannot allow her to be wronged. I have already invited the Grand Princess to bestow blessings upon the child. It would be difficult to refuse her presence later. Mama Lin was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had been turned down by the madam, and she found it somewhat disconcerting. However, upon hearing about the Grand Princess, her eyes brightened. The Grand Princess was the only sister of the Emperor, and after many years of marriage without children, the Emperor had always shown her great compassion. If the Marquis's household could form a connection with the Grand Princess, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the Marquis. I shall return to report to the old lady. I believe she will manage, Mama Lin thought to herself, sure that the old lady would acquiesce. However, the old lady and the Marquis had already promised to go elsewhere, which might lead to broken promises. She cast a glance at the infant in the cradle. The sight took her breath away. The chubby little darling, with arms resembling lotus stems and rosy lips revealing pearly teeth, was sure to delight anyone who laid eyes upon her. She was far more charming than that illegitimate child outside. Mama Lin returned in less than half an hour, having dispatched someone to convey the message. The old lady had agreed that night. The Marquis, who had long been absent from home, returned. His tone was somewhat melancholic. Why did you set the date for the 6th of March, that day? The day was indeed the full-month banquet for Jingyao. The Marquis has been away for a month, yet upon returning, you blame me? Yunya merely wished to assist her husband. She thoughtfully invited the Grand Princess to our residence. How has this become a wrongdoing? Su Shi clutched her handkerchief, dabbing at her tears. As husband and wife, we merely wish to support the Marquis. After all these years, what kind of person have I been? Surely the Marquis is clear on that. Even while suffering from illness, I must be filial to my mother-in-law and care for my sister-in-law. After over a decade of marriage, has Yunya ever caused a scene? Lu Yuanza's expression turned awkward. Though his cousin was gentle, her family background could not compare to that of Su Shi. Yunya, I harbor no grievances towards you. We married young, you understand me best and care for me the most, Lu Yuanza reassured her. Then on the 6th of March, the Marquis must surely return. My elder brother may also hurry back to the capital. Su Shi leaned against him, catching a faint scent on him that was unfamiliar, causing her heart to ache. She had severed ties with her family over the years and rarely spoke of her elder brother. Lu Yuanza immediately agreed. This is it, the Su family will be searched for witchcraft on the 6th of March. Oh dear, I must eliminate these wicked beings, Lu Chaochao gaped, revealing her toothless grin. When my elder brother returns, he will likely receive a promotion, right? Lu Yuanza asked in a low voice, a flicker of disgust crossing his gaze. Su Shi smiled faintly. As a mere woman, what do I know of such matters? My elder brother serves at the border, where hardships and warfare abound. Every promotion is hard-earned through peril. Our Chaochao is truly blessed. I heard that the north has been suffering from drought for years, and it looks like a famine is imminent, yet it rained the day Chaochao was born, Su Shi said with some joy, recalling the plentiful candies they had distributed at the entrance of the Marquis's residence that day. Lu Yuanza raised an eyebrow slightly, responding with a soft acknowledgement. However, his gaze drifted towards the door, lost in thought. Chapter 6, the celebration of the young mistress's full moon. The 6th day of the 3rd month soon arrived. Lu Chaochao had turned 1 month old, thriving with the ability to eat and sleep, her chubby little face adorably naive, endearing her to all who beheld her. Anyone who saw her could not resist the urge to embrace her. Early in the morning, the Duke of Zhongyang's residence was bustling with activity. Miss Chaochao seems to be aware that today is her auspicious day, as she is particularly cheerful this morning, remarked Ing Shui, who delighted in holding her, her eyes sparkling with joy upon each encounter. Having seized the spotlight of the young mistress's full moon banquet, how joyous! Little Chaochao waved her pudgy hands, babbling in delight. Su Shi cast a glance at her, noting that the child, perhaps due to her tender age, occasionally expressed her thoughts clearly, and at other times, they remained elusive. Su Shi was not overly concerned, recognizing that the future was long and that glimpsing even a fraction of what lay ahead was a significant fortune. Yet, the metaphorical sword hanging over her head filled her with unease. Today, with so many guests, we must keep a close watch on Chaochao, Su Shi instructed. Ever since the day of her birth, when there had been threats against Chaochao, she had assigned Shui and Juexia to remain by her side, never straying far. Yes, madam, they replied. Madam, guests have arrived in the front courtyard. The old matriarch requests your presence, Dingji announced from outside the door. It must be noted that although the Duke of Zhongyang held a title that could be inherited, it was entirely reliant on the late Duke's contributions alongside the founding emperor. The Lu family had originally been of humble origins. Even after being ennobled in the capital, they remained distinct from the esteemed families of the city. The Lu family's rise was largely due to the high marriage into the Su family, whose members were both astute and cultured, enabling them to nurture the children of the Lu family, which gradually allowed the Duke of Zhongyang to gain prominence. In pursuit of marrying Su Shi, Lu Yuanjia had knelt outside the Su residence for 3 days and nights, ultimately securing a virtuous wife. The old matriarch truly is something. It's been a month since Miss Chaochao was born, yet she hasn't come to take a look, Juexia pouted, feeling quite resentful. Enough, such words must not be spoken outside the listening wind pavilion, Su Shi admonished with a stern glance. Juexia lowered her head in compliance. Su Shi proceeded towards the front courtyard, where numerous guests had already gathered, including the Grand Princess. Lu Yuanjia's biological sister, Lu Wani, had been eagerly waiting by her side. Su Shi's gaze lingered momentarily. Sister-in-law, you have finally emerged from your confinement. Wani has missed you dearly. You did not return when you gave birth, and it has weighed heavily on my heart, Lu Wani expressed, having returned from the Qingxi ancestral home only recently. She affectionately linked her arm with Su Shi's. You two sisters-in-law share a rare closeness, the Grand Princess noted, considering Su Shi her intimate friend, having known her for many years. Lu Wani smiled. When my sister-in-law entered the family, Wani was only 2 years old. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is like a mother to me. Naturally, I feel a deep affinity for my sister-in-law. The admiration in Lu Wani's expression was evident. Su Shi felt somewhat reassured. At least Wani remained genuinely affectionate towards her. Lu Wani was the old matriarch's youngest daughter, and upon Su Shi's entry into the family, Wani was but a toddler, nearly raised by her. Over the years, Su Shi had devoted herself to guiding her, investing considerable effort. Su Shi patted Lu Wani's hand, only to hear her inquire, "Where is elder brother? Today marks my niece's full moon banquet. If he misses the timing, I shall not forgive him." Lu Wani's lips curled slightly in displeasure. Su Shi smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. She led the guests into the hall, where they exchanged pleasantries with the old matriarch. The old matriarch, having come from the countryside, may have resided in the capital for decades, but her grace and poise could not compare to those refined from birth. Mother, Su Shi inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully before the matriarch. The old matriarch, clad in a dark long gown, sat high in the hall. Quickly assist your sister-in-law to her feet. My health is quite poor. During your confinement, I did not dare visit, fearing I might pass on my ailments to you, the old matriarch said, affectionately pulling Su Shi closer. Why have you lost so much weight? Did the servants not attend to your needs? The old matriarch shot a glance at Dingji, who immediately knelt before her. Su Shi discreetly withdrew her hand, smiling as she replied, Mother, please do not frighten these girls. They have been diligent. It is merely that Yunyang has not been able to eat. With her husband preoccupied outside, attending to the birth of an illegitimate child, how could she possibly sleep well or eat properly? Everyone marveled, praising Su Shi for having married well, as the Duke of Zhongyang treated her as if she were his own kind. It is nearly the auspicious hour, we cannot afford to delay Chaochao's celebration. Why has the Duke yet to return? The Grand Princess inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Upon my return to the palace, I must have a serious discussion with the Emperor about today's significant matters, ensuring we do not hinder little Chaochao's auspicious timing, the Grand Princess remarked, her expression tinged with discontent. The old matriarch's brow twitched as she glanced at the matron beside her. The matron discreetly retreated. Before long, the Duke hurried back to the estate, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow in the chilly weather. Su Shi's smile was present, though it did not reach her eyes, as she suspected he was preoccupied with the illegitimate child's full moon banquet. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. My daughter's full moon celebration required me to procure a South Sea night pearl, which caused the delay, Lu Yuanjia explained, casting an apologetic glance at Su Shi. A South Sea night pearl? Such a treasure, His Majesty received one 2 years ago and gifted it to the Crown Prince as a night lamp, the Grand Princess exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yuanjia bowed to the Grand Princess, it pales in comparison to His Majesty's. The South Sea lay thousands of kilometers from the capital, and due to its remote location, the pearls could only be harvested from the deep sea, making them exceedingly rare. Quickly bring forth the little lady. Su Shi waved her hand, her irritation towards Lu Yuanjia somewhat diminished. Before long, Shui emerged, cradling little Chaochao in her arms. The Grand Princess, somewhat surprised, reached out to take the infant from Shui's grasp. Shui glanced at Su Shi, and upon receiving a nod, handed the child over. Oh my, this little girl is far more charming than the previous three. The infant's skin was as white as snow, her hair dark as ink, her complexion soft and tender, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. The Grand Princess felt a surge of affection. Having borne no children of her own for many years, she found herself utterly enamored with Lu Chaochao, regarding her as the daughter of her dreams. Here, my dear, this night pearl was found especially for you. Do you like it? Lu Yuanjia smiled, offering the night pearl, which the tiny hands of the infant could barely grasp. Lu Chaochao gazed intently at the night pearl. The night pearl. He gifted 12 night pearls made into a headpiece to Lu Jingyao and merely offered me a scrap? I do not desire what others discard. Su Shi, overhearing this unspoken thought, felt her smile falter, her heart sinking as her earlier flicker of hope extinguished. Should her daughter only be worthy of what others deemed worthless, Su Shi felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if pricked by needles, and her anger surged. Little Chaochao flashed a smile at the Grand Princess and, with a toss of her hands, thud. The night pearl fell to the ground. Lu Yuanjia's face paled, as though he had been struck. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the Grand Princess chuckled. Duke Lu, you must be more attentive. Our little Chaochao seems unimpressed by such trinkets. I have taken a liking to Chaochao. We seem to share a bond. If time permits, I would love to have her stay with me for a few days at the Grand Princess's residence. She reluctantly returned. Lu Chaochao, her gaze lingering on the child, reluctant to part. She had given Su Shi ample face. Indeed, once the weather warms, I shall certainly pay a visit, Su Shi replied with a smile. Just as they were speaking, a message arrived from the gatekeeper. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Chapter 7. Another misfortune. Lu Yuanjia was momentarily taken aback, hastily rising to greet the guests. The young prince, just 6 years of age, exhibited an extraordinary intelligence that garnered considerable respect both in the court and among the populace. Since his birth, His Majesty had personally overseen his education, never entrusting it to others. The Emperor's high hopes for him were evident even in his name, Xiechenshi. Your Highness, what brings you here? The Grand Princess frequently visited the palace and naturally held a close relationship with the prince. However, given that he was usually oblivious to matters beyond statecraft, it was unexpected for him to suddenly arrive at the Lu residence. Despite his tender years, the prince's demeanor commanded such authority that those present dared not meet his gaze. With a gesture, he signaled Lu Yuanjia to step back behind him. My aunt has come to attend the full-month banquet, and since I happen to be leaving the palace, I thought I would stop by for a brief visit, the prince replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting to the swaddled infant. Lu Yuanjia felt a surge of warmth within him. Ever since the late emperor's passing, the Lu family had seen a decline in their favor, and the loyalty of the Duke of Zhongyang had been exhausted. The emperor's indifference towards the Lu family was palpable. If only he could forge a connection with the prince. Madame Su stepped forward and bowed to the prince, who offered a slight nod in return. Madame Su, please rise. I happened to pass by the Lu residence and noticed the celebration for the full-month banquet, so I came to share in the joy. Quickly, bring out little Zhao Zhao, Madame Su instructed, nodding towards the cradle. Little Zhao Zhao blinked her eyes and, upon lifting her gaze, spotted a refined young gentleman who was intently observing her. The young boy was exceptionally handsome, yet his serious expression belied his tender age, making him seem unapproachable. The prince glanced at her for a moment before preparing to look away. Suddenly, he heard a chattering sound, a baby's voice exclaiming, "Ah, it's the prince!" Born under a rare celestial phenomenon, the precocious young prince, what a pity, such a fate, all for the benefit of others, the little one murmured before yawning widely. The prince blinked in surprise, his round eyes widening with confusion. What had he just heard? Had he truly perceived the musings of an infant? Speak up, would you? What's wrong with this prince? He fixed his gaze upon the small child, who, however, yawned again, her eyes growing heavy, and promptly fell asleep. He yearned to reach out and gently shake her shoulder. Wake up and finish your thoughts. Little miss must be tired, Deng Ji chuckled softly. The prince furrowed his brow, recalling the unusual events of the day. He took off the jade pendant from his waist and placed it into the swaddling cloth. As I happened to be passing by and did not bring a gift, I shall bestow this item upon little Zhao Zhao as a congratulatory present for her full month. Lu Yuanjia was taken aback. He had not even managed to curry favor with the prince himself, yet little Zhao Zhao had already captured his attention. Simultaneously, a twinge of displeasure arose within him. Such incredible fortune should belong to Jingyao. On behalf of my daughter, I thank your highness, Madame Su said, bowing again, her heart feeling a measure of relief. With the prince's regard, they would at least be less likely to target Zhao Zhao. The prince did not linger long, and Lu Yuanjia's attempts to ingratiate himself were left unfulfilled as he personally escorted his highness out the door. The full-month banquet for Zhao Zhao was extravagantly celebrated, with Madame Su even providing porridge for 3 days as a blessing for her. As the night wore on and the guests departed, Lu Yuanjia suppressed the anxiety that furrowed his brow. Zhao Zhao has only just turned 1 month old. To hold such a grand celebration is to risk exhausting her good fortune, Lu Yuanjia remarked, a hint of irritation clouding his expression. Madame Su's demeanor darkened. What do you mean by that, my lord? Zhao Zhao is the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhongyang's household, the only granddaughter of the Su family. She is a legitimate child, not some wretched illegitimate offspring. What is wrong with hosting a splendid full-month banquet? Madame Su's eyes lowered slightly, her words igniting a tension that caused Lu Yuanjia to clench his fists at his sides. The term wretched illegitimate offspring struck deeply at his heart. Madame Su was aware that she should not provoke him, yet she could not help but relish in irritating him. Lu Yuanjia struggled to contain his anger. Today, they had invited the elite of the capital, and even the old ministers, who usually treated him with disdain, had shown him more favorable expressions than usual. Yun Yang, I do not blame you. I merely fear that our household's ostentation may incur the emperor's displeasure. As he observed the lavish banquet, his thoughts drifted to the similarly celebrated full-month banquet of Lu Jingyao. Though both were his daughters, Zhao Zhao's celebration was grand and extravagant, while Lu Jingyao remained hidden away in a modest dwelling, too fearful to even host her own full-month banquet. It pained him to see his daughter treated so unjustly. The first 3 brothers had simple celebrations, only Zhao Zhao's was extravagant. It is merely a banquet to celebrate her first month, Madame Su replied with a smile, choosing not to continue the argument, though resentment simmered within her. No wonder the celebrations for the first three sons were understated. It was likely that the woman outside disapproved. After sitting in the courtyard for a while longer, Lu Yuanjia claimed he had pressing state matters to attend to and retreated to his study. Late at night. My lady, the Duke has left, Deng Ji reported, having kept a watchful eye on the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Madame Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had sat by the window for quite some time, feeling both cold and desolate inside. On a night like this, he surely must be returning to comfort his beloved, she mused softly, gently rocking the cradle, her heart heavy with sorrow. She longed to ask him if he had ever truly cherished her. After more than a decade of marriage, they appeared to be a loving couple in the eyes of outsiders, yet it had all been a facade. My lady, perhaps the Duke has urgent matters to attend to, Deng Ji suggested, attempting to console her. Madame Su let out a light laugh, tinged with bitterness. Deng Ji looked at her with concern. Madame Su waved her hand, ready to rest, when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. What is going on? Why the noise in the middle of the night? Deng Ji stepped outside to reprimand them. My lady, something has happened. A small maid rushed into the courtyard, breathless with panic. What has occurred? Calm down, or you might startle little miss. The maid's face was pale with fear. There is trouble at the Su residence. Just now, the commander of the Imperial Guards led a contingent and surrounded the Su household, claiming that they harbor ill intentions and possess treasonous objects. They are currently securing the premises, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. Madame Su swayed slightly, realizing that the worst had come to pass. Her daughter's words had become reality. She felt a mix of desolation and dread wash over her. Chapter 8. The annulment of engagement. In the stillness of the night, Madame Su remained sleepless, standing at the entrance and gazing longingly towards the Su residence, which was several streets away. There, flames soared into the sky, and the faint echoes of wails could be heard drifting through the air. My lady, there is no need to worry. Deng Ji gently grasped her hand, noticing its icy coldness and the tremors coursing through her body. Madame Su's lips were tinged with a shade of purple, her form shivering slightly, and after a prolonged silence, she managed to squeeze out a few words from her throat. It was so close, just a little closer, and the Su family would have met its end. Fortunately, she had heard the heartfelt cries of her beloved Chaochao. Her Chaochao was the precious gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. As dawn broke, Madame Su's stiff form shifted slightly. Deng Ji hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Has the Marquis returned? Madame Su's complexion was pale, weakened. Deng Ji shook her head. The Marquis has not returned all night. Leaning on Deng Ji's arm, Madame Su closed her eyes, suppressing the dread and doubt lurking beneath. She dared not contemplate whether the Marquis had any involvement in these events. My lady, I have gathered some information. Last night, the Imperial Guards turned the Su residence upside down, and beneath the crooked tree outside your chamber, they unearthed a blood letter. At this moment, old Master Su was kneeling outside the Imperial study, awaiting interrogation. Ying Shui hurriedly reported, having rushed over for news after a night of confinement. Both Ying Shui and Zhu Xia, the two maidservants, appeared worried. Yet, upon seeing a slight easing of tension on Madame Su's face, they exchanged glances, unsure if they had misjudged. Madame Su pressed her lips together, falling silent once more. The entire day had been excruciating for her. Since marrying Lu Yuanjia, she had gradually lost her sense of direction, becoming reliant on him, bearing him children and preparing his meals. She had long since abandoned the brilliance of her youth as a talented lady in the capital. Even her most beloved family had turned their backs on her. A hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of her mouth. She had sent someone to summon Lu Yuanjia, yet he had not returned home. She still harbored a desire to grant him one more chance, a chance for honesty, yet Lu Yuanjia had not even bothered to come back. She sat in silence until evening. Suddenly, the doorman rushed in with news. My lady, the Jiang family has sent someone. Madame Su sprang to her feet. The Jiang family was the household to which her eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was betrothed. Given their arrival at this moment, it could only signify ill tidings. Both the Jiang and Lu families were founding families of the nation. The Jiang family had flourished in the civil sphere, with their descendants achieving the esteemed position of the third-rank Minister of Justice in this generation. Conversely, the Lu family had relied on military prowess, yet Lu Yuanjia was born weak in this regard and had to tread the path of scholarship these years, achieving little success. Thankfully, marrying Madame Su had allowed for some progress, but they remained inferior to the Jiang family. Back then, young Master Yenshu was quite renowned, and it was the Jiang family who proposed the engagement themselves. Deng Ji assisted Madame Su in changing her attire, noticing her spirits had lifted slightly before guiding her out. Madame Su paused. Please hold Chaochao. Little Chaochao had just turned 40 days old, growing round and plump, her cherubic face lighting up with smiles for anyone who looked her way, exuding an aura of joy. As Madame Su entered the main hall, Madame Jiang had already been sitting there, her face taut for quite some time. On the table lay a tray covered with a red cloth. Madame Su's footsteps hesitated slightly. Sister Su, it has been a long time since we last met. I did not attend your month-long celebration. I truly feel remorseful. Madame Jiang sighed, her expression a mix of shrewdness. She had once held high hopes for Lu Yenshu, only to discover he had become a cripple, unable to care for himself and prone to madness. After dragging on for so many years, now that the Su family was imprisoned, she had no more reservations. Our two families are as close as one. We are all family, how could I blame the Jiang family? Madame Su replied with a smile. Madame Jiang's expression momentarily faltered, she furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. Sister Su, let us speak plainly. I fear the engagement concerning Yenshu must be annulled. Madame Su's face fell. Yanshu is currently in a state of neither life nor death. He is unworthy of my Yunjin.as, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How could she marry a cripple? This engagement should have been called off long ago. Madame Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Madame Su, noting that the latter was no longer the same as before with the Su family in prison and Lu Yanshu a cripple. The annulment of the engagement held no reservations. You! Madame Su's chest ached with anger. Did Yanshu not plunge into the water for Yunjin? She gritted her teeth. Her exceptionally intelligent Yanshu had become this way because of Yunjin. When Yunjin fell into the water, Yanshu had jumped in to save her, and Yunjin had been rescued. But Yanshu, having submerged for too long, was beyond saving. Every time Madame Su recalled this incident, her heart ached unbearably. Filled with hatred during countless nights, Madame Jiang's expression turned somewhat grim. My Yunjin, as the legitimate daughter, cannot marry a cripple. Moreover, Yunjin did not ask him to save her. He jumped in on his own. This engagement should have been annulled long ago, tarnishing my son's reputation. Your family's cripple should not ruin the lives of virtuous young ladies. Have you no conscience? He acted recklessly and should be confined for life. What need is there for a wife? Having engaged with him, my son is already embarrassed. That is an undignified past. This engagement, whether you agree or not, must be annulled. I refuse to consent to the annulment. Madame Su's eyes turned red, her teeth clenched. Yanshu had become disabled because of her, yet the Jiang family wished to abandon him. Her Yanshu's life was ruined forever. Little Chaochao peeked out from her swaddling, her chubby hands waving. Annul, annul, annul. Beautiful mother, please annul quickly. She has caused my big brother great harm. After marrying my big brother, she secretly hit him, made him bark like a dog, made him crawl through her legs, and even forced him to drink urine. She brought people home to let my big brother see her sleeping with others. My big brother was driven to his death. Madame Su trembled, her hand holding the tea shaking, breath becoming heavy, splashing some of the tea. Her fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, blood oozing from her fingertips. How much suffering had her child endured? Chapter 9 of The Infant's Fury. Madame Su felt as though her throat was suffused with the metallic tang of blood. Sister Su, we are all respectable individuals, with men serving in the court. If a union cannot be formed, we certainly cannot harbor enmity, Mrs. Jiang remarked with a hint of derision at the corners of her mouth. What nobility did Madame Su possess? Her family had fallen from grace. Her eldest son was disabled, her second son a debauched wastrel, and her third son was a laughingstock in the capital for his ignorance of letters. The sole daughter, it seemed, was not favored by the marquis. Her descendants were a source of embarrassment, and the prominent families looked upon her with scorn. Madame Su discerned the threat woven into her words. Indeed, Mrs. Jiang's eldest daughter, Jiang Yunjin, was a beauty of unparalleled grace, and her son, Jiang Yunma, had triumphed as a scholar at the age of 13, soon to participate in the provincial examination. Chaochao, filled with indignation, bit her gums so fiercely that they bled, wishing fervently that if she had teeth, she would climb up and take a bite out of that shameless woman. Her elder brother was a scholar, 8 years her senior. He had once trampled the Jiang family into the mud. With a stoic expression, Madame Su waved her hand dismissively, as Zhu Xia, her attendant, approached with a tray in hand. And he sacrificed his life to save Jiang Yunjin. He has no regrets. The Jiang family has humiliated my son and struck him when he was down. They are unworthy to become his wife. My Lu family demands the annulment of the engagement with Jiang Yunjin. Madame Su declared, seizing the exchanged jade pendant and shattering it into pieces before everyone present. Bravo, mother! You did splendidly. The Jiang family shall face retribution. Chaochao stomped her tiny feet in rage, nearly tumbling from her swaddling. Yinshui was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. The shards of jade flew through the air, narrowly grazing Mrs. Jiang's brow, leaving a trace of blood. Mrs. Jiang's heart raced, a wave of unease swelling within her. You! She had not anticipated that the usual. However, the Jiang family was indeed in the wrong, and she did not wish her daughter to bear the stigma of ingratitude. Yet, more crucial than that was the annulment. Once the engagement was broken, there would be room for choice. Jiang commanded, her face ashen. The two women confronted each other and tore the contract asunder. Rising to her feet, Mrs. Jiang reclaimed the Jiang family's token, her demeanor slightly haughty. Su Shiyun, you shall remain with your disabled son. My Yunjin is unworthy of Lu Yanshu. With that, Mrs. Jiang scoffed and departed from the Su household with an air of superiority. Madame Su's eyes reddened with fury, tears streaming down her face. She had long sent word to Lu Yuanjia regarding this matter. At that moment, a servant approached with news. Madam, the Marquis says. The servant's eyes darted nervously, hesitant to speak. The Marquis says that since he saved Miss Jiang, he should not be bound by gratitude. This is Yanshu's fate, it is not to be blamed on others. The servant finally relayed. Madame Su spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving her maid in shock. She raised her hand to stop the maid from calling for a doctor, her expression a mix of laughter and tears. Humph, that worthless father is using my brother's future to bolster his own reputation. Let him be struck down. Yisnt. I am furious, utterly furious. Chaochao furrowed her brows, her smooth little face contorted in distress. Strike him, strike him. Suddenly, outside, the once clear sky darkened ominously. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, blinding all with dust, and leaves were swept into the air, swirling upwards. A clap of thunder resonated from the horizon, a sharp white bolt of lightning trailing a long tail across the sky, heading straight for a small courtyard in the capital. Boom! Madame Su's heart raced, her thoughts swirling as she sensed that her daughter's words, "Let him be struck down," had coincided with the thunder's crash. Oh dear, madam, there is a fire in the northern part of the city. They say someone was struck, a young maid exclaimed loudly from outside. Madame Su blinked, momentarily forgetting her tears. She wiped the blood from her lips, feeling the weight in her heart lift as the thunderclap shattered her gloom. Pausing, she glanced at her furious infant with clenched fists. Go find out discreetly whose house was struck, she instructed, feeling an odd sense of foreboding about the lightning, as though it had been summoned by her daughter. Surely, it could not have truly struck an innocent soul. Zhu Xia immediately complied, stepping outside to inquire. The Jiang family is truly ungrateful. Clearly, the eldest son risked his life to save Jiang Yunjin from drowning, and now she seeks to annul the engagement. Had it not been for him, she would have perished. Heartless and ungrateful wretches, taking advantage of the Su family's misfortunes. Yin Shuai exclaimed, holding Chaochao tightly, her anger boiling over. Madame Su spat another mouthful of blood, feeling somewhat relieved as the tension within her lessened, yet concern clouded her features. People are merely driven by self-interest. What she truly resented was Lu Yuanji's remark, that is Yen Shu's fate. The young lady has just awakened. Why does she seem to drift back to slumber? Yin Shuai expressed her surprise upon the thunderous echo. Chaochao felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her eyelids heavy with sleep. She promptly fell into a deep slumber. That night, Lu Yanshu returned home, exhausted. Madam, arrangements have been made in the prison. The old lady was startled but is fine now. I sent her medicine. The master says not to worry, he knows what he is doing. Spending a few days in prison might be beneficial for the Su family. The old lady and your sisters were moved to tears upon hearing you sent someone to take care of things. The weight that had long burdened Madame Su gradually lifted, yet guilt gnawed at her heart for having severed ties with her family, for Lu Yuanjia, not having contacted them for over a decade. She pondered, once this matter settled, regardless of Lu Yuanjia's feelings, she must return to visit her family. Madame Su, for once, enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Chaochao slept for an entire day and night. She dozed from evening until the following noon. The doctor visited several times, each time exasperated as he shrugged. The young lady is perfectly fine, she is merely in a deep sleep. But why won't she awaken? Normally, she stirs every couple of hours, yet this time she has slept for a full day and night. Madame Su fretted, her lips blistering with anxiety. Perhaps she is simply utterly exhausted. The doctor suggests, a 40-day-old infant, how could she tire herself out, unable to walk or crawl? What could possibly wear her out? Madame Su paused, recalling the thunder from the previous day, pursing her lips thoughtfully. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Madame Su heard her daughter's faint murmurs. Chaochao is awake. Quickly bring the milk. Madame Su felt a great weight lift from her heart, speculating that the thunderstorm had drained her daughter's energy. She couldn't help but think, had she given birth to a little fairy? Chaochao yawned, and as soon as she opened her mouth, the sweet milk filled it. Thank heavens, our little lady has finally awakened. She truly slept as if time had ceased, Yin Shuai joked, noting how deeply she had slept. Madame Su cradled her lovingly, kissing her soft cheek, the sweet and tender presence of her daughter nearly filling her entire heart, rescuing her from the web of lies she found herself entangled in. Madam, it seems the lightning truly struck someone. Zhu Xia burst in, her face alight with gossip. P.S. The family has clandestinely overheard my thoughts, and the physical book is set to be released. The book is retitled Fortunate Bao Chao, with a pre-sale scheduled for August 10th at 2000 hours across all platforms. The printed edition will feature character cards for Chaochao, Yin Yang, Lu Yanshu, and Lu Yuanjia. Chapter 10 of The Lightning Strikes the Unworthy Father. My lady, it is true that someone has been struck by lightning. It occurred at a residence in the northern part of the city, specifically in Ping'an Alley. They say the male head of the household was the one struck. A month ago, someone extravagantly purchased that residence. The lady of the house is enchanting and delicate, as if she has just emerged from confinement. Her daughter is merely 40 days old, born on the same day as our young miss. There is also an elder son, reputed to be exceptionally talented in his studies, garnering quite a reputation in the capital. Clatter, the teacup in Su's hand fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. My lady Jueshia was startled, noticing that she had scalded her hand, and hurriedly brought cool water for her to soak it in. Yet, Su was oblivious to the pain. There is an elder son, how old is he? Her voice was parched, gripping Jueshia's hand tightly enough to cause her pain. Jueshia, bewildered, sensed the gravity of her mistress's expression and hastily replied, the young master is 17 years old, the same age as Master Yanshu. It is indeed rather coincidental, that young master also bears the surname Lu. Su seemed to be struck by thunder. 17 years old, her lips parted, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Dingxi shot a glance at Jueshia, quickly stepping forward to calm Su. My lady, it may not necessarily be the Marquis, it may not be him. Even she felt uncertain about her own words. Jueshia and Ningxue exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Jueshia grew pale. That youth, named Lu, was Lu Jinghuai. Su took a deep breath, biting her lower lip until it bled slightly. Why must he treat me this way? For him, I severed ties with my family. For him, I dedicated myself to household duties, honored his mother, and raised his siblings. Why must he repay me thus? She dared not consider that perhaps from the very beginning, this was all a ruse. He has an illegitimate child outside, already 17 years old. 17. The mere thought sent chills through her. She had sacrificed everything for this man, only to discover he had another family outside. My lady, this is not your fault, he has wronged you. There is no need to harm yourself in anger, Dingxi and several maidservants urged, their eyes red with emotion. Little Lu Chaobao sighed softly. Her mother had been manipulated for over a decade. How pitiful. My lady, even heaven cannot bear to witness this. Just yesterday, it seems the Marquis was struck by lightning. Chaochao spoke hastily, initially approaching the topic with a sense of gossip, but now adopting a tone of deserved fate. Heaven has opened its eyes and is aware of the grievances in your heart. This is a means of retribution for you. The lightning struck precisely when that seductress had just given birth and was hastily pursuing me and I in broad daylight. They were caught together in bed. That bare body, completely unclothed, was charred black. When the neighbors entered, that vixen was shrieking while covering her face. Sue widened her eyes in disbelief. Does she hate him? Yes, she does. How could she not? Yet since she came of age, her heart had belonged solely to him, even severing ties with her family to be by his side. She felt a deep sense of injustice. How could she sever that bond? My lady, the Marquis has returned to the manor and has gone to Deshan Hall. Please make your way there, a young maid whispered from outside. Sue furrowed her brow slightly, and Dingji raised an eyebrow. One could only wonder what state the Marquis was in after being struck by lightning. Take Chaochao along, let us go and see, Sue said as she rose, heading towards Deshan Hall. Deshan Hall was situated to the east of the Marquis' residence, where the matriarch preferred tranquility and had constructed a Buddhist hall in the eastern courtyard, rarely concerning herself with worldly matters. As they passed through the inner lake of the manor and walked along the long corridor, a burnt smell wafted through the air. Ah, there is a scent of something charred. Little Chaochao wrinkled her nose, the burnt odor growing stronger as they approached Deshan Hall. Just then, Inshua adjusted her hold on Chaochao, who widened her eyes in surprise. What a huge boiled egg. She even gulped audibly. Sue was taken aback and quickly raised her gaze to see the source of the— In the center sat a completely bald head, devoid of hair and charred black. The youthful figure she had cherished, elegant and handsome, seemed to have collapsed in an instant. Sue stood frozen in place, unable to process the sight before her. Why are you still standing outside? Why not come in? The old matriarch chastised her for the first time upon noticing her gaze. Sue's mind was flooded with her daughter's astonishment at the bald head. She despised Lu Yuanjia, yet after years of manipulation, she could not help but feel pity upon seeing him. It was as if she had been torn into two halves, one half resenting him, the other loving him, but now, the pity had vanished, replaced by an inescapable image of the bald head. Her eyelids flickered, and upon entering, she exclaimed, What has happened to the Marquis? Where is your hair? Have you encountered a ghost that shaved your head? My lady certainly knows how to strike where it hurts. Very well done. Better to be a punching bag than to rage against the whole family. Lu Yuanjia's expression darkened. There was a fire in Ping'an Alley. I went in to save someone and lost my hair in the process. It is nothing serious. I have submitted a memorial to His Majesty. I will be resting at home for a while. Sue's expression cooled slightly. Saving someone, he certainly knows how to embellish his own deeds. Was the master also in Ping'an Alley? What a coincidence. I heard that someone was struck by lightning there. They say that couple was caught in broad daylight, completely exposed for all to see. Did the master happen to be rescuing them? Sue could not resist throwing in another jab, fueled by her daughter's rallying words. Sure enough, Lu Yuanjia's face turned ashen, his fists clenching tightly. You, a mere woman, should not concern yourself with such matters. Sue tightened her grip on her handkerchief, a slight smile gracing her lips. The entire capital is buzzing with rumors. I am merely enjoying a jest. This caused the mother and son across from her to darken their expressions instantly. He, little Chaochao chuckled mischievously. Sue couldn't help but perk up her ears. She could only occasionally catch her daughter's thoughts, and she needed to pay close attention. They were struck together, their naked bodies exposed for all to see, too ashamed to return. Now the whole city is searching for him, she mused. Unfortunately, when he fled, he covered his head, and no one caught a glimpse of his face. Sue furrowed her brow, truly appalled that her daughter's ears had been sullied by such tales. You, just serve Yuanjia well in the manor. He works tirelessly for the Marquis throughout the year and seldom gets a chance to rest. What good is a woman who cannot tend to a man? The old matriarch's displeasure was evident upon hearing Sue's mockery. Do not make contact with your family. It could lead to severe consequences. The old matriarch shot her a stern glare. Sue straightened her posture. What does the Marquis think? Sue regarded him with a faint gaze. Lu Yuanjia glanced at her innaturally. I sympathize with my father-in-law's plight, but with His Majesty's anger, no one dares to advise otherwise. I can only do my utmost to protect the Marquis. Yanu, you are sensible, do not bring misfortune upon the Marquis. He paused slightly. As for Yenshu, do not be too distressed. Yenshu is unfortunate. Miss Jiang is quite renowned in the capital, and we cannot afford to hinder her. His gaze flickered, causing Sue to grow suspicious. A broken engagement, what benefit could that possibly bring him? He was clearly Yenshu's father, was he not the one being humiliated? Chapter 11, the third brother's gambling. Sue's heart was heavy with indignation. Delay, she chuckled softly, placing her teacup down. Back then, Yenshu risked his life to save her and nearly drowned in the process. After being rescued, she hid in the rockery, causing further delay for Yenshu. By the time he was pulled from the water, he had already lost consciousness and was on the brink of death, suffering severe brain damage as a result. He became disabled. My lord, how can you utter such words about Yenshu? He was once a prodigious child, praised by all in the capital. Sue felt deeply aggrieved on her son's behalf. The young girl did not fall into the water intentionally. She was frightened and sought refuge. Yenshu's fate is already sealed. Must we harbor resentment against his peers for this? Yun Yang, I struggle immensely in the court, please consider my plight as well. After the marriage, Su felt the chill of Lu Yuanjia's neglect, prompting her to push Yenshu to study diligently. Even at such a tender age, Yenshu felt pity for his mother, burning the midnight oil to read, his eyes reddened from exhaustion, all in a bid to uphold her dignity before his father. Su's lips turned downward. No one has the right to speak of forgiveness on behalf of Yenshu. Who speaks of forgiveness? Only those who have experienced the same plight as my son can truly empathize. Su's tone was flat. Lu Yuanjia furrowed his brow, sensing that the gentle and virtuous lady he married had undergone a transformation. She no longer regarded him with the same reverence, and it seemed that her recent coldness was a deliberate attempt to provoke his attention. Casting a glance at his irate mother, he shook his head gently. Very well, if Yun Yang chooses not to forgive, then so be it. He patted Su's hand softly. Moments later, Su excused herself under the pretense of attending to the baby. As she stepped out, she overheard a soft voice within the room. You must go, such a disgrace, what if my dear grandson is frightened? The old lady's words were filled with affection and concern, tinged with an uncommon discontent. Su paused momentarily, while Deng Ji, having overheard, felt her eyes burn with indignation. The eldest son is still lying in the manor, yet they still harbor thoughts of the outside, mind your words. Su cast a glance around, prompting Deng Ji to sulkily fall silent. Where is the young master? Su inquired, pinching the corners of her eyes. A maid stepped forward to report, today is a rest day, the young master is undoubtedly in Tinglan Garden reading. Thus, Su led a group towards Tinglan Garden. Outside the drooping flower gate, a young servant spotted the approaching entourage and hurried inside to deliver the news. The young servant is off to report. My dear brother is engaged in something commendable. Chaochao waved her tiny hands, her face alight with excitement. Su quickened her pace. Stop that young servant. As soon as her words left her lips, someone lunged forward, toppling the young servant to the ground, pinning him down. Why do you flee in such a panic upon seeing the lady? Deng Ji shouted angrily. The young servant trembled in fear, his expression frantic. Su remained silent, striding purposefully inside. Upon reaching the threshold, the muffled sounds of suppressed commotion reached her ears. Open up, open up, open, open, open. The young servant, held captive, turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Deng Ji moved to knock on the door, but Su raised a hand to stop her, disregarding the dignity befitting the matriarch of a noble family. In that moment, she was merely a mother consumed by rage. With a swift kick, she forced the door open. Are you trying to scare the young master to death? You'll pay for this. Who seeks death, beware of the young master. Lu Yuanjiao clutched a pair of dice in one hand and a handful of coins in the other, his eyes a fiery red, resembling a gambler lost to the thrill. Upon raising his gaze, he met Su's cold, stormy glare with a clatter. The dice fell to the ground. Lu Yuanjiao, who had been blinded by his gambling fervor, suddenly regained his senses upon seeing Su, a chill shooting through him, leaving his face ashen. Weak in the knees, he sank to the floor, trembling slightly, surrounded by a cadre of kneeling servants. Su gasped for breath, as if the air had been sucked from her lungs, her throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand. Su felt dizzy, her vision wavering. If not for Zhao Zhao, how much longer would she have remained in the dark? Madam, Deng Ji was taken aback. Young master, have you lost your mind? Even Ning Shui was left dumbfounded. The child, merely 8 years old, had sunk into the depths of vice. How long have you been gambling? Su's voice trembled, and with Deng Ji's support, she managed to sit down. Lu Yuanjiao had never seen his mother like this. Her gaze, filled with disappointment and shock, left him feeling utterly exposed. With a quivering voice, he confessed, Mother, it is my fault that I only learned for 3 days. 3 days prior, the rosy-cheeked boy had now turned pallid, his eyes sunken, lips chapped and peeling, even his once bright hair now dull and lifeless. You indulge in reckless play. You are incorrigibly mischievous. Out of consideration for your youth, I have never held it against you, but how could you, at such a tender age, be tempted by gambling? How dare you engage with this wretched vice? Su's voice was laced with barely contained fury. Who taught you this? Su's heart raced with indignation. The 2 young servants and the 2 scholars by his side had been meticulously chosen. In the corner, a bound young scholar whimpered, his mouth stuffed with a rag. Zhu Xia stepped forward to untie him. The disheveled scholar immediately knelt. Madam, it was Qingyu and Qingyan. That day, the young master returned home in high spirits after studying late into the night. Qingyu, under the guise of relaxation, taught the young master to gamble. Qingyan claimed that small bets were merely for amusement, while larger ones could be harmful, stating they were not gambling for money, just a way to unwind. I tried to dissuade the young master, but Qingyu and Qingyan deceived him and bound me. Lu Yuanjiao had 2 scholars and 2 young servants by his side. Qingyu and Qingyan, articulate and literate, were kept close to guide Lu Yuanjiao in his studies. The 2 young servants, Qingfeng and Changshu, managed his daily affairs, attending to his every need. These 2 young scholars had been bestowed upon him by the old lady. Bring forth these treacherous servants, let them receive a beating as a warning to others, let all the servants in the manor witness the punishment before they are allowed to leave. Su's fury was unprecedented. The 2 scholars, their mouths silenced, were dragged out, their eyes pleading for mercy from Lu Yuanjiao. Lu Yuanjiao wished to intercede. These 2 scholars had been his companions since he was 3 years old, integral to his childhood. These 2 are not innocent at all. They were sent to him with a purpose, solely to ruin him. They led him into gambling, encouraged him to skip school, and insulted his tutors, thrusting him into the spotlight. Lu Yuanxiao stood. Su had cleared away all the attendants surrounding Lu Yuanxiao. Qing Shu, Qing Feng, you have performed admirably this time. Starting this month, your monthly stipend will be doubled. Ensure you keep a close watch on Yuanxiao. Su commanded, instructing for 50 taels of silver to be brought forth as a reward. Lu Yuanxiao, in a daze, did not receive a single glance from Su. Let all the servants go to Deshan Hall and witness the punishment. Su's gaze turned steely. Chapter 12 of the beating of the old lady. As the servants gathered outside Deshantang, the old matron was partaking in her meal. What is all this ruckus outside? How does Su manage the household? It is increasingly intolerable. They claim she is the daughter of a prominent family from the capital, yet she appears rather ordinary. My son once knelt at her doorstep for 3 days and nights, and she spoke of marrying down. Now, the entire Su family is imprisoned. A hint of disdain flickered across the old lady's face. The recent incident involving a lightning strike had become the talk of the town, and she harbored resentment deep within. The downfall of the Su family brought her a sense of satisfaction. Lin Mama returned to report, Old Madam, it seems the young masteress scholar has committed an error. The entire courtyard will witness the punishment. After a pause, Lin Mama added, I recall those 2 young servants. They appear to have just exited Deshantang. The old lady's expression darkened. Was this not a disgrace to Deshantang? Lin Mama assisted her to her feet and they proceeded directly to the door. Outside, the young servants had assembled, their faces betraying a hint of panic as they glanced at the 2 scholars bound in the center. What nonsense is this? What crime have they committed to warrant such punishment? Do the noble families disregard human life in this manner? The old lady leaned heavily on her cane, perplexed by the public beating of the young servant she had sent. Su bowed before the old lady. Old madam, these 2 scoundrels have deceived both above and below, leading Shower to gamble and leading him astray. They emerged from Deshantang, handpicked by the matron herself. They must have deliberately concealed the truth from her. If we do not punish them as a warning, will not everyone feel emboldened to deceive you? Those who do not know may mistakenly believe you are intentionally corrupting your grandson, Su said, her face flushed with anger. Upon hearing of the gambling, the old lady's brow furrowed deeply. She looked at the 2 scholars, whose eyes reflected both fear and desperation. Old madam, please help us. Old madam, save us. It was Pei. The 2 matron servants stepped forward abruptly, silencing the scholars. The old lady's eyelids twitched violently. These 2 scholars were sent by Pei Zhao, mistress to Lu Yuanzhe. Su shot her a glance, her fist tightening slowly. Today, let all present witness the consequences of betrayal. With a swift motion, Su raised her hand, and the courtyard erupted with the sounds of thwacks. The sound of sticks striking flesh echoed ominously at the 2 scholars, bound to a long bench, had their mouths forcefully covered, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they fixed their gaze upon the old lady. Muffled whimpers escaped their obstructed mouths. Each strike fell harder than the last. Within half an hour, blood splattered, pooling on the ground beneath the bench. Of the scholars turned pale, blood trickling from their lips, their bodies collapsing limply onto the bench, flesh mangled and silent. The servants around them fell silent. Some maidservants began to weep in terror. The old lady staggered back a step. Old madam, shall we return now? Lin Mama whispered, sensing the old lady's tremors. Upon closing her eyes, the old lady could vividly recall the sight of the scholars, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, a scene drenched in crimson. This act of punishment felt less like punishment of the scholars and more like a blow to her own being. Overwhelmed, she was half supported, half carried back by Lin Mama. Dining on my food yet smashing my bowls. If you wish to die, I shan't intervene. Su had always been known for her virtuous nature, yet this was her first time executing punishment upon a servant. Every soul in the household felt the weight of anxiety. Su delivered a sharp slap before publicly rewarding Lu Yuanzhao's young servant. After a thorough scolding, she finally released the individual back. Mother is formidable, mother is truly impressive. Su felt an oppressive weight in her heart, not once casting a glance at Lu Yuanzhao. He followed closely behind his mother, tears welling in his eyes. Mother, I understand my errors. It was only now that he realized the peril he had placed himself in. Over the past 3 days, he had completely lost his way. Had it not been for his mother's intervention, he feared he would never have another chance at redemption. Mother, please do not ignore me. It was my folly that led me astray, causing you distress. Lu Yuanzhao entered the room alongside Su, kneeling straight on the floor. He discreetly wiped away his tears, pondering the fact that his father kept a concubine, who bore children while the entire household concealed it from the matron. The 3 children were all inept. The matron's situation was dire, yet who was aware of her plight? Su's eyes reddened as she stepped forward to assist her son. It is I who have paid insufficient attention to you, allowing others to take advantage. How had her son, who had been so well behaved before the age of 3, ended up in such a state? The pent-up frustration and grievances within her found no outlet, nor any trustworthy confidant. She had personally selected all his attendants, only to discover that few were worthy of trust. Her heart brimmed with trepidation. Father keeps a concubine, and the children are clever and gifted, while mother's offspring are either feeble or debauched, lacking ambition, and even having been rejected in marriage. How is one to survive? It has become a stark contrast. The little one sighed deeply. Third brother is truly disappointing. Lu Yuanzhao's weeping suddenly halted. Raise what? Father, raising a concubine, he jerked his head up. It is not mother's fault, it is Yuanzhao's wavering resolve, it is Yuanzhao's indulgence in play. It is Yuanzhao who has taken advantage of his parents' affection and lost his bearings. He paused, subtly assessing his mother. She had grown markedly haggard, her face devoid of smiles for quite some time. Mother and father cannot always be Yuan Zhao's support. Yuan Zhao must strive to improve in the future. Mother will rely on you as well, Su spoke softly, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Father cherishes mother, and they are known throughout the capital as a loving couple. Who does not envy mother? Surely, mother can rely on father. Lu Yuan Zhao spoke with intention. Su caressed his face, her form swaying slightly. Father, Su fell silent, her words unspoken. Lu Yuan Zhao pressed his lips together, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After acknowledging his faults, he accompanied his mother for a meal, then discreetly inquired around the listening wind pavilion. Only then did he realize that after mother gave birth to Zhao Zhao 2 months ago, father had not once stayed overnight in their quarters. Even when maternal grandfather's estate was raided, he had not returned home. A chilling sensation coursed through him. In his memories, his father had been stern yet loving, with harmonious relations between his parents and an exemplary bond. The household lacked any concubines. When a maid had sought to seduce him, father had been furious and promptly sold her off, leaving mother in tears of gratitude. Over the years, father had been attentive, while mother willingly managed the household. Throughout the capital, father was praised as an unwavering good man. Yet now, upon the startling revelation of father keeping a concubine and even fathering children, he felt a profound chill enveloping him. Once, the scholars had coaxed him into skipping school, into insulting the tutor, into gambling. Now, he was engulfed by fear. He was mother's right-hand man. If he were severed from her, how would she survive? That night, Lu Yuan Zhao dusted off the 4 books and 5 classics, positioning himself by the window to study earnestly. Chapter 13. A fortuitous opportunity, madam. I can truly see that the third young master has indeed mastered his studies, remarked Deng Ji, gently massaging her temples. Yesterday, he returned home to diligently review his books, and this morning, he came to the courtyard to pay his respects before heading to the academy. You ought to feel more at ease now, she added. Su Shi remained silent, reflecting on the events of the previous night when Lu Yuanjia had returned in a fit of rage after the old matron had been startled during the sentencing. She had developed a high fever that night. In a fit of anger, Lu Yuanjia had confronted Su Shi, demanding to know whether the Lantern Festival's misadventure was more important than maintaining the old matron's dignity. In his fury, he stripped her of her authority over the household and reprimanded her for her disrespect towards her mother-in-law, confining her to solitary reflection in the courtyard. This morning, Lu Wani had come crying, insisting she did not wish for the authority of the household, claiming her elder brother was being unreasonable. Su Shi had managed to soothe her back to calmness. Just as the reflection on her confinement had barely begun, an imperial eunuch arrived at the door. Madam, someone from the palace has come to summon you. Lu Yuanjia hurriedly came to escort her. Deng Ji smirked. How amusing, after half a day of confinement, the lord himself comes to invite the madam. Lu Yuanjia's expression was sour, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Yin Yang, may I inquire as to the reason for this royal summons? He had just attempted to gather information, only to receive a disdainful glance from the eunuch, who refused to divulge anything further. Su Shi replied coolly, I am still under confinement. You may go on your own. Lu Yuanjia's face stiffened. With the eunuch waiting outside, he sighed and lowered his tone. Yin Yang, I do not hold you accountable. Mother is of advanced years, having witnessed the death of a bookboy sent away. She believes you have chastised her and was thus frightened. Father fought valiantly in his youth, and mother toiled tirelessly to raise us. After father's passing, she has single-handedly borne the weight of this family. Can you not empathize with her plight? Yin Yang, you are a woman of understanding. How could you be so unfilial? We are one as husband and wife. Treat Yin Yang as your own. I spoke thoughtlessly yesterday. I hope you will not take it to heart. Lu Yuanjia's demeanor was indeed charming, and as he softened, his gaze seemed to convey a depth of affection solely for her. Previously, Su Shi had been particularly susceptible to such charm, yet today, your mother's suffering has nothing to do with mine. Her struggles are not caused by my mother, and the facade of filial piety is truly filial indeed. Little Zhao Zhao gurgled, spitting out drool. Having just been manipulated, Su Shi was suddenly enlightened. How aptly described, this facade of filial piety, wasn't it true? When the old matron fell gravely ill, she had devoted herself day and night in service, yet the accolades had ultimately gone to Lu Yuanjia. My parents toiled to raise me, yet now the entire family has been imprisoned, and the Lord expects me to sever ties. What sort of filial duty is this? Su Shi could not restrain her retort. Lu Yuanjia's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze suspicious as he regarded her. Su Shi seemed different somehow, yet her years of compliance were not merely an act. She had revered him as a deity, obedient to his every word. Her recent change in temperament was surely due to her irritation at being neglected. Lu Yuanjia's expression bore a hint of smugness. After years of training Su Shi, how could she possibly develop any disloyalty? I understand your grievances. Tomorrow I shall send someone to make amends. Su Shi remained silent, nearly grooming herself for a moment before stepping out to receive the royal decree. Lu Yuanjia attempted to follow, but the eunuch cast him a glance. Lord, please remain outside the palace. Without summons, you may not enter. He glanced at the swaddled infant in Deng Ji's arms. Bring along the little girl from the Lu family. The grand princess has been inquiring about her for some time. Lu Yuanjia's expression darkened suddenly. Even the barely 40-day-old Zhao Zhao had received an invitation to the palace. Oh, how fitting for a scoundrel father. Little Zhao Zhao grinned widely. Su Shi contemplated, fearing that her blood-written appeal left beneath the crooked tree had taken effect. She was ushered into the palace. Please take care of Zhao Zhao, esteemed eunuch. Su Shi nodded towards Deng Ji, who waited outside. Inside the imperial study, the atmosphere was oppressive. Upon entering, Su Shi caught sight of her father and elder brother kneeling in the center, while the imposing Ming emperor sat before them. With her head bowed, she prostrated herself on the ground. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. After the customary formalities, Su Shi was drenched in sweat. The emperor, silent, waved his hand gently. The eunuch presented writing materials, his voice sharp as he announced, "We request the honorable wife of the loyal and brave Marquis to write a few words." Su Shi's heart raced, yet being a woman of experience, she managed to maintain a semblance of calm. She lifted her hand to grasp the brush, and although the onlookers could not see what she wrote, the eunuch standing nearby flinched slightly. Moments later, Su Shi laid down the brush and knelt once more. The eunuch presented the writing to the emperor. Upon seeing the 8 large characters on the paper, the emperor fell into a long silence. Old Master Su, with his hair and beard white, although a civil official, was as steadfast as iron, kneeling with his back straight. He had intended to make a martyrs stand, but upon seeing the emperor summon his daughter, he shed a tear filled with murky sorrow. "Your Majesty," this old minister acknowledges. Before he could finish his confession, the emperor burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands together. "Excellent! Excellent! What a harmonious and prosperous realm! Excellent!" The emperor even rose from behind his desk, descending the jade staircase to personally assist the kneeling old Master Su to his feet. "Old tutor, I have wronged you. Your family, the Su clan, has been unwaveringly loyal to Beizhao for generations, and even your daughter has devoted everything for the sake of Beizhao." The emperor spoke with deep emotion. "The one who reported against the Su family truly deserves to be condemned." A hint of ire colored the emperor's brow. Behind him, a eunuch presented the blood-written letter. "This is what we have extracted from the Su family." Old Master Su trembled as he rose, gazing at the words that seemed to bleed with sorrow. He froze momentarily. The text was a Buddhist scripture written in blood, showcasing fervent devotion, along with the phrase, "I wish to exchange 30 years of my life for the peace and stability of Beizhao, and for your Majesty's health and longevity." In the corner, the signatures of all Su family descendants were affixed, each with a unique handwriting and blood seal. "The entire Su family is of exemplary character." The emperor nodded. Old Master Su's heart quivered. Only Su Shiyun could recognize the handwriting of every family member, yet she had never boasted of this talent. Su Shiyun's palms were slick with cold sweat. Thankfully, she had not revealed her ability to replicate the family's handwriting even to Lu Yuanjia. Had she not replaced the puppet in advance, it was likely the Su family would have met with a bloody end today. "Though I am but a woman, I have been taught by my parents from a young age, the children of the Su family take it as their duty to serve the court. Our entire family holds this belief. I dwell in the inner chambers, able only to pray daily for blessings upon your Majesty. I hope I do not bring laughter upon your Majesty." Su Shi bowed her head. The emperor laughed heartily. "Lady Su, you have raised a fine daughter and exemplary descendants. The entire Su family is remarkable." He then assisted Su Yiting to his feet. Su Yiting was the eldest son of the Su family, Su Shiyun's elder brother. "I have wronged you, Lady Su." The emperor appeared to be in high spirits. Previously, he had regarded the Su family with some caution due to their elevated status, yet now that apprehension seemed to dissipate. He patted Su Yiting on the shoulder. "The Su family has been unwaveringly loyal to Beizhao, a truth witnessed by heaven and earth. Come forth, grant Lady Su the position of Minister of the Board of Rights, effective immediately." Su Yiting's expression was cold and solemn. He knelt deeply, declaring, "I shall not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." "Excellent." The emperor's face radiated delight. "Though the Su family is a household of women, their hearts are devoted to Beizhao. Thus, I grant them the title of third-rank lady." Draft. The decree of the emperor was greatly comforted by the plea for peace and health in exchange for 30 years of life. Outside, little Zhao Zhao, eavesdropping, chuckled, "Ha, the scoundrel father has muddled through 36 years, relying only on the remnants of his ancestors to attain a 4th-rank title. My mother has been elevated to 3rd rank. This will surely infuriate the scoundrel father." Inside the imperial study, Su Yiting's eyes were filled with rare confusion. Had he begun to hallucinate? Chapter 14. Embracing the golden thigh. The Su family exited the imperial study. Su Shiyun bit her lip fiercely, restraining herself from breaking into tears. "Father, elder brother, you have suffered greatly." With reddened eyes, she could hardly bear to meet her father and brother's gaze. 18 years, she had turned her back on her maternal family. For 18 long years, Su Yiting had not wept for the injustice he faced, nor for the family's imprisonment, but at this moment, seeing his sister with her head hung low calling for him, he nearly shed tears. He raised a hand, his voice hoarse. "Do not cry, you have just emerged from confinement, and tears will only strain your eyes." They found a secluded spot and refrained from mentioning the Su family's wrongful accusations. "Is this little one Zhao Zhao?" Su Yiting had secretly climbed the wall to see her and found her truly enchanting. This was the daughter he had envisioned. Su Shi quickly wiped away her tears. "Yes, father, elder brother, this is Zhao Zhao. She is 40 days old, still a mere infant," he noted. "Grandfather, uncle," the baby's slightly childish voice erupted in their ears, causing their grandfather to stumble slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Indeed, he was aging. He had begun to experience auditory hallucinations. Su Laute, once the imperial tutor, held a prestigious position in court and had long since retired to enjoy his old age. Now, the Su family relied on Su Yiting's presence in the court. At 40, he had ascended to the position of a 2nd-rank official, becoming a coveted figure in the capital. Initially, he had thought he would have to risk his life to preserve the Su family, but unexpectedly, he had soared to new heights, achieving the rank of 2nd-rank official. At this moment, both men were fixated on the swaddled infant. Little Lu Zhaozhao was exceedingly accommodating, grinning widely to reveal her toothless gums. "The destined outcome: grandfather will perish in the imperial study, and uncle will bear the family's blame, executed publicly. How wonderful, grandfather is alive, and uncle is alive. Uncle has even been promoted." The two men's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The old master intended to express his resolve through sacrifice, yet he had not confided in anyone. Su Yiting planned to shoulder the blame alone, also keeping it a secret. Their gazes fell upon the infant. "It is a pity that my grandmother is nearing death. She is already frail and has been worn down in prison, living in constant fear. She may not endure much longer. Su-Shur suddenly jolted. Before she could speak, her father and brother said, "Your mother and the elders of the clan are still imprisoned. I will first bring them out, sister. I will visit tomorrow. Today, the princess wishes to see Chaochao, so I shall not accompany my brother to fetch our mother." Su-Shur wiped her tears, feeling how foolish it was to sever ties with Lu Yuanjia and her maternal family. "I brought a doctor with me. You should take him along." Su Yiding gazed deeply at her, sensing that his sister had come prepared today, yet there was no time for further inquiries. Glancing at Chaochao, he hurriedly left with their elderly father. Su-Shur found a young eunuch, offered him some silver, and sought a place to tidy herself up before heading to Kuan-Ning Palace with her nurse. While still in her boudoir, she had developed a rapport with the princess, so she was somewhat familiar in Kuan-Ning Palace. "Madam Su, I hope you can persuade the princess a little more," the nurse sighed. "She has been married to the prince for over a decade and still has no children. Let the prince take a concubine or a secondary wife, so they can have children to care for." Even as a princess, being childless was a source of torment. Little Chaochao recalled the gentle woman from her full moon celebration. Indeed, her life was marked by the absence of children. Su-Shur remained silent, knowing well how much the princess longed for her own child. Upon entering the hall, the princess's sobs had finally subsided. "Quickly bring the child here. She has been on my mind for 3 days since her return. I must see how beautiful this girl is." As soon as Su-Shur bowed, the Empress Dowager spoke, granting her a seat. Noticing the princess's heavy weeping, the Empress Dowager sought to change the subject. However, when Lu Chaochao was brought forth, she was momentarily stunned. "This child has a red mark on her brow. Has she been painted?" She gently touched the red spot on Chaochao's forehead. Su-Shur completed her bow and, with a faint smile, replied to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, this child, just a month old, cannot possibly have makeup. This mark is a birthmark, and I too was quite astonished upon seeing it. The mark on her brow gives her a somewhat tragic air. She is truly a remarkable child," the Empress Dowager remarked, unable to resist removing her long fingernails to reach out to Lu Chaochao. The little chubby one, healthy and round, was dressed in festive attire, making one's heart flutter with delight. Lu Chaochao waved her tiny hands and lunged toward her. "Careful, Your Majesty." Su-Shur gasped at her sudden movement. The little one was no lightweight. The Empress Dowager, caught off guard by the milky scent, was met with a hearty peck on her cheek from the child. Su-Shur's complexion changed drastically, and she fell to her knees with a thud. "I just kissed the most noble woman in the world, moi." Su-Shur nearly fainted. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily. Elderly individuals often cherish the affection of children. There was a common belief that if a child cried upon seeing an elder, misfortune would befall the elder, while if the child expressed joy, it signified the elder. The Empress Dowager, known for her authority, was typically met with trepidation, but the arrival of Lu Chaochao brought her uncontainable joy. "It is of no consequence, I am unharmed." Even the princess momentarily forgot her sorrow, raising her swollen eyes to gaze upon them. "This is indeed the daughter of my dreams." Chaochao embodied all the fantasies the princess had harbored. How could she bring herself to give the prince a concubine? How could she bear the thought of raising another's child? That would be akin to carving her flesh. The princess felt tears welling up again. "Do not worry. Should you bear a child, you can rear it as your own, just as if it were born of your own flesh. I know you and the prince share a deep bond, yet how many years can he wait for you to bear a child?" In recent years, the prince had grown increasingly impatient, leading to several quarrels with the princess. Little Chaochao nestled in the Empress Dowager's embrace, her eyes rolling curiously toward the princess. The princess, her spirit waning, sorrowfully asked, "Do you also believe that I cannot bear children?" She looked at Chaochao, murmuring her question. Perhaps her mother was right. The prince had granted her over a decade of opportunity. The tender voice rang out as she gazed at the princess, her mouth eagerly calling out without pause. "Give birth. It is so simple to have children. I shall bestow you one when we return. Do you desire a boy or a girl?" She pouted, as if unable to stop her chatter. Su-Shur's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Her daughter, capable of wielding thunderous fury when angered, could also grant children. She wished to intervene, but the princess asked, "Do you think I cannot bear children?" As soon as the words left her lips, the little one, with great effort, placed her hands on her hips, her flushed face expressing defiance, and sprayed saliva at her. Her tongue rolled around incessantly, and saliva flew out. The princess was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Do you believe your aunt can bear children?" She had lost her mind, asking a mere 2-month-old child. What astonished her even more was the scene that unfolded next. The little infant ceased her drooling, broke into a wide grin, and clapped her chubby hands excitedly, the sound echoing like applause. The princess, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Mother, Chaochao says I can bear children. Just give me 3 more months. If after 3 months I am still not pregnant, then I shall allow him to take a concubine. Everything shall be at my mother's discretion." The princess firmly resolved, kneeling at the Empress Dowager's feet. She understood that this time, her mother-in-law had sought the Empress Dowager's grace on her behalf. This was her final opportunity. Chapter 15. Morning grace bestowed. The Empress Dowager stared blankly at her. The conversation between the two was remarkably smooth, leaving her utterly perplexed as to how she managed to communicate with a 2-month-old infant. Yet, witnessing her usually spoiled daughter reduced to such humility, she could only nod in acquiescence. "As you wish. In 3 months, there shall be no excuses." The princess long wiped away a tear and rose from the ground. Chaochao, you truly are the apple of my eye. Yun Yang, you have given birth to a wonderful daughter. The princess Long gazed longingly, for she was indeed the child of her dreams. Give birth, bless me with 10 or 8. The little one waved her chubby hand. Su Shi's eyelids twitched, hurriedly taking her daughter back. Your Highness, Chaochao is still just a child, she understands nothing, this cannot be taken seriously. The Princess Long had been married for over a decade. If she did not become pregnant within 3 months, what would become of Chaochao? The Princess Long pressed her lips together and smiled, rest assured, I understand. Su Shi, deeply concerned for her daughter, sensed that this time she inexplicably trusted Chaochao. Prepare the meal. The Empress Dowager intended to keep Su Shi in the palace to dine and spend more time with her eldest daughter. The palace banquet was elaborate and filled with numerous protocols, yet the delicacies from the imperial kitchen were undeniably delicious. The wet nurse cradled Lu Chaochao, who, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, brightened with delight in her dark eyes. Meat. Meat, I want to eat meat, give me a piece, let me have a taste. Little Chaochao opened her mouth, her tender voice incessantly calling out. If not, just let me lick the plate. Su Shi was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Quickly bring her to my side. The Princess Long instructed the wet nurse to hand the child over to her. Are you feeling greedy? You haven't even grown teeth yet, wait until your 100th day before I let you taste some meat. The more the Princess Long looked at her, the fonder she became. She truly was a treasure close to her heart. Why could she not have designated the birth of such a child? The Princess Long, rarely seen cradling her with one hand while holding chopsticks with the other, disregarded royal etiquette. She lifted the silver chopsticks, poised to place a bite into her mouth, when suddenly the short, pudgy little paw shot out from her bosom, swiftly grasping the chopsticks. It seized the piece of tender meat and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Su Shi broke into a cold sweat, rushing forward to grasp her hand. Quick, someone come. Su Shi had been attentive since she heard her thoughts, nearly allowing her to succeed. At not even 2 months old, with no teeth, what would happen if she choked? The Empress Dowager was left in a state of shock. Oh dear, this little one is remarkably quick. I didn't even have time to react. Although the Princess Long had never raised a child, she possessed common sense, her forehead glistening with sweat from the fright. The 2 women feared for her safety and had to gently pry open her small fist to retrieve the meat within. Lu Chaochao, teary-eyed, cried out, Meat, my meat, in Su Shi's mind. Su Shi felt a mix of anger and amusement. When you grow teeth, I will make you meat to eat every day. Now, let go, you cannot have this. With coaxing and deception, she finally managed to extract the food from her hand. However, the remnants of grease were fiercely guarded, her tiny fist tightly clenched. Occasionally, she would sneak bites into her mouth, her delicate, fair face radiating satisfaction. Lu Chaochao sighed softly, experiencing a second life. Aside from retaining her strength, her temperament and thoughts were gradually transforming into those of a child. This was the binding of the heavenly path. Slurping, she savored the remnants, delicious. The fastest hands in the world belong to infants. This saying is indeed true. The Princess Long was taken aback. She had not anticipated such swiftness. To prevent her from grasping the bowl, she had to hold Lu Chaochao at a distance, waiting for Su Shi to finish her meal before taking her out of the palace. This child is delightful. Being her first time in the palace, I must bestow some gifts. The Empress Dowager waved her hand generously, granting numerous jewels and adornments. The little one as favored was a golden apple, symbolizing peace and health, which she clutched tightly. The Princess Long intended to subtly remind the loyal and courageous Marquis, bestowing upon him a large luminous pearl. Yun Yang, I have heard the Marquis originally procured 18 luminous pearls. She paused, knowing how much her friend adored the loyal and courageous Marquis, almost to the point of losing herself, regarding him as her lifeline. Yet, only 1 pearl has reached Chaochao's hands. She did not elaborate further, knowing her friend disliked hearing negative remarks about the Marquis. She could only hint at it. Su Shi bowed her head in silence. The Princess Long sighed. On their way out of the palace, I've struck gold, is this gold real? Little Chaochao clutched the golden apple tightly, her mouth dripping with saliva. Su Shi inhaled sharply, wondering how she had given birth to a little money grubber. Little did she know, the poorest in the realm of cultivation were sword cultivators. Lu Chaochao was still a sword cultivator ancestor. In this lifetime, she had never possessed wealth. Let us return home and see how mother is doing. Su Shi instructed, immediately sending someone to inquire. By the time Su Shi returned to the loyal and courageous Marquis's residence, the lanterns had already been lit. As soon as she entered, Lu Yuanzi rushed out, his expression glistening with sweat, and unusual urgency in his demeanor. Yun Yang, how did your father's family get released from prison? Upon speaking, he seemed to realize his tone was off and quickly added, Yun Yang, this afternoon I collaborated with several ministers to plead on behalf of your father. The petition has yet to be submitted. How is it that your father has returned home? He clutched the petition tightly, visibly anxious. Su Shi furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat fatigued. The emperor has misunderstood the Su family, promoting my elder brother. A smile lingered in her eyes, and upon closer inspection, Lu Yuanzi's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain. I do not know who reported it, but under the crooked old willow tree of the Su family, there were witchcraft artifacts. What witchcraft? There is only the Su family's patriotic spirit. What lies buried within? Su Shi teased, leaving him hanging. Lu Yuanzi's heart raced. What is buried? His tone turned cold. Buried within is the Su family's unwavering loyalty to the court. After Su Shi finished speaking, a maid behind them chimed in. We ought to thank the informant. Otherwise, how would the Su family have such fortune? The eldest master has been promoted to the second rank, which is even faster than the old masteress advancement. The Su family is about to rise once more. Zhu Xia cast a glance at the loyal and courageous marquis. The marquis's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, struggling to contain the sudden shock. This is truly a stroke of good fortune. He inhaled deeply. And it does not end there. Our lady has received the emperor's commendation, granted a third-grade title. Tomorrow morning, the decree shall be issued. Ying Shui held her head high. Her lady had been renowned in the capital during her youth. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's constant suppression, she would not have become a mere vine. This time, Lu Yuan's eyes turned red. The marquis must be active in the court, and Yun Yang cannot lag behind. He is jealous, he is jealous. Her father outranks him, even her wife's rank surpasses his. Ha ha ha, he is green with envy. Lu Zhaozhao laughed heartily within her mind. The good-for-nothing man who lives off others deserved it. Chapter 16. The malicious sister-in-law Lu Yuanjia possesses an exceptionally strong sense of pride. In the past, when he sought to marry the legitimate daughter of the Su family, he was met with snickers from those around him. The Su family, having reached the pinnacle of official rank, boasts several brothers who are truly exceptional individuals, and they dote upon their only daughter, Su Shiyun, with utmost affection. She is the epitome of a highborn lady. In contrast, after the passing of the old marquis, the marquisate of Zhongyang became but a hollow shell. Moreover, due to Lu Yuanjia's frail constitution, he had devoted himself to literary pursuits since childhood, making his ambitions even more arduous. To seek the hand of a daughter from the Su family was indeed a delusion, yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Shiyun was captivated by his handsome visage and insisted on marrying no one else. After their marriage, upon discovering Lu Yuanjia's embarrassment and inferiority in the presence of her father and brothers, she severed ties with her family for the sake of his pride. At present, she holds the esteemed title of a third-rank noble lady, surpassing Lu Yuanjia's rank by a notch. Although there is no direct comparison between titles and positions, she cannot help but feel a secret satisfaction within. Yun Yang possesses a pure and virtuous nature, deserving of her noble title. Alas, I am of little worth, unable to secure a title for her. Lu Yuanjia exhaled a heavy sigh. In the past, his father had sought a noble title for his mother, but the emperor had denied the request. Now, he feels as though he has received a resounding slap in the face. Su Shiyun merely smiled without uttering a word. Had it been in the past, she would have likely belittled herself to the ground in an effort to please him. My parents have been released from prison, and my elder brother has been promoted. I wish to return to the estate tomorrow, she said, her smile faint yet sincere, longing to return home. Lu Yuanjia responded with a gentle acknowledgement. It is indeed appropriate to go and offer your congratulations. The scoundrel father is furious. He tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice instead. And he brought a great opportunity to the Su family. He deserves it, ha ha ha. The little one continued to grumble, which eased some of the pent-up frustration within Su Shiyun. Not long after Su Shiyun returned to the estate, Lu Wani personally delivered the authority of the steward to her. Sister-in-law, you have finally returned. This authority of the steward was not something I fought for. It was forcibly given to me by my elder brother, she explained, flustered, and with tears in her eyes. Su Shiyun genuinely cherished her. When she entered the household, Lu Wani was merely 2 years old. At that time, the old master was in poor health, and the old matriarch waited on him through the night. Lu Wani would sleep in Su Shiyun's room, and she had taken care of her day by day. How could I blame you? We are as close as mother and daughter. I know your character well, Su Shiyun reassured her, noticing Lu Wani's cold hands, and she went to fetch a cup of tea to warm her. It was Lu Wani's favorite pre-rain Longjing tea. Lu Wani huffed. Elder brother unjustly blames sister-in-law. I will settle the score with him later. If he dares to bully you, I will disown him as my elder brother. Her indignant expression warmed Su Shiyun's heart. It seems that Lu Wani is perhaps the only one in the Lu family who truly cares for her. Does your elder brother truly hold feelings for me? Su Shiyun momentarily lost her train of thought, murmuring to herself. Lu Wani paused, then affectionately took Su Shiyun's hand. Sister-in-law, although my elder brother can be quite reckless, his feelings for you are genuine. He knelt at the Su family's gate for 3 days and nights just to marry you, his treasured darling. Look at how, after all these years, he has not had a single flirtation by his side. The entire capital knows of his infatuation. If he were to act recklessly, I would be the first to oppose it. I am your little cotton-padded jacket, and I will keep you informed. No small fry out there shall enter. Lu Wani chuckled, leaning affectionately against Su Shiyun's shoulder. Su Shiyun felt a warmth envelop her heart. At that moment, Lu Zhaozhao awoke, smacking her lips. Little cotton-padded jacket, no way. I am my mother's forever windproof little cotton-padded jacket. She is windproof, she is windproof. My mother did not return to the old residence a month before giving birth. She went to take care of the concubine during her confinement. No one can steal my position as the little cotton-padded jacket. Poof. Just wait until I can speak, and I will scold you thoroughly. Su Shiyun's grip on Lu Wani gradually stiffened, her fingertips trembled lightly. What is the matter, sister-in-law? Lu Wani asked with a smile, looking up at her with a naive expression. The old matriarch had given birth to her when she was already advanced in years, a late-in-life daughter. Because of the matriarch's age, Su Shiyun had raised her, pouring in more love and care than she would for her own biological children. Sister-in-law, regarding the recent top scholar, Lu Wani's cheeks flushed, hinting at her shyness. She bit her lower lip lightly. At 19 years of age, she could no longer delay. Sister-in-law, you mentioned last time that you would help me inquire. The top scholar had paraded through the streets on horseback, and she had taken a liking to him upon seeing him, clearly smitten. Had she not heard Lu Xiaoxiao's heartfelt thoughts, Su Shiyun would have readily agreed without hesitation, but now, Su Shiyun gently stroked her hair. When I entered the household in my wedding gown, you had just learned to walk, stumbling toward me to wrap your arms around my leg, calling me mother. That scene is forever etched in my memory. My affection for you surpasses that of several brothers combined. Lu Wani's brows furrowed momentarily, as though she could not bear to meet Su Shiyun's gaze, her eyes slightly averted. I was young back then and caused quite a commotion, but thankfully, sister-in-law treated me as if I were your own daughter. All her manners had been taught by Su Shiyun looked deeply into her eyes. I will inquire on your behalf about the top scholar, but I am still your sister-in-law. Such matters must ultimately be decided by your mother. Lu Wani pressed her lips together, reluctantly conceding. In the past, Su Shiyun would have taken it upon herself to gather portraits of all the eligible young men in the capital, along with their family backgrounds and virtues, and present them to her for selection. The Su family's influence in the capital is evident. Had Su Shiyun been the one to arrange the marriage, Lu Wani's prospects would have soared, but now, she has left it to her mother. Since her mother hails from the countryside and lacks connections, what suitable match could she possibly find? Once Lu Wani departed, Su Shiyun's expression darkened abruptly. Madam, did you not mention before that the disciples of the old tutor possess considerable talent, and you intended to introduce one to Miss Wani? Deng Ji had just finished preparing the gifts for the next day. Please investigate whether he returned to the Qingxi old residence in February. Qingxi is 3 days' journey from the capital. There must be some trace to uncover. Deng Ji paused for a moment before agreeing. During dinner, Lu Yuanxiao returned from the academy, looking weary, as though he had shed all rebelliousness. Mother, I have come to accompany you for dinner. Lu Yuanxiao forced a smile, attempting to make up for lost time in his studies, but the gap between aspiration and reality weighed heavily upon him. Today, he struggled greatly in learning. Yuanxiao has become quite sensible. Deng Ji mused, believing that with the third young master accompanying her, the madam would feel somewhat better. I wonder when your second brother will return. Su Shiyun sighed. Second brother has gone out to study. He will certainly return before the year ends, Yuanxiao replied softly. After finishing their meal, Lu Yuanxiao announced, I am going to see my sister, and promptly slipped into the adjoining room. The bond between the siblings is indeed quite strong, Deng Ji chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Little Xiaochao raised her eyes and happened to catch sight of her unfortunate third brother. Chapter 17. Returning to one's parental home. Third brother, with a pained expression, was sprawled on her bed. Wu, sister, I am utterly exhausted. Studying is so incredibly tiring. I feel so distressed, though I have never studied. How difficult can it be? Lu Chaochao blew bubbles. Lu Yuanxiao, feeling indignant, retorted, Sister, you are still young and have not faced true hardships. Studying can be exceedingly arduous. It is the most challenging task in the world. Let me recite a few lines for you, and I assure you, you'll be lulled to sleep. Lu Yuanxiao said mischievously. He pulled out a book of 3-character classics, having studied for 3 years, and yet he had not finished it. Sitting cross-legged in front of the cradle, he whispered, the greatest suffering in the world is studying. In the beginning, human nature is good. People are similar by nature, but differ by habit. The little chubby boy stumbled through a few lines before reading directly from the book. Parents are affectionate, husbands and wives are harmonious. The 12 branches, from Z to high. The little chubby boy scratched his head. Just as he put down the book, he heard a small voice in his mind chattering away. In the beginning, human nature is good. Parents are affectionate, husbands and wives are harmonious. The little one spoke with an infantile lisp, even managing to recite the 3 stammered parts. With a thud, Lu Yuanxiao's 3-character classics fell to the floor. He stared in shock at the baby in the cradle. Isn't this something one can learn simply by having a brain? My third brother is truly foolish. Forget it, when I grow up, I will take care of him. Having a good luck charm is quite nice too. Lu Chaochao sighed softly. Can it really be learned just by having a brain? Lu Yuanxiao, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched the book and burst out crying as he fled the room. He was too traumatized, too wounded. He was being outdone by a sister who was nearly 2 months old. Madame Su furrowed her brows in confusion. Go see what's wrong with Yuanxiao. He was just fine a moment ago. Why was he suddenly in such a state of despair, as if the entire world had collapsed? He had never been this distraught even when caught gambling. Lu Chaochao, feeling entirely speechless, thought her third brother was as foolish as a pig and utterly unpredictable. A man's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. I shall not fish for needles in the future. I desire the entire ocean. Lu Chaochao, in a daze, soon fell into a deep slumber. That night, Lu Chaochao lay sprawled on her small bed, revealing her fair, round little belly. Under the yellowed oil lamp, Madame Su adjusted the embroidered quilt for her. However, Lu Chaochao, as if caught between wakefulness and dreams, was drawn into a vision. In this dream, everything was a hazy white, and she felt summoned by some force. Someone was praying for her. I vow to be a lifelong vegetarian, dedicating my life to serving Chaochao, only asking that Chaochao grant me 1 son and 1 daughter. If they could resemble Chaochao even a little, that would be even better. The Grand Princess prayed in her dream. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to see Lu Chaochao before her. Chaochao? The Grand Princess was momentarily taken aback, having prayed for a child for over a decade, consulting countless physicians and worshipping myriad deities. This was her first dream of Chaochao. Unexpectedly, the Chaochao in her dream spoke. Do you want children? A boy, a girl, or perhaps both? The little one's voice was even softer and sweeter than she had imagined, resonating deeply within her heart. Whatever you wish, I do not discriminate. She dared not be choosy. Any child would bring her immense joy. Chaochao extended her hands, and a radiant light of merit flowed from the Grand Princess. You have done good deeds throughout your life. Thus, you deserve this auspicious child, and I grant you a pair of twins. After drawing forth the light of merit, a beam of brilliance shot into the Grand Princess's abdomen, and Lu Chaochao's form dissipated into the dream. At this moment in the princess's residence, Chaochao, the Grand Princess jolted awake from her slumber, beads of sweat adorned her brow, her heart swirling in uncertainty. The prince consort, awakened by her sudden movement, noticed the warm glow in the room as a maid lit the lamps. Did you have a nightmare? The prince consort, married for 14 years, had shared a deep affection with her. Had it not been for their lack of offspring, they would have been a perfect couple. You spoke fondly of Chaochao by day, why do you call her name in your dreams? The prince consort was aware of her fondness for Chaochao but was surprised by the depth of her affection. The Grand Princess raised her hand to touch her abdomen. At that moment, she felt a warm sensation within her, as if a flame were kindling. She wrapped her arms around the prince consort's neck, turning over to face him, their breaths intertwining as she murmured, My love, today I shall surely conceive a child. By the light of the oil lamp, the Grand Princess's face flushed, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable belief. The prince consort felt a warmth in his heart, filled with both tenderness and excitement. The maid quietly withdrew, leaving the couple married for 14 years, awake throughout the night. The following morning, when Lu Chaochao awoke, she was already dressed and seated in a carriage. Madam, do not worry. The master and mistress will not blame you, she cherishes you the most, Deng Ji softly reassured her, noticing her anxiety. Madame Su bit her lip in silence, having been married for over a decade without returning, how confused she felt. He sent word this morning, stating he will be back before lunch, Deng Ji whispered. Madame Su's expression remained impassive, but the pain in her heart was known only to her. As soon as she appeared, the doorman of the Su residence shouted, The miss has returned. The miss is home. The doorman rushed in, calling out loudly. Madame Su walked through the entrance. After over a decade of marriage, the residence still bore the semblance of her memories. The maids in the household greeted her with deep bows. Greetings, Miss Yun. This was the name she was called during her days in the boudoir. Everyone affectionately addressed her as Miss Yun. Bang, bang, bang. Just as she passed through the flower-laden gate, she noticed fireworks being set off outside. These fireworks have been prepared daily, to be set off whenever she comes home. The matron hurried over, tears streaming down her face upon seeing her. The old madam and several sisters are waiting for you. The matron personally lifted Lu Chaochao into her arms, surprised by the child's exquisite appearance. In the heat of June, the weather was somewhat warm. Lu Chaochao, with arms resembling lotus stems, giggled joyfully, endearing herself to all who beheld her. Thank you, Matron Wang. With a creak, the heavy door swung open. The old madam, having spent several days in confinement, strained to raise her weary head to peer outside. The moment Madame Su's gaze met her mother's, tears streamed down like rain. Trembling, she stepped inside, kneeling before the hall, crying out, Mother, your daughter has come back to see you, before choking on her words. You heartless girl, you nearly gave your mother a heart attack. The old madam, typically composed and dignified, was now gently, she patted Madame Su, weeping, Why have you not come back to see me? I only stopped you at your wedding. Have you held that against me for over a decade? How could I ever harm you? I have waited so long for you that my hair has turned gray. The old madam's gentle slaps upon her daughter's back were tender and light. Mother, please do not cry. It is a joyous occasion that my sister has returned, there is no need for tears. Su Yiting's wife, the eldest sister-in-law, approached with reddened eyes to help the old madam up. The old madam, her hair streaked with gray, had nearly fainted from crying multiple times, and Madame Su felt as if her heart were being sliced. Chapter 18 Uncle hears the heart's voice. My daughter has been unfilial. She realizes her mistakes. Su Shi lamented, kneeling before the ancestral hall, her heart heavy with regret. The three sisters-in-law of the Su family urged her in unison, Yun Yang, please rise, your mother dotes on you most. She thinks of you every day. Your favorite red bean cake and ginseng chicken soup have been prepared daily for 17 years since your marriage, just so you can enjoy them whenever you return home. The second sister-in-law, Li Shi, brought forth the ginseng soup, a bowl that had been set aside for 17 long years. The third sister-in-law playfully poked her forehead with a finger, saying, Oh, you mustn't throw tantrums any longer. We came to the Lu family to bring you honor, yet you drove us away. The third sister-in-law, of the same age as Su Shi, was 33 this year, her demeanor cool and aloof, resembling a proud snow lotus. In the second year after Su Shi's marriage, her sisters-in-law had come to visit. However, the once vibrant and sunny daughter of the Su family had shrunk into a timid shadow after just 1 year in the Lu household. Whenever her mother-in-law glared, she would shrink back, afraid to retort. The dignified daughter of the Su family was reduced to washing her mother-in-law's feet with basin water. The three sisters-in-law, incensed, confronted the Lu family, but Su Shi sided with her in-laws, leading to their expulsion. From then on, they had lost all contact. Although she resided in the capital, Su Shi unilaterally severed ties with them. It is Yun Yang's fault, she has wasted the sisters' kindness. Yun Yang acknowledges her mistakes. With utmost seriousness, she bowed her head to her sisters-in-law, startling them. This little sister-in-law had once been the heart and soul of the Su family. When the men of the Su family returned to the residence, it was a scene of festive commotion. The elderly matriarch, upon waking, seized Su Shi's hand, her spirit rejuvenated, radiating vitality once more. The Su family had no custom of separating seating. The entire family gathered around the large round table, lively and cheerful. Unfortunately, several children from the clan were absent, having gone to school. Years ago, he knelt before the door for 3 days, and you fasted at home for 3 days, all for the sake of marrying him. Fortunately, he has treated you well. These many years, there has never been a concubine, the elderly matriarch remarked, patting her youngest daughter's hand. Su Shi stiffened at the words, biting her lip, glancing at the lady, understanding her desire to shield the family from worry. The room was filled with laughter and merriment, yet Lu Chaochao could not cease her murmurs. Fraud, fraud, my father is a fraud, boo-hoo, my mother has been deceived by him. My father keeps a mistress. Her son is 17, the same age as my elder brother. My sister was born on the same day as I, and he will cause the Su family to meet a tragic end. Boo-hoo, a loud clatter echoed as someone dropped their chopsticks. Grandfather died in the imperial study. Elder uncle bore the blame for sorcery, executed publicly. In the torrential reigns of Lin Luo, the second uncle went out to provide disaster relief but was wrongfully accused, leading to devastation and loss of life. The victims tore him apart. The third uncle was falsely accused of treason and perished in a foreign land. The third aunt, kneeling with each step, endured humiliation to retrieve the third uncle's body, only to embrace it and perish in the flames, taking their unborn child with her. Alas, Su Sanyi suddenly coughed violently, his hands trembling as he gripped his chopsticks. Beside him sat a woman of cool and proud demeanor, Lu Chaochao's third aunt, his wife. In her youth, she had been willful and headstrong, insisting on marrying Su Sanyi, who had remained indifferent towards her throughout their marriage. She had thought she must endure such a life forever, unaware that Su Sanyi's hands shook as he absorbed the words of humiliation and the tragic fate of the third aunt, whose belly held a child. What is the matter? Sin Shi inquired, her expression calm. Having endured Su Sanyi's coldness for over a decade, he now regarded her with nothing but disdain. Su Sanyi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. His voice trembled as he unconsciously lowered it, tinged with gentleness. It is nothing. I merely choked. Sin Shi paused, silently pouring him a glass of water, and said no more. The three uncles of the Su family directed their gazes towards Lu Chaochao. The Su family suffered a massacre? Lu Yuanzi kept a mistress. The three uncles exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Su Yiding said nothing, merely shaking his head slightly, his fists clenched throughout. After dinner, without a moment's pause, the brothers proceeded to the study of the elderly tutor. Have you heard Chaochao's heart's voice? Did you hear Chaochao's heart's voice? Su Eryi and Su Sanyi asked in unison. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the elderly tutor. Su Yiding exhaled a breath of anxiety. I fear it is only we who have heard it. Whether it is true or not remains uncertain, Su Sanyi murmured softly. The visage of his wife flashed before him, a sharp pain piercing his heart. Su Yiding's gaze deepened. No one understood better than he that this matter was indeed true. He wished to take the blame upon himself. It must not be leaked. Chaochao may be unlike others, the elderly tutor mused, stroking his beard. He speculated that perhaps only direct blood relatives could hear it, bound by blood. He swore an oath to heaven to marry Yin Yang. If he has wronged Yin Yang, I will ensure he suffers endlessly. Su Yiding's eyes brimmed with fury as the brothers engaged in a lengthy discussion until evening fell, when Lu Yuanzi finally made his delayed entrance. Based on his years of familiarity with Su Shi, he believed she would have prepared an excuse. She always found ways to absolve herself. However, upon arrival, he was met with disappointment. Son-in-law, you are busy with important matters. The Su family hardly warrants your visit, the elderly tutor expressed, unusually irate. After 18 years of marriage, his Yin Yang had not dared to return home. Lu Yuanzi maintained a respectful demeanor. Father, since marrying, Yin Yang has forbidden me from visiting. It is the unfilial conduct of the son-in-law. He knelt at the entrance, bowing deeply in apology. Lu Yuanzi felt humiliated, his displeasure evident, yet Su Shi did not come to his defense. Lu Chaochao was immensely cherished within the Su family, having 5 elder brothers from her 2 uncles. Only Su Sanyi remained childless. Thus, Lu Chaochao was the sole daughter. The sisters-in-law embraced her affectionately, and Lu Chaochao delighted in the warm atmosphere of the Su household. If only my parents would divorce, kicking out that scoundrel father, how wonderful it would be, the little girl sighed wistfully in her heart. Yet she also understood that Su Shi had been manipulated for nearly 20 years, everything required the right timing. Still needing to break her mother's last straw upon hearing her daughter's words, Su Shi's expression darkened. Divorce, how easy it was to say, what of her 3 sons? Before curfew, Lu Yuanzi, suppressing his anger, took Su Shi back to their residence. As soon as they boarded the carriage, his expression suddenly soured. Yun Yang, did we not agree to refrain from returning to the Su family for the time being? On their wedding night, he had revealed his swollen knees from kneeling for 3 days and nights, expressing his awareness of the Su family's disdain for him, which had burdened his heart. He had coaxed Su Shi to gradually sever ties with her family. Mother, he is going to brainwash you again. Lu Chaochao shouted in anger, and at this moment, Chapter 19. A descent into the fire pit. I have refrained from returning home for 17 years, all due to a single moment of inferiority for your sake. Father has grown old, and mother's hair has turned white. Lu Lang, I have done enough for you. Su Shi cradled Lu Zhaozhao, gently pinching her daughter's cheek. Moreover, Lu Lang, your promotion has not come easily. Why not seek assistance from your elder brother and father? They would surely aid you. Her words ignited a storm within Lu Yuanzi, his countenance darkening. He valued the connections from her family but was reluctant to humble himself. Su Shi had always had to coax him into accepting the Su family's assistance. Truly, it was a case of soft rice being consumed with hard efforts. A man of iron and bone should never beg for help. Besides, am I not striving to earn face for you? Lu Yuanzi suppressed his anger, grasping Yunnan's hand with a gaze filled with deep affection. Su Shi felt a sudden discomfort, instinctively withdrawing her hand. My father is the imperial tutor, my elder brother holds a second-rank position, and I myself possess a third-rank title. Lu Lang, I lack for nothing in terms of face. I genuinely wish for you not to endure excessive hardship. Su Shi's statement trampled upon Lu Yuanzi's pride. He trembled with indignation that he sensed that Su Shi had changed, yet her insistence on not wanting him to suffer seemed to remain unchanged. She still cared for him deeply, loving him to the core. Lu Yuanzi quelled his rising temper. Yunnan, I have matters to attend to in court and may need to procure some silver for arrangements. If there are any rare treasures, that would be even better. Su Shi's dowry was substantial, and over the years, she had contributed a considerable amount to support the Lu family. The Lu family's resources were woefully meager. Even the grand estate of the Lu family had been renovated after her marriage. Su Shi nodded, promptly handing him the key to the storeroom. This is the key to the Lu family's storeroom. After speaking, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. As for my private store, I shall refrain from giving you that. It is my dowry from my family, and using my family's possessions would only trouble your heart, Lu Lang. Lu Yuanzi's lips twitched, but ultimately, he said nothing. He desired access to Su Shi's private store, yet he wished for Su Shi to plead with him to accept it rather than asking for it himself. He found an excuse to leave, feeling increasingly restless. On her way back to the residence, Su Shi noticed someone carrying congratulatory gifts towards the Zhang family. The Zhang family's legitimate daughter is getting engaged. They are scattering sweets. Outside the Zhang family's entrance, there was a lavish display of candy. The crowd surged forward. Oh dear, is that the Zhang girl who was betrothed to the cripple from the Lu family? Someone exclaimed loudly. A maid emerged with a large basket, beaming as she announced, today, our young lady has secured a fine match, and in celebration, we offer red envelopes. With that, she tossed a handful of coins, prompting a chorus of congratulations from the crowd. The cripple from the Lu family is hardly worthy of the Zhang girl. Let her cancel the engagement. The crowd erupted in applause. Su Shi's eyes turned red with fury, her chest heaving with indignation. Zhang Yunjin, which young master have you engaged with? Su Shi ground her teeth in frustration. Even Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide in surprise. Deng Ji returned, her expression troubled and filled with rage. It is Lu Jinghuai, who just passed the scholar examination last month. And it was even the he intends to strip my son of his support. Her nails dug painfully into her flesh. He seeks to carve out my heart, to take away Yanshu's rightful wife and offer her to a concubine. This time, Su Shi was nearly consumed by hatred. He even had the audacity to personally mediate the match. No wonder he had recently been short on funds. Such an engagement surely required substantial gold and silver, along with various rare treasures. He truly was despicable, using his legitimate wife's dowry to support a concubine. Su Shi wiped away her tears. What of Lu Wanyi? Have you discovered anything about her return to Qingxi? Su Shi was seething with rage, her expression frigid. Deng Ji hesitated for a moment. Speak. I have not been able to ascertain her return to Qingxi. She has remained in the capital all along. Moreover, she has purchased many items needed for an infant. She even visited the goldsmith to acquire a set of gold bracelets and necklaces for a baby, as well as a peace lock. Deng Ji looked at her with concern. Madam, you are nearly forsaken by all. The entire Lu family is deceiving you. Su Shi was at a loss for tears, her heart aching to the point of numbness. The child who once clung to her leg had ultimately betrayed her. Mother, do not cry. Mother, Zhao Zhao loves you. Zhao Zhao will help you win. Zhao Zhao is truly capable. Zhao Zhao is exceptionally formidable, all right? Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, calling out to Su Shi with utmost seriousness. Su Shi pressed her cheek against Lu Xiaoxiao's small face, grateful that she still had Zhao Zhao. Mother, the newly appointed top scholar loves to beat his wife. There was a first wife in the countryside who was beaten to death by him. In your past life, you tried to dissuade Lu Wanyi, but she believed you were envious of her, and thus she harbored great resentment towards you. Later, she even marred your face. Whoa, little Zhao Zhao was deeply pained. Su Shi wished to hear more, but the words faded away, leaving only these few sentences in her memory. Upon returning to the residence, Lu Wanyi approached hesitantly. Sister-in-law, have you found out the truth? Lu Wanyi's face flushed red. She had taken a liking to the top scholar that day. Su Shi dismissed the servants and then inquired, Wanyi, have you developed feelings? Lu Wanyi shyly glanced at her sister-in-law. She stamped her foot in frustration. Su Shi, unseen by her, regarded her with indifference. I in the past life, I rescued you from the fire pit, yet you marred my face in return. Very well, then you shall marry into it this time. I have learned that this newly appointed top scholar was once engaged to a rustic and illiterate child bride. Lu Wanyi furrowed her brow lightly. But that child bride was unfortunate and passed away last year. There are rumors in the countryside that the top scholar has a bad temper and constantly scolds his child bride. Wanyi, you may have to endure hardships, perhaps it's best to reconsider? Your sister-in-law Wen Ti wants you to suffer. Su Shi appeared dissatisfied. There are plenty of young masters in the capital, you are bound to find a suitable match for Wan Yi. Luan Yi's eyes sparkled as she grasped Su Shi's hand, shaking it eagerly. Sister-in-law, dear sister-in-law, a man's temperament is merely a reflection of his masculinity. Moreover, the child bride lacked talent and family background, even being illiterate. If she couldn't win a man's heart, it was her own inadequacy. She deserved her fate. A man striking a woman is surely because she is erred. Wan Yi possessed the capability and confidence. Luan Yi raised her chin proudly. Her beauty was unmatched, far surpassing that of a child bride. A woman who cannot manage a man is never the man's fault. Luan Yi smiled at her, a deep smirk gracing her lips. Su Shi ground her teeth in frustration. It would be prudent to consider carefully, a man's talents and position should not come before his character. Su Shi deliberately opposed her. Regardless, I shall marry him. I will seek my mother. If you do not agree, I am certain mother will. Luan Yi was utterly satisfied with this outcome. She hastily exited the door, heading toward Desan Hall. Oh dear, plunging into the fire pit once more. Lu Xiaozhao gleefully exclaimed, drooling in excitement. Chapter 20 of the Crown Princess's pregnancy. As night descended, Miss Su was summoned to Desan Hall. The elderly matriarch wished for Miss Su to glean insights regarding the newly appointed top scholar, Gu Ling. Though the matriarch was the biological mother of Luan Yi, her age had rendered her frail. Presently, Miss Su held a third-rank title, which naturally elevated Luan Yi's standing. Miss Su candidly expressed her doubts about Gu Ling. Mother, despite Gu Ling's talent, he is unworthy of her. Wan Yi deserves far better. Daughter, should Wan Yi marry him, she will undoubtedly regret it. I have raised her with utmost care. Would I ever wish harm upon her? Miss Su's fervent objections echoed through the residence, drawing the attention of many. What does it matter if you raised her? Wan Yi is not your flesh and blood. You must be resentful about the rejection of Yin Shu's proposal and cannot bear to see her thrive. The two parted ways in discord. This incident swiftly became known throughout the household, which was precisely the result Ms. Su desired. She aimed to distance herself from the situation. The following day, the matriarch sent someone to inquire further. The matter proceeded smoothly. Gu Ling, lacking both power and influence, was fortunate to be betrothed to the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave marquis. By the end of the month, they exchanged wedding invitations and formalized the engagement. Wan Yi was already 19, approaching her 20th year. The marriage was set for 3 months hence. Although the arrangement appeared somewhat rushed, it reflected the urgency of the Lu family. The household was filled with laughter and joy, yet Miss Su's expression remained as cold as ice, leading everyone to believe she was dissatisfied with the engagement. Only Lu Xiaozhao was privy to the truth. Each night, her mother awoke from dreams filled with laughter. As spring turned to autumn, Lu Xiaozhao had grown 5 months old, shedding her thick outer garments for a delicate little dress. Her arms, resembling tender lotus stems, appeared soft and dainty, akin to a pillowy confection. A hint of rouge on her brow accentuated her ethereal beauty, casting her as a little fairy. Today is the Qixi festival. I long to see the lantern festival. I yearn to go outside. Zhao Zhao has never stepped beyond the threshold. Lu Xiaozhao listened to the voices of maidservants outside, her heart filled with longing. She realized she was gradually able to produce sounds, although her pronunciation remained imperfect. Now seated steadily, nurtured well in the womb, she could eat, sleep, and even manage to crawl a little. Madam, madam. The crown princess has sent word. She is expecting. Dengji rushed in, her face alight with joy. Miss Su abruptly sat up from her couch. Is it true? Upon hearing the news, she clasped her hands in gratitude. May the Bodhisattva bless us. May the Bodhisattva bless us. For so many years, Yu'er has provided food and clothing to the needy and performed countless good deeds. After 14 years of marriage, she is finally with child. Overwhelmed with joy, Ms. Su wept tears of happiness. Her father, the Grand Tutor, often took her to the palace, fostering a close bond with the crown princess since childhood. Quickly, send someone with congratulatory gifts. Have we sent word to the palace? Ms. Su inquired eagerly. Yes, the crown princess is just over 3 months along. We were the first to receive the news, with the palace being informed second. Deng Ji was also curious. It seemed the crown princess placed particular importance on Madame. Even regarding her pregnancy, she chose to inform the marquis's residence first. Miss Su paused, pondering. How long has she been pregnant? Counting carefully, today marks exactly 3 months. Deng Ji had even verified the timing. Ms. Su's gaze darted to Lu Xiaozhao, who was seated on the bed, engrossed in sucking her fingers. Ms. Su opened her mouth. 3 months prior, the crown princess had inquired about a child from Zhao Zhao. By the way, the princess also mentioned she wishes to send a grand gift to the little miss as a token of gratitude. Deng Ji asked curiously, why would the princess wish to send a grand gift to the little miss? Su's eyelids twitched. She felt an inexplicable urge to keep Zhao Zhao's reputation from becoming public, at least not at this moment. She lifted her gaze to the window, where the marquis's residence flourished with vibrant blossoms, radiating brilliance as always. Yet she had begun to be wary of the marquis's household. There is a certain connection between the crown princess and Zhao Zhao. This matter must not be made public. She recalled how her Zhao Zhao had nearly lost her life at birth. Deng Ji nodded in agreement. After a moment's reflection, Miss Su decided that since Yu'er had miraculously conceived, she ought to make a personal visit. At this moment, Lu Yuanxiao had just returned from school, as he came daily to recite his lessons by his sister's cradle. Yuan Shao, I must trouble you to watch over your sister today. She can crawl now, so be careful she doesn't fall from the bed. Mother may be delayed in returning. Knowing the bond between him and his sister, Ms. Su smiled warmly. Lu Yuanxiao's eyes brightened. Mother, you can rest assured. I will take great care of my sister. With a puffed chest, he declared, although I cannot recite as well as my sister, I am still her brother. Ha! This was the only source of confidence he had in front of her. Sighed. After 3 months of reciting lessons before his sister's cradle, he had grasped only half of it, while his sister had mastered it entirely. He could hardly imagine how formidable she would be once she entered school. He felt a peculiar sympathy for her future classmates. Chaochao, your third brother is here to see you again. Before he even entered the room, he could hear her murmuring. He glanced. All the maids were outside the door. Do you want to go outside to play? If you give your third brother a kiss, I will sneak you out. What do you say? Lu Yuanxiao grinned mischievously. The 8-year-old boy's smile resembled that of a cunning wolf. Brother, dear brother, please sneak me out. Lu Xiaoxiao felt stifled. Today was the Qixi festival, and she longed to see the lively couples. Ah, no, she wanted to see the young men and women. She stretched out her delicate white arm towards her brother. Lu Yuanxiao scooped her into his arms, feeling the weight of her soft, fragrant form. Goodness, it seems my third brother's strength has finally found its purpose. Lu Yuanxiao felt as though he was cradling a precious treasure. Muai Lu Xiaoxiao planted a kiss on her brother's cheek, leaving a trail of drool. Her brother's eyes sparkled with delight. Not enough, oh, you must coax me more. Lu Yuanxiao teased her playfully. Lu Xiaoxiao, sucking her fingers, wrinkled her little face, contemplating before reluctantly withdrawing her fingers, droplets of saliva trailing down as she offered them to her brother. Here, I caught some meat in a bowl at noon, so I'll share a bit with you. She gazed at him with wide eyes, her expression filled with reluctance. This morsel had taken her quite some time to acquire. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuanxiao nearly erupted in laughter upon seeing her outstretched fingers. Go on, eat it, your third brother won't compete with you. Tears of mirth streamed down his face. Good heavens, how adorable his sister was. Lu Xiaoxiao grinned with her toothless smile and popped her fingers back into her mouth. Xiaoxiao, you must suck your fingers less, they will become small and pale. Lu Yuanxiao assisted her in tidying up her clothes, as the weather had turned warm, and he changed her diaper with great skill. He had become quite proficient at these tasks. He opened the door and addressed Zhu Xia and Ning Shui. My sister needs her afternoon nap, I will stay in the room with her. Kindly do not enter unless necessary. The maids complied, and he closed the door behind him. He carried his sister on his back, stealthily opened the window, and jumped out. Ah, the taste of freedom. How exhilarating. Lu Xiaoxiao cheered, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 21. Brother's wrist cutting. Lu Xiaoxiao lay on Lu Sanji's back. Lu Yuanxiao, well acquainted with the positions of the servants patrolling the estate, led Lu Xiaoxiao through the corridors. Just as they were about to step out of the inner gates, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly straightened up. Xiaoxiao, don't move, be careful not to fall. Lu Yuanxiao exclaimed, startled by his sister's abrupt motion. However, Lu Xiaoxiao merely sniffed. Ah, she pointed toward the garden on the right. This secluded spot had very few patrolling guards, making it one of the most remote courtyards of the loyal and valiant Marquis's residence. Lu Yuanxiao paused, instinctively lowering his voice. This is Ming de Garden. It belongs to brother. After brother's incident, he has secluded himself in that courtyard for his health, driving away all the maids and forbidding anyone to tend to the place. It has become quite desolate. When he was born, brother had already met with misfortune that year. He often heard people speak of his exceptionally talented brother. This is a forbidden area of the estate. Brother would be furious, even our parents dare not disturb him. Grandmother even forbade any mention of him. After brother became disabled, his temper turned extremely volatile. Lu Yuanxiao felt a twinge of fear towards him, yet Lu Xiaoxiao displayed an anxious demeanor, pointing decisively at the entrance of Ming de Garden. There's a scent of blood. There's a scent of blood, we must check on brother. With urgency in her heart, she directed her finger toward the door. In the original narrative, the tragic fates of the Lu brothers were but a fleeting mention. However, to truly find oneself amidst such despair was a different matter altogether. Lu Yuanxiao felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew his sister possessed certain extraordinary qualities. With worry for brother occupying his mind, he set aside his fear and immediately attempted to push open the door to Ming de Garden. The door was tightly shut, and he knocked vigorously, yet there was no response from within. This won't do, brother forbids anyone to serve him, and all the young servants have been expelled. It was said that only a close attendant remained by his side. The cleaning that took place in the courtyard was done stealthily by the servants under the cover of night, departing before dawn. Lu Xiaoxiao thought to herself, brother's spirit has withered. He has isolated himself. At this moment, sensing the increasingly potent scent of blood in the air, she grew frantic. She raised her small hand to point at the wall's base, and Lu Yuanxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Crawl through a dog hole? Absolutely not. A scholar may be slain but must not be humiliated. How could a learned person crawl through a dog hole? Moments later, Lu Yuanxiao found himself squeezed through the dog hole, muttering as he wriggled, how could a scholar's dog hole be called a dog hole? Tomorrow, I shall name it the scholar's hole. With his hair tangled with grass, he dragged his sister out from the dog hole. You crawled far too slowly. He scooped her into his arms. The courtyard lay in desolation, a pervasive stillness enveloping the area. Once, they enjoyed unparalleled privileges within the estate, yet now, it had become a forbidden ground. Liu Xiaoxiao pointed left, and without hesitation, Lu Yuanxiao sprinted in that direction, the little chubby boy sweating profusely. Approaching a certain door, he too caught the strong scent of blood. A tremor ran through Lu Yuanxiao's heart. How could Xiao Xiao perceive the scent of blood from several courtyards away? This was utterly absurd. With a loud crash, Lu Yuanxiao forcefully swung open the door. A wave of blood stench assaulted him. Ugh! The moment he inhaled the scent, he felt his stomach churn. Immediately, his vision was filled with a blinding red, and a chill spread through his entire being. Before him lay an expanse of crimson, a glaring sea of red. Brother! A thick Lu Yuanxiao's foot landed squarely in the blood, leaving two distinct footprints. The young boy's heart quivered with fear, and his hands, which bore Lu Xiaoxiao, trembled uncontrollably. The man in the blue attire lay with closed eyes, his wrist dangling over the bed's edge, blood dripping steadily down. Brother, has he taken his own life? Lu Yuanxiao could hardly articulate the words, his body going weak as he staggered toward his brother. Brother, brother. Whoa, mother, father, someone come quickly. Having never witnessed such a scene, Lu Yuanxiao rushed forward, reaching out to touch his brother, who felt icy to the touch, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Even Lu Xiaoxiao was deeply affected by this sight. The young man on the bed possessed features that resembled a celestial being, yet his face bore an expression of despair, devoid of life. Although he still drew breath, his spirit had long since departed, having fallen from grace. No one could accept such a profound disparity. Fool, quickly fetch a handkerchief to staunch his wrist. Lu Xiaoxiao cried out in distress. Lu Yuanxiao laid her on the bed, shaking and sobbing as he hurriedly wrapped his brother's wrist with a handkerchief. Brother, please don't die. What will we do if you leave us? I am so scared. Mother, please return. Whoa, he tightly bound the wrist. Damn it, where's the attendant? Lu Yuanxiao's eyes burned red with anguish. Their mother, fearing that brother might take a drastic step, had left a close attendant by his side. At this moment, brother clutched a shard of porcelain tightly in his hand, stained with thick blood. Brother, please don't die. But if you leave us, who will help mother? Who will help us? Lu Yuanxiao cried out in desperation. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at him before biting down hard on her finger. She bore a spiritual aura and her blood could be considered divine medicine. However, as she bit down, she stared blankly at the saliva on her finger, utterly bewildered. Oh, she had forgotten that she had no teeth. She had no choice but to discreetly drag her finger across the porcelain shard, wincing in pain. A drop of fresh blood welled up, sparkling with minute golden flecks. She swiftly fed it to her brother, wasting not a single drop. Her blood was far too precious to eye. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. A beam of golden light burst forth from the horizon. The golden light rained down upon the earth, causing flora to flourish wildly in an instant, filling the city with blossoms. The townsfolk emerged from their homes, witnessing this miraculous scene, and instinctively knelt in reverence. Brother's pale complexion visibly began to regain color. Lu Xiaoxiao withdrew her finger, stealthily wiping her saliva on brother's body, nonchalantly retracting her chubby little finger. Woo, brother, if you die, who will take care of mother? Father has taken a concubine, and mother will be driven to despair. Lu Yuanxiao sobbed uncontrollably. Lu Yanxiu slowly opened his eyes, hearing her words. Having absorbed my blood, even the king of hell would not dare claim you. Haha. The king of hell must personally escort you back. Little Zhao Zhao whispered to herself. In the original narrative, Lu Yanxiu's attempt at self-harm was thwarted by the physician's timely intervention. Yet it had left behind even deeper scars. Lu Yuanxiao wept earnestly, entirely oblivious to her words. Lu Yanxiu felt a faint metallic tang in his throat, yet this scent was faint, accompanied by a delicate fragrance of grass, as if it bore boundless vitality and strength. Despite feeling his blood ebbing away and his breaths growing shallow, at this moment his wrist twitched. A warmth flowed from above. Even his legs, which had long been numb, began to tingle with sensation. His wrist no longer pained him. Chapter 22. There is still hope for eldest brother. Lu Yanxiu gently opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and unruffled, lying still on the bed, devoid of any movement, reminiscent of the 8 years of paralysis that had preceded. Eldest brother? You re not dead, how wonderful, eldest brother. Whoa, you frightened me to death. Where is the servant? Where is the physician? Lu Yuanxiao hastily snatched away the porcelain shard, casting it far aside. Yet, he hesitated to leave, terrified that his eldest brother might once again act out violently. Eldest brother, look at me, it's Yuanxiao, your third brother. You used to hold me when I was little. Eldest brother, I can hardly remember what you look like. Lu Yuanxiao leaned beside his brother, striving to capture his attention. Years ago, after being submerged for too long, his brother was rescued but had already lost his breath. The miraculous physician revived him with golden needles, yet he could no longer move. He lay paralyzed in bed day after day, and when the servant occasionally pushed his wheelchair outside, he resisted fiercely. His temperament had become erratic, transforming into a volatile fury. Mad and cruel, none dared approach him. After 8 years of recovery, he could merely clench his hands. The first time he did so, he cut open his own wrist. The thought alone made Lu Yuanxiao feel suffocated. Eldest brother, I will fetch the physician and look for mother. Can you keep an eye on Zhao Zhao for me? Zhao Zhao is our sister, the fourth sister. She is so small, so fragrant and soft, you will surely adore her. Lu Yuanxiao cradled Lu Xiaoxiao, yet Lu Yanxiu did not even glance at her. No. A hoarse and jarring voice erupted, as if it had not spoken in ages. No. Do not summon the physician. No, do not tell mother. Lu Yanqiu had not spoken in so long, and now his words came out haltingly, his voice gravelly. Lu Yuanshao was taken aback. But your injuries, however, seeing his brother's resistance and impending fury, he dared not provoke him further. Noticing that his brother's complexion had improved somewhat, he fetched a basin of water and a cloth. Kneeling on the ground, he began to clean the bloodstains on the floor. No wonder my eldest brother is the tragic and powerful villain. A 9-year-old prodigy, drowning in an attempt to save others, yet the person refused to call for help, causing him to be paralyzed. The most tragic fate awaits, as he must witness his entire family perish before his eyes. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, he struggles against the male and female protagonists, only to ultimately lose. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, shaking her head while sighing. Lu Yanqiu's lifeless eyes quivered, gathering every ounce of strength. He turned his head and spotted his third brother, who was awkwardly scrubbing the floor. The room was filled only with a baby capable of sitting and crawling, yet unable to speak. Sensing his gaze, the baby grinned widely, revealing a row of toothless gums. Wow, my eldest brother is truly handsome. Lu Yanqiu, he is paralyzed. Can he even hear properly? The entire family perished? And before that, he had heard his third brother mention their father keeping a concubine. Lu Yanqiu had shut himself away for 8 years, indifferent to the world outside. Even as his mother wept before him, he would not utter a word. Yet at this moment, Lu Yanqiu chuckled self-mockingly. What difference did it make? He was a cripple, a paralyzed being. He required assistance even for the most basic needs, incapable of self-sufficiency. Suddenly his body trembled, engulfed by despair and terror. Get out! He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. Lu Yuanshao, busy cleaning, was startled by his brother's abrupt roar. He timidly replied, eldest brother, I want to disturb you. Yet Lu Yanqiu seemed to plunge into a state of rage. Get out, get out, get out. Get out of here. Lu Yanqiu emanated in intense agitation. I do not wish to see you, you all disgust me. Lu Yanqiu's voice was hoarse, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging in waves. Lu Yuanshao was frightened. He cradled Lu Xiaoxiao in his arms, his eyes red, yet before he could exit, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. The taut string of Lu Yanqiu's restraint snapped instantaneously. He appeared to be on the verge of tears, a twisted smile on his face, laughing uncontrollably. How utterly ridiculous, once a dazzling genius, now he lay paralyzed, reliant on others for sustenance and relief. His pride trampled beneath foot, repeatedly ground into dust. Lu Yuanshao seemed to grasp something. He said nothing further, simply placed his sister on a stool and gently instructed, Zhao Zhao, don't move around. He fetched a basin of clean water, gathered fresh clothes, and amidst Lu Yanqiu's frantic curses, began to cleanse his elder brother. Lu Yanqiu cursed him, and in the end, even pleaded for him to leave. By the time he was cleaned and changed, Lu Yanqiu had completely succumbed to despair. Once he had been a radiant youth, adored by many. Now, he had become a mere shell of a man. He dreaded the gaze of others, rejecting all help and closeness. He could not bear the thought of anyone witnessing his humiliation, devoid of dignity. How absurd it was that he could not even control his own bodily functions. Eldest brother, we are blood brothers. Lu Yanqiu averted his gaze, shutting his eyes to avoid looking at him. What a pity for such a good third brother, ultimately having his eyes gouged out, ears severed, hands and feet chopped off, and stuffed into a jar to become a human pig, on display for others. The brothers trembled in unison. Lu Yanqiu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Lu Yuanshao no longer wished to hear about his grim future, he had grown weary of it. Eldest brother, the room has been tidied up. I will push your wheelchair. Shall we go outside to bask in the sun? Lu Yuanshao cautiously inquired of his brother. The room, perpetually sealed, exuded a chill. Lu Yanqiu remained silent, and Lu Yuanshao smiled as he helped him sit up against the headboard, placing his sister beside him. Ah, how sad that eldest brother will still be fed like a child, forced to endure indignities. What a family of cannon fodder. Lu Yanqiu's expression was indifferent. Fortunately, I can heal eldest brother's legs. Lu Xiaoxiao was filled with delight. Lu Yanqiu. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yanqiu began to cough violently, turning his head sharply to look at Lu Xiaoxiao. What did she say? Did she realize what she was uttering? Lu Yanqiu even doubted his sanity. Was he hallucinating? Had he truly heard that he still had hope? Yet before his awakening, he had indeed felt a flicker of awareness. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly, extending her plump little arms toward him. Lu Yanqiu smirked derisively. He could barely lift his arms, having only regained the ability to clench his fists after 8 long years. Hold me. The baby's garbled murmurs sent a tremor through him. His fingertips quivered gently, as he endeavored to raise his arm. Exhaustion enveloped him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he managed to move his arm by an inch. But Lu Yanqiu nearly wept with excitement. 8 years, he had not moved his arm in 8 years. Today, it could move. Chapter 23. A pampering her. Lu Yanqiu inexplicably recalled a line from Zhao Zhao, even if the king of hell were to collect my blood, he would dare not do so. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was unwilling to wait any longer. Like a little ball, she clumsily crawled into her elder brother's embrace, nestling contentedly against him, yet, seeming dissatisfied, she took her brother's hand and wrapped herself around it, but her brother's hands fell limp, unable to support her. Her discontent grew, and her little mouth pouted high enough to hang an oil pot. She gently tapped her finger on her brother's brow, and a warm breath surged from his forehead. Her brother, weakened, could only offer a trickle of warmth. Lu Yanqiu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth enveloping him, as if his parched body had finally been nourished. Lu Xiaoxiao again grasped his arm, encircling herself within it. This time, their fingers intertwined firmly, and his arm did not droop. It seemed as if a flicker of strength had returned, yet, it was merely a glimmer of strength nevertheless. Lu Yanchu's eyes brimmed with tears, holding Chaochao as if he were embracing the entire world. Little sister, you will crush your elder brother. Lu Yuanchao pushed his wheelchair over, startling her greatly. The primary concern was still her brother's potential wrath. He had a tempestuous temper, even their parents received his cold demeanor, no one could appease him. At this moment, Lu Yuanchao cautiously remarked, elder brother, she did not mean it. She is only 5 months old and does not understand. To his surprise, Lu Yanchu's voice was gentle, even fearing to startle the infant in his arms. It is of no consequence. Lu Yuanchao's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth had transpired? In the brief moment he turned away, his elder brother had already shielded their sister. After Lu Yanchu settled in the wheelchair, he took a stroll with Lu Yuanchao in the garden. The elder brother was emaciated, his robe fluttering in the breeze, while Lu Chaochao nestled against him. Elder brother is too thin, it's uncomfortable to hold him, but he must eat more meat, it feels so bony. As this thought, the garden had lost much of its previous splendor, now desolate. Lu Chaochao lay in her brother's embrace, exclaiming, wow, such a large pond, it would be perfect for raising fish and turtles. Why aren't there any flowers? He had not stepped outside in quite a while. Elder brother smiled, wow, he looks so handsome when he smiles. Lu Chaochao's eyes widened in excitement. Lu Yuanchao secretly glanced at his elder brother, who indeed seemed to cherish their sister immensely. He had said it before, with such a delightful sister, no one could resist her charm. How he wished to take his sister to school, studying was so dull, having his sister around would be much more entertaining. As the trio wandered about, they heard a servant hurrying, calling, young master, it was Lu Yanchu's personal attendant. Yuan Bao arrived, panting heavily, and upon seeing Lu Yanchu in the wheelchair, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Today was the day for the young master to fetch medicine, and he had encountered a servant from the Jiang family and had a scuffle. Yuan Bao's hair was disheveled, with suspicious red marks on his face. But upon seeing the young master had ventured outside, his eyes brimmed with excitement. Young master, I have brought back lunch, shall we eat in the pavilion? Since becoming unable to care for himself, the young master had been subsisting on plain porridge and simple dishes, rarely consuming meat. He sought to minimize his trips to the restroom, maintaining the little dignity he had left. Meat, today is a festive day, I crave the aroma of roasted meat. If not, I shall throw a tantrum. Lu Chaochao's little face scrunched up, glaring at her refined elder brother. Her tiny fists clenched, resembling a child ready to throw a fit. Lu Yanchu smiled gently. Yuan Bao was astounded. After 8 years, it was the first time he had witnessed the eldest young master smile. He had served the eldest young master daily, and no one knew how he longed for death. He had attempted to end his own life countless times, only to find himself pleading for more time. Let us go to the pavilion and set up a roasting stove. Chaochao had said it was uncomfortable to hold him. Yes. Yuan Bao exclaimed joyfully, limping toward the kitchen. Before long, the pavilion was adorned with a small grill. Today, a gentle breeze blew, making it quite pleasant. Inside the pavilion sat a small grill with a clean iron plate. On top of the stone table was laden with numerous thinly sliced pieces of meat, alongside various sauces. The meat porridge simmered on the iron grate, bubbling away. Lu Yuanchao, having toiled for half the day, was already ravenous, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the feast. Yuan Bao filled a bowl with meat porridge, ready to feed the young master. Lu Yuanchao took it upon himself to place the delicate meat slices on the iron plate. In an instant, the iron grate erupted with sizzling, aromatic oil, and with a sprinkle of spices, the air was filled with the scent of cumin. Wow, this meat is both tender and fragrant. Sizzle sizzle, Lu Yuanchao took a bite, the heat causing him to flail, yet he refused to spit it out. Lu Chaochao inhaled deeply, her mouth watering profusely. Chaochao, drink your milk. Lu Yuanchao had brought her milk when he left. Lu Chaochao glared, pointing at the meat on the table and then at her milk, her expression one of pure accusation. The two brothers couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Though she couldn't speak, everyone understood her grievances and complaints. You have no teeth, you are only 5 months old, and cannot eat meat, but you can smell it. Your brother is good to you, isn't he? I will eat the meat and let you savor the aroma. Lu Yuanchao shamelessly declared. The little one's eyes turned red with indignation. Seeing his siblings in playful disarray lightened Lu Yanchu's heart considerably. Yuan Bao, fetch a sweet banana. The Su family sent fresh, easily digestible fruits daily, and Yuan Bao quickly returned with one. Use a spoon to mash it into a puree for your sister. At 5 months, she can eat fruit puree. He had fed his younger brothers before he became paralyzed. Lu Yuanchao tentatively scooped a spoonful, and Lu Chaochao's face lit up with joy. Elder brother, I love you the most. Third brother is a bit foolish, but I love him dearly too. Lu Yuanchao fed her 7 or 8 spoonfuls before stopping. We will eat more tomorrow. Too much will upset your stomach, and I fear you may have diarrhea. Let us introduce it gradually. After speaking, he roasted a chicken leg from the stone table, pulling the meat off the bone and giving the bone to Lu Chaochao. She immediately climbed up to kiss him. Sitting in her brother's embrace, she gnawed on the bone, sighing in satisfaction. Ah, this life is worth it. The two brothers nearly burst into laughter at her delight. Lu Yanchu typically consumed only a few bites of plain porridge to sustain his life, yet today, he devoured the entire bowl of meat porridge, his eyes shining as if he had been revived. They lingered until the afternoon, and when Lu Yanchu's energy waned, Lu Yuanchao prepared to take his leave. Elder brother, do you need me to call a doctor? I won't tell anyone. Let us keep it a secret, shall we? Lu Yuanchao remained concerned about the horrific wound on his brother's wrist. Liu Yenshu stroked his fingers, finding them more agile than before. Chapter 24 An encounter with the concubine. My brother is fine, there is no need to summon a doctor, nor should you inform our mother. He cast a glance at his third brother. From tomorrow onward, after school, you shall come. I will tutor you. Ever since his paralysis, he had ordered all the books in his room to be removed and burned. After Yuanbao had seen the two off, Lu Yenshu sat in his wheelchair, fingers peeling back the bandage on his wrist. The wrist, unbeknownst to him, had regained its smoothness. The gory wound had healed after 8 years of painstaking effort. His fingers, which had barely moved, were now extremely nimble. His arm could lift by an inch. 8 years, his hands had once again felt the resurgence of strength. When he had nearly drowned, Lu Yenshu had not wept. He did not shed a tear when his fiancée hid behind the rockery, leading to his paralysis, nor did he cry when he was jilted or when his family abandoned him. But this time, he wept when Yuanbao returned. He murmured, "Bring the golden needles to pierce my legs." Yuanbao's lips quivered. In the early days of his paralysis, the young master had made him strong. Yet, the young master remained utterly unfeeling. He had not sought sensation for several years. Yuanbao drew a golden needle from the box and gently inserted it into the young master's leg. As the needle gradually penetrated, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lu Yenshu's forehead. Young master? Previously, even when a whole golden needle was inserted, he felt nothing, but now. His legs tensed, and he sensed a faint pain radiating through his entire body. Young master, it seems different this time. When I pushed it in before, your legs were limp, but now, Yuanbao was startled to see the young master's forehead drenched in sweat. Yuanbao burst into tears, exclaiming, "Young master, do you have feeling now? Are you feeling pain? I will fetch the doctor. I will inform the marquis and his wife." For 8 years, Yuanbao had endured hardship. His master, once a paragon of nobility, had fallen into despair, and he, as the devoted servant, had tasted the bitterness of human relationships. No. Lu Yenshu's gaze deepened. Do not tell anyone. Not even a hint. Do not summon a doctor. The one who could save him was not a doctor. Yuanbao was perplexed but nodded nonetheless. At this moment, Lu Yuanchao stealthily climbed in through the window, returning his sister. In a couple of days, I shall come to steal you again. By now, Madame Su had returned home, and Lu Yuanchao was still accompanying her for dinner. The following morning, Madame Su busied herself with plans to take Lu Xiaoxiao out to purchase jewelry, longevity locks, golden fingers, golden necklaces, and the adornments a young girl would need in the future. She intended to procure them all with fervor. She had come to a resolution. She would not spend her own money. Lu Yuanjia would spend on his outside concubine. Madam, it is good that you have come to terms with this. I was worried you would use your private vault to support them. Deng Ji secretly sighed in relief. Whenever the Marquis's residence lacked funds, a mere frown from the Marquis would prompt Madame Su to offer her own resources, even pleading with him to accept. Truly a humbling state of affairs. Madame Su's expression darkened. Yenshu's marriage is to provide for a bastard child. He wishes to use my money to support his concubine's family. How audacious. The carriage halted outside the Golden Goods Pavilion. Coincidentally, another carriage also stopped there. As Madame Su disembarked, she noticed a beautiful young lady alighting from the opposite carriage. The young lady, adorned with a veil and dressed in a flowing gauzy gown, presented a delicate visage, akin to a fragile willow swaying in the wind. Behind her, a nurse cradled an infant, likely 5 or 6 months old. The swaddling cloth of the infant was inscribed with Sanskrit, items belonging to a temple. Upon raising her head, the young lady's gaze fell upon Madame Su, who furrowed her brow, sensing malice in the other's eyes. Yet, she had never encountered this woman before. Ladies, please ascend to the upper floor. We have just received a new batch of children's items. The shopkeeper beamed, recognizing both as valued customers. Since elder sister is older, please, you go first. Her tone was sweet, but the emphasis on elder sister was particularly pronounced. Madame Su merely inclined her head slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her maid's shoulder, her mind erupting with frantic thoughts. It's the vile offspring, the vile offspring. It's the heroine and her concubine mother. She is my father's mistress. Madame Su's steps faltered, her body stiffening. A surge of rage welled within her, nearly overwhelming her reason. She bit her lip fiercely to suppress her anger. No wonder the emphasis on elder sister was so heavy. How coincidental that you two share such a connection. Your daughters are nearly the same age, the shopkeeper remarked with a smile. Madame Su's, is this the heroine who became my child in my past life? The infant appeared somewhat frail, yet her eyes, for some inexplicable reason, she felt averse. Those eyes, while fitting for an adult, should not belong to a child. There was a profound sense of dissonance. The infant clutched a string of Buddhist beads, 108 beads in total, which Madame Su recognized immediately as belonging to the matriarch. The matriarch cherished them deeply, forbidding anyone. Madame Su's breathing quickened. The other party even smiled in a provocative manner. The shopkeeper, knowledgeable about valuable items, gazed at the string of beads with growing suspicion. It is rumored that the Hugua temple possesses a string of shaling beads, 108 beads inscribed with Sanskrit, blessed by successive abbots. In the center, there lies a relic, which is of unparalleled value. The late emperor sought it in vain before his passing. This string bears a striking resemblance. The more the shopkeeper scrutinized, the more he felt it was similar. The young lady pressed her lips together, her voice melodious and captivating, rivaling that of a young maiden. You flatter me, shopkeeper. This is indeed the shaling beads. The young lady revealed only her water-like eyes and her smooth forehead. Pei Zhaozhao reveled in the envious and astonished gazes of the crowd. She turned her attention to Madame Su, reflecting on the chaotic state of the Marquis's residence and the matriarch's declining health. She had aged significantly while managing household affairs and attending to the elderly lady. A faint smile graced her lips as she brushed a stray lock of hair from her temples. However, Dang Ji gently furrowed her brows, her gaze fixating on the hairpin in her hair. The abbot once said that I carry great fortune in this pregnancy, a blessing of immense magnitude. These Buddhist beads are a gift for my daughter to play with, Pei Zhaozhao said with a light laugh, completely unperturbed, provoking astonishment among the onlookers. This was a treasure that even the late emperor had failed to obtain. When Pei Zhaozhao was pregnant, she had accompanied the matriarch to offer incense, where they encountered an old Taoist priest. The priest knelt before the matriarch, seeking a bowl of water to drink, proclaiming that she would have a granddaughter, a treasure bestowed by heaven, protected by the divine, destined for greatness. He sought a bowl of water, hoping for a modicum of fortune. The matriarch had been half convinced at the time. Little did she know that upon arriving at the Hugua temple, the abbot, who was unattainable even for the royal family, personally greeted her, stating that a precious guest would soon arrive at her residence. The little one was favored by heaven, and if treated well, the household would experience tremendous blessings, beyond compare. He even gifted the Buddhist beads to the matriarch to cultivate a good relationship. The matriarch trembled with excitement. After leaving the Hugua temple, she took Pei Zhaozhao's hand and solemnly promised, "Zhaozhao, your fortune lies ahead." The great fortune undoubtedly referred to her Jingyao. As for the daughter born to Madame Su, no one had ever given her a second thought. Chapter 25 The mother of a genius. This lady is indeed blessed with great fortune. The crowd could not help but compliment. The Buddhist beads are an exceedingly precious item. Pei Zhaozhao, having endured years of frustration, could not help but raise her brow with a hint of pride. My son excels in his studies. At merely 10 years of age, he achieved the title of Chaochao, and now at 17, he is betrothed to Miss Jian. Next year, he will partake in the provincial examinations. Pei Zhaozhao cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Mrs. Su, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Oh, is it true that the betrothal is with the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice? Recently, I heard that she is promised to a prodigious... I heard that she was once engaged in her youth, but her fiancé met with misfortune and became a disabled person, bedridden and reliant on others for care. And now she is betrothed to a genius. Pei Zhaozhao chuckled lightly. A good girl must marry a good man. How could she be matched with a cripple? Her tone dripped with disdain. The crowd grew even more animated, for Lu Jinghuai, having achieved Chaochao at 10, is the most likely candidate to contend for the title of Zhuan Yuan. The newly appointed Zhuan Yuan is 33 this year, while Lu Jinghuai is merely 17, destined to be the youngest Zhuan Yuan in Beizhou. The shopkeeper could not help but display a hint of goodwill. That silk quilt wrapped around the infant, is it not the pinyin silk? The pinyin silk is a sacred item from the National Protection Temple, specifically used to bless infants, requiring a close relative to kneel on a 1,000-step ladder, bowing at each step to obtain it. Pei Zhaozhao smiled and nodded. This little girl was born frail, and her father, cherishing her, sought the pinyin silk. Pei Zhaozhao gently stroked her daughter's cheek. When she was pregnant with her eldest son, Lu Jinghuai, she devoted herself to his education, urging him to pursue the path of Su Shi's eldest son, Lu Yanshu. Yet, Lu Yanshu was like a cloud in the sky, elusive and untouchable, a figure that mere mortals could only admire from afar, never hope to rival. That was her and her son's nightmare, and no one understood it better than she did. Because of Lu Yanshu, Lu Yuanzhi's resolve regarding the Su family gradually wavered. Lu Yanshu was simply too exceptional enough that a father could not bear to forsake him. In those days, he unconsciously tied the honor and disgrace of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's household to that child. Her Jinghuai, from a young age, was pushed by her to chase after Lu Yanshu. Unable to bear it any longer, he secretly went to see that extraordinarily talented youth, and was left feeling disheartened. The toll on his spirit was immense, leading to a severe illness. Fortunately, Pei Zhaozhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Fortunately, the little imp's fate was not fortunate. Like a fleeting rainbow in the sky, stunning yet ephemeral, over the years, she had not dared to slacken her efforts, pushing her son Jinghuai to gradually take Lu Yanshu's place. Meanwhile, the Lu Yanshu of yesteryear had long since become a disabled man, a source of shame for the duke's household. Upon the birth of her daughter, her status soared to new heights. The old matriarch regarded her as a treasure, and the duke showered her with affection. At this moment, she stroked her daughter's cheek. You see, she has been doted upon by her father since childhood. When I craved delicacies during my pregnancy, her father had someone bring a basket of lychees all the way from beyond the borders, exhausting 3 horses in the process. Mrs. Su's eyes dimmed slightly. She too had received a few lychees from Lu Yuanzhi, which she cherished dearly. The lychees had dry skins, and the flesh was already turning sour. Oh, it turned out they were leftovers from someone else. Madam is indeed fortunate. To receive a prophecy from the abbot of the National Protection Temple, this child is destined for great wealth and nobility. The crowd could not help but lean in closer to observe. They had intended to praise the child's beauty but were suddenly struck by the sight of another delicate, exquisitely crafted infant behind her. In comparison, the child wrapped in the pinion silk appeared almost monkey-like. The other seemed like a little celestial being beneath Guanin's gaze. It was truly hard to voice any compliments. Lu Chaochao, resting on the maid's shoulder, sensed her mother's body trembling with rage. As the ghost festival approaches, do you not think that evil spirits would shy away? The crowd's envy only intensified. Pei Chaochao basked in their adulation, harboring no doubts about Mrs. Su. After all, she had been with the Duke for 17 years, and Mrs. Su had never suspected anything amiss. Su Shiyun was thoroughly convinced of Lu Yuanji's fidelity. Lu Chaochao gazed at the string of beads. Others could not see, but she could perceive clearly each of the 108 beads shimmered with a faint golden light, a true protective charm. She felt her anger boil. How could they be worthy? That abbot had lost his wits. That old fool, that blind old fool, how dare he deceive my mother? Mother, the hairpin atop her head is your dowry. Ah, it infuriates me. Su's heart raced. The last time she had scolded her father, it had nearly caused him to lose his hair. Lu Chaochao summoned a trickle of spiritual energy and directed it towards the string of beads. Pei Chaochao was relishing the praise from the crowd when suddenly the sharp, crisp sound of breaking echoed. The crowd froze. Under the collective gaze, the blessed string of beads shattered, scattering across the ground like a rain of golden light. The once radiant beads lay in pieces, their brilliance extinguished upon hitting the ground, leaving only a dull, lifeless gray. Alas, why did it suddenly break? This is certainly an ill omen. The luster of the beads has vanished. Someone picked up a bead, which had previously felt smooth and warm, adorned with a faint golden glow, yet now it crumbled to dust at the slightest pressure. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Pei Chaochao appeared as though she had been choked, her expression one of shock and panic. The old matriarch was well aware of the significance of this item. Mrs. Su tightly pressed her lips together, fearful of bursting into laughter. It is rumored that these blessed beads are indestructible. Yet now, they have inexplicably broken, their spiritual energy dissipated. Madam, have you perhaps angered something? Upon finishing, Mrs. Su promptly stepped aside. Just as her words left her lips, a considerable space cleared around Pei Chaochao. The crowd wore expressions of dread. You! Pei Chaochao's breath stuttered. She stared blankly at the crowd, her eyes reddening with tears. Yet Mrs. Su's words were reasonable, and she found herself unable to refute them. Even the shopkeeper cast her a subtle glance. This lady, I apologize, but might I ask you to return another day? I'm afraid today is rather inconvenient. The shopkeeper felt a chill run down his back. With the ghost festival approaching, the gates to the underworld would be flung wide open, and the entire city would shut its doors for 3 days. He dared not meddle with anything sinister. To have shattered the blessed beads, who knew what she had done? Pei Chaochao's eyes turned red with fury, her teeth clenched tightly, glaring fiercely at Mrs. Su. Madam, perhaps it is best if you return home. The maid behind her tugged at Pei Chaochao's sleeve. Although the Duke had shown her ample affection, he would not tolerate any disturbances. He placed great emphasis on his reputation, otherwise, he would not have kept her for 17 years nor dared to bring her back to the manor. Pei Chaochao turned to leave, but Mrs. Su gently raised her hand. Chapter 26. The thief. Madam, please hold. Su Shur cast a meaningful glance at her. What do you intend to do? Pei Chaochao's tone was tinged with displeasure as she shot Su Shur a resentful look. Su Shur shook her head. Your words are somewhat offensive, yet this matter concerns your dignity and reputation, compelling me to stop you. Where did you acquire that hairpin, madam? She pointed to the intricately carved hairpin atop Pei Chaochao's head. The delicate golden filigree made the hairpin appear remarkably vivid. A flicker of guilt crossed Pei Chaochao's brow, but she quickly straightened her posture. It was a gift from my husband, a treasured heirloom of his family. What, the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis cannot afford such a trinket? This hairpin was a present from the Marquis when Jing Hui passed his exams as a scholar. Su Shur's eyes gleamed with sharpness. How curious, how could the items from my dowry end up adorning your head? Deng Ji, summon the authorities. Su Shur's eyes gleamed with cold fury. This was indeed an item from her private collection. Lu Yuanzi, how audacious, consuming her resources while supporting his mistress. Today, she was determined to exact a reckoning. Do not call the authorities, Pei Chaochao exclaimed sharply, her voice trembling with an almost delicate lilt. This hairpin is a gift from my husband's family. What evidence do you possess to claim it is yours? How can you slander me without basis? Tears brimmed in her eyes, evoking sympathy from those around her. With a figure so graceful, even the mere glimpse of her watery gaze was enough to captivate hearts. Su Shur's beauty was dignified and poised. Deng Ji, unwilling to abandon her, discreetly sent someone to report to the authorities. Evidence, this hairpin was designed by me when I was 15, crafted by my own instructions. There exists no other like it in this world. The design still resides within my household. Would you like to see the proof? Perhaps you have never truly examined it closely. Su Shur felt a surge of resentment within her. At 15, she had foolishly thrown herself into a passionate affair, leading to the demise of her genuine heart. This is the token of affection between the Marquis and myself. The interior of the gold pin is inscribed with our names, a testament to our unwavering love. How ironic it was. This was the design she had created to commemorate her love with Lu Yuanzi, the intricate gold threads entwining to shield their names. Su Shur felt a dull ache in her heart. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her index finger. Mother, do not be angry. Anger harms the body, it would please our adversaries. Su Shur smiled gently at Chaochao. Before long, the officials arrived. Pei Chaochao's complexion paled slightly, and the maid behind her shot her a warning glare, for she was a servant left by Lu Yuanzi, tasked with both attending to her and keeping her in check. who reported this. The official's demeanor was imposing, and upon seeing Su Shi, he bowed respectfully. Su Shi now held the rank of a third-grade noblewoman, and the guards in the capital were well aware of her significance. The daughter of the Grand Tutor, the sister of the current minister Su Yiding. Su Yiding had attained his ministerial position at the age of 37, who in the capital would dare to provoke him? The Su family was indeed fortunate, though the emperor had once held them in suspicion. Su Yiding had maintained his position for 8 years, only to be wrongfully accused and subsequently promoted. It was I who reported this. The hairpin worn by this madam is part of my mistress's dowry. I cannot fathom how it came to be on her head. This lady is none other than the mother of the brilliant youth, Lu Jinghuai. She cannot possibly be a thief. Deng Ji covered her mouth, stifling a laugh of the renowned prodigy, gifted beyond measure, yet tragically, his rise was built upon the back of the grand heir, Lu Yanshu. Pei Zhao's face flushed crimson. The esteem with which she had been regarded as the mother of a genius now felt as though it had crumbled beneath her. I did not steal. Pei Zhao glared fiercely at Su Shi. She was merely envious of her possessing a prodigious son, yet Deng Ji swiftly yanked the hairpin from her head, unaware that it was entangled in her hair. Unmoved by any sense of pity, she pulled with determination. The pin was instantly wrenched free. Deng Ji felt a rush of satisfaction and stomped on the pin until it bent, revealing within it the characters for Lu and Su. This, indeed, is Madame Su's hairpin. Her name is inscribed within. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, pointing at Pei Zhao. Could it be that the mother of a genius is, in fact, a thief? Some murmurs arose, sending Pei Zhao into a tremor. No, it's not me. She nearly shouted, trembling with rage. Pei Zhao was consumed with fury, while her maid, clutching Lu Jingyao, hastily exchanged glances with the young servant. The mother of the prodigious youth, Lu Jinghuai, is revealed to be a thief, pilfering another's dowry. Laughter erupted from the crowd. I did not steal. Pei Zhao's heart raced with panic. Her son's reputation was soaring, and he had befriended noble patrons. Deng Ji cast her a disdainful glance. If you didn't steal, why is it on your head? If you claim innocence, summon your husband to confront this matter. Pei Zhao fell silent, biting her lip tightly, terrified to utter Lu Yuanzhe's name. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. The crowd noted this hesitation, sensing something amiss. You shout that you didn't steal, yet you dare not call your husband? This lady, despite her refined appearance, has resorted to thievery. Alas, could it be that the famed youth's accomplishments are built upon stolen goods? They stood at the entrance of the Jinpin building, where many citizens passed by, pointing and gossiping. Deng Ji nonchalantly remarked, I heard that just a few days ago, he became engaged to the Jiang family, bringing an abundance of gifts. Were those also pilfered? Pei Zhao's eyelids twitched. The officials feared the Marquis's household, but they also regarded her son with caution. Lu Jinghuai was studying at Tianhong Academy, reportedly taken under the wing of the principal himself. Rumor had it that the principal believed Lu Jinghuai's talents could lead him to achieve the highest honors. The official stated, I must trouble this lady to accompany me. Pei Zhao was reluctant to comply. If she did, she knew her words would fail to clear her name today. The maid glanced at her, tugging at her sleeve. If she remained, the situation would only worsen, bringing no benefit to young Master Lu. The reputation she had painstakingly built would be utterly destroyed. Reluctantly, Pei Zhao acquiesced. I shall accompany the officer. Deng Ji represented Su Shi, joining her in visiting the magistrate. She even sent Ing Shui back to retrieve the original design and the dowry list from years past. Su Shi selected gifts for Zhao and then gracefully returned home. Upon her return, the matriarch summoned her to the Desan Hall. Granny Lin approached with a fierce demeanor, her eyes glinting with menace. Su Shi stood outside the hall. The old lady is napping. Please wait a moment. Madam. Granny Lin's expression was unfriendly, showing no intention of allowing Su Shi to enter. Su Shi's eyelids flickered slightly. When she had just married, the old lady had imposed similar rules upon her. At that time, Lu Yuanzhe had persuaded her, saying that the old lady had raised their siblings alone, enduring many hardships, and if she harbored some resentment, Su Shi ought to bear it. Su Shi stood outside, her vision blurring before her. And now, Chapter 27, selling off everything for a dowry. Fetch a stool, she said, casting a glance at Zhu Xia, who immediately responded with a bright smile. Soon enough, an elegant little table and chair were set up before the old lady's door, with Su Shi reclining atop, leisurely fanning herself. Su Shi's relaxed demeanor pricked at Mama Lin and the others in the room. Before half an hour had passed, the old lady stirred from her slumber upon Su Shi's entrance. The old lady displayed no signs of fatigue. Instead, her brows were furrowed with a hint of anger. After all, Lu Jinghuai was her cherished great-grandson, her heart's delight. Su Shi's other children were of little worth, which made her value Lu Jinghuai even more. Su Shi straightened herself, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mother, you are quite well informed. Who has disturbed your peace with such news? Mama Lin's expression darkened. The room felt stifling. The old lady preferred tranquility and was averse to the cold, refusing even the use of an ice basin on such a day. That Lu Jinghuai is renowned as the most talented youth likely to achieve the highest honors. By imprisoning his mother, do you not tarnish the reputation of a child? As a mother yourself, how could you be so cruel? Just the thought of it filled the old lady with rage. Su Shi frowned slightly. Mother, you are being unreasonable. His mother was wearing my dowry. She is a thief. What wrong is there in imprisoning a thief? Moreover, who knows if what he consumes and uses isn't stolen as well? At this, the old lady trembled with anger, her eyes reddening, nearly choking on her breath. Your daughter-in-law has already instructed Deng Ji to find the dowry list and send it to the county office. I hear many items are missing. The old lady's expression shifted dramatically. Her dowry had been worth a fortune. To demonstrate her sincerity, Su Shi had divided the keys to the dowry into 3 parts. One for Lord Lu Yuanzhe, one for the old lady, and one for Su Shi herself. Su Shi was magnanimous, while the old lady had secretly taken several items to gift to Pei Zhao. Nonsense. Such matters should be resolved privately. Why make it difficult for others? The child is extraordinary. Why provoke enmity? The old lady gritted her teeth, unwilling to let her beloved grandson bear such a stain on his reputation. It would ruin his future. She cast a resentful glance at Su Shi, this venomous woman. Mother, you are unaware of the value of these items. My brothers in the Su family emptied their personal fortunes to support Yun Yang. The value is immense. This matter cannot be settled privately. If it were public, there would be nothing to say. If settled privately, my 3 brothers have poor temperaments and may not benefit Lu Gongzi in the future. The old lady faltered in her tone. Su De, just appointed as a minister, held sway over the previous dynasty. The whole residence was not to be trifled with. If news of this dowry spreads, I fear there is a thief within the residence. It would be just the opportunity to unearth that thief. Su Shi's words sent chills down the old lady's spine. By evening, the old lady sent word that the thief had been caught. When Su Shi arrived with her entourage, a knowing glint flashed in her eyes. She had anticipated that Mama Lin would be pushed forward to take the blame. The old lady's expression was exceedingly grim, her eyes half closed. After following me for 50 years, she has disappointed me greatly. Your dowry has been stolen and sold off by her. That Lu Jinghuai's mother must be an innocent buyer. She shot a threatening glance at Mama Lin. Mama Lin's children were all managing affairs in the residence, being the old lady's trusted aides. To salvage Lu Jinghuai's reputation, the old lady would rather sever her own limbs. Su Shi felt bitterness in her heart, merely responding, send her to the county office. Mama Lin's children are the offspring of a thief. They cannot remain in the residence. Who knows how they might seek revenge for their mother in the future, potentially bringing disaster upon us? Mama Lin's eyes widened in shock, only to be silenced by the old lady's commands. The stolen dowry must be retrieved, piece by piece. Su Shi cast a glance at the old lady, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The old lady nearly ground her teeth in response, answering each word with deliberate slowness. It should be so. Once Su Shi departed, Deng Ji had already returned from the county office. With a glimmer of joy in her eyes, she closed the door and whispered, Madam, it seems the other party is prepared to sell everything. 17 years of stolen dowry, now all returned. It might cost them half their lives. I have inquired, that Lu Jinghuai is exceedingly mysterious, with no one knowing who his parents are. All that is known is that he spends lavishly and believes that one's origins do not define their worth, making friends far and wide. Many impoverished scholars are quite fond of him. Su Shi revealed a hint of derision, wielding my money to spend extravagantly, how noble indeed. Not questioning origins, what right does he have to question origins? He is the child of a concubine, a status most looked down upon. In the past life, he befriended impoverished scholars and achieved the highest honors, gaining an excellent reputation. Well, very well indeed. Impoverished scholars, who doesn't know that the impoverished value reputation and character above all? If it were revealed that he is a child of a concubine, a bastardy, how could he continue to thrive? Su Shi murmured softly. That night, Su Shi slept soundly, while the entire whole residence remained awake. The old lady's private treasury was being emptied, treasures of all kinds being carted away. The old lady knelt in the small Buddhist hall, hurry and fill the void. Jiao Jiao is still in prison, and Jingyao's eyes are swollen from crying. Jinghuai is also suffering. If his reputation cannot be salvaged this time, the impact on him will be too great. Lu Yuan's expression was grim. His private treasury had been completely depleted, even his estate put up for sale. In that moment, he could not help but harbor resentment towards Su Shi, who had brought him to such a dire and embarrassing state, tarnishing Jinghuai's name. She was nothing short of a venomous woman. Chapter 28, Stealing Sister out before dawn had even graced the horizon. Lu Yuanshao had come to pay his respects to Madame Su. Dark circles adorned his eyes, a testament to his sleepless night. Mother, it was terribly noisy last night, as if thieves were rummaging through the house, rustling incessantly, he complained, rubbing his eyes in a manner that suggested he had yet to awaken fully. Madame Su, in contrast, appeared refreshed and was well aware of the reason behind her son's disheveled state. Perhaps it was merely the rats causing a ruckus. Do not worry, I have set out rat poison, and the night shall soon be peaceful, she hinted subtly. Keep your voice down. Your sister did not sleep well last night and will likely wish to catch up on her rest this morning. After sharing a modest breakfast with her son, Lu Yuanshao hastily consumed a few bites before slinging a book bag over his shoulder and exclaiming, I shall go check on my sister. I'll leave right after. Deng Ji couldn't help but chuckle. When she was pregnant, he was adamant about not wanting a sister, claiming she was delicate and prone to tears, yet now, he insists on seeing her every day after school before departing. Truly, it was a delightful turn of events. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshao stealthily slipped into the room. Sister, I'm here, I brought you a jug of milk, some diapers, and a change of clothes. Oh, how delightful, brother has come to steal me away. Otherwise, Sister Yingxue will come to see me. Lu Xiaojiao peeked out from the bag, her little head emerging like a thief in the night. Lu Yuanshao pushed open the window and leaped down, carrying his sister on his back. Today, the residence was bustling with activity, allowing him to successfully abscond with her. With the bag hanging from his chest, his sister's head poked out, revealing her exquisitely chiseled little face. The capital city was the most prosperous area of Beizhou, teeming with life and excitement. Lu Xiaojiao's eyes sparkled with wonder. Look at the sugar figurines, let us buy one. Lu Yuanshao purchased a sugar figurine, sharing a bite with his sister. Lu Xiaojiao was captivated by the little trinkets, her eyes glued to them. Buy. The air was thick with the scent of freedom and money, mingled with the aroma of burnt paper money. On either side of the road, many people knelt, burning paper offerings, while fresh spirit paintings adorned the doors of every household, casting a faint pall of fear over the passers-by. Do not be afraid, sister, Lu Yuanshao reassured her. From the 13th to the 15th of July each year, everyone stays indoors. It is the time when the gates of the underworld are opened, and malevolent spirits roam. These paper ingots and money are burned for them, while the spirit paintings on the doors serve to ward off evil. Rest assured, every year, His Majesty summons the abbot of the National Protection Temple to guard the capital. There shall be no issues. He affectionately ruffled his sister's hair when suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Fat dumpling, what do you have in that bag? Why is it moving? In a flash, Lu Yuanshao shoved his sister deeper into the bag, defensively shielding it. Mind your own business, he retorted, his expression guarded. Fat dumpling, you're such a coward, carrying around a floral bag. Ha ha, if you can't study, do you plan to become a girl? The tone was overtly taunting. This was Li Siki, the grandson of the Duke of National Protection, flanked by two other young masters. Jiang Yunma, the legitimate son of the Jiang family and brother of Jiang Yunjin, and a small monk, the 4-year-old son of the emperor, rumored to have been born with a frail constitution. He had been sent to the National Protection Temple as a novice monk after a life of incessant crying and weakness. You're the coward, your whole family is a bunch of cowards. Lu Yuanshao had I'd rather die than carry something so garish, Li Siki scoffed, rolling his eyes. Jiang Yunma chimed in, exactly. Lu Yuanshao had no desire to engage with them. The Jiang family was notorious for their treachery and his curiosity about the treasures within the bag only grew. This was the introductory class at the National Academy, with students typically aged 7 to 8. There were a total of 12 students in the class. Lu Yuanshao came from a family of moderate means and struggled academically, especially with Jiang Yunma's presence causing him to face subtle discrimination and isolation from his peers. His only good friend had fallen ill recently and had not attended the academy. As the teacher lectured, Lu Yuanshao occasionally glanced down at his sister. Li Siki, increasingly intrigued, signaled to someone in the distance, prompting them to divert Lu Yuanshao's attention. In a moment of distraction, Li Siki snatched the floral bag. Bang! The bag crashed down, sending books tumbling to the floor. The teacher's expression turned stern. Yuanshao, stand up, what was I just teaching? Lu Yuanshao's face was one of shock. On governance, Meng Yitzi inquired about, in death, bury with propriety, and honor with propriety. Lu Yuanshao recited the passage verbatim. The teacher regarded him with a nod, gesturing for him to sit down. As he did, he caught sight of a delicate porcelain-like doll, its little behind perched in the bag, gnawing on its tiny toes, with dark, curious eyes fixed upon him. Just the head was visible, its plump face breaking into a silly grin as it nibbled on its toes, radiating sheer adorableness. Li Siki's jaw dropped in disbelief. Heavens, Lu Yuanshao has stolen his sister out. Lu Zhaozhao, catching sight of him, scrunched her little face in hesitation for a brief moment before generously extending her foot. Ah! Li Siki, utterly bewildered, whispered, thank you for the hospitality, but I do not relish nibbling on toes. His expression was one of confusion. While infants might enjoy such antics, why invite others to partake? Perhaps in their eyes, sharing such simple joys was a form of camaraderie. Let me see. Jiang Yunma urged, poking Li Siki, who glared back and tightened his grip on the floral bag, shielding it from view. Lu Yuanshao was restless, enduring the torment until class was dismissed. He bolted towards Li Siki. Give her back. He was drenched in cold sweat. With Jiang Yunma, what could possibly be in that bag that would provoke such a reaction from Li Siki? The National Academy was vast, adorned with vibrant flowers. Li Siki stationed a servant outside the rockery to watch for passers-by, while the 4-year-old prince and Lu Yuanshao hid among the blossoms, beads of sweat forming on Lu Yuanshao's brow. Return my sister to me at once. Lu Yuanshao demanded. Li Siki shot him a glare. I am not bullying your sister. How brave you are to bring her to the academy. You must have stolen her, right? Such a beautiful and charming sister. If he were to take her out, his mother would surely have his head. Chapter 29. The day trip to the academy. Will you take care of her? Your sister is burning up, she's covered in heat rash. He discreetly loosened the cloth bag, allowing the little girl to feel a tad more comfortable. Lu Yuanshao, seeing his sister nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep, finally let out a sigh of relief. Your sister is truly lovely, Li Siki remarked, filled with envy at the sight of Lu Yuanshao's beautiful sibling. Of course. My sister is incredibly adorable, she even gives me kisses, Lu Yuanshao replied, a proud smile gracing his face. Li Siki felt a pang of bitterness. His mother had only given birth to 3 legitimate sons, while the concubines bore daughters that resembled monkeys. He gazed longingly before reluctantly returning the child to Lu Yuanshao, who placed her back in the cloth bag draped across his chest. What is her name? Li Siki asked eagerly. Initially indifferent to him, Lu Yuanshao couldn't help but boast, seeing his fondness for his sister. Her name is Zhaozhao, Lu Zhaozhao. What a delightful name, Li Siki replied. What does your sister eat? For lunch, let us share a table, he suggested, concerned that Lu Yuanshao might not take proper care of Zhaozhao. The 4th prince cast a surprised glance at him. The milk I brought this morning has soured. I won't sit with you, I detest Jiang Yunma. Lu Yuanshao said, his expression one of embarrassment, as the sweltering heat had spoiled his sister's provisions. I'll send someone to the kitchen to fetch more. Li Siki paused, then Jiang Yunma shall not sit with me during lunch. I will protect your sister, and I promise not to tell anyone. Thus, the ship of friendship began to sink. Then, may I hold your sister a little longer? Li Siki gazed at him with pleading eyes, utterly captivated by her charm. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuanxiao nodded in agreement. When Lu Zhaozhao awoke, she found herself encircled by several young men, startling her considerably. What a large face, how terrifying. Shou, little sister Zhao Zhao, do not cry. I will feed you milk, Li Siki said. As the grandson of the Duke of Guards, he was aware of the long-standing rivalry between the Duke's household and the Su family. The Duke's residence had been at odds with the Su family for years. Does your sister need a diaper change? Is your sister thirsty? Can you bring your sister to the academy again tomorrow? Will she smile at me? Li Siki bombarded Lu Yuanxiao with questions. Hearing his voice, Zhao Zhao beamed at him, her smile radiant. Li Siki's face lit up with joy. Your sister smiled at me. She smiled at me. Unable to contain himself, he gently pressed his cheek against hers, which felt soft and fragrant, exuding a delightful milky aroma. Lu Yuanxiao shook his head. Tomorrow is the 13th day of the 7th month. We must go out to parade through the streets. Scholars possess a refined aura, and when reciting aloud, they exude a righteous spirit. Each academy must participate in a street parade for 3. Ordinary folk, however, stay indoors during this time. Suddenly, Li Siki glanced at the fourth prince, who appeared pale and deeply fearful. Do not worry, as soon as class ends, return to the temple immediately. The fourth prince shook his head. My mother is unwell. I must remain in the palace to keep her company. Furthermore, the abbot will protect me while I am there. Lu Zhaozhao blinked her eyes, contemplating. He is of the Yin constitution. Born on an inauspicious day, weak in health, had he not been born into royalty, shielded by the dragon's chi, he might have perished at birth. Yet living brings its own suffering. Those born of the Yin constitution can see spirits. Isn't the 15th day of the 7th month terrifying? Lu Zhaozhao silently lamented. Lu Yuanxiao's eyes widened. No wonder the fourth prince resided in the Duke of Guards temple for so long. Had it not been for his mother, the virtuous concubine, falling gravely ill, he would likely have never returned to the palace. When class ends, return to the palace early. Avoid any malevolent entities. For these 3 days, do not venture outdoors. His frail condition and mean nature made him susceptible to possession by evil spirits. Sure enough, shortly after lunch, someone from the palace arrived to escort the fourth prince away. When he was 3 years old, he missed home and ran back to the palace on the 15th day of the 7th month. When he regained consciousness, 3 days had passed. During those 3 days, his temperament changed drastically. It is said that even the virtuous concubine was so frightened by him that she fell gravely ill. Li Siki sighed, knowing even more than he revealed. On that occasion, the fourth prince's eyes turned blood red as he savagely killed the concubine's dog, draining it of blood. He appeared as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, and upon awakening, he remembered nothing of the ordeal. Those 3 days were when evil spirits had taken possession of his body. The most tragic part is that before he turned 3, he was too frightened to open his eyes, covering them with gauze every day. His childhood encounters with ghosts made him particularly challenging to care for. Is there truly no way to prevent evil spirits from possessing him? Can the high monks of the Duke of Guards temple not achieve this? He was born weak and sickly, living in the cold temple, separated from his parents for years, while constantly needing to be vigilant against losing his body. Lu Yuanxiao had always perceived the fourth prince's demeanor as aloof, but now he felt a sense of pity for him. Li Siki shook his head. The abbot can only ensure temporary safety. The virtuous concubine has searched far and wide but found no permanent solution. Having shared the experience of raising a child, they began to view each other more favorably. She had discovered that making sounds daily greatly aided her development. Alas, her innate desire to gnaw on her hands and feet was utterly uncontrollable. Moreover, she felt an itch in her gums, likely a sign that her teeth were about to emerge. Lu Zhaozhao irritably tugged at her hair. Hey, don't pull, there are only 2 strands, don't make them bald. Lu Yuanxiao noticed her mention of her baby hair slightly. She hadn't had her baby hair cut yet. However, he harbored doubts about whether these 2 soft strands could truly ward off malevolent spirits. Throughout the afternoon, the two formed a deep bond of camaraderie. Until just before class ended, they were still affectionately gazing at the floral cloth bag, smiling tenderly. Lu Yuanxiao was all smiles. He had made a new friend. Just as he stepped out of the academy gate, he spotted Sushir standing at the entrance, her face stern as she brandished a stick. Ah! The moment Lu Yuanxiao set foot outside, he was met with a beating that echoed through the city. The entire town could hear his cries of anguish. Onlookers watched in disbelief as Sushir snatched a fair-skinned infant from his bag. The baby was exquisitely beautiful, with an utterly charming appearance. Lu Yuanxiao, have you lost your mind? How dare you sneak your sister into the academy? Sushir bellowed, fuming with rage. Little did she know how panicked she had been today, nearly causing half of the capital to erupt. I see you're itching for trouble. I'll teach you a lesson for daring to take your sister out. Will you dare to do it again? Will you dare? Sushir brandished her stick, chasing after him as Lu Yuanxiao wailed, pondering in his heart. Yes, he would dare. Chapter 30 of The Haunting of the Ghost Festival. Kneel in the ancestral hall. Without my permission, you shall not emerge. Sushir maintained a stern faade, tightly embracing her daughter. Lu Yuanxiao hung his head, dejectedly uttering a soft "oh." He then silently proceeded to kneel in the ancestral hall. Deng Ji, still shaken from earlier, gradually regained her composure. Mother, do not blame brother. Chaochao longs to go outside. She planted a kiss on Sushir's cheek. Sushir glanced at her carefree daughter. Today, you are the happiest. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Just the thought of it filled her with dread. The young master also adores. Typically, Lu Yuanxiao was sweet-tongued and never displayed airs of nobility, earning the deep affection of the maids. Su Shi shot her a reproachful look. Enough, kneel until after dinner. Dang Ji immediately brightened and ordered an early meal, half an hour ahead of schedule. Madam, it appears you are in high spirits due to recent joyous events. Dang Ji could not help but chuckle. Had the madam not been in good spirits today, the young master might have faced more severe consequences. Su Shi pursed her lips, stifling a smile. This morning, she had recovered all the items lost from her private treasury and received a substantial compensation. The sacrifices she had made over the years as a victim had finally yielded some financial recompense. The marquise seemed to be nothing but an empty shell now. The old lady looked quite haggard this morning, with dark circles under her eyes. She mentioned wanting to go pay her respects. Perhaps she has gone to that place, Dang Ji retorted. Madam, what if, shall we separate? Dang Ji had contemplated this countless times and finally voiced the thought. Lu Chaochao instantly sprang up in her embrace. Divorce, divorce, divorce. A new father, a new father. Look, the young miss is secretly delighted. Dang Ji was reluctant. She did not want the madam to endure any more trials. Just thinking about the past 17 years spent living in a web of deceit made her feel unjustly aggrieved for Su Shi. Su Shi's expression faltered slightly. Dang Ji, I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. Historically, a woman returning home after separation does not take her children with her. Unless the other party willingly relinquished them. Presently, Lu Yuan's bargaining power was insufficient. He would not easily abandon his children. Seeing her silent, Dang Ji instructed the servants to prepare dinner. In the evening, the old lady and Lu Yuan returned to the marquise, their expressions weary, with barely concealed anger in their eyes. Su Shi had disrupted all their plans. Your daughter-in-law is truly malevolent. She wishes to ruin Jinghuai. Jinghuai is the hope of our marquise. Did you see how he bore his desolation today? It pains my heart, the old lady lamented, clutching her handkerchief as tears streamed down her face. Lin Mama, her confidant, had also been sacrificed to take the blame, and this incident had evidently taken a toll. She is a mother too, how can she be so heartless? Just because her wayward child is a disappointment, must she ruin another's child? The old lady's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Yuan frowned. Mother, be cautious with your words, they are not wayward offspring, they are my children. His expression revealed a hint of uncertainty. The old lady struck him on the head with her cane, causing him to clutch his head in pain, blood seeping from his palm. Foolish. If it were the Yen Shu of years past, it would be one thing. Now, he is a cripple, a burden who requires assistance for even the simplest of needs. His existence only brings shame to our marquise. How intelligent is Jinghuai, his reputation resonates throughout the capital. As for Jingyao, she is beyond compare, foretold by the abbot, priceless, and what of Zhao Jiao, she has languished in obscurity, suffering for 17 years. That poison woman, Su Shi Yun. The old lady's expression was filled with resentment. This time, she nearly ruined Jinghuai's reputation, leading to total failure. Her family is powerful. I had originally planned that if she were to suffer a miscarriage, I would raise Jingyao in her name. Under her name, with time, she would develop a bond and thus lower her guard. In dealing with the Su family and Su Shi Yun, there would always be opportunities. In the future, Jingyao could sever familial ties for the greater good, earning a fine reputation. Alas, if Jingyao were by our side, we could alleviate our longing. Such a splendid granddaughter must be raised in secret, hidden from the world. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, yet he said nothing. As night fell, the household servants hurriedly secured the doors and windows, ensuring the door gods were affixed. At midnight, a thick fog rolled in from the horizon, shrouding everything within its grasp. In the midst of the white mist, grotesque and terrifying forms began to emerge. Headless figures wandered aimlessly, searching for their missing heads. There were dismembered limbs and gaping maws, a variety of bizarre and a series of piercing sounds echoed in their ears. Su Shi donned her garments, while Dang Ji dared not light the oil lamp, using only the moonlight to reassure, Madam, rest assured, we have affixed door gods all around. We even sprinkled black dog blood at the base of the walls, we are safe. Su Shi glanced at her peacefully sleeping daughter, who had kicked off the quilt, revealing her fair belly. Su Shi adjusted Chaochao's clothing to cover her abdomen. Today, it seems only Chaochao sleeps peacefully. Is Yuanchao allowed outside? Did he have his meal? Su Shi's expression turned slightly bashful. Ju Xia stifled a laugh, lowering her voice. Do not worry, Yuanchao returned to rest long ago. Before leaving, I had someone send him some pastries. He should be parading the streets by now. Outside, the wind howled, mingled with eerie wails, sending chills down their spines. Every year on the 15th of July, people are filled with trepidation, Deng Ji sighed. Tonight seems even more terrifying than previous years. The fog is so thick that one cannot see 5 fingers in front of oneself. Everything is a blank expanse, utterly obscured. In previous years, closing the main door allowed for some activity in the courtyard. But this year, the white mist had even infiltrated the estate. The intrusion of the fog seemed to bring with it many inexplicable phenomena. Have the servants retreated indoors to avoid the fog? Su Shi inquired. Despite it being midsummer, an unearthly chill crept in, causing her to shiver as she rubbed her arms, raising goosebumps. I instructed them this afternoon to retreat indoors. There is no one left in the courtyard now. It may only improve by dawn. My eyelids are twitching fiercely. I wonder how Yuanxiao is faring. This was Lu Yuanxiao's first time participating in the street parade. In Beizhou, there was a regulation that once a scholar turned 8, he could partake in the festival to ward off evil spirits, entirely voluntary. Why is there no sound of scholars reciting? In previous years, the streets were filled with the deafening sounds of recitation, which always dispelled the terrifying darkness, bringing a glimmer of light. Deng Ji's brows knitted in anxiety. Today was unlike any other year. It will be fine, there are enlightened monks overseeing things, we shall be safe, she whispered, while Ling Shui and Zhu Xia huddled together, trembling. Suddenly, a series of creaking, grating sounds pierced their ears, painfully jarring their eardrums. The group turned abruptly towards the door. They could hear the door creaking ominously, as if something outside was desperately trying to force its way inside. Chapter 31. The filthy language of infants. The door creaked ominously, sending a shiver down Deng Ji's spine as she beheld a thin crack appear in its frame. How could this be? Are they not afraid of the door god painted in vermilion? The talisman, it seemed, could not fend off the malevolent spirits. Sue's expression darkened as she inquired, "Where did you procure the vermilion painting?" Tears threatened to spill from Deng Ji's eyes. Before you gave birth, the Marquis had prepared the vermilion painting. At that time, she was blissfully unaware of the Marquis's treachery and his dalliance with a concubine. Sue's heart turned to ice, creaking and groaning. The door appeared to bulge outward. Ling Shui and Zhu Xia had retreated to the inner side, trembling in unison as they shielded their mistress. He, clang 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 clang, found you at last, voices echoed from all directions, threatening to engulf them. The door teetered perilously, and Sue bit her lip, tasting blood on her tongue. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Why have the sounds of reading not yet emerged? Ling Shui's voice trembled, and a heavy silence settled in their hearts. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her hands high above her head, positioning them on either side of her head, her feet spread apart like a little frog, her chubby hands and feet fidgeted restlessly. The incessant giggling in her ears disturbed her slumber, rousing her from her dreams. With a face twisted in irritation, she opened her eyes, her discontent palpable as she glared at the commotion that had roused her in the dead of night. Thud! Puffing up her chubby cheeks, she raised her tiny fist in indignation. Deng Ji, taken aback, hastily covered her mouth. Shoo! She stammered, trying to soothe Lu Xiaoxiao, but in an instant, the cacophony ceased, the frenzied spirits clamoring at the door halted. The eerie laughter that had sought to terrify them faded into silence. Even the wind that had rustled past seemed to still. The stillness was profound, devoid of sound. Lu Xiaoxiao, miffed, pushed Deng Ji away, her plump finger raised defiantly toward the door, her mouth agape as she unleashed a torrent of invective. 5-4. The infant stood with hands on hips, and none could decipher her words. All they understood was her palpable rage, as she furiously rattled off a string of curses. By her expression, it was evident that her language was exceedingly foul. Only Sue, in bewilderment and helplessness, clasped her ears tightly. What is the young miss saying? Ling Shui whispered to Zhu Xia. Zhu Xia scratched her head, finding the young miss particularly fierce at this moment, adorably fierce, in fact. Oh, my little ancestor, please refrain from cursing. There are malevolent spirits outside, and angering them could be perilous. Deng Ji pleaded, both coaxing and admonishing. Outside, silence reigned. Lu Xiaoxiao yawned, casting a satisfied glance toward the door. A dark mass lay sprawled across the ground, the notorious malevolent spirits that instilled fear throughout the realm now trembling in trepidation. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely fall to their knees in awe. Rubbing her eyes, Lu Xiaoxiao closed them again, drifting back into a peaceful slumber, her breathing steady and calm. The white mist outside the door receded like a tide, retreating silently. Deng Ji, emboldened, leaned against the door. Madam, why have they departed? Could it be that our young miss truly frightened them away? Sue's eyelids fluttered slightly. What nonsense, Zhao Zhao is merely dreaming. What does a 1.5-year-old child understand? Deng Ji chuckled foolishly, that may well be true. They had narrowly escaped a calamity, and relief washed over them all. I shall take a look at the front door to assess the situation outside, Sue declared, her unease prompting her to don her outer garment. I shall accompany you. Deng Ji sensed her concern for the third young master. The two ventured forth without a lantern, wary of drawing the attention of any lurking spirits. The estate was eerily quiet, save for the vermilion painting in Sue's chamber, now shredded to pieces by the malevolent forces. Madam! Sue's expression remained impassive. From now on, anything sent by him shall be stored separately. Lu Yuanza, you carried me into your household with great fanfare, allowing me to dedicate my life to the Marquis 8, while you bask in the fruits of your infidelity with a concubine. I shall ensure your disgrace and ruin. The cruelty you exhibit is unfathomable. Yet at this moment, Sue remains unaware of Lu Yuanza's true malevolence. The courtyard lay in silence, while outside, the wails of the damned echoed throughout the night. Sue and Deng Ji crouched by the entrance, peering out cautiously. Strange, our street seems exceptionally quiet. Deng Ji remarked, puzzled, for they had previously heard the spirits clamoring. At this moment, an unusual tranquility enveloped them. Perhaps it is due to the abbot's presence? Sue's mind flickered with thoughts of Zhao Zhao's voice. Deng Ji nodded in agreement, that must indeed be the case. Madam, I hear the sounds of reading, Deng Ji exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Indeed, the air was thick with the resounding echoes of scholarly recitation, gradually dispelling the malevolent spirits shrouded in mist. Concerned for Lu Yuanxiao, they chose not to leave, instead sitting patiently on the steps by the door. This night felt interminably long, each passing minute dragged on, a torment to endure. It was not until the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, casting sunlight upon the earth, that the mist began to dissipate swiftly, retreating into shadow, lurking, biding its time for another incursion. Whimper whimper, the street echoed with muffled cries. Lu Yuanxiao returned to the estate, weary and lightheaded, only to be welcomed back by Su at Tingfeng courtyard. Was everything smooth last night? Were you frightened? Su had arranged a breakfast spread, but Lu Yuanxiao, disinterested in food, took a few bites to appease Su's worries. At this moment, a sense of trepidation lingered within Lu Yuanxiao. Mother, I am unscathed. Was there any trouble at the estate yesterday? While we were parading through the streets, we discovered that malevolent spirits had breached the gates, seemingly more formidable than in previous years. There were even reports of injuries, but fortunately, the abbot arrived in time, otherwise, it could have escalated into a disaster. I was assigned to Lu Jinghuai's group yesterday. Lu Yuanxiao grimaced, having discerned from his sister's sentiments that the youthful Lu Jinghuai was, in fact, the offspring of his father. Su's eyes flickered with concern. At this moment, Lu Yuanxiao wore an unusual expression. Mother, Lu Jinghuai is highly reputed, and many speculate he will achieve great success, destined to be a literary star. There are even whispers that he could single-handedly dispel the darkness that envelopes the Zhongyuan festival. But guess what? Yesterday, the malevolent spirits showed no fear of him. How peculiar. Logically, those spirits should be terrified of the vibrant energy emanating from a scholar's eloquence. Lu Jinghuai is among the finest. How could this be? At 17, this was Lu Jinghuai's first participation in the parade. Lu Xiaoxiao sat on the bed, clutching an apple, her upper teeth revealing tiny, pearly spikes the size of grains of rice. Her baby teeth had yet to fully emerge, and she often used her meager little tooth to scrape apple pulp. Of course, it was because he plagiarized his brother's work. The mother and son shared a Yet, after his brother became paralyzed for 2 years, the title of child prodigy emerged for him. Even winning the title of scholar at 10 was due to the prompts stolen from his brother's questions. Lu Xiaoxiao smacked her lips, discontented with the disparity between his genius label and reality. Su's expression suddenly soured. Chapter 32. The abbot is cursed blind by her. Lu Yuanxiao clenched her fists tightly. Even now, some still draw comparisons between her elder brother and Lu Jinghuai. The world refers to them as the twin talents of the Lu family. Whenever the elder brother is mentioned, people always lament, sighing over the fate of such a remarkably gifted individual reduced to a state of disability. They often use this to extol Lu Jinghuai, suggesting that he has risen to prominence by stepping on the shoulders of his elder brother. Mother, I am currently struggling with my stuff. Do you know where they might be? Lu Yuanxiao casually coughed, feigning nonchalance as she inquired. Su Shi pressed her lips together. After your elder brother's incident, he became exceedingly averse to everything from the past. Your father had someone remove them. They were long since given to Lu Jinghuai. Humph. Lu Xiaoxiao could barely hold a large apple in her hands, which was larger than her cheeks. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since we last saw your elder brother, Su Shi said, her expression somewhat dim. The mere thought of her eldest son still brought her unbearable sorrow. She had poured all her heart and soul into him, and when the incident occurred, she felt as though she had nearly lost half of her life. Later, when her son stopped leaving the house, she found herself barred from entering. Occasionally, she could only sneak in to see him while he was deep in slumber, watching as he grew thinner day by day, sinking deeper into despair. Gradually, when will he finally be willing to step outside? Su Shi sighed softly. Perhaps, your elder brother will soon come to a realization. Lu Yuanxiao couldn't help but recall their last encounter. He seemed quite fond of Zhao Zhao, even breaking previous rules for her sake. Su Shi smiled faintly without responding. She dared not harbor too many expectations. The mere fact that her eldest son was alive had become her last hope. During the day, Lu Yuanxiao slept soundly. For the next 2 days, she continued her nocturnal escapades, and after 3 days had passed, the little chubby one had noticeably thinned. It's such a torment. This happens every year, and I can hardly bear it. Why can't this damned affliction be eradicated? Su Shi cursed inwardly. Lu Yuanxiao yawned. Mother, it is already quite fortunate that I emerged unscathed. I heard that this year, the abbot has gone blind. Lu Yuanxiao felt a pang of fear. Is that true? Su Shi gasped in surprise. When he left, the abbot's eyes were still covered with a black cloth. Lu Yuanxiao returned home and fell asleep immediately. Su Shi couldn't help but recall Zhao Zhao's last outburst against the abbot, cursing him for giving the Buddhist beads to Lu Jingyao, wishing his eyes were blind instead. Su Shi shivered at the thought. It seemed her daughter possessed quite the remarkable spirit. Shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Shi's second uncle came to pay a visit. This time, she did not politely refuse but instead warmly welcomed him with open arms. Whether Lu Yuanjia was happy or not, she did not know, but she was certainly delighted. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was just 6 months old, perfectly at the stage to begin solid foods, eagerly grasping a hard biscuit to gnaw on, drooling profusely. Dressed in a bright red short skirt, she sat cross-legged on the couch, her sparse hair styled into 2 little tufts. Zhao Zhao, do you miss your second uncle? Her second uncle, who oversaw water management, was amiable, quite unlike her seemingly stern elder brother, Su Yiting. He was exceptionally kind-hearted. Lu Xiaoxiao spread her hands wide and was promptly scooped into his embrace. 2 young boys followed behind him, his legitimate sons, Su Yuheng and Su Yuqing. These two were twins, 16 years old, identical in appearance and exceptionally handsome. Unfortunately, their difficult birth and prolonged labor had left them with some cognitive challenges, known as soul loss syndrome. This is your younger sister, call her sister. The second uncle gently stroked the heads of his two sons, feeling a pang of sorrow. How wonderful it would have been if both children could have been healthy and safe. The twins blinked, their gazes directed at Lu Xiaoxiao, revealing an unclouded yet confused clarity. Do not blame them, Zhao Xiao. Your two elder brothers do not comprehend words. The second uncle sighed. They were 16 years old, yet could not even call out for their parents. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Yuhong Gij? Yuqing Gij? Oh, so they are indeed lacking in spirit? No wonder they appeared somewhat dazed, missing something essential. Suddenly, the two brothers, who had been unresponsive to the outside world, looked up at Lu Xiaoxiao, gazes ablaze with intensity. In their world, they had not heard or understood anything for 16 years, but Lu Xiaoxiao's heartfelt voice reached their souls. Wow, I have so many brothers, each more handsome than the last. Brother, hug me. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to leap into the arms of anyone she met at that moment. She extended her hands toward Yuhong Gij. The second uncle panicked. Xiao, your brother cannot understand. 16 years had passed, and they had taught him nothing, and he understood nothing. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao stubbornly continued to extend her hands. Brother, hug. Her voice was soft and delicate, unwavering yet adorable. Su Yuhong furrowed his brow as though he could see only that little person. Then, under his father's astonished gaze, he cautiously opened his arms and cradled the chubby little girl in his embrace. Smack! Lu Xiaoxiao generously planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Yuhong, flustered, hastily wrapped his arms around her. I am Zhao Zhao's younger sister, you must call me sister. The little girl boldly offered her drool-covered teething stick. Su Yuhong was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. No. Ah, sister. He opened his mouth, stammering for a long time before finally hoarsely calling out the word sister. This left Su Ershu in a state of shock, even bringing him to tears on the spot. Yuhong, you can speak. My son can speak. After 16 years, his son had finally spoken, and there was a response. Lu Xiaoxiao extended her hands toward Yuqing Gij, earning yet another embrace. Su Ershu and his wife were overjoyed to the point of tears. Although their two sons still showed no reaction to their calls, they were responding to Zhao Zhao. This brought them renewed hope amidst their despair. Shiyun, you have given birth to a wonderful daughter. The second aunt even began. She had long since given up hope, yet now things were finally taking a turn for the better. Su Shi was equally astonished. Second brother and sister-in-law, do not cry. In the future, Yuhong and Yuqing can come to our residence to play often, allowing Zhao Zhao to spend more time with them. Or I can bring Zhao Zhao back as well. As long as she could assist her second brother, she was more than willing. The second brother and sister-in-law wiped their tears and began to chat with Su Shi. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to grasp the fingers of her two elder brothers, solidifying their connection. This was her forte. After all, she perked her ears to listen to their conversation. This time, His Majesty has dispatched me to Lin Luo to manage the waterworks. I fear I won't return until after the new year. You must be cautious in the capital, Lu Yuanjia. Su Ershu's brow furrowed slightly. Though my brother's words may seem harsh, you must remain vigilant. Su Shi pinched her handkerchief, taking a deep breath. Second brother, I understand everything. You must take care. However, Su Ershu secretly glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, gnawing on her teething stick, keenly listening in on their conversation. Chapter 33 Marrying a Scoundrel, The Calamity at Lin Luo? Isn't that the pivotal moment when my second uncle was torn apart by the disaster-stricken populace? Second uncle, you must be wary of Dong Jiaming, he will bring you harm. The little one felt an anxious urgency within. Meanwhile, second uncle relaxed his furrowed brow, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. Dong Jiaming, very well, he would remember this name. Su Shi, too, pondered how best to alert her second brother. Su Eryi had not even dined. After a brief respite, he hurriedly departed. He had also arranged to bring Zhao Zhao closer to her two sons. Upon his visit, he sensed that the two children had become notably more astute. That night, as Lu Xiaoxiao slumbered in a daze, she was stirred by faint sounds from outside. Su Shi, donning her robe, arose and entered to report. Someone has rushed to Desan Hall, claiming that someone is gravely ill. Lu Xiaoxiao yawned, turned over, and resumed her slumber. The ability to turn over was indeed delightful. The ebb and flow of fortune is a curious thing. In the original narrative, the Su family faced misfortune, with Su Shi's three sons encountering calamities in succession, while the female protagonist's family thrived effortlessly. Now, however, the Su family had risen in rank, none perished, and the third brother had not strayed from the right path. Their mother had even taken the opportunity to empty the Lu family and the protagonist's storeroom, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Though the outside world was tumultuous throughout the night, Lu Xiaoxiao slept soundly. Early in the morning, Su Shi was summoned to Desan Hall. The elderly matriarch, visibly fatigued, looked at the sprightly Su Shi and felt a surge of indignation. It was all because of her. It was she who had brought the situation to this dire state. You sleep so soundly, yet the marriage of Wan Yi is imminent, and you do not lift a finger. Must I, an old woman, handle everything myself? What use is it to marry you? The matriarch remarked, her tone laden with reproach. Had it been any other time, Su Shi would have knelt in apology. But at this moment, she replied, Mother, for all these years, I have cared for her. Who in the capital does not know this? It would be nonsensical to place blame on the daughter-in-law. How could you be aging? When you bore Wani, others of your age were already grandmothers, you still have the ability to bear a daughter, so you are not old at all, Su Shi spoke with a teasing tone, a smile gracing her lips. Yet the matriarch could not muster a smile, she felt as though Su Shi was mocking her, yet she found herself unable to provide proof, this only compounded her frustration. After all, Wani is your own daughter. It is acceptable for me to show her some affection, but the arrangements for her marriage must be handled by her biological mother, lest outsiders criticize you, Su Shi continued, her smile unwavering. The entire capital was aware of her opposition to Lu Wanyi's marriage. Naturally, she would remain completely uninvolved. In the future, should Lu Wanyi have regrets, it would not concern her. The matriarch's brows knitted in discontent. The last time Pei Zhaojiao was publicly humiliated and confined overnight at the magistrate's office, she returned to cause a scene with Lu Yuanzhe. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate in the capital, alleging that Lu Jinghuai's mother was a thief, with some even claiming that the last lightning strike had struck his household. This had indeed tarnished Jinghuai's reputation. Repeated incidents led to the servants serving Lu Jingyao becoming increasingly lackluster in their attentiveness. Last night, she had suffered from a high fever, leaving her restless throughout the night. Consequently, she felt increasingly uneasy about Lu Jingyao being raised outside. If only she could be nurtured under Su Shi's roof, she would inherit Su Shi's wealth and trust, allowing for regular oversight of her beloved child. You are Wan Yi's sister-in-law. Please assist her in safeguarding her interests. Su Shi smiled but remained silent. The reason I called you today is to discuss a matter with you. We received a letter from the old residents in Qingxi, indicating her brothers lack worth, but having a sister would provide support. What do you think? Although the matriarch spoke in this manner, her tone was quite resolute. For 17 years, Su Shi had never once refused her. Years ago, when the matriarch caught a chill and fell gravely ill, bedridden and unable to rise, the household's attendants merely went through the motions of caring for her, while the actual work fell to the maidservants and servants. That was considered extreme filial piety, yet Su Shi, once the darling of the heavens, could not bear to see her son suffer. With the intent to diminish Su Shi's authority, she merely had to utter a word, and Su Shi would personally attend to the most menial tasks without a single complaint. She had never contemplated that Su Shi would refuse. When the time comes, we shall include her in the family tree alongside Zhao Zhao, raising her as though they were twins. The matriarch's brows held a smile. As twins, their birth dates need not change, and they could rightfully return to the household to be recognized as kin. Su Shi's nails dug painfully into her flesh. How dare they? How dare they even contemplate this, to bring back an illegitimate child born of an extramarital affair and have the rightful wife raise her. Suddenly, she recalled that this had been their original plan. It was only by hearing Zhao Zhao's inner thoughts that she had narrowly escaped disaster. If she had considered it, had Zhao Zhao perished, and she cherished that illegitimate child as a jewel, only to be backstabbed in the end, betraying herself and the Su family would have been akin to her own demise. Su Shi's scalp prickled. At this moment, she clenched her hands tightly, betraying none of her turmoil. Mother, I have Zhao Zhao, why would I need another daughter? Furthermore, that child's parents are both deceased? Su Shi inquired with concern. The matriarch responded with a slight hum. Mother, it is not that the daughter-in-law is unyielding, that child is likely to bring misfortune to her parents. Look at this, before her birth, everything was harmonious. Parents were loving and the family was well. After her arrival, the family fell apart, and everything went awry. She must possess a hard fate that brings misfortune to her kin. The daughter-in-law is still young and unafraid, but you, mother, Su Shi sighed, her words laden with implication. The matriarch's brows knitted in displeasure, her eyes flashing with discontent. Lu Jingyao and Lu Jinghuai were her cherished darlings, she would not tolerate slander against them. Jingyao's fate had been affirmed by a renowned monk, deemed precious. Very well, if you do not wish for it, I shall not force you. The matriarch did not dwell further on the matter, simply regretting that Lu Zhao had not been drowned at birth. As Su Shi exited, her smile crumbled instantly. A dream. Lu Zhao was blissfully unaware of this. Even if she were to learn of it, she would never allow Lu Jingyao to be her sister. As long as she was unwilling, not even the heavens could compel her. At just 7 months old, Lu Zhao had sprouted her first tooth, her diet had expanded significantly, and she could occasionally indulge in half a steamed egg. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyi was on the verge of marriage. In my past life, my mother thwarted your entry into the fire pit, only for you to scorch her face. This time, let us see if you will regret it. Clad in festive attire, with a touch of red on her brow accentuating her adorably naive charm. Let us eliminate her. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence was alive with celebration, adorned with vibrant lanterns and festooned with auspicious double happiness symbols. The elderly matriarch was overwhelmed with joy, the mother and daughter weeping and wailing for a considerable time before finally sending her off. Among the guests arriving to escort the bride, Su Shi unexpectedly spotted Lu Jinghuai. It appeared that Lu Jinghuai had a good rapport with the newly appointed top scholar. Guling. Did he know that Guling would resort to domestic violence and abuse his wife? Su Shi watched coldly as Lu Wanyi, with a bewitching smile, walked toward the marriage she longed for. Chapter 34. A daily farce with a worthless father. After Lu Wanyi's marriage, the household fell into a palpable silence. On the day of her return visit, Lu Wanyi, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness, stood beside the newly crowned top scholar, appearing remarkably well-matched, almost like a pair of exquisite jade. As she caught sight of Mrs. Su, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a mocking smile. Dear sister-in-law, I am so relieved I did not heed your advice back then. How splendid a man Ah Ling is, yet you insisted he was unworthy and even obstructed my marriage. She unhesitatingly betrayed MRS.XU.GU. Ling's piercing gaze shifted towards her, his expression tinged with a hint of coldness. If I may inquire, when did I offend the esteemed Lady Ho? Gu Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Mrs. Datsu replied coolly, the Wani is not my own flesh and blood, I have personally guided her through every experience she has encountered, nurturing her as if she were my own. I have indulged her excessively, and her character has grown somewhat delicate. I merely worried she might have regrets, hence my interference. As for the notion that he is unworthy, that is entirely a fabrication. Who in the capital is unaware of the depth of my affection for her? Merely based on a fleeting glance during the parade, you expect me to allow her to marry, how could I possibly stand aside? Mrs. Su sighed, as if her heart were grievously wounded. Lu Wani pursed her lips, her face flushing. How could she possibly be swayed by a mere glance at Gu Ling during the parade? It was when she visited Pei Jiajiao's home that she first encountered Gu Ling, who was searching for Lu Jinghuai, and her heart had been captivated then. Pei Jiajiao had even gone to great lengths to invite Gu Ling over, and the two had already established a private rapport. She had merely intended to leverage Mrs. Su's influence to elevate her own standing, but to her surprise, Mrs. Su was unwilling to meddle in marriage matters. Lu Yuanjia had returned home early, partaking in a modest midday meal and a return visit banquet. Lu Chaochao successfully managed to snatch a few morsels of meat paste, excitedly wriggling in Dingji's embrace. If only my aunt could remarry, then we could feast on meat once more. Mrs. Su smiled gently. Sister-in-law, I must say, how long has it been since my brother returned home? Perhaps it is time for you to reflect on whether there is something amiss in your own conduct? Lu Wani's tone held a tinge of schadenfreude as she nudged Mrs. Su, hoping she would assist in securing a favorable match for her. Who would have thought she would be so reluctant to help? Even to extricate Pei Jiajiao from prison, Mrs. Su had to sell off a substantial portion of her dowry. Men are meant to achieve great things. What is it to a woman to endure a bit of hardship? Lu Wani nestled affectionately against Gu Ling, her eyes gleaming with happiness. Mrs. Su, clutching her handkerchief, wiped the grease from Lu Chaochao's mouth. Indeed, next time you are subjected to domestic abuse, remember to reflect, ponder why you are being struck. Lu Chaochao was quite content, eagerly anticipating her own turn to be scolded. Wani speaks the truth. Mrs. Su even shot a playful glance at Gu Ling, as if to say, do not return to me in tears. By the time the return visit banquet concluded, night had fallen. The maid must hasten to prepare a few winter garments for the young miss. With every autumn rain comes a chill, and the weather is about to change. Dingji sat by the bed, embroidering a tiger head hat for Lu Chaochao under the flickering oil lamp. Call for your mother? Mrs. Su was gently coaxing Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao grinned widely, revealing her lone baby tooth. Liang Qin, though her enunciation was unclear, the fact that she could speak was a good sign. Mrs. Datsu felt a surge of delight. While Chaochao may not yet speak, that girl was already chattering away. The moment Lu Yuanjia entered, he instinctively remarked. Of course she can speak, she hails from modern times, 2,000 years ahead. Were it not for her modern knowledge assisting that worthless father, how could our Su family be in such dire straits? Mrs. Su inhaled sharply upon hearing 2,000 years, her eyes lowering slightly. Which girl are you referring to? Lu Yuanjia raised a fist to his lips and, upon glancing at his wife, Mrs. Su nodded, allowing her to withdraw. Chaochao, call for your father, call for your father. Lu Yuanjia's eyes held a hint of surprise. Chaochao bore a far more striking resemblance than Jingyao. Call for father, Lu Yuanjia coaxed Chaochao. Lu Chaochao blinked her big eyes. Call for father. Her soft, melodious voice melted the hearts of all who heard. Lu Yuanjia shook his head. It is father, daddy, he pointed to himself. And Lu Chaochao responded with a bright, hey. Mrs. Su stifled a laugh, her body shaking with mirth as she covered her mouth. Lu Yuanjia's temples throbbed with fury, and after a long moment, he suppressed his anger, his eyes darkening with displeasure. What good was beauty? But Jingyao was far more affectionate toward him. Lu Chaochao merely turned her back to him whenever he was near. Chaochao, I am your father, he said, his tone laced with irritation. Chaochao innocently pointed at him, dog hole. She wore an expression of naïve ignorance, incensing Lu Yuanjia to the point of nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Chaochao is still young. Why must you take offense with a child? Lu Yuanjia scooped Lu Chaochao aside, lowering his voice, his cultured visage took on a more affectionate tone. Shiyun, how long has it been since we resided together after Chaochao's birth? He gently caressed Su Shiyun's shoulder, but she recoiled in disgust. Suppressing the urge to swat his hand away, she glanced at the eagerly watchful Lu Chaochao. Chaochao was observing. Girls are delicate, they cling to me, while the Marquis sleeps alone. Is he not lonely? Mrs. Su said with a light chuckle. Lu Yuanjia caught sight of Lu Chaochao's gaze, wishing to indulge her but losing interest, awkwardly retracting his hand, he said, Yun, do not think too much. How could I feel lonely? Besides you, I desire no one else. Yet, Lu Yuanjia's tone faltered. Is the Marquis facing any difficulties? Mrs. Su inquired, her tone laden with concern. Lu Yuanjia struggled to find the words. In times past, Mrs. Su would have readily handed him the key to her private treasury, allowing him to choose as he pleased, never letting him humiliate himself by asking how could he express that the household was strapped for cash. Lu Jinghuai's engagement with Miss Jiang had already been settled, and the bride price had been agreed upon, yet it had all been used to repay Mrs. Su. Even Lu Wani's dowry was hardly significant, and Mrs. Su had not contributed to it. Lu Yunjia felt a swell of dissatisfaction. Is the Marquis in need of funds? Mrs. Su's eyes brightened as she spoke graciously. If you are short on money, you must inform me. We are one, after so many years of marriage, why should we divide our resources? Mrs. Su's words moved Lu Yunjia. He desired her assistance, yet wished for her to plead with him. The household lacks money. Consuming my dowry is only fitting. The Marquis lives off of Yunjia's generosity, and she is more than pleased. Mrs. Su, aware of Lu Yunjia's pride and his need for face, made a seemingly casual remark that struck a nerve. Lu Yunjia's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. I do not lack funds. Yunjia's private treasury is for her own use. I have yet to reach the point of relying on a woman's dowry. Lu Yunjia's tone was somewhat harsh. By the way, have Yanshu come forth to bear witness, stating that Yanshu does not wish to burden Miss Jiang and voluntarily withdraws from the engagement. The rumors outside that Lu Jinghuai has snatched Yanshu's fiancé are most unpleasant. We must not ruin her future. She is a genius destined for great achievements. The glimmer of restrained joy was evident in Lu Yunjia's eyes. Bang! Mrs. Su's expression darkened as she slammed the teacup onto the table. Chapter 35 of the Plagiarism of Brothers article. Is this why the Marquis has come? You expect Yanshu to come forward as a witness? He has been jilted and scorned. Do you still wish for him to bear witness? You are merely rubbing salt into Yanshu's wounds. Lu Yunjia spoke soothingly. Yun Yang, Yanshu is already crippled. What harm is there in him enduring a little more grievance? He does not venture out, yet still suffers harm. His tone was light. A 17-year-old youth who has achieved the highest honors. He is no ordinary talent and shall surely soar to great heights. It would be wise to cultivate a good rapport with him. Some even assert that he is the second coming of Yanshu. His literary talent and his writings are not inferior to Yanshu's. Lu Yunjia's eyes sparkled, as if he had been rejuvenated. Su Shi regarded him with indifference. Did he not remember that Yanshu was more astute than Lu Jinghuai? No one shall tread upon my son to ascend. Su Shi trembled with rage, her lips ashen. This was not merely a matter of witness, this was an attempt to use Lu Yanshu as a stepping stone for Lu Jinghuai's fame. Even if Yanshu is paralyzed, I will not allow him to be reduced to a mere stepping stone. Lu Jinghuai had interactions with Zhang Yunjin before their engagement was annulled. Who knows if they were entangled in a clandestine affair? A prodigy, a top scholar, he is nothing more than a deceitful scoundrel. And you expect my son to testify? How absurd. Su Shi clenched her teeth in defiance. Slap. Lu Yunjia struck Su Shi across the face, a flicker of anger crossing his features. What madness are you spouting? A hint of panic was evident in his expression. Su Shi raised her hand to gently wipe the blood from her lip, her eyes ablaze with hatred. I see you have lost your mind. Yun Yang, how have you become this way? So petty, unable to tolerate anyone, you possess none of the grace or virtue you once had. He finished speaking and swept out of the room. Dengji burst through the door, her eyes widening at the sight of the lady's swollen cheek and bloodied lip, tears streaming down her face. Marquis, how dare he lay a hand on you? Dengji hastily ordered someone to fetch water for a warm compress. Su Shi remained expressionless, allowing the maids to bustle around her. Not a hint of emotion was seen from Lu Xiaoxiao, who sat upright on the couch, her expression grave, even the apple she cherished rolling to the floor. Prodigy? Nearly a thief of my brother's literary fame. Now he steals from my brother. In the future, when the heroine matures, she will have the vast literary heritage of 5,000 years of Chinese poetry to assist him. Outside, the lights burned bright, yet the atmosphere within was somber, with Su Shi's hatred unabashedly evident in her gaze. Su Shi's lips moved, though her face contorted in pain. Investigate the articles Lu Jinghuai has gained fame for in recent years. Also, bring back his previous works. A flicker of recognition crossed her features as she recalled Zhao Zhao's sentiments. Su Yiting had dispatched a few reliable guards, whom Su Shi typically employed for errands. They were trusted individuals. Lu Yunjia had left the manor and had not returned for half a month, seemingly intent on instilling a sense of pressure upon Su Shi, forcing her to submit. Lu Wani had even sent a message, stating this man would never strike a woman without cause. The woman must have erred. Sister-in-law should reflect on what she has done wrong. If an apology is in order, then let it be given. As a woman, humbling oneself before a man is nothing to be ashamed of. How outrageous! It's a disgrace after all the years the lady has devoted to her. The lady loves her as if she were her own, yet she is so ungrateful. Dengji exclaimed in anger. Su Shi, however, smiled enigmatically. Does the old matriarch know of this message? Dengji retorted, of course she does. She first sent word to the old matriarch before coming to Tingfeng Courtyard. I suspect the old matriarch harbors thoughts of prompting your reflection. Lu Xiaoxiao sat on the bed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. The time for Auntie to be punished is drawing near. Let the conflict begin, let it begin, let it begin, she chanted inwardly, her small hands clapping rhythmically. Su Shi pinched her chubby little face, amused by the child's penchant for theatrics. Very well, she too eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Oh, tonight I long to savor some meat puree. If I could taste the meat puree, I would surely be the happiest child in the world. Meat puree, meat puree, meat puree. Lu Xiaoxiao grinned, revealing a single tooth, beaming at Su Shi, radiating cuteness. Today is the 15th day of the 8th month. Let us steam some meat puree for Zhao Zhao and prepare some digestible treats for her. Su Shi's heart melted upon seeing her daughter. Were it not for Zhao Zhao's presence, she would be facing utter despair now. Sushar furrowed her brow slightly. She desired a divorce and intended to take her 4 children with her, openly and with dignity. It would be challenging, but with Chaochao, there was hope. Hooray! Sushar pretended not to hear. The small kitchen has inadvertently discovered a type of egg yolk bean said to dissolve instantly in the mouth, just the right size for the young miss. Everyone is looking forward to moon viewing tonight. I heard there is a moon viewing event outside where talented scholars and beautiful maidens will showcase their skills. In previous years, the Grand Princess would also host a grand affair. Dengji massaged Sushar's shoulders. Sushar's brows lifted with a hint of amusement. Ah, this child is precious. How could she dare to hold a lantern festival? Tonight, let us also release lanterns at the pond, and have the kitchen prepare ample food. Let us also double the moon silver for everyone. Sushar's words brought joy to Dengji, who bowed in thanks. Sushar cast a glance at Chaochao. To have Chaochao is my blessing. Withdraw 100,000 taels of silver from the treasury, and in Chaochao's name, let us aid. I have heard of the flooding in Lin Luo. Many refugees have settled outside the city. This shall be an act of virtue. Madam is truly benevolent. Dengji bowed deeply. She turned and personally set about the task. It was not until evening that Dengji returned to the manor. Tonight, the city was free from curfew, and red lanterns adorned every street. Madam, the disaster victims are truly pitiable. They have settled in a small town 50 miles outside the city. To express their gratitude for the young Mrs. Kindness, they have named their new village Xiaoyang Village. Sushar nodded, while Lu Xiaochao savored the egg yolk melt in the mouth. No wonder she felt a fine golden light flowing into her body today. For the disaster victims, this would become a form of protection. Little did they know that when calamity struck, Xiaoyang Village would be their only refuge. Bearing her name would signify the blessing of heaven. Madam, the Marquis has yet to return to the manor. The old matriarch just now made an excuse to go out for prayers and has also attended the temple fair, Dengji said hesitantly in a low voice. Several maids lowered their voices, fearful of inciting Sushar's anger. The Marquis had not returned for 10 days. Sushar's gaze remained tranquil. If this had been in the past, she would have already been in a state of trepidation, contemplating her faults, and would have humbly sought forgiveness. Now, Lu Yuanjia sought to oppress her. He was merely dreaming. She wished for nothing more than to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Very well, if he does not return, then let it be. We shall enjoy a peaceful holiday. Sushar understood that tonight, the Mid-Autumn Festival was a day of reunion. Pei Jiao would undoubtedly devise a scheme to keep Lu Yuanjia there. To humiliate her, he would naturally remain behind. Would she be humiliated? Dengji's eyes welled with tears. The lady was the rightful wife, brought in with great ceremony, and now, the Marquis would spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with a concubine. This was an affront to the lady. Dengji, you must understand, what I seek is no longer his genuine affection. Rather, it is to withdraw with my children. Intact, the more arrogant and unscrupulous he becomes, the easier it shall be to cast him into the abyss. Chapter 36 The fiery night of mid-autumn. On this mid-autumn night, the residence was devoid of the Marquis and the matriarch, yet, an air of lightness enveloped the household. Mrs. Su even had a table set up in the pavilion, laden with succulent crabs, a stove warming fragrant wine, and an array of exquisite pastries. She had a fondness for crabs, but the old lady detested their flavor and had abstained from them for 17 years. Every day after school, Lu Yuanchao would go to his elder brother's courtyard to study. At this moment, he was cradling Chaochao and sought out his brother once more. His brother sat in a wheelchair, and in just 2 short months, he had gained a noticeable roundness, a faint echo of his former elegance. His hands were gradually regaining the ability to lift. However, he had confided in no one about this. Is Chaochao here? Come, let your elder brother embrace you. Lu Yanshu, who was typically reserved and somewhat aloof, would always melt into warmth at the sight of Chaochao. Wulu, Chaochao longs to release lanterns. To set off Kongming lanterns and flower lanterns, Chaochao yearns to play. Chaochao nestled in her brother's embrace, her expression one of complaint. Lu Yuanshao scratched his head. Ever since I sneaked my sister out last time, mother has become increasingly vigilant. What would happen if something befell his sister? I have prepared flower lanterns, and I shall take you to the lake to release them, shall we? His brother smiled, exuding the demeanor of a gentle and refined gentleman. His features were as picturesque as a painting, handsome and graceful. Were he not confined to a wheelchair, he would likely incite a chorus of admiration from the young ladies of the city. Chaochao nodded vigorously. The best elder brother in the world, if only he could create a lantern of Avalokiteshvara for me. In the sky, there are various Kongming lanterns. I want to release a unique one, a Bodhisattva lantern. It would surely be delightful. Chaochao mused. After they released the flower lanterns, her brother retrieved some brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Since his disability, he had not held a brush, and this was the first time. Elder brother is most skilled at painting Buddhist figures. Today, let me create a portrait of Avalokiteshvara for Chaochao. He took up the brush and began to paint on the lantern. The young servant's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Truly, the young master had come back to life. Lu Yanshu could not sustain the position of holding the brush for long, and it was not until darkness had fully descended that he completed the portrait of the Bodhisattva. By the time he finished coloring, it was night. Chaochao danced with glee, the little bells on her chubby wrists jingling incessantly. Light lantern, her enunciation was unclear, only managing to utter a few words. She gazed at her brother with wide-eyed admiration. It was truly remarkable. The Bodhisattva he painted had a compassionate expression, as if observing the world with kindness, resembling a true deity. Lu Yanshu sensed his sister's astonishment and could not help but smile faintly. Lu Yuanxiao took a candle and lit the wick of the bodhisattva lantern. The moment the wick ignited, the bodhisattva seemed infused with spirit, radiating a divine light that enveloped all in a profound aura of compassion. Lu Yuanxiao stepped back, almost unable to meet its gaze, as if he were compelled to kneel in reverence. The rumors of his brother's prowess in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were indeed true. His presence eclipsed all others. Chaochao tilted her head back, nestled in her brother's arms, her little mouth exclaiming in wonder. The bodhisattva lantern soared into the sky, joining the multitude of Kongming lanterns. The lanterns glimmered with a soft, ethereal white light, drifting between heaven and earth. Chaochao blinked her eyes, her small hands gently forming gestures, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into the lantern. In an instant, all the Kongming lanterns began to float together, converging upon the bodhisattva lantern at the center, as if the stars themselves were embracing their divine counterpart. "What is that in the sky?" someone exclaimed in astonishment, raising their voice. At that moment, everyone had gathered before the high platform, admiring Lu Jinghuai's splendid display, previously reveling in their own praises, and now, all heads turned skyward. The vibrant festivities and cacophony of the city seemed to have been momentarily paused. "It is the bodhisattva. The bodhisattva has manifested. Look, the bodhisattva has appeared." The crowd erupted in fervent shouts, frantically kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly. "Oh heavens, a deity has appeared. Is this divine being here to bless us?" The throngs rejoiced, while Lu Jinghuai stood awkwardly at the forefront, biting his lip to suppress the rising anger in his chest. The entire city was worshipping the bodhisattva. Unbeknownst to Chaochao, her release of the bodhisattva lantern had incited tremendous awe. She was oblivious to the fact that the matriarch of the loyal and valiant Marquis had knelt beneath the lantern for an entire night, fervently beseeching for Lu Jinghuai to achieve success in his examinations. Chaochao yawned, her expression somewhat fatigued. The household had been bustling, and she had not napped that afternoon. "Elder brother, I shall take my sister back to rest. You should also retire early," Lu Yuanxiao said. Since learning of their father's dalliance, he had matured significantly. Of course, sneaking his sister away did not count. "Sleep in elder brother's courtyard, not going home, not going home." Chaochao murmured drowsily. "Not fat." Lu Yanxiu was gazing blankly at the osmanthus wine. "Let Chaochao rest in my room." Lu Yuanxiao carried his sister inside, leaving 2 maidservants to guard the door before quietly departing. At night all was silent, and the moonlight cast a serene glow. Suddenly, a thick black smoke billowed from the residence, causing Deng Ji to wrinkle her nose. "Where is the water leaking?" Having indulged a bit too much in drink that evening, the matron was still inebriated. She looked up toward the source of the smoke. In that instant, her pupils constricted sharply. "Madam!" Deng Ji's voice turned shrill in an instant. There's a leak, there's a leak. Someone, come quickly, there's a leak in Mingda courtyard." Deng Ji trembled all over, her piercing voice shattering the stillness of the night. Mrs. Su was startled into full awareness, her complexion drained of color. "Yanxiu, my Chaochao." Mrs. Su stumbled forward, racing towards Mingda courtyard. She felt as if she had plunged into a frigid abyss, overwhelmed by terror. She could not utter a single word. At that moment, the entrance to Mingda courtyard was engulfed in thick smoke. "Where is Chaochao? Where is the eldest young master?" Deng Ji shouted frantically. The maidservant guarding the door trembled uncontrollably. "The young miss is also in the eldest young master's room. They are all inside." The maidservant sank to the ground, weeping bitterly. "I saw with my own eyes when the 3rd young master carried her in." "Mrs. Su swayed, nearly collapsing. "Madam!" Deng Ji cried out in alarm. Mrs. Su's throat was parched, and as she crawled and wept, she cried, "What will become of Yanxiu? He hasn't come out yet. Chaochao is only 7 months old. She will be frightened. Let go of me, my Chaochao is still inside." Mrs. Su, in a frenzy, charged inside, the flames roaring as if bent on annihilating everything, the sight ablaze with crimson. Her child, Mrs. Su, was consumed by madness. Chapter 37. You had been warned. Su Shi collapsed before Mingda Garden, her expression fraught with fear as she stared blankly at the inferno that seemed poised to consume everything. The flames crackled and roared, as if eager to devour all in their path. She struggled to rise, but a figure dashed swiftly into the blaze. "Your Highness!" The guard's face blanched in terror. Just then, a beam from the entrance collapsed, blocking the way for everyone outside. The scorching flames slowly eroded Xie Qingxi's skin, and the young man's brow furrowed in distress. "Lu Chaochao," he called out loudly. The crown prince's reckless plunge into the fire caused the guards to turn pale. From all directions, guards rushed in to extinguish the flames. Xie Qingxi had no knowledge of where the sleeping quarters were, yet he could vaguely hear fragmented thoughts. "Damn it! Damn it, they all deserve to die." Listening to the voices, he felt a surge of uncontrollable emotion. He charged toward the source of the voice, feeling an unbearable heat seeping through him as he flung open the door to the quarters. In the flickering light, his vision blurred. He glimpsed the crippled Lu Yanxiu and saw Chaochao. It seemed he witnessed Lu Yanxiu staggering to his feet, enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow that shielded them from the encroaching flames. He was hallucinating at such a young age. Lu Yanxiu, though at death's door, clung desperately to Chaochao. Xie Qingxi clearly saw the fury in the little girl's eyes. She was usually so charming and gentle, yet in this moment, she appeared somewhat intimidating. In haste, he took Chaochao into his arms. "Don't be afraid, Chaochao, brother Qingxi is here. It's all right." He gently stroked Lu Chaochao's hair, attempting to soothe her. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he felt the searing heat around him gradually diminish as he drew closer to her, even experiencing a hint of coolness. They huddled in the farthest corner of the quarters, with roaring flames before them. The sky erupted with a resounding crash of thunder rumbled down from the heavens, and soon after, torrential rain poured down. The relentless raindrops fell upon the flames, swiftly extinguishing them. Outside, the common folk hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Strange, the Imperial Astronomy Bureau clearly predicted no rain for the next fortnight." As the rain doused the fire, Lu Yenshu seemed to relax, collapsing onto the ground. Su Shi stumbled through the door, her heart shattering at the sight of her children amidst the ruins. "Yenshu! Chaochao!" Su Shi cried, rushing forward. "Your Highness, thank you, Your Highness," she wept uncontrollably. The physician had already rushed in search of the crown prince, who waved his hand. "First, attend to the eldest son of the Lu family." The physician knelt on the ground, his expression skeptical. Oddly, the eldest son of the Lu family had once been a cripple, with withered veins. Now, he wanted to examine further, but Su Shi interrupted, asking, "How is Yenshu?" The physician retracted his hand. "Madam, the eldest son is not in serious danger. He simply inhaled some smoke and fainted from stress. With proper care, he will recover." Still wishing to check further, he heard the crown prince say, "Check on the little girl." The little girl lay listlessly in Xiaoqingshi's embrace, her pale face smeared with black soot. "The child is unharmed," nearly frightened. Upon hearing this, Su Shi's tightly wound nerve snapped, and she collapsed. "What of the Marquis?" The crown prince frowned deeply, realizing that not a single responsible person remained in the estate. "The Marquis has not returned." Deng Ji wiped her tears and instructed others. Xiaoqingshi had no choice but to carry Lu Chaochao out. "Don't be afraid, we are safe now." He couldn't help but recall the little one's gaze moments before, one that seemed intent on annihilating everything, as if she were barely conscious. Such a small child, how could she possess such a terrifying glare? Perhaps she was just frightened. This little male lead is still a good person. Lu Chaochao sighed softly. Such a good person, how did he end up being worn, becoming the subordinate of— The young crown prince is so diligent, yet a counterfeit has taken over his body, using the empire to pursue romance. It has led to chaos in Beizhou. Xiaoqingshi halted abruptly. "Worn, what does that mean, to taken over his body, using the foundation of Beizhou to engage in romance?" The chill shot through him, and he gasped, realizing someone was impersonating him. He wanted to continue eavesdropping, but at that moment, the little girl, When Lu Yuanjia hurried back to the estate, Mingda Garden had already been reduced to ruins. Marquis, the servants knelt on the ground. Lu Yuanjia's face was filled with sorrow. The towering flames were visible from several streets away, a sight that struck terror in the heart. "Yenshu, Chaochao, my Chaochao," standing amidst the ruins of Mingda Garden, Lu Yuanjia swayed, appearing to age several years in an instant. His expression crumbled, etched with grief. The young servant's face stiffened. "Marquis, the young lady was saved by the crown prince, the eldest son is also unscathed, only Mingda Garden was destroyed." Lu Yuanjia froze for a moment before dropping to his knees with a thud. "Truly, the Bodhisattva has protected us. Truly, the Bodhisattva has protected us. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving Yenshu and Chaochao." He bowed fervently toward the crown prince, yet, Xiaoqingshi, still holding Chaochao, replied with a calm demeanor, "Lu Yenshu and Chaochao are both well. 3 days for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Marquis is so busy that he hasn't even returned to the estate. Had I arrived just a moment later, I fear both the Marquis's wife and daughter would have perished in the flames." Xiaoqingshi's expression turned slightly stern. Lu Yuanjia's eyes reddened as he sighed softly. "I am eternally grateful for Your Highness's life-saving grace." Lu Yuanjia had just shared a reunion meal with Jiao Jiao. He found it difficult to explain. "Lord Lu, take care of yourself." Though only 8 years old, Xiaoqingshi had been groomed to be the heir since childhood, and he easily discerned Lu Yuanjia's unease. The crown prince returned little Chaochao to Deng Ji, who had red-rimmed eyes. When the mistress awakens, she will undoubtedly express her gratitude personally. The crown prince waved his hand. Initially, he had merely come to see who had so peculiarly lit a bodhisattva lamp that drew the entire city to bow in reverence. Little did he know he would encounter the Lu family's inferno and overhear Chaochao's voice. This trip had been worthwhile. When Su Shi opened her eyes, she heard little Chaochao's murmurs. "As long as I burn to death, I can keep the little female lead by my mother's side." How wicked. Dreaming of taking my place, how deluded. Su Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she sat up and embraced Chaochao, weeping uncontrollably. "I nearly lost Chaochao." Chapter 38. A provocation of the hidden fury. Lu Xiaoxiao was tightly embraced in Su Shi's arms. The little one clumsily raised her hand and gently touched her mother's hair, murmuring, Not afraid, it's cool, not afraid." Su Shi wept even more bitterly. "Madam, the Marquis is outside," Deng Ji said softly. Su Shi retorted fiercely, "Tell him to get lost, get out." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Su Shi's eyes, the depth of her past love now transformed into a fierce hatred. How dare he lay a hand on Zhao Zhao? Outside, Lu Yuanzhe heard Su Shi's voice and felt a surge of displeasure. Su Shi had truly lost her sense of reason lately. He had pampered her too much, leading her to lose sight of her true position. Jiao Jiao was so gentle and considerate, while Jing Yao was exceptionally clever and attentive. Lu Yuanzhe suppressed his anger, saying, "Yin Yang, the fire was not my intention. I will move back to the Marquis' residence to take good care of you both." It was strange. They had agreed to set fire to Tingfeng Yuan, yet Mingde Yuan had caught fire instead. Having said that, he left the small courtyard. Last night, they had caught the arsonist, a young servant from the inner kitchen, who claimed Su Shi had punished him, leaving him resentful. That servant is the son of the maternal uncle of Lu Jinghuai's attendant. Wu, burning my elder brother would ensure there is no evidence of his plagiarism. Su Shi's eyes brightened slightly. Chaochao, was it your elder brother who protected you last night? Lu Chaochao nodded with a smile. Good, elder brother, go. She pointed in the direction of her brother. With Mingde Yuan in flames, he had moved into Tingfeng Yuan last night. Lu Chaochao's heart ached as she recalled her brother supporting himself against the wall, taking a few steps while his hands were blistered from burns. Yan Shu, how could he be willing to protect you? Su Shi was filled with both joy and sorrow for her son's suffering. Since the incident, her eldest son had become exceedingly indifferent and irritable, forbidding anyone from approaching him. She held Chaochao and went next door, where a multitude of items from Mingde Yuan lay scattered about. Little wooden horses and other children's belongings were everywhere. Are all these things from Mingde Yuan? Su Shi asked, astonished. The maid nodded. Most of them belonged to the young miss. Su Shi was quite taken aback. Chaochao, do you often visit your elder brother? Chaochao nodded vigorously. Upon seeing Lu Yanshu, Su Shi was even more shocked. The once emaciated eldest son now appeared to have gained some flesh. If he weren't still seated in a wheelchair, one would hardly see him as a patient. Bow big pot, hug. Before Su Shi could steady herself, Lu Chaochao dashed over. Her son was entirely paralyzed and unable to move. How could Yanshu possibly lift her? Su Shi was taken aback, yet what astonished her even more was, the son who had long been diagnosed as paralyzed by countless physicians had actually raised his hands to catch his little daughter. The familiar little girl nestled into her elder brother's embrace, leaving Su Shi utterly stunned. How can this be, Yanshu? Have you improved? Tears streamed down Su Shi's face as she trembled closer to her son. She hadn't approached him in many years. Ever since his paralysis, Lu Yanshu had refused any visits, unwilling to confront the despair and sorrow in his mother's eyes. She had not seen her eldest son so peaceful in a long time. Mother, you have worked hard, Lu Yanshu spoke gently, looking at his mother, his eyes glistening with moisture. He had initially thought that his parents were harmonious, but little did he know his mother lived in a web of deception, and how could he bear to let her face it alone? He raised his hand slightly. His burn from last night was still wrapped in gauze. He gently lifted his leg, feeling the strength gradually returning, yet, to fully recover to his former condition, it would likely take another 6 months. Last night, Lu Yuanshao had secretly drunk rice wine and slept until dawn. Now, he drooped his head as he approached to carry his sister away, allowing his mother and elder brother to reminisce. I will never drink again. Whoa, his sister almost burned to death. Lu Yanshu and Su Shi closed the door, and muffled cries from Su Shi could be heard intermittently from within. Lu Chaochao pointed at the door. Eavesdropping. Lu Yuanshao shook his head vehemently. A real man does not engage in eavesdropping. Moments later, he was found cuddling his sister, pressing his ear against the door. Inside, faintly, the voice of his elder brother could be discerned. Mother, the more he cares about something, the more we must destroy it. Not only that, we must also ensure our safe retreat. I hope Mother can keep Yanshu's improvement a secret. To him, the disabled hold no value, and only then can we extricate ourselves. He should never have laid a hand on Chaochao. They wanted to burn her to death, and Mother's heart is shattered, so they can adopt Lu Jingyao. Lu Yanshu's expression darkened. As for what we have heard, we must keep it sealed tight to protect her. Lu Yanshu's demeanor was exceedingly grave. He realized that he and his mother could hear Chaochao's innermost thoughts. Wow, how did elder brother and mother know that the scoundrel father is supporting a mistress? Elder brother and mother are truly clever. Elder brother is magnificent, elder brother is imposing. I am proud of my elder brother, oh no. Su Shi suddenly flung open the door, causing the two little ones to tumble headfirst to the ground. Oh no, we've been discovered eavesdropping. Little Chaochao innocently looked up, pointing at her third brother. It was all his fault for carrying me. Lu Yuanshao grinned. You traitorous little sister. But what exactly did they hear? What are they trying to protect? I want to know everything. Lu Chaochao wore a dejected expression. Su Shi and Lu Yanshu exchanged glances, then looked at Lu Yuanshao, fearing he might have heard as well. Sure enough, after dinner, Lu Yanshu summoned Yuanshao into the room. Lu Yanshu sternly forbade him from revealing Chaochao's thoughts, bringing a sense of relief to the family. The following day, Su Shi did not inform the Marquis's residence and went alone to the government office to report the case. As a third-rank noblewoman, Su Shi was given utmost importance, even receiving a personal audience from the governor. At noon, in front of the stunned students of the Jinghong Academy, Lu Jinghui's attendant was taken away publicly. The clear and bright youth frowned slightly. May I ask, Your Honor, what is the meaning of this? What crime has my family's attendant committed? He had now become a scholar and did not bow before officials. He was also known as a prodigy in the capital, and the officials treated him with respect. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the entrance was bustling with people. The loyal and brave Marquis's residence has reported a case. Lu Shoukai, your family's attendant, has been accused of arson, burning the Marquis's eldest son. We are here to take him for questioning. After a pause, he continued, at that time, we may also need to ask Lu Shoukai some questions. We hope you will cooperate. Lu Jinghui clenched his fist slightly. Such a thing has occurred? Then I shall certainly cooperate. Lu Jinghuai's expression was inscrutable, but his classmates beside him spoke up. The eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis? Is he not the remarkable talent from 8 years ago? Considering you all share the surname Lu and have similar literary styles, you even earned the title of Little Master Lu back then. Perhaps there is some familial connection? Mr. Zhou beside him jested. However, Lu Jinghuai's face darkened as he turned and walked away. Chapter 39 of the Grand Performance approaches. Hey, Brother Jinghuai, I was merely jesting. Zhou Lin and Wang Yuquan hastily caught up. Jinghuai, what entanglement does your book attendant have with Lu Cunfei? This must be a misunderstanding, Wang Yuquan inquired. He was aware that this Lu Xiaotian, exceedingly averse to being compared with Lu Yenshu, had once faced the humiliation of having his work mistaken for that of Lu Yenshu during his exam. You have merely 6 months until the autumn examination. The academy director is counting on you to achieve the highest honors, Zhou Lin remarked. As a scion of a humble background, he possessed a certain pride. Lu Jinghuai, valuing friendship over familial status, had garnered a reputation among the children of lowly origins, who subtly regarded him as their leader. The group entered a tea house, taking a seat on the second floor to overlook the bustling crowd. Nearby, others were discussing, damn it, I don't know who set off a lantern last night, forcing me to kneel for half the night, but if I catch him, I'll make sure his backside blooms. My head is all bruised. I thought the Bodhisattva had manifested. Who knows which little rascal did it? Speaking of which, the fire at the Duke's residence yesterday was truly fierce. I wonder if anyone perished. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Amidst them, Lu Jinghuai sat, his handsome visage shadowed with gloom. Zhou Lin's eyes sparkled with amusement. Last night was utterly hilarious. The whole city was in prayer, all eager to catch that little rascal who lit the lantern. Lu Jinghuai thought to himself. His mother had forced him to kneel all night, praying for a successful examination. What a disgrace. Lacking appetite, Lu Jinghuai concocted an excuse to part ways with the group. Once he departed, Wang Yuquan scoffed lightly. What pretense? Having snatched Lu Yenshu's fiancée, can there be no grudge? Zhou Lin's eyes widened in surprise. What is the story here? Lu Yenshu has a fiancée. He became disabled while rescuing her from drowning, Wang Yuquan explained. Lu Jinghuai is to be wed to that very girl who fell into the water, he added. Zhou Lin gasped. He saved her and became disabled, sacrificing his bright future, and she dares to abandon Lu Yenshu for Brother Jinghuai? Zhou Lin found it incredulous. The entire capital is still lauding their match as a perfect pairing of talent and beauty, Wang Yuquan dismissed. With Lu Yenshu rendered incapacitated, who will speak up for him? Who would dare offend the talented young scholar of the Jinghong Academy, who is likely to excel in the upcoming examination? Naturally, they will elevate him. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, sensing the fade surrounding Lu Jinghuai beginning to crack. Brother Jinghuai is being foolish. He is proud and unconventional, never looking down upon those of humble origins, indifferent to family background. How can he be so naive? Moreover, he has shared many of his annotated texts for public circulation, which is quite admirable. Alas, when will I gain insight? Before he turned 10, Brother Jinghuai was indistinguishable from the crowd. After 10, he seemed to awaken, producing works imbued with remarkable spirit, earning accolades. Zhou Lin sighed, his expression filled with envy. The Lu family truly produces geniuses, 2 in succession, Zhou Lin mused, oblivious to Wang Yuquan's contemplative gaze. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Duke's residence was tense. Why have you reported to the authorities again? As the matron of the Duke's household, why do you involve yourself in such matters? If this escalates, do you think the Duke's reputation will remain untarnished? Yenshu and Chaochao were not harmed. Go and retract it at once. The matriarch nearly ground her teeth in frustration last night. Such a massive fire, yet not a single soul was lost. Su Shi's eyes narrowed. Mother, your words are amusing. Someone set fire to the Duke's residence, putting my son in peril, and I should remain silent? Are you suggesting that you set the fire? She quipped, causing the matriarch's face to pale. Lu Yuanjia hurried in, his eyelids twitching upon hearing her words. Yun Yang, what nonsense are you speaking? Yenshu and Chaochao are of the Duke's bloodline. How can you doubt your mother? Wouldn't that wound her heart? Apologize. Su Shi replied calmly, let us discuss the matter straightforwardly. Speaking to a ghost, naturally, one would use ghostly words. Her words only served to infuriate Lu Yuanjia further. The matriarch was nearly at her wit's end. When had Su Shi become so unfilial and ungrateful? Yenshu and Chaochao were maliciously set upon by arson. Am I not entitled to report this? What logic is this? Are they not also descendants of the Duke's household? Duke, tell me, am I allowed to report this? Su Shi asked with a wry smile. Lu Yuanjia's heart sank. How can you not report it? Of course, you must report it, but why have you apprehended Lu Jinghuai's servant, a person unrelated to this matter? My lady, I understand. Previously, Su Shi had been so compliant and sensible. How had she become so unreasonable? Su Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as she scrutinized his expression. Naturally, it will be investigated. The servant's wife's uncle's son is Lu Jinghuai's book attendant. This convoluted connection, if not for Chaochao, would likely have gone unnoticed by anyone. Lu Yuanjia was momentarily stunned, realizing the complexity of the relationships involved, which perhaps even he himself didn't fully grasp. How could this be? Lu Yuanjia was unable to fathom that they had actually uncovered the truth. Why would he set fire to Yenshu? Lu Yuanjia was bewildered. He was completely unaware that Lu Jinghuai's brilliance stemmed from plagiarizing his elder brother's work. The treasure he had cherished was but a counterfeit. He had always believed it was merely a matter of burning Chaochao to make way for Jingyao. Last time, the master even praised his noble character, seeking Enshu to vouch for him. Is this what constitutes noble character? Su Shi's expression was icy. I have heard that his identity remains unclear. Having always been sheltered by his mother in isolation, he might very well be the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official in the capital. Su Shi scoffed, entirely indifferent to Lu Yuanjia's twitching eyelids. Who knows which high official was blinded by love, producing such a deeply flawed offspring? Enough! Lu Yuanjia could scarcely contain his fury. Sweat dripped down Lu Yuanjia's brow. Yun Yang, the servant's actions have yet to be proven to be his. Let us not misjudge a good child. Lu Yuanjia clenched his fists. At this moment, seeing Su Shi in a fury, he dared not advise her to withdraw the complaint and could only hastily leave the residence. Su Shi's gaze remained cold and indifferent as she watched him depart. Even a tiger will not harm its cub. He is inferior to a beast. What manner of man have I married? Su Shi bit her lip until it bled. Humph, that scoundrel father is about to seek help for Lu Jinghuai again. He is quite close to Lord Chen, the Vice Minister of Rights. Without someone backing him, how could he have concealed this for so many years? The Vice Minister of Rights, a second-rank official, did he not leverage her family's influence to establish their acquaintance? Su Shi trembled with rage. Thankfully, there is Chaochao. Su Shi spent the afternoon playing with Chaochao before hearing that Deng Ji had come in, infuriated. Madam, the book attendant has taken full responsibility and has been detained, but Lu Jinghuai, Deng Ji's eyes were red with anger. I have heard someone has vouched for him. Moreover, the individual possesses considerable influence. Shall we return to summon the granduncle? Deng Ji could not swallow this humiliation. Su Shi waved her hand. Come here. She leaned closer to Deng Ji and whispered, her eyes gradually brightening. Ah, madam, you are truly formidable. With that, she bounced out the door, her spirit lifted. Chapter 40. A fierce retribution. In the dead of night, a chilling scream pierced through the capital. The residence of the loyal and brave Marquis was in the midst of dinner. What on earth is happening? Such a terrifying sound in the middle of the night. Inshue, go and see what is the matter. Su Shi exclaimed, startled. The elderly matriarch cast an annoyed glance at her. As the esteemed matron of the Marquis' household, must you concern yourself with every little commotion? Is this how the Su family has raised you? No sooner had she spoken than Inshue returned, her face alight with excitement. They are fighting outside, madam. There is a commotion in the northern part of the city. Inshue's eyes sparkled. They say a government official is keeping a mistress, and the legitimate wife is confronting the lover. It is quite a fierce altercation. I also heard that the mistress has a son and a daughter, and the son is none other than the renowned prodigy, Lu Jinghuai. As of now, Lu Jinghuai's face has been thoroughly battered. There is a child, perhaps 7 or 8 months old. That little one, tsk, crash. The elderly matriarch and the loyal and brave Marquis turned pale, their ceramic-ware shattering on the floor. Who was beaten? Lu Yuanjia's heart quivered, suppressing his anger and forcing a facade of calm, his voice trembled. A woman from the northern alley, no, a vixen. They say she is the mistress of the Vice Minister of Rights, and she has borne him a son and a daughter. The daughter is merely 8 months old and has quite the sharp tongue, pointing at the legitimate wife, Madame Qin, and calling her a shameless harlot. Ah, it enraged Madame Qin so much that she slapped her across. You are the matriarch of the Marquis' household, how can you witness such sordid affairs? Su Shi urgently advised, countering the matriarch's earlier words. That mistress, shameless and brazen, bears children for men outside. Why do you wish to see such a wretched creature? The elderly matriarch felt dizzy, pushing Su Shi aside. Let go, I must see. Her eyes were bloodshot. Su Shi retreated quietly, stifling a smile. Take me to see. I want to see too. If you don't take me, I will throw a tantrum, I will turn against you. Lu Chaochao, anxious, had climbed out of her cradle, gripping the edge of the bed with her chubby legs trembling. Oh, my little ancestor, is this commotion something you should get involved in? Deng Ji, seeing her eagerness, understood her thoughts. Whoa, if you don't let me go, I will crawl out myself. She scrambled towards the door, moving swiftly, startling the dogs in the courtyard. Quick, lift Chaochao up. The ground is cold, take her away to watch from a distance. This child Su Shi, utterly helpless, had no choice but to bring her along. The loyal and brave Marquis' residence swiftly made its way out. As they approached the northern part of the city, Su Shi observed Lu Yuanjia's familiar demeanor with a cold smile in her heart. By the time they reached the alley, a crowd had gathered, surrounding the scene with layers of onlookers, their faces filled with meaningful expressions. Half an hour had already passed. Strip her clothes off, the shameless harlot, let us expose her. Some men were even whistling and inciting the crowd. Ah, no wonder she was struck by lightning last time. Even heaven could not bear to witness her being a mistress. The crowd jeered within, the exaggerated cries of Pei Zhao echoed. Madame Qin, increasingly infuriated, shouted, You shameless wretch, look at you. Can you not survive without a man as support? How dare you steal another woman as husband? To have raised such a large son, you old hag, how dare you keep a mistress and bear a son and a daughter? Madame Qin's hatred for Pei Zhao was palpable. I manage the household and serve my in-laws, yet he keeps a mistress, enjoying the benefits of both worlds. Lu Jinghuai, you shameful child of a mistress, how dare you call yourself a genius? Such a filthy and despicable creature. Madame Qin, at the age of 42, had only one daughter and no sons, a deep-seated pain in her heart. At this moment, her eyes were red with fury. Su Shi, listening to these words, could barely contain her laughter. It was as if they were voicing her innermost thoughts. Lu Yuanjia and the elderly matriarch, however, felt a wave of dizziness, pushing through the crowd of onlookers like madmen. Page Zhao Zhao had been stripped of her outer garments, left in only her underclothes, which had slipped off one shoulder, revealing half of her delicate skin. Her face was swollen, red-eyed, desperately clutching her clothing, her expression sorrowful. I didn't. I am not the mistress of Lord Chen, she sobbed quietly. Madame Qin, with an air of arrogance, retorted, as a concubine, stripping your clothes must be a trivial matter for you, just spread your legs, and then who is your husband? Do speak. Page Zhao Zhao trembled all over, unable to answer. Madame Qin's expression grew more severe. All of you will die. The 8-month-old Lu Jingyao was driven to madness, her piercing cries further aggravating Madame Qin's ire. This child, at just 8 months, understood human speech, though her words were fragmented. The fury in her eyes sent chills down one's spine. A slap aimed at Lu Jingyao sent her crashing to the ground before the entrance, knocking out a newly grown tooth. Monster! This child is a monster! Madame Qin glared at Lu Jingyao, finding her gaze incongruous on such a young face. Jingyao, you dare harm my child! Page Zhao Zhao was held down, her eyes bloodshot. Jingyao is not a monster. Page Zhao Zhao's heart raced. No one knew how formidable her Jingyao truly was. What is there to fear? The illegitimate child of a mistress dares to parade around openly, how laughable. Madame Qin looked the youth stood tall and slender, his frame seemingly able to withstand any blow. His eyes, like an ancient well, remained calm as he gazed at her. Page Zhao Zhao's 2 children. Madame Qin felt a twinge of discomfort. Break the bones of this wretched child and see how hard they are. Strip the harlot and parade her through the streets, let everyone witness. Su Shi spoke nonchalantly. No. Page Zhao Zhao cried out in terror, her screams echoing painfully. Lu Yuanjia, witnessing this scene, felt himself nearly faint. He had meticulously planned every detail concerning Su Shi, yet had never anticipated that Page Zhao Zhao would be exposed before the public eye so soon. Stop! Lu Yuanjia bellowed. He immediately ordered a servant to bring Page Zhao Zhao clothing to cover herself. Seeing his son's bruised face, the remnants of pride shattered in an instant. Lu Yuanjia's heart trembled. The elderly matriarch's hands trembled. Such sin, the child is innocent. Su Shi scoffed, Matriarch, this is not your impoverished countryside. The elderly matriarch's expression turned ashen, she despised any mention of her humble origins. Lord Lu is quite the tender-hearted man. Tell me, do you also have an affair with this harlot? Preposterous, Madame Qin, mind your words. Lu Yuanjia furrowed his brow, appearing particularly upright and dignified. With a soft sigh, Lu Yuanjia remarked, Madame Qin, there may be some misunderstanding at play. Madame Qin cast him a sidelong glance, casually retrieving a piece of paper from her bosom and tossing it to Page Zhao Zhao as if it were a mere donation. Chapter 41 Dizziness of Anger. Misunderstanding. The residence she inhabits is under my husband's name. Her illegitimate child, Lu Jinghuai, was admitted to Jinghong Academy at my husband's recommendation. Even recently, when his servant burned down the loyal and brave Marquis's residence in an attempt to kill the eldest son of the Lu family, it was my husband who saved him. Indeed, Lord Lu was quite generous, allowing outsiders to conspire against his own son while protecting the murderer. Qin sneered lightly. When you say there is no affair, do any of you believe it? A promiscuous individual, spreading her legs without a care, who knows how many benefits she has exchanged for her son. These words provoked Lu Jinghuai, his temples throbbing, resembling a trapped young beast. Madam, an urgent call came from outside the crowd. Lord Chen rushed over, his official hat barely balanced on his head. Everyone disperse, this is a misunderstanding. Lord Chen, now 43, with half of his beard already turned grey, hurriedly instructed his servants to clear the area, ushering everyone away. Yet, the onlookers observed him from afar, their gazes filled with mockery. Lord Chen, H seems to be treating you well, someone teased loudly. Lu Yuanjia's breathing grew increasingly labored with indignation. Lord Chen quickly approached his furious wife, my dear, it's all a misunderstanding. I have no dealings with Madame Pei. He cast a glance at Lu Yuanjia, deep resentment flickering in his eyes. No dealings, this residence is in your name, and you are the one who guaranteed him, aren't you? Chen Yuliang, I truly misjudged you. How dare you betray me in secret, and produce an illegitimate child? An illegitimate child is one thing, but you allow him to thrive in the capital, slapping me in the face. Qin was so enraged that she lunged forward to scratch his face. Lord Chen shielded his face, continuously pleading for mercy. It was well known that Lady Chen ruled her household with an iron fist. It wasn't me, truly, it wasn't me. Lord Chen lowered himself, attempting to placate his wife, yet his heart seethed with anger. However, with Lu Yuanjia present, it was difficult to explain the situation. Su stood at the corner, her expression calm as she observed the scene unfold. She watched Lu Yuanjia's painstaking restraint and the servants helping Page Zhao Zhao to her feet. She witnessed that family, stripped of their dignity. My lady, let us return to discuss this matter, Lord Chen cautiously suggested. Qin cast a deep glance at Page Zhao Zhao. Go home and kneel in reflection. Qin was notorious for her fierce temperament. Years ago, when Lord Chen was promoted, he had dared to indulge in flower wine, only to be chased out of a brothel by Qin wielding a rolling pin, without even having time to put on his trousers. He had run through the streets bare-bottomed, which led to him being neglected by the emperor for 3 years since that incident. He had never dared to provoke her again. At this moment, Lord Chen also refrained from provoking her, his face showing some irritation, yet he dared not retort. Pei Chaochao, look at how dignified you usually appear, while your son bears the visage of a legitimate heir. I truly wonder where you get the audacity? Do you even have the right? With the appearance of a wanton seductress, you spread your legs at the sight of any man, undressing before them at every opportunity. Leave. At this moment, Qin began to perceive some underlying schemes. Lu Yuanzha's expression was one of fury. The elderly lady was shedding tears of anguish, and what of her husband? After decades of marriage, she could see through it all. She feared he was merely taking the blame for someone else. What a fool. It seemed even her act of catching them in the act had been orchestrated by someone else, but what did it matter? Qin touched her hair, unable to tolerate the sordidness of hidden affairs. Whether or not it was her husband's mistress was irrelevant. She would merely slap the face of an unacquainted sister. She pulled out 2 taels of silver from her pocket and tossed it at Pei Chaochao's feet. Consider this a reward from the gentleman for your services, to relieve your weariness. Now, I will not make things difficult for you. You are merely a plaything. If you fancy it, a small sedan chair could easily carry you back to become a concubine. Why bother sneaking around? Qin's tone dripped with sarcasm. She glanced at Lu Yuanzha, who treated the mistress as if she were the legitimate wife, with children in tow, all while maintaining a stellar reputation. Just the thought of it was infuriating. Upon deeper reflection, not long ago, Lu Jinghuai's servant had hired an assassin. The implications were chilling. This was likely a prelude to replacing the legitimate wife. Qin cast a disdainful glance and strode away with her entourage. Lord Chen turned back to glance at Lu Yuanzha before hurriedly pursuing Qin. As Qin settled into her sedan chair, he, with his aging limbs, ran after her, perspiration pouring down his face. Once the crowd had dispersed, Pei Chaochao covered her face and quietly wept. Jinghuai et Jinghuai, she looked at Lu Jinghuai, filled with concern. Lu Jinghuai, proud and aloof, never dared to reveal his identity in public, and now he had been. Lu Jinghuai gazed at her and Lu Yuanzha with indifference, unable to even call out father in such a crowd. My Jingyao, my child. Pei Chaochao's hair was in disarray as she clutched her child, filled with grievances. Yet, Lu Yuanzha dared not approach any closer. There were too many eyes upon them today. Madame Pei may need to summon a physician, he murmured, casting a glance at Pei Chaochao before hurriedly leading the unwilling elderly lady away. What a calamity! What a calamity! All these wicked women, how could they bear to harm my grandchildren? The elderly lady sobbed softly. Lu Yuanzha held his head high, trying to look further. Let them fight, tear her face apart. Splendid. Humph, how dare you harm my mother? You deserve this. That Madame Qin, what a good person. Lu Zhaohao clapped his small hands until they turned red. Su's eyes held a faint smile as she gazed coldly at Pei Chaochao's doorstep. You dared to lay a hand on my child, then do not blame me for being merciless. Su was passionate in love and hate but had her principles. Children cannot choose their birth, and those two were innocent even if she loathed them. She had never harmed Pei Chaochao's children. Now, however, she felt no need for restraint. How delightful, the protagonist was publicly slapped. Humph, how could the protagonist not be audacious, with the soul of an adult trapped in a small body? The entire capital knows she is an unacknowledged mistress. Let's see how they continue to act so arrogantly. Zhao joyfully bounced in Dingxi's embrace. Su gently patted Zhouhao's head and kissed her cheek. As for the arson incident, the servant had taken full responsibility, yet they had received a far heavier and unbearable retribution. This slightly eased Su's fury upon reflection. Lu Yuanzha likely did not know that Lu Jinghuai's reputation as a genius was stolen. Su furrowed her brow slightly, for now, she did not wish to bring Lu Jinghuai down from his pedestal of genius. Only by doing so would she have the opportunity to take a few children away. Her children, viewed as the disgrace of the Marquisate, would shine brightly on the day of their separation. Upon returning to the Marquisate, a physician had already been summoned. The elderly lady was so enraged that she fainted. Please, everyone, leave comments and ratings. After reading, click to urge updates. Love you all. Chapter 42 Domestic Violence. And returning to the maternal home, Su Shi languidly made her way to attend to the elder's ailments, yet before she could cross the threshold, the sound of the matriarch's furious tirade reached her ears. Vile women. A horde of vile women, how can they bear it? Those two children are exceptionally bright, how dare they? The old lady was seething with rage, her heart aching in distress. As Su Shi entered the room, the elder fell silent, her countenance painted with displeasure. Who has provoked mother to anger? Su Shi inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, feigning indignation. Has mother gone to the northern part of the city to catch a wandering husband? Surely, the mistress has upset you. Rest assured, the old marquis never kept a concubine. Su Shi offered a tender smile, deftly pouring a pot of tea for the elder. The matriarch replied coolly, it is merely a pity for those two intelligent children. After all, they had no say in their birth. Su Shi's eyes darkened momentarily. No say in their birth, yet one chose to pilfer literary works while wishing to incinerate them, and another sought to usurp Zhao Zhao's place, intending to annihilate the entire Su family. Dear matriarch, you are mistaken, Su. We know not the character of the children born to that mistress. Moreover, that woman bears a striking resemblance to a seductress, with an alluring visage. Who can ascertain whether the children are indeed legitimate? The old lady's expression shifted subtly, casting a wary glance at Su Shi. Do not speak of outsiders. You must attend to Yuanzha. He has not returned to the manor for half a month, has he? As a woman, one ought to empathize with men. What of it if we endure some grievances? Once a woman marries, she is no longer of her natal family, your parents are elderly. Do not trouble them unduly. Even if a man errs, we women must be magnanimous and reflect upon whether we have fallen short ourselves. After all, you Enza face tremendous pressure to wed you. Would you not agree? The elder patted her hand, her expression earnest. Sushar pressed her lips together in silence. As their conversation unfolded, a hurried knock at the door interrupted them. Old madam, what brings her back? The matriarch pondered, suspecting she might have returned out of indignation from hearing about Pei Chaochao's humiliation. Sushar, however, lifted her teacup, concealing the slight curve of her lips. Lu Xiaozhao nestled in Deng Zhi's arms, her eyes wide with anticipation. The show is about to begin. At 8 months, with 2 tiny teeth already sprouting, and having thrived in her mother's womb while often absorbing the essence of nature, she was now able to pull herself up against the wall and take a few steps. As the weather grew colder, the little one was bundled up like a ball, making it difficult for Deng Zhi to hold her securely. Excitedly, Lu Xiaozhao rummaged through her pocket, producing 2 teething biscuits, her expression one of eager anticipation. She had hidden many treasures in her pocket, forbidding the maids from peeking. Sushar couldn't help but smile. Her Xiaozhao was truly a gem. As Lu Wani entered, she immediately burst into tears upon seeing the matriarch. Mother, she cried, collapsing to her knees before the elder. The matriarch was taken aback. What has happened? Her heart ached for her daughter, especially as she witnessed her weeping uncontrollably. Lu Wani's eyes were swollen, and as she lifted her head, the large red handprint on her face became visible. Who struck you? The matriarch's fury ignited. Lu Wani wept profusely, her previous arrogance and defiance vanished. In just 3 months, she had lost considerable weight. Biting her lower lip, she sobbed, close the door. The maids exchanged glances before promptly shutting the door and exiting. Lu Wani began to remove her garments one by one, shocking the matriarch into near panic. Although the whole residence was modest, Sushar had provided her daughter with a lavish dowry, ensuring her skin remained as smooth as white jade. Yet now her body was marred with whip marks, old and new wounds crisscrossing grotesquely, a sight most distressing. Some wounds had already scabbed over, while others still bled profusely, her clothing stained with blood, as a large patch of skin was torn away, causing Lu Wani to sweat profusely in pain, her cries unending. The matriarch trembled violently, her heart shattered. Who is it, who dares to harm you in such a manner? She wailed, her heart racing. The fury that had simmered the previous day flared up once more. Unbeknownst to her, her repeated outbursts had left her limbs tingling, and she shook them lightly. In the past, Sushar had been considerate of her, worried about her health, always mindful of her emotions. Yet now, she regarded the scene with a faint smile. Lu Wani, her expression desolate, uttered, it was Guling, it was Guling. He deceived me, presenting himself as a gentleman, yet he is a madman. Despair. Gradually, she was consumed by the torment, enduring for 3 months, unaware that Guling had only grown more violent. This time, he had bound her and beaten her mercilessly. She had only just managed to escape. Sister-in-law, I understand my mistakes, it is all my fault for not appreciating your kindness. I have wronged you. Lu Wani knelt at Sushar's feet, her previous haughtiness vanished. Guling is indeed a madman, a gentleman in public yet a brute at home. He takes out his frustrations on women, and his child bride was beaten to death by him. Mother, he will kill me. The thought of his cruel visage sent chills down her spine. Having escaped this time, she could never return home again. Only then did the matriarch remember Sushar. Yin Yang, let them part ways, this will surely lead to Wani's demise. She was overwhelmed with concern. A man who strikes women is unworthy. They must separate. Double standards, the scoundrel father strikes my mother, yet expects her to reflect. Now that his own daughter is being beaten, he seeks justice and demands separation. Deservedly so, let him be struck down. Sushar sighed, her expression grave. Mother, it is not as simple as that. In a marital dispute, one cannot take things too seriously. Quarrels at the head of the bed can be reconciled at the foot. In a moment of anger, words cannot be taken literally. Moreover, my son-in-law is a man. When men face pressure in their careers, it is only fair for women to endure a little as well. Besides, Sushar raised her gaze to the petrified Lu Wani. Wani has a proud temperament, whoever she marries will require some tempering. If my son-in-law strikes her, it stands to reason that she has erred. If Wani reflects and improves, would that not suffice? It is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. I refuse to be the villain that breaks up a couple. Sushar shook her head, her face resolute. She even urged Lu Wani, Wani, you too must understand, your mother is getting old, do not provoke her with these matters. Once a girl is married, she is like water spilled. We cannot meddle in her life forever. Is this not the truth? These are the very lessons taught to me by you and mother. Sushar echoed her earlier sentiments. Mother is formidable and impressive. Mother has done brilliantly. The little one yearned to applaud, but Deng Zhi quickly restrained her hands. Chapter 43 At the turmoil behind the scenes. You. The elderly lady was so enraged that she nearly lost her breath. How could you have such a heartless disposition to utter such words? Look at all the injuries on Wanyi's body. How could you be so malicious? Do you wish to torment her to death? Is this how a sister-in-law behaves? Her eyes were bloodshot with fury, feeling that Sushar's intentions were worthy of condemnation. Yet Sushar calmly replied, Mother, did not Wani herself say this? When a man strikes a woman, it cannot be without reason. Surely, the woman must have erred and deserves the punishment. Mother, this is what Wani has informed me. Or do you suggest that I am deserving of being beaten, but Wani is not? Su Shi's expression revealed a hint of bitterness. Indeed, when one is not of blood relation, it is entirely different. When I entered this household, mother promised to treat me as her own daughter. It seems I was deceived. Su Shi wiped her eyes, feigning a wounded demeanor, and rushed out, covering her face. The door swung open with a bang, causing the maid at the entrance to glance unconsciously inside. She beheld Lu Wanyi, disheveled and covered in bruises. Lu Wanyi let out a shriek, hastily pulling her clothes to cover herself. Fool, turn around. Lu Wanyi screamed in alarm. Deng Ji, recalling the sorrowful events countless times, struggled to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Oh, she even pinched Lu Zhaozhao's mouth shut. Lu Zhaozhao was so amused that her grin stretched from ear to ear. Deng Ji chased after her mistress as they hurried outside. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao heard her mother say, "These young newlyweds are truly lacking. How can they run back to their maternal home after a quarrel? In these early days of marriage, we mustn't cause any worry for the son-in-law. Send someone to summon the son-in-law, informing him that Wanyi has returned to her family. He must bring her back. The old lady has fallen ill several times this year. We must not provoke her into another fit of anger." Su Shi's maneuver left Lu Zhaozhao wide-eyed. Mother is truly formidable. Lu Wanyi had fought tooth and nail to return home, only for her maternal family to send her back. Does Zhao Zhao not think mother is ruthless? Su Shi sighed, noticing Zhao Zhao's presence. Zhao Zhao blinked her eyes, thinking, my mother is the kindest in the world, so very kind. They are merely taking advantage of my mother's benevolence. Humph, they are being too unreasonable. Lu Zhaozhao earnestly admired her mother. Su Shi's heart warmed. Mother is going to visit the Grand Princess. Would you like to join? Lu Zhaozhao eagerly reached out and leaped into Su Shi's embrace. She remembered the Grand Princess and the baby in her womb, which was a gift from her. I wonder when Zheng Yu will return. Su Shi mused, recalling her second son who had been away for so long, her heart filled with concern. With the year-end approaching, the second young master is likely hurrying home. He should return soon. Deng Ji encouraged. Lu Zhaozhao, born in February, was now over 8 months old. Second brother, that foolish romantic second brother of mine. Lu Zhaozhao muttered to herself, prompting Su Shi to feel a sense of relief. Seeing Zhao Zhao no longer lost in thought, she decided to let it be. The weather was cold, and Deng Ji had prepared many delightful little items for Zhao Zhao, dressing her adorably. I have never seen a child more beautiful than Miss Zhao Zhao. Everyone wished to attend to the little miss. She had a lovely disposition, never cried or fussed, and was both obedient and sensible. At that moment, as they embraced Zhao Zhao and climbed into the carriage, they soon arrived at the Grand Princess's residence. Madam, please come inside. The Grand Princess has been waiting for you for quite some time. This year's weather is particularly frigid. The matron had long been waiting at the entrance, ushering Su Shi inside. This year has seen heavy snowfall. What a natural disaster, alas. The little one felt a twinge of disappointment. Su Shi solemnly noted this matter. The room was warmed by silver-threaded charcoal, instantly becoming cozy. Yun Yang, do not stand on ceremony. Before she could bow, the matron stopped her. The floor was covered with a woolen blanket, on which Lu Zhaozhao was placed. The Grand Princess, now softened by her pregnancy, smiled gently at Lu Zhaozhao. 5 months along, her belly was notably large. Does Zhao Zhao still remember her aunt? The Grand Princess extended her hand toward Lu Zhaozhao, who, at over 8 months, could take a few steps but crawled rapidly. In an instant, she crawled to the princess's side, pointing at her belly and softly saying, 2. She shook her head, then held up 3 fingers. After a moment's thought, she corrected herself and raised 2 more fingers. Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, gives. The little one proudly declared, her tiny chest puffing out. The Grand Princess nodded eagerly. Auntie knows. This is our little secret, right? Ever since the Grand Princess had the dream of receiving a child from Zhao Zhao, she discovered her pregnancy. 3 months later, upon learning of the twins, her belief was solidified. If Zhao Zhao said 2, then it must be 2. What are you two whispering about? Su Shi looked at them with suspicion. Lu Zhaozhao beamed but remained silent. The Grand Princess sighed. I have been married for over a decade without children. Since conceiving this child, friends have inquired several times. That lady, who once gave birth to a frail daughter, has since had no pregnancies. Now at the age of 42, she has implored me for a method to conceive, regardless of gender, to leave her daughter with some support. In their grand household, with a daughter so frail, should her parents pass, she would likely be left with nothing but the scraps of kin. Seeing Su Shi's tense expression, the Grand Princess hastily added, if you do not agree, I will not disclose this to her. Su Shi was aware that Zhao Zhao possessed some unusual methods, but she was reluctant to let Zhao Zhao venture forth, fearing it may harm her. The Grand Princess, noticing her resistance, chose not to press further. That Madame Qin, she is actually quite good, albeit unfortunate. After marrying, a year later, Lord Chen was mistakenly injured, and she shielded him from disaster, suffering in the process. Later, Lord Chen rose to the position of deputy minister. Even if he was somewhat foolish, he still held her in high regard. Su Shi straightened slightly. Is she the wife of the deputy minister of rights? The Grand Princess looked at her in astonishment. You know of her? Su Shi nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao had clutched the chair and was slowly rising. In her heart, she thought, isn't she the kind-hearted lady? Help her. But Zhao Zhao is willing to assist. Su Shi shot her a playful glare, but Lu Zhaozhao gazed up at her innocently. After a brief pause, she said, well, regardless of the outcome, this matter must not be spoken of outside. It would not bode well for Chaochao. Does this palace not understand this point? The Grand Princess, sensing Su Shi's softening demeanor, guessed there might be some reason behind it. However, she did not press for details, merely instructing someone to send an invitation for Madame Qin to visit. Madame Qin arrived swiftly, and after exchanging pleasantries, she noticed a little girl with 2 small pigtails sitting at the feet of the princess. The baby girl, not yet a year old, had a charming countenance that endeared her to all. Here, the method for childbirth that you desired. The Grand Princess gestured toward the baby on the ground. Madame Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. I have read little, do not deceive me. Chapter 44 Lifting a stone to crush one's sister-in-law's foot. Can your highness truly intimidate me? This is Madame Su from the loyal and brave Marquise. I specifically requested Chaochao for this pregnancy. With that, she extended 2 fingers. I wish for 2. Praying to the Bodhisattva had proven ineffective for Chaochao. She had since begun to pray to her. Upon hearing the name of the loyal and brave Marquise estate, Madame Qin's eyelids twitched, seeing the dignified and virtuous demeanor of Madame Su only fueled her disdain for the Marquis. While he neglects his legitimate wife, he seems to hide his extramarital affairs quite well. A flicker of sympathy even danced in her eyes. Madame Su rose and performed a deep bow to Madame Qin. Thank you for your assistance last time. Madame Qin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, merely a small act. After a pause, she added, Madame Su, when a decision must be made, it should be made decisively. Observing the affectionate gaze of Lord Lu towards his family, Madame Qin felt a chill in her heart. Madame Su nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Princess, somewhat suspicious, interjected, You 2 know each other? We met by chance. It is quite an amusing story, Madame Qin replied, unwilling to divulge more. Hey, you 2, please do not jest at my expense, Madame Qin said, enjoying a good rapport with the Grand Princess. I have prostrated 1,000 times at the Guogui temple, yet I have not been granted a child. With a forlorn expression, she gently caressed her abdomen, lamenting the unfairness of the world towards women. All she could do was strive to secure a future for her daughter. She stepped forward and embraced Lu Chaochao. Chaochao, would you grant your aunt a child? I would vow to live a vegetarian life for you, lighting a perpetual lamp in your honor. Madame Qin's expression was profoundly serious, knowing the Grand Princess never jested. Strange as it may be, she was willing to give it a try. Chaochao reached out to touch her forehead, a surge of spiritual energy entering her consciousness, reaching her channels. Demon, or little sister, the child asked, her words unclear but earnest. Madame Qin held her close. A healthy son, I hope. Her daughter was frail and childbirth was arduous. She wished to spare her daughter from suffering, to prevent her from being married off. Over the years, she had faced some criticism. Without a son, the family would likely be divided among relatives in the future, possibly losing even her daughter. Chaochao nodded, grinning foolishly at her aunt. Good, she was repaying Madame Qin. Is that all it takes? Madame Qin was somewhat astonished, touching her abdomen. The Grand Princess shot her a glance. Go home and find your husband. Madame Qin chuckled softly, but before Chaochao, she refrained from making any inappropriate jokes. Chaochao, should your aunt become pregnant, the doors of the Qin and Chen families shall forever remain open for you. Madame Qin was the daughter of a general. The Grand Princess, unwilling to be outdone, declared, the Grand Princess's residence shall also eternally welcome you. She even removed the jade pendant from her waist, as if to bestow it personally. This is too precious. I cannot accept it, Madame Su protested, rising to decline. The Grand Princess waved her hand. This is not for you, it is for our Chaochao. Quickly, take it. The little one wobbled as she accepted the pendant, fastening it to her waist. Good, so pretty, the cherubic child beamed. When your aunt is pregnant, I shall also gift you a token from the Qin and Chen families. If that scoundrel dares to mistreat you, Madame Qin's eyes glinted mischievously as she let out a light laugh. Lu Chaochao patted her round belly, creating a rhythmic sound, live. Madame Su did not return home until evening. Upon entering, she was met with the anguished cries of Lu Wanyi. I will not go back, I absolutely refuse. A mother, save me. Lu Wanyi's face turned pale with fright, but she was restrained by a stout maid. It was the time when the matriarch had taken her medicine and was in a deep slumber. Ji Yuling, dressed in a green robe, presented himself as a gentleman. Sister-in-law, I have come to escort Wanyi home. She has been spoiled and has caused you trouble. His gaze towards Lu Wanyi was tender and considerate, yet it sent shivers down her spine. Sister-in-law, I realize my mistakes, please, I beg you to save me, she implored Madame Su cautiously. If you save me, I will reveal a secret to you. Is that acceptable, sister-in-law? She attempted to bargain. Madame Su felt a chill. She was aware of the truth from the beginning but had never considered revealing it. Now, only when her interests were at stake did she wish to speak. But she no longer needed it. Wanyi, I am not interested in secrets. What couple does not argue? I understand the dynamics of marital disputes, she replied coldly. Brother-in-law, Wanyi has been indulged and needs to be taught proper manners. Please, the Gu family should take care of this. The Lu family has no objections. Ask the Marquis if you wish. This Lu family girl has not been properly raised, and it tarnishes the Lu family's reputation. Her tone was magnanimous, leaving Lu Wanyi feeling as if she were falling into an abyss. Guling smiled at Lu Wanyi. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your understanding. After the two departed, Madame Su stated flatly, in the future, any correspondence from the Gu family should be delivered directly to my courtyard. The matriarch has been ill several times this year. If she endures more stress, she may suffer a stroke. Whoever disturbs the matriarch's convalescence should beware for their own skin. Her gaze swept over them with stern authority, everyone trembled and knelt in unison. Yes. After Madame Su finished her evening meal, the matriarch slowly regained consciousness. Upon hearing that Lu Wani had been taken home by her brother-in-law, she was initially alarmed, she then inquired further, and upon learning that the two had returned hand in hand, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still feeling uneasy, she sent someone to inquire at the Gu family about Lu Wani's maidservants. At present, both of Lu Wani's accompanying maidservants had become Gu Ling's concubines, naturally responding in accordance with his wishes. Thus, this matter was quietly swept under the rug. That evening, Lu Yuanzhe visited Deshan Hall and heard his son say, "Let my sister live well, the top scholar is a man and a court official." How could he kneel for a mistake? She must temper her temper. Does she think she can continue to act willfully as if she were in her maternal home? The matriarch anxiously asked, "Is Gu Ling truly worthy of trust?" Lu Yuanzhe furrowed his brow. "Mother, Gu Ling is a newly minted top scholar, highly regarded by his majesty. How could he not be worthy of trust?" The matriarch's expression showed displeasure. "It is all because of your wife, who cannot tolerate Wani and insists on sending her back to the Gu family." She had assumed Lu Yuanzhe would reprimand her as well, but to her surprise, he became irate. "Mother, at first, Yunyao tried to stop it, yet you and Wani insisted on marrying. Besides, Wani and Gu Ling are newlyweds, how can she storm back to her maternal home in anger and not care about what others think?" Lu Yuanzhe was somewhat vexed. In recent days, Pei Chaochao had also been troublesome, and he turned sharply to leave Deshan Hall. In the courtyard of Tingfeng, lively laughter filled the air. Lu Yuanzhe stood outside the flower-laden gate, listening to the joyous sounds within, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Since deciding to marry Madame Su, it had all been a grand deception. At that moment, he gazed upon Lu Yanshu in a wheelchair, the innocent Lu Yuanxiao, and the 8-month-old Lu Zhaozhao, who could only charm and beg for food. He sighed softly and turned to leave. If there were blame to cast, it could only be on Madame Su's unworthy offspring. Once Lu Yuanzhe departed, Lu Yanshu looked towards the door. In the room, silver charcoal burned, and Lu Zhaozhao was dozing, her snow-white belly exposed. Madame Su hurriedly covered her. Again eating and slurping, she murmured in her dreams, dreaming of meat while drooling. Lu Yanshu's cold gaze softened and became warm as it settled on Zhao Zhao. Chapter 45 of the aroma of cremation. Doll. Lu Chaochao cradled the toy in her hands, showering it with kisses. Su sure wore an expression of helplessness. "Yanshu made this for you last night." Upon finishing her sentence, a hint of disdain flickered across her face. How could he craft such an ugly doll? One eye and a gaping mouth, it's truly hideous. Lu Chaochao puffed out her cheeks, humph. Her large eyes widened in indignation, her cheeks puffed up. Dang, she stifled a laugh. This is the little Mrs. handiwork. The eldest young master specially made it. Su sure smiled knowingly, attempting to placate her, but the little one was quite temperamental. With the doll clutched in her mouth, she crawled determinedly away. Let her crawl. A 9-month-old child benefits from movement. Once the thick cotton coat is changed after the new year, she will be walking in no time. Ing Shui, Ju Xia, stay with the young miss. Wearing gloves, Lu Chaochao effortlessly rose to her feet. The little bundle moved like a fluffy ball, even causing the dogs in the estate to bark in excitement as she passed. After tiring from crawling, she leaned against the wall to take a few steps. Puffing and panting, unbeknownst to her, she crawled into the Deshan Hall. The room was suffused with the scent of incense, a fragrance cultivated from years of burning candles. She pushed open the door to the small shrine, which was perpetually closed, rendering the interior somewhat dim. A mat lay at the entrance, with incense burning in the center, enveloped in a mystical haze, where the figure of the Bodhisattva could be faintly discerned. The room's dimness obscured the details. "Little miss, let us return, the old lady will be upset if she finds out." Ing Shui whispered. Lu Chaochao shot her a glance, swiftly clambering onto a stool and then onto the offering table. After a moment's contemplation, she nudged the Bodhisattva aside and placed the ugly doll in its stead. Its size was just right, mirroring the statue. Grinning widely, revealing 2 tiny milk teeth, she turned to tug at Ing Shui's sleeve. "Ah? You want me to take the statue away?" Ing Shui's eyes widened, fearing the old lady might become furious upon discovery. She pouted, furrowing her brows, her little face filled with pleading, her hands clasped together in prayer. With her sparkling eyes and thick lashes resembling tiny brushes, who could resist? Ju Xia, bold of heart, tucked the statue under her arm and hid it close. Lu Chaochao opened her arms, and the trio stealthily made their exit. The three evaded the patrolling guards and sneaked back to Tingfeng Garden. On their way, they spotted a solitary little duckling in the lake, about the size of a palm. Delighted, Lu Chaochao scooped it up in her hands. Where could a little duck come from on such a cold day? Su Sure inquired. The soft, white down felt delightful to the touch, and Lu Chaochao treated it like a treasure. "I found it in the lake. It is so adorable." Lu Chaochao continued to caress it, the 2 little creatures simply too cute to handle. What is this?" She pointed at the duckling, offering it a morsel of the treats she had hidden in her pocket. The duckling glanced at it before waddling away. "The duckling needs some food, Dengji, fetch it some. If the young lady wishes to play, make sure to wash it clean." After a thorough washing, the duckling emerged smelling delightful. Lu Chaochao was utterly enamored. Even at bedtime, she insisted the duckling sleep beside her. Miss, the duckling cannot sleep on the bed. How foul it would be. Ying Shui looked conflicted. The little one even prepared 2 pillows, one for herself and one for the duckling. Lu Chaochao pointed at the duckling. Good friend. Together, with that, she nestled the duckling beside her, wrapping it in her embrace. In no time, she had fallen asleep. Ying Shui attempted to take it away several times, but each time the little mistress stirred slightly, forcing her to relent. The following morning, Lu Chaochao awoke, bleary-eyed, and burst into tears. While sobbing, she pointed at the stiff duckling. Woo-woo, crushed, dead. Dead, woo-woo. Her innocent cries elicited both laughter and sorrow. In truth, Su Shi had noticed the duckling's frail condition upon its return yesterday, fearing it would not survive. Stop crying. It was not your intention. Shall we bury the little duckling? Su Shi soothed her, while Lu Chaochao's nose bubbled with tears. Her eyes were swollen and red as she pointed to the ground. Cold. Then how about we cremate it? Cremating it means it can be reborn as a human in the next life. Seeing her distress, Su Shi instinctively picked her up to comfort her. Ying Shui took the little duckling and headed outside, but Lu Chaochao squirmed free from Su Shi's embrace. Woo-woo, I want to see it off. Lu Chaochao felt a mix of helplessness and an inability to control her actions. Trapped in an infant's body, she gradually reverted to her true nature. Watch over her, don't let her catch a chill in this freezing weather. Su Shi was reading a letter when Lu Zhengyue arrived with news, returning home in 3 days. A glimmer of joy crossed Su Shi's features. Her eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was 17, and her second son, 16. This was the first time they had been away from home for such an extended period. Before long, Ying Shui returned, cradling Lu Chaochao. The little one's face was darkened, her tear-streaked eyes as clear as the sky after rain. Why is your face so grim? Su Shi asked. Did the duckling truly get cremated? Su Shi inquired 2 questions in quick succession, leaving the maid silent. It was indeed burned. Zhu Xiao's face was a picture of misery. Initially, the little miss was kneeling on the ground, apologizing to the duckling, crying more and more intensely. But as it burned, the aroma grew stronger and stronger. She stopped crying, but her mouth was watering. In the end, the duckling was reduced to charred skin and flesh, sizzling away, and finally Ying Shui recounted dryly. Su Shi's eyes widened in shock. Did she eat it? Her voice rose an octave. Ying Shui shook her head vigorously. No, she didn't eat it. She reached out but only grabbed a handful of ash. Su Shi pressed her fingers to her forehead, a vein throbbing on her temple. Quickly, take her to wash up. Zhengyue is returning home in 3 days, and he has yet to meet Chaochao. Su Shi gently patted Chaochao's head. Oh dear, my second brother is bringing his true love home. My love-struck fool of a second brother. Su Shi's eyelids twitched. Lu Zhengyue was indeed betrothed to a fine young lady. 3 months ago, the second young master fell off a cliff, truly frightening the servants. Deng Ji clutched her chest. Su Shi felt the same. When Lu Zhengyue fell and went missing for 3 days, news later arrived that he had been rescued and planned to return home once he recuperated. Chaochao heard sounds from the horizon and blinked her eyes in curiosity. What is that? She pointed at a swarm of small black dots fluttering in the sky. Deng Ji snorted derisively. Just those wildlings outside, causing mischief. Su Shi shot her a glance, prompting Deng Ji to lower her head sheepishly, having spoken out of turn in front of the little miss. Pei Zhao Zhao's identity as an outsider had been revealed, leading to public scrutiny and ridicule. Lu Jingyao is fighting for her mother's honor. In just 9 months, she speaks fluently, and it is said, Deng Ji scoffed, that birds from all over the world are particularly fond of her. She sits in the square, attracting countless birds from the capital, creating a remarkable sight. It seems even the palace has taken notice. Lu Chaochao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Shi felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of her little one's eager expression. It seems someone was bound to face misfortune. Chapter 46, The Bewitching Miracle. Where is Chaochao? Mrs. Su inquired, astonished to find the bed empty. Did she not mention that she would go to witness the miracle this afternoon? Indeed, it seemed that someone was orchestrating the situation, heralding Lu Jingyao's actions as a miracle. This even attracted the attention of the court, prompting numerous officials to make their way there. The child is whimsical. She was just clamoring to see the miracle, and now she has taken a large plate of leftovers to feed the birds. I had Ying Shui accompany her. Let us proceed. The square is crowded. It would not be ideal for Chaochao to be jostled, Deng Ji commented as she draped a thick cloak over Mrs. Su's shoulders and handed her an umbrella. Mrs. Su chuckled. It is a rare sunny day, why bring an umbrella? It was frigid, and sunshine was a rare gift. Deng Ji smirked mischievously. It is because the young lady brought it over, stumbling as she came. If you do not take it, she may very well wear a sour expression. Mrs. Su shook her head with a smile. Chaochao would not sulk, she would simply throw a tantrum. With her mouth full of water, the plump little child would drink and simultaneously express her grievances, her words incomprehensible yet her expression decidedly fierce, a sight both adorable and amusing. Not wanting to provoke Chaochao's ire, Mrs. Su promptly took the oiled paper umbrella and stepped outside. Upon exiting, they happened upon Lu Chaochao sitting cross-legged by the lake, scattering rice all around her while muttering, bad rain. The chubby toddler spoke in a high-pitched voice, her movements clumsy. A flock of pigeons and various birds surrounded her. With a wave of her hand, they flocked excitedly to her. Mrs. Su was taken aback for a moment, but soon Chaochao drove the pigeons away with a frown, insisting that Ying Shui provide her with an umbrella to keep the birds at bay. Birds would come and go, pecking at the scattered rice, yet the skies were filled with countless avian creatures, oblivious to the unusual scene below. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao's plate of rice kept multiplying. Miss Chaochao certainly has a kind heart, Dingji remarked, not forgetting to offer praise. Mrs. Datsu turned to observe her more closely. Eye in the sunlight, the little girl donned a green jacket, her hair tied up in little bunches adorned with tiny red bells, her smile radiant. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. To bring joy to mother. Seated in the carriage, Mrs. Su frequently glanced at the sky, pondering if it truly would rain today. The carriage had yet to approach the square when traffic began to congest nearby. A throng of citizens swarmed, making it nearly impossible for the carriage to proceed. The people of Beizhou were particularly fervent about the miracle, and many had come to join the spectacle. Madam, there are 2 shops nearby that belong to us, let us go to the upper floor for a better view, Dingji guided Mrs. Su through the crowd, twisting and turning several times before reaching the shop's exterior. It was a grain store. Madam, please, upstairs. This was the prime vantage point. The young servant had prepared tea and snacks in advance, and Mrs. Su settled by the window, perfectly positioned to see the grand platform 100 meters away. Amidst the crowd, murmurs could be heard. There are so many birds in the sky, I have never seen such a multitude. All sorts of birds are present. Recently vilified Pei Zhaojiao now held her daughter, her expression one of pride. Madam, you certainly know how to bear children, your eldest son is exceptionally talented, and your daughter possesses such abilities. I daresay, she is the good fortune of Beizhou, perhaps even destined to bring auspiciousness to our land. Someone nearby complimented her. Pei Zhaojiao, no longer the flustered figure she once was, smiled subtly. If she can bring. Pei Zhaojiao, driven by ambition, felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing Lu Jingyao, with a clever son and a daughter bestowed by heaven. What more could she fear? Lu Jingyao gazed upwards, a smirk forming. If fate had granted her this life, she was meant to be the heroine. At this moment, she sat cross-legged at the center, inhaling deeply. The crowd continued to swell. She knew that amongst them were commoners, officials, and members of the royal family. Her mother and father shared true love. It was those who were unloved who became the trifling third parties, and Mrs. Su, the wicked legitimate wife, occupied the seat without making use of it. Increasing numbers of pigeons circled overhead, and extraordinary creatures soared through the sky. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Countless people followed the tide onto the streets, gazing skyward with rapt attention. Mrs. Datsu's heart sank further. Why was this so? If Pei Zhaojiao truly loved Lu Yuanzi, why not bring her into the fold? Why conceal the truth from her, marrying and having children outside their union? Even to the extent of wishing to harm her and her child for the sake of her own offspring? Did her life and her child's not matter? Mrs. Su trembled with anger, and now, witnessing the multitude of birds above, could the heavens truly be aiding her? A wave of defeat washed over her. Let us go and take a look, she decided, wanting to step outside. However, Dingji tugged at her, her expression hesitant. The young lady has repeatedly instructed that you must not go downstairs. It is likely she fears the crowd may jostle you. Madam, Dingji looked at her with concern as more and more people surged onto the streets, all eyes drawn to the gathering avian spectacle. A group of youths clad in blue surrounded the leading Lu Jinghuai. Brother Jinghuai, your sister might have caught the eye of that one. Brother Jinghuai, it seems you are about to soar. The youth gestured toward the royal city. Lu Jinghuai's expression grew serious as he gently shook his head. Jinghuai merely wishes to be a support for his sister, not to ride her coattails. The crowd immediately showered him with flattery. Brother Jinghuai possesses great talent. Surely he is not concerned with such trivial accolades. Next year's provincial examination, Brother Jinghuai will undoubtedly emerge as the top scholar. Lu Jinghuai humbly shook his head, but the crowd paid no heed. The sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao, with a blade of grass in her mouth, sat quietly in the pavilion, discreetly covering her nose. In the heart of the city, countless citizens flocked, some even starting to chant that this was a miracle. Pei Zhaojiao's features lit up with a smile. Jingyao was indeed clever, manipulating the sentiments of the crowd at such a young age, a skill she must have learned from Jingyao. Everyone began to shout in unison, "Miracle, miracle!" The entire city echoed with cries of "Miracle, miracle!" With mouths agape, eyes fixed on the sky, their expressions wild with excitement. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. More and more small raindrops began to fall from the sky. The crowd smacked their lips, touched their cheeks, and looked up in confusion. Is it raining? A chorus of questions arose, the volume diminishing slightly. Touching the small raindrops on their faces, someone rubbed their hands together. Why are the raindrops white? A curious voice chimed in. Strange, these raindrops have a peculiar odor. Some began, it doesn't feel like rain. The crowd collectively looked up at the sky, more and more, denser and denser. The white droplets descended. The crowd watched in disbelief as the white raindrops fell from the birds above. Chapter 47. This place is in disarray without me. The crowd, who had moments ago appeared utterly deranged, now stood with their pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming, "Ah!" Their faces contorted with disbelief and horror. It's bird droppings, it's bird droppings. Run, run. The sky is raining bird droppings. What rain? It's bird dung rain, hurry, save yourselves. The throngs dared not lift their heads, scurrying away in panic, fearing that looking up would result in the foul substance landing in their mouths. The previous frenzy evaporated in an instant, countless droppings cascaded from the heavens, rendering escape impossible amidst the sheer number of people, with nowhere to hide. Among them were even officials of the court, their faces flushed with fury as they bore the brunt of the avian excrement. What divine miracle? It's all nonsense. Utter nonsense, to hell with your miracles. Some individuals vocally expressed their ire. As everyone fled in disarray, Sushar stood astonished, observing the chaotic scene unfold. Those who had previously hailed it as a miracle were now cursing vehemently. Deng Ji, wide-eyed, struggled to comprehend the absurdity. Bird dung rain, this will surely become a laughingstock for Beizhao. Watching the once fervent crowd now reduced to a comical state of distress, she nearly burst into laughter. Truly, it seems the Bodhisattva has avenged the lady. Ah, Deng Ji chuckled heartily. Yet Sushar recalled the peculiarities of Zhao Zhao, raising her hand to her forehead in contemplation. There was no escaping this, it was Zhao Zhao's doing, in her quest for vengeance and amusement. How considerate of her little darling. This deluge of bird droppings persisted for a full half-hour, leaving no place to step on the ground. While the crowd retched as they walked, they must surely harbor a seething hatred for the Lu family. The palace carriages rushed past the gates, faintly echoing the sound of curses. Pei Jiaojiao, on the high platform, wore a face of panic, even receiving a kick from someone in retaliation. This deranged concubine deceived us into enduring this ordeal. Truly, those who can be concubines are all scoundrels. The offspring of concubines are even worse. Sushar couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yuanzi found no favor either. Lord Lu, do you harbor a grudge against me? You lured me here to witness the so-called miracle, only to end up drenched in bird droppings. I shall not let this go. Lord Lu, just you wait. Lord Lu, take care. Several officials covered their faces, clumsily scrambling onto their carriages to flee. Sushar, holding an umbrella, cautiously boarded her carriage. Upon returning to the entrance of the Zhongyang Marquis residence, she commanded, prepare some hot water for a bath. Although she had not touched the droppings, she felt as though the entire capital was permeated with a foul odor. After washing 2 or 3 times and having incense lit throughout the house, she finally felt somewhat relieved. Where is Zhao Zhao? Just as she asked, the little one was seen crawling desperately towards the doorway, her chubby hands tightly clutching a small stick. The threshold of the main courtyard was high, and Lu Zhao Zhao, perched on it, appeared to be on the verge of tears. Auntie, hold me, help! Zhao Zhao. Stuck at the threshold, she was neither able to go up nor down. Deng Ji stepped forward to lift her down, only to see her wobbling as she stood up, barely reaching waist height. Extending the stick toward Sushar with her head drooped, she cautiously murmured, It was Zhao wrong. Each word deliberate and softly spoken, her pronunciation still unrefined. She wobbled, extending her small palm. Of the infant's hands and feet were delightfully chubby, and now, as she opened her little hand, she was irresistibly adorable. What was wrong? Sushar was in no mood to punish her. Upon seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, her heart melted. The little one wore a woeful expression, and even her long, dense eyelashes were adorned with glistening tears, yet Sushar understood that within, she was likely bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha. I put laxatives in the bird food. Let her go mad, let her wreak havoc, and drag her face in it. No. I shouldn't have added medicine. Stumbling over her words, she managed to articulate a complete thought. Punish me then. She scrunched her little face, tightly closing her eyes, twisting her head to the side, extending her small hand as if bravely facing her fate. This sight softened Sushar's heart. She swiftly embraced her. My dear Zhao Zhao, how could I bear to punish you? I know you wanted to protect me, right? Sushar kissed her cheek, which bore a sweet milky scent. Zhao Zhao opened her eyes, her dark irises sparkling. She nodded vigorously. Lu Yuanzi did not return to the residence until nightfall. In the evening, Sushar received an urgent letter. The flood in Lin Luo? Sushar's complexion paled as she tightened her grip on the letter. Recalling her daughter's words, she felt a chill. In Lin Luo, her second brother had been deceived, the river had breached its banks, and the floodwaters had torn through the populace. Why did he personally go to the embankment? It's so perilous there. With the torrential rains, the embankment could collapse at any moment. Deng Ji hastily reassured her. Do not fret. Second master said that if he hadn't gone to the embankment, he might not have discovered the issue at all. His vigilance averted a catastrophe. He is risking his life by staying there day in and day out. Sushar lamented, tears falling. Deng Ji, aware of the danger, felt helpless. The people hold him in great esteem. They send him food daily. Rest assured, second master is well aware of the situation. Sushar wiped her tears. Has the letter been sent to my family? Deng Ji nodded. The letter was sent to the Su family first. Sushar immediately took Zhao Zhao to visit her family. The old lady, in poor health, seemed to be keeping something from her. Lu Zhao Zhao, in her adorable manner, entertained the old lady, while Sushar sought out her father. Seeing her brothers all had plans in place, she finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, her endearing daughter sat cross-legged on the bed, making the old lady laugh until she cried. She clenched her chubby little fist and stuffed it into her mouth, secretly thinking, Grandmother, watch me perform the act of swallowing my fist. Oh, drool dripped from her fist, and she opened her mouth wide, determined to push her fist further in. Grandmother, see how I can stuff my fist in. Oh dear, you little rascal, take that fist out. My sweet darling, you truly are. The old lady laughed until her face hurt. Upon seeing Sushar enter the room, she laughed and pointed at her. Tell me, you were such a demure and graceful girl as a child, how did you end up with such a mischievous daughter? The old lady's face was aching from laughter. Even more to her delight, the twins from the second house, Su Yuhong and Su Yuqing, surprisingly responded. These two grandsons were the ones she cherished most. Born as twins and having faced complications during birth, they had emerged somewhat daft. Despite seeking renowned physicians far and wide, the two children seemed to exist in their own world, exhibiting no response to the outside, yet now, they were beaming under Lu Xiaoxiao's charm. Su Yuqing held a piece of cake in hand, saying, "Eat, sister, sister, eat." Su Yuhong tilted his head towards Lu Xiaoxiao, wondering how he could hear his sister's voice. The fist-swallowing sister was both silly and adorable, clutching a handkerchief. He wiped his sister's drool. Lu Xiaoxiao, struggling to swallow her fist, turned beet red, exclaiming, "Oh dear, entertaining adults is truly exhausting." This place is in utter disarray without me. Chapter 48, A Foolish Mistake. Will you swallow your fist again next time? Mrs. Su scolded, wiping the drool from her cheek. The 9-month-old. She stuffed her fist into her mouth, unable to extract it. After struggling for nearly half an hour, she finally freed her chubby little hand. Will you still be mischievous next time? She gently tapped the center of her forehead with her index finger. Whoa, no. I won't dare, the little one sobbed pitifully. Next time, I will. I refuse to believe that if it can go in, it cannot come out. How is that possible? Mrs. Su wore a look of helplessness. Little Zhao Zhao, with her innocent expression, sincerely admitted her mistake. Zhao Zhao, she then patted her chest, the sound echoing. Good girl, Zhao Zhao is a good girl. Mrs. Su let out a soft sigh. Had it not been for hearing her inner thoughts, she might have almost believed it. Upon returning to the estate that evening, a rich aroma permeated the air, mingled with a faint unpleasant odor. Upon seeing the lights on in Tingfeng courtyard, Mrs. Su's heart sank. Indeed, madam, the Marquis has returned, Zhu Xia informed her, shaking her head, indicating that the Marquis was in a foul mood. Mrs. Su nodded. Take Zhao Zhao down to wash up and sleep. After a long day, she deserves to rest. By this time, Zhao Zhao had already fallen into a deep slumber. As Mrs. Su entered, she saw Lu Yuanzi dressed in a traditional robe, his hair cascading down, sitting under the lamp with an air of indifference. Lu Yuanzi possessed striking features, otherwise, he would not have so completely captivated her heart. Even after 17 years, he still exuded the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Time had left no marks upon his face. Instead, no wonder Pei Zhao Jiao was willing to wait for him for 17 years. Mrs. Su concealed the coldness in her eyes, allowing a hint of warmth to surface. Upon noticing her, Lu Yuanzi turned to look at her. He had a pair of deeply affectionate eyes, gazing at her as if an iceberg had melted, as if she were the only person in the world. Look, he is still deceiving Mrs. Su. Yun Yang, how is my second brother? Today in the court, I heard that the floods in Linluo are about to breach the dam, and it may bring great calamity. He stepped forward to support Mrs. Su, who lowered her eyes, revealing no trace of emotion. The people of Linluo are quite insular. My second brother, being from the capital, is likely to. If my second brother needs assistance, he may seek him out. Mrs. Su's hands and feet felt cold, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Dong Jiaming, isn't he the one who harmed my second brother, as Zhao Zhao mentioned? Mrs. Su's heart trembled. Yes, I will send a message to my second brother tomorrow. Mrs. Su took a gentle breath, not daring to reveal any signs of her unease. Is the Marquis writing? She asked, glancing at the ink and paper on the table. Lu Yuanzi smiled. Indeed, Yun Yang, you hail from a scholarly family, your calligraphy surpasses mine. Lu Yuanzi set down his brush. After their marriage, they had shared a period of romantic bliss. Mrs. Su furrowed her brow. I have become quite unpracticed, Yun Yang. I fondly reminisce about the days when we shared such intimacy. Lu Yuanzi gently embraced her waist. Indeed, we pledged our vows beneath the moonlight on our wedding day. If we betray each other, may we not die a good death. Lu Lang, would you deceive me? Mrs. Su asked softly. Lu Yuanzi held her close, his mind wandering, entirely oblivious to her words. Never, if I deceive you, I shall not die a good death. A faint smile crept upon Mrs. Su's face. Lu Lang, you must endure well. It had been 9 months since Lu Yuanzi had been intimate with Mrs. Su previously. He had always found her lacking in charm compared to Pei Zhao Jiao, yet now, he found himself missing her obedience. Recalling the grievances he had suffered outside today, Lu Yuanzi felt a swell of frustration. After enduring embarrassment due to Pei Zhao Jiao, he began to long for the understanding nature of his wife. As he embraced Mrs. Su, she stiffened slightly. Goosebumps prickled her skin. She felt utterly revolted, utilizing the Su family's influence to ascend the ranks, and using her own hands to harm the Su family. Mrs. Su bit down on her tongue, tasting the metallic tang of blood. It was not yet time to sever ties. Ugh, as Lu Yuanzi leaned in closer, Mrs. Su covered her mouth, involuntarily gagging. Lu Yuanzi was taken aback. Mrs. Su hastily pushed him away, her expression apologetic. Marquis, I just caught a whiff of something foul. She pinched her nose, gagging once more. Lu Yuanzi felt as though he had been struck across the face. He instinctively stepped back. He raised his hand, curiously sniffing. Marquis, what is that smell? Mrs. Su's face was clouded with discontent. Lu Yuanzi, embarrassed and furious, could only suppress his inner rage. His chest heaved, as if he were about to explode with anger. A stench of filth, she added, pinching her nose with an expression of utter distaste. Lu Yuanzi's face turned crimson with anger, and he began to doubt himself. Taking a deep breath, he dared not approach Mrs. Su again, muttering, perhaps it is from being caught in bird droppings today. The thought of it filled him with a sense of irritation. Mrs. Su chuckled, Marquis, have you also been deceived by that concubine? Did you see the concubine caught in the act by Madame Qin last time? Mrs. Su observed him with keen interest, amused by Lu Yuan's feigned composure. People can be so foolish. She can engage in infidelity and venture out to steal men. How could anyone believe she would possess any divine intervention? Now, drenched in bird droppings, perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate her. Mrs. Su remarked coolly, seemingly oblivious to Lu Yuan's increasingly rigid demeanor. Yun Yang, how can you speak so harshly? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. Mrs. Su widened her eyes in surprise. How can you say such a thing, Marquis? I am the legitimate wife. Is there any proper wife who would favor a concubine? Moreover, that pay woman had her clothes torn off and became a concubine. She has no shame and fears no judgment, does she? In my opinion, her paramour must possess some skill. To have hidden from the legitimate wife for so long, he must be a truly vile character. Mrs. Su spat in disdain. It is unfortunate that Lu Jinghua is merely a bastard. TSK. The two TSK sounds were laden with implication. Lu Yuanzi felt as though he had been struck repeatedly, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Lu Jinghua possesses genuine talent. Whosoever gains such a son will surely bring glory to their family. Lu Yuanzi pursed his lips, realizing he had no path of retreat left. If such a child were to be recorded under the lady's name, would you be willing? Lu Yuanzi suddenly inquired. Mrs. Su looked at him, her face filled with astonishment. Chapter 49 The Weeping of the Morning Star. Your Grace, how could you bring such disgrace upon me? She lamented. I have both sons and daughters. Even if my literary talents are discarded, I am not comparable to those filthy creatures. He is but a child of an illicit union, a sordid and despicable being unworthy of my name. Your Grace, you may disdain me, but you cannot insult me. The veins on Lu Yuan's forehead throbbed with indignation at Su's words. Heroes do not inquire about their origins. Jinghua is a good child, Lu Yuanzi replied, taking a deep breath, desperately suppressing the anger brewing within. The son of a wanton cannot be deemed a hero, Su retorted coolly. Enough. Lu Yuanzi, sensing the weight of his tone, softened slightly. Very well, it was merely a jest. I have Yunyan, and that is sufficient for me. Su remained non-committal. Yunyan, whatever happened to the jade pendant you used to wear at your waist? The intricate patterns upon it, might I take it for further study? It appears to have some noteworthy history, he suggested, referring to the pendant passed down through Su's family. The Su family possessed a jade pendant, said to be inherited only by daughters. In this generation, it had been entrusted to Su. The pendant's lineage was a mystery, known only to have been treasured across generations by the matriarch. It was only before her marriage that the matriarch had bestowed the pendant upon her, warning her never to give it to anyone else. On their wedding night, Su had taken the pendant out to admire, and Lu Yuanzi had caught a glimpse of it. Are you referring to the dragon-patterned cloud pendant? Indeed. Su shook her head. That pendant cannot be lent out. It is to be passed solely to the women of the Su family. Lu Yuanzi wished to press further, but noticing Su occasionally fanning her nose, he felt a sense of humiliation wash over him, leading him to conclude, then I shall visit Yunyan again when I have the time. Please take care of yourself. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed from Tingfeng courtyard. Once Lu Yuanzi had left, Su was left in a state of doubt. What could he possibly want with the dragon-patterned cloud pendant? Su drifted off to sleep, still pondering, until dawn arrived. The dragon-patterned cloud pendant, lady, you must not give it to him. It is the heirloom of the Su family. If your natal family learns of this, they may come knocking, Dingji teased, while combing Su's hair. Seated cross-legged on the couch, waiting for Yingxue to feed her roasted sweet potatoes, Lu Zhaozhao lifted her gaze. The dragon-patterned cloud pendant, why does it sound so familiar? Lu Zhaozhao tugged at her hair, nearly pulling it out. Oh, isn't that the pendant mother bestowed upon the counterfeit daughter? Su trembled with rage. She had inadvertently given that pendant to Lu Jingyao. Enraged, she retrieved the pendant, opening layer after layer of cabinets, and after unlocking several locks, finally extracted the dragon-patterned cloud pendant. As the pendant emerged, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly sat upright, such a rich aura of spiritual energy. Not to mention, this pendant truly possesses some sense of spirituality. Whenever it is taken out, I feel a wave of tranquility wash over me, Dingji remarked, almost afraid to touch it. The translucent white jade seemed to cradle floating clouds, appearing both ethereal and otherworldly. The pendant felt warm in hand, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. It likely serves to charm the wretched creatures outside, Dingji spat spitefully. Su chuckled coldly, he dreams, this is meant for my Zhao Zhao. In that moment, Su suspected that Lu Yuanzi's visit was indeed motivated by the pendant. Could it possess some extraordinary quality? Yet, she often played with it without any indication of such. Lu Zhaozhao sat on the couch, munching on the sweet, syrupy roasted sweet potato. While her gaze remained fixed on Su, she scratched her head, the name of the dragon-patterned cloud pendant lingering in her thoughts, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Let me see, let me see. Mother, quickly take a look at your obedient daughter. Lu Zhaozhao's face radiated longing. Su laughed softly, amused by her daughter's insatiable curiosity. This is for Zhao Zhao to admire. She would not tease her. The pendant would eventually be passed down to Zhao Zhao. As the pendant was placed in her hand, Lu Zhaozhao slowly lowered her head. The little one suddenly gasped, ah. Within her mind, she screamed, while Su clasped her ears, startled by the sharp pain echoing within. Wasn't this her possession? To think, this was her storage pendant from the realm of cultivation. During her sacrificial offering years ago, she had regrettably removed it among other treasures. How did it end up here? At that moment, she instinctively recited the incantation, feeling an immense force surge from the pendant into her being. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked in astonishment, watching as the pendant gradually dimmed. She gently closed her eyes, savoring the return of her storage space. The energy from the dragon-patterned cloud pendant flowed directly into her consciousness. Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in frustration. No wonder the heroine in the story produced so many treasures that felt familiar to her. To think, those were all hers. When she first read the tale, she believed the world had merely drawn inspiration from her artifacts. Instead, damn it, these were indeed her possessions. Why is Zhao Zhao trembling all over? Are you cold? Su inquired, feeling her daughter shivering, her tiny teeth chattering audibly. Light another brazier of silver charcoal. What astonished her, little Zhao Zhao, hearing her mother's voice, looked up, revealing her red-rimmed eyes. Wow, Su scooped her up, and she immediately burst into tears. Whoa, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes and nose reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. How unfortunate am I? My storage space has fallen into the hands of a counterfeit. Her small hand trembled as she pointed skyward. Why, this is unfair. Whoa, oh heavens, you are no good. I shall make you pay. What sweetness, do you crave some candy? Dingji asked, her heart aching, rushing to console her. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously, yet it dared not approach the capital. Lu Xiaoxiao said nothing, clinging to her mother's neck, crying heart-wrenchingly how pitiful it was for her mother, as if her storage space had aided her, leading to the demise of the Su family. What a grave injustice. Zhao Zhao likes this pendant. Here, take it, and mother shall not give it to anyone else. Su, feeling a pang of sympathy, saw Zhao Zhao clutching the pendant tightly, mistaking it for her liking. In this bout of emotions, Lu Xiaoxiao cried herself to sleep, clearly enraged. However, this time, she had regained her pendant, and the heroine's path ahead would surely be fraught with challenges. When Lu Xiaoxiao awoke, it was already evening. Still dazed from her slumber, the warm touch of the pendant in her hand helped her regain her senses. The little one shyly returned the pendant to Dingji. Hide, stop sniffling. Dingji teased, playfully tapping her little nose. She personally tucked the pendant away. Come now, the first snow has just fallen, dress warmly. The second young master has returned home and is currently in the front courtyard. Dingji efficiently helped Lu Xiaoxiao change into warmer clothing. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in excitement. Hurry, I want to see the most infatuated love-struck fool in history. Chapter 50 of The Return of the Second Brother. As the year draws to a close, the first snow descends. The capital appears to be cloaked in a delicate layer of white frost, with even the flowers and grasses adorned with a light glaze of ice. Chaochao is 10 months old now. At this age, she has blossomed, remarkably inheriting the finest traits of both the Su family and Lu Yuanjia. Her cherubic face is plump and round, with a pair of clear, glimmering eyes that shine like the stars, imbued with a hint of innocence. Her cheeks are as puffed as little buns, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch them. At this moment, she is clad in a vibrant red coat, her hair tied into two little tufts, adorned with a string of fluffy pom-poms. As she wobbles along, she can take a few steps unaided by her maids. Our little girl is just like a character from a New Year's painting, truly lovely, Dingji could not help but exclaim. She had helped the mistress raise 3 young masters, but none were as enchanting as Chaochao. Miss Chaochao speaks and walks earlier than her 3 older brothers. Yingxue nodded in agreement. May I carry you, my lady? Dingji asked, noticing the light snow falling outside. Even though the maids had swept the snow early, a few patches of soft white remained, making the ground slippery. Yet, Lu Chaochao was brimming with excitement. Walk, she chirped in her sweet, childlike voice, her pocket stuffed with 2 pieces of chestnut cake. Now approaching her first birthday, she could enjoy some soft solid foods, such as roasted sweet potatoes, roasted chestnuts, rice flour, and various meat purees. She particularly loved the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Seeing her determination, Dingji and Yingxue each took one of her hands, gently guiding her towards the main courtyard. As she stepped onto the thin blanket of fresh snow, Lu Chaochao giggled gleefully, leaving behind adorable little footprints. Laughing all the way, she paused by the flower bed, her delicate brows furrowing as she pulled away from the maids, crouching down before a wilting flower, her tiny face nearly touching the petals. What troubles you, little miss? Yingxue inquired, but before she could finish, Chaochao placed a finger to her lips with a shushing gesture. Sad, crying, she pointed at an orchid with her small hand. Dingji couldn't help but smile. The child was indeed innocent, believing that flowers and plants could speak. All right, we shall listen to our little miss. We will have someone move the orchid to the warm room later, she coaxed, encouraging Lu Chaochao to continue forward. However, as the young girl became weary from walking, Dingji soon lifted her up. While making their way to the front courtyard, Lu Chaochao suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound, delicate and innocent. She blinked her eyes, rounding a corner to find a young man in a moonwhite long robe kneeling outside the door, while a dainty girl in white stood nearby, covering her face as she quietly wept. Inside, the furious voice of Madame Su rang out. Did your studies go to the dogs? You are engaged, yet you bring a girl home. What is the meaning of this? You are slapping your fiancée in the face. Madame Su's face flushed with anger. Initially, she had doubted Chaochao's feelings, considering that the second son already had a fiancée and was not typically so reckless. However, seeing him kneeling outside the door, insisting on bringing a woman in, she was truly dizzy with rage. Lu Xiangyue cast a worried glance at his mother, but his gaze fell upon Su Jiqing at the doorway, and his resolve strengthened. The young lady appeared pale, trembling in the cold, resembling a delicate flower seeking support. Mother, I have no feelings for Wen Ning. The engagement was not my wish, he declared. I merely wish to marry someone with mutual affection, to share a life akin to that of my parents, rather than remain as strangers bound by duty. Madame Su felt dizzy with anger. The engagement to Yen Shu and Jiang Yunjin had been arranged by the late Marquis himself, which she had reluctantly accepted. However, the Wen family lived next door to the Lu family, and that little girl had followed Lu Zhangyue around, calling him brother since childhood. Their bond was that of childhood sweethearts. After the Wen family was sent away, it had only been 3 years, and now he was causing trouble. I only see Wen Ning as a sister. You may as well kill me, for I cannot marry Wen Ning. Lu Zhangyue sighed deeply. He had been engaged to Wen Ning since he was about 6 years old. At that time, she was indeed adorable, but he had not understood romantic feelings. In retrospect, he realized he saw Wen Ning as a sister. Mother, Qingqing cannot marry anyone else, Lu Zhangyue said awkwardly. When I was studying, I encountered danger and fell from a cliff. It was Qingqing who carried me back and saved me. Qingqing has been orphaned since childhood, and her early years were fraught with hardship. She has cared for me and already bears a tarnished reputation. Mother, I cannot be that ungrateful man. Over the past few months, Lu Zhangyue had naturally developed feelings for Su Jiqing. She was gentle and considerate, having spent years in the mountains, possessing a purity that was truly rare. Madame Su's eyes nearly sparkled with fire. Although Lu Zhangyue had been away studying, the 2 young servants he brought with him were skilled in martial arts. Wherever they went, they would send letters home. Yet, after his fall, the servants could not find any trace of him. They searched for 3 consecutive days, scouring every village in the vicinity, yet the village where Su Jiqing resided had already been searched. Unless someone had deliberately hidden him away. Mother, I was unconscious for 3 days. When I awoke, I had been staying at Qingqing's home recuperating. Perhaps, when they came searching for me, Qingqing had gone into the mountains to gather herbs. Her family is impoverished and struggles greatly. I have only added to her burdens. Lu Zhangyue sighed. At that time, he had suffered from high fever, alternating between chills and sweats. He had been delirious, and upon opening his eyes, he found the young lady before him, blushing and tearful as she held him. Their skin brushed against one another, and he was startled. Yet she had wept. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhangyue resolved that he must marry Qingqing, for he had already tarnished her reputation. Qingqing is kind-hearted. She saved my life. If she had not saved you, the servants would have found you. Madame Su scoffed. Lu Zhangyue felt a lump in his throat. You are of noble lineage. Even the jade pendant hanging at your waist is worth 1,000 taels, and your attire is exquisite. How do you know she is not after your wealth, deliberately hiding you away? Madame Su continued with a sneer. Meanwhile, the girl at the door was a mix of shame and anger, and she cried out, Madam, why must you insult me? Though Qingqing was born into poverty, she is a person of dignity. Had it not been for Jinyue's pleas, she would not have wished to come to the capital. Qingqing has no intentions of marrying anyone. At most, she would cut her hair and become a nun, living a life of solitude. Su Jiqing's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression resolute. To encounter Brother Yu has been the greatest fortune of my life. I do not dare to wish for marriage with Brother Yu. I only hope for his happiness in this life. Having said this, Su Jiqing turned and wept as she walked away. Lu Jinyue's eyes turned red instantly upon seeing this scene. Madame Su felt a splitting headache. You cannot leave. Mother, if Qingqing leaves, I shall leave with her, Lu Zhangyue declared, his eyes brimming with tears, gripping Su Jiqing's wrist tightly. Feeling her tremble, his heart ached even more. Gritting his teeth, he slightly rose, intending to crash into a pillar to demonstrate his determination. Amidst this, he heard a childish voice echoing, crash into the wall, go on, crash. Look at the love-struck fool crashing into the wall. The voice was filled with mischievous delight. Just as Lu Zhangyue was about to crash into the wall, he silently bent his knee, lowering his head to kneel once more. Chapter 51. The second brother is truly green. Alas, why not crash into it? Lu Chaochao furiously scratched the wall. In the original text, Lu Zhangyue, in an attempt to keep Su Jiqing, ended up injuring himself severely. Hearing the sound of gritted teeth beside him, Lu Zhangyue glanced around, taking a deep breath. Where on earth did that voice come from? Have all the strange creatures in this age taken to watching the spectacle? Kick! Lu Chaochao pointed at the osmanthus tree in front of her. Dang Ji was taken aback. Kick the tree? Lu Chaochao nodded. Together, the little toddler grinned, displaying 2 tiny teeth, as if to say, if you don't kick it, I will throw a tantrum in the snow. Dang Ji's eyelids twitched. The 2 maids immediately lifted their legs. With a flick of her wrist, Lu Chaochao infused a surge of spiritual energy, which she directed forcefully at the tree while the 2 maids pretended to kick it. The osmanthus tree, roundly pruned and laden with snow, shed its accumulated snowflakes in an instant when struck by the spiritual energy. Ah! The snow cascaded down directly onto Lu Zhangyue and Su Jiqing, covering them in a blanket of white. Su Jiqing, dressed rather lightly to portray fragility, was now shivering uncontrollably. Love-struck brain, perhaps some snow would clear it out. Lu Chaochao rolled her eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, Dang Ji's heart sank. Seeing the little miss pouting, she realized the child was venting her frustrations for her lady. With a sigh, she picked up the little miss and carried her into the courtyard. My lady, forgive me. I accidentally bumped into the osmanthus tree, causing the second young master to catch a chill. Dang Ji apologized to the second young master before entering with Chaochao in her arms. Lu Zhanyue was tenderly brushing the snow off Su Jiqing, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lu Chaochao. What a delightful child she was. Qin, as soon as she spoke, Lu Zhanyue's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't that the voice echoing in his mind just now? Was that her innermost thought? Su Shi shot a disapproving glance at Lu Zhanyue. This is your sister, Chaochao. Lu Zhanyue had heard of Chaochao. Su Shi often shared amusing tales of her sister with him, such as how she adored sucking on her fingers and would offer her drool-soaked digits to her preferred companions. His sister was even more endearing than he had imagined. Chaochao, I am your second brother. He remained kneeling in the snow, yearningly calling out. Lu Chaochao lifted her chin defiantly. Fool, idiot. Only an idiot could be my brother. Oh dear, will this love-struck brain be contagious? Lu Zhanyue couldn't grasp the meaning of love-struck brain, but he could surmise a few things. Seeing the look of disdain on the baby face after 10 months, he felt a pang of sadness. You err, you fell from the cliff, and yet within a mere quarter of an hour, the servant arrived at the scene and found no one. I can hardly refrain from suspicion. Su Shi regarded Su Jiqing with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Jiqing stood tall, resolute and proud, and replied earnestly, I was merely gathering herbs at the foot of the mountain. Ah, utterly hilarious. She had actually squatted there for 3 days. Her face was covered in large welts from mosquito bites, only then did my second brother plummet off the cliff. Lu Chaochao silently mocked. Lu Zhanyue, squatting for 3 days? What does that even mean? Moreover, when he regained consciousness, he indeed noticed numerous little red spots on Su Jiqing's face. Lu Zhanyue felt a bit disoriented. Enough, since you have saved Yuer's life, you may stay at the Ho residence. However, the matter of engagement is absolutely out of the question. Su Shi's expression was indifferent. She could see through Su Jiqing's pretense, but her son remained oblivious. Deng Ji, please take Miss Su to Mingxin Garden. Su Jiqing glanced back thrice, and upon seeing Lu Zhanyue nod, she followed Deng Ji away. Once Su Jiqing had departed, Su Shi did not press her son further but merely gestured for him to rise. Mother, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Lu Zhanyue smiled brightly, his knees numb from the cold snow, gently hissing as he stood up. Yingxue hurriedly brought him a cup of hot tea. Warm yourself, do not let this leave you with lingering ailments. The children of the Lu family were all exceptionally handsome, and Lu Zhanyue was no exception. He limped into the house. Mother, my feelings for Qingqing are sincere. Lu Zhanyue's tone was earnest. Su Shi retorted with annoyance, have you any sense? I see her as nothing but a deceiver. Lu Zhanyue chuckled. Mother, there are countless wealthy individuals in the world. Why would she specifically target me? He smiled again. If she only deceives me and no one else, doesn't that imply she has some feelings for me? Su Shi nearly fainted from exasperation. She could not comprehend the meaning of love-struck brain, but at that moment, she suddenly understood. Of course, she squatted there for you, waiting 3 days. Lu Zhanyue's smile faltered. How did you come to think of climbing the mountain? Su Shi inquired, her brows furrowed. Lu Zhanyue hesitated for a moment. It was brother Jinghuai who mentioned that the morning glow here is exceptionally beautiful. He had decided to change his route on a whim upon hearing Lu Jinghuai's name. Su Shi's teeth clenched. She had long known that Yuer was on very good terms with Lu Jinghuai. No wonder, Lu Jinghuai must wish for him to fall to his death. Lu Zhanyue was filled with suspicion. What was his sister talking about? Jinghuai was his brother and a close friend. Su Shi sighed and had someone carry Lu Chaochao outside. The mother and son conversed for a long while inside, and when they emerged, Lu Zhanyue appeared entirely disheartened. How could this be? How could this be? Father and mother are known for their harmonious relationship, a couple celebrated for their love in the capital. Why, father? He murmured, looking as though he had suffered a great blow. He had witnessed many classmates' parents at odds, battling over concubines. He often reflected on how fortunate he was to have loving parents, but now, everything had been shattered. His father had kept a mistress for 17 years, and the child from that affair was the same age as his brother. Moreover, his closest friend was, in fact, his father's illegitimate son, yet upon reflection, he had first met Lu Jinghuai because of his father's praise for the young man's exceptional talents, urging him to support him. Lu Jinghuai often inquired about matters concerning his parents. Lu Zhanyue felt as if struck by lightning. Even his sister had nearly been suffocated at birth, all to make way for Lu Jinghuai's sister. He gazed at his mother, whose eyes were red from weeping, and Lu Zhanyue felt his heart wrench in agony. He vacantly stepped outside. His mind was in turmoil, overturning everything he had known. Now standing before Mingxin Garden, he yearned to see Qingqing, to confide in her. He stood at Su Jiqing's door and gently knocked. Qingqing was the one person who understood him best in this life. His feelings for her were distinctly different. Qingqing, such a pure and kind-hearted woman, could not possibly be a pawn in Lu Jinghuai's game. My second brother is truly in the dark. Not only is he a close friend of Lu Jinghuai, but even his wife has been with Lu Jinghuai. Lu Chaochao leaned back, her heart filled with unending sarcasm. Chapter 52, a reminder from Chaochao Creek. Su Jiqing opened the door, her face betraying a hint of helplessness. Brother Zhanyue. Her expression was one of sorrow. Lu Zhanyue stood at the threshold, initially filled with eager anticipation to see her. However, upon hearing Zhao Zhao's inner thoughts, his mind was consumed by the haunting phrase that his wife had also been with Lu Jinghuai. It struck him like a bolt from the blue. Brother Zhanyue? What troubles you? Has your wife made things difficult for you? Su Jiqing pulled him into the room, causing Lu Zhanyue to pause momentarily. My sister is outside. He sighed, retrieving his sister, who had been crouched in the corner, watching the scene unfold. The 10-month-old child was surprisingly heavy. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Jiqing's brow, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, unnoticed by anyone. Little Chaochao is as lovely as snow, truly beautiful. Su Jiqing attempted to stroke the child's head, but Lu Chaochao scrunched her little face in disdain and recoiled. Dirty, the words that escaped her tiny lips rendered Su Jiqing's face pale with shock. Chaochao, you must not be so rude. Lu Jinyue's expression turned frantic as he hurried to explain. Chaochao is still young and does not yet know how to speak properly. Qing, please do not take it to heart. She is merely 10 months old and speaks nonsense. Upon seeing Su Jiqing's tears welling up, Lu Jinyue quickly placed Chaochao on a chair and approached her with comforting words. Su Jiqing's eyes were red-rimmed, yet she bit her lip stubbornly, refusing to shed tears. This only deepened Lu Jinyue's concern. It is Qing who should not dream of plucking the moon from the sky. Qing and brother Jianyue are worlds apart. Qing should return home. To have brother Jianyue by her side is already a blessing. Qing should not disturb brother Jianyue's family, causing a rift between you all. Lu Jianyue felt a surge of frustration. But you have already lost your innocence to save me. I must take responsibility for you. I will marry you. Qing. Lu Jianyue's face was filled with urgency, even raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. You are a pure and innocent girl. I have wronged you. He wanted to inquire about her relationship with Lu Jinghui, but seeing her tear-streaked face, he could not bring himself to do so. To doubt her good intentions would be an affront to her. Su Jiqing sighed, feigning strength. Brother Jianyue, I do not wish to become a source of conflict between you and your family. I only wish for your well-being in this life, not to have you quarrel on my behalf. Qing does not aspire to be your wife, nor does she wish to disrupt your relationship with Miss One. Qing would be content to remain by your side as a maid, serving tea and water for Miss Wen. As long as she can see you every day, that would be happiness enough. Su Jiqing looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. Lu Jianyue felt a stirring in his heart. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. A cheer rang out, causing Lu Jinyue's face to flush crimson as he hurriedly stepped back. Upon turning, he found Lu Chaochao staring at him with wide, sparkling eyes. He felt a sudden clarity. Lu Jianyue quickly maintained distance from Qing. After the fall, Su Jiqing had shyly wrapped herself in her clothing to fend off the fever of this innocent and bashful girl. Perhaps this was the boldest moment of her life? Having spent 3 months together, he had never overstepped the boundaries. Although he admired Qing, he still adhered to propriety, not daring to breach the limits. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Jiqing's eyes. Qing, how can you be her maid? You are a girl from a respectable family, possessing dignity and self-respect. How could I allow you to demean yourself? Lu Jianyue stated firmly. Lu Chaochao grinned widely. Su Jiqing felt an inexplicable dislike towards Lu Chaochao, and just then, Lu Jianyue inquired, what is Chaochao laughing at? Lu Chaochao pouted and, in a childish voice, replied, laughing at her, wanting to fall into the arms of the second brother. Su Jiqing's face flushed with anger. Ha 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 ha. Is the second brother trying to play the role of a backup? Lu Jianyue raised an eyebrow, wondering what a backup was. Heaven help, my second brother is truly unfortunate. Lu Chaochao's eyes were filled with pity. Second brother, you are indeed in a precarious situation. If second brother does not believe it, he should invite friends and his beloved to understand. Hee. Lu Jianyue took a deep breath and lifted Lu Chaochao into his arms. You will surely like him. Su Jiqing huffed lightly. Qing likes brother Jianyue the most. When Lu Jianyue emerged from the room with Chaochao in his arms, Su Jiqing leaned against the door, gazing at him dreamily until he was out of sight. As he walked away, Lu Jianyue asked, does Chaochao dislike her? Neither mother nor Chaochao liked her. The little one nodded vigorously. Bad. Lu Jianyue returned Chaochao to Tingfeng Courtyard before heading to Mingda Courtyard to see his elder brother. From his brother, he learned of the storms that had transpired recently, and before he knew it, it was already midnight. In the deep of night, he stood in the corner of Tingfeng Courtyard, watching the light emanating from within, silent. Su Shi was feeding Chaochao egg custard when someone inquired, shall we invite the second young master in? What to invite him in for? To freeze his brain, perhaps that will clear his mind. Initially, he had fallen ill due to this woman. Su Shi shook her head, disregarding him. It was unclear when Lu Jianyue finally departed. Early the next morning, he took Su Jiqing to meet his closest friend. Upon seeing Su Jiqing dressed in a deep blue gown, Lu Jianyue's heart fluttered. Lu Jinghui had a particular fondness for blue. Jianyue, I do not wish for others to underestimate you, so I dressed up intentionally. Do you think it looks good? She bit her lip, her eyes captivating, as if she had come to life. Lu Jianyue nearly dug his nails into his palm. It looks good, more beautiful than before. Lu Jianyue's words made Su Jiqing's heart skip a beat. It is still for you. With a playful pout, she followed him into the restaurant. Lu Jianyue had already made reservations, and at that moment, the waiter led them into a private room. As they opened the door, a young man in a blue long robe was admiring the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Lu Jianyue suppressed the rage boiling within him. He had learned of his father's actions the previous night. Brother Jinghui, he called out. Lu Jinghui turned, a gentle smile gracing his features. Zhang Yue. He was as warm as jade, resembling a refined gentleman. Su Jiqing lowered her head, not daring to glance at him, remaining closely behind Lu Jianyue, seemingly very shy. How is your injury, Zhanyue? Once they were seated, Su Jiqing sat beside Lu Jinghui's gaze was clear as he bowed slightly to Su Jiqing. I have been friends with Zhanyue for many years, saving him is akin to saving myself. This cup of wine is dedicated to you, young lady. Thank you for your kindness. He seemed genuinely respectful. Sir, you flatter me. How could Qingqing stand by and watch a life in peril? Their manners were measured, and they were particularly cautious in their exchanges. Chapter 53 Witnessing with one's own eyes. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed generously, Lu Zhanyue became increasingly inebriated. He patted Lu Jinghui on the shoulder, burping audibly, burp. It is still my brother Jinghui who knows me best, burp, understands me, indeed. To have a friend like this, what more could one desire? Lu Jinghui sighed softly. It is rather shameful to say, but with brother Zhanyue absent from the capital, these past few months, I have had some misunderstandings with the Marquis' residence. My mother, fond of jewelry, often purchases some unusual trinkets. Little did she know that the servants of the Marquis sold off Mrs. Su's dowry, which was precisely what my mother had bought. It even escalated to the magistrate's office. A few days ago, my book boy was reprimanded by my mother, and harboring resentment, he directed misfortune towards the Marquis' residence, setting it ablaze. Now, even though I am justified, I cannot articulate my reasoning. Lu Jinghui sighed deeply. Lu Zhanyue, in a daze, draped an arm around Lu Jinghui's shoulders. What kind of misunderstanding is this? We are brothers, after all, burpy brothers. That jewelry, if you fancy it, I shall procure it for you. Who are we to each other? We have been good brothers for many years. Not to mention jewelry, even the position of heir of the Marquis' residence is rightfully yours. As he spoke with fervor, Lu Jinghui had also indulged in a few more cups. Zhanyue claims he is drunk and speaks nonsense, that heiress position belongs to Yen Shibizi. Yen Shibizi is exceptionally talented. Who in the capital has not heard of his illustrious name? Lu Zhanyue scoffed. He cannot compare to you now. Cannot compare a father. That father scolds us daily for being unworthy. Burp. How I wish you were truly my brother. That heiress position is meant for you alone. Lu Zhanyue swayed unsteadily, and Su Jiqing hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Young Master Lu, you are intoxicated. Allow me to help you lie down. As Su Jiqing stumbled while assisting him, as he could barely keep his feet, his gaze unfocused. With a soft thud, Lu Zhanyue collapsed onto the bed, snoring lightly, utterly unconscious. Su Jiqing, a touch bashful, spoke softly. Young Master Lu, could you kindly summon a servant? He has drunk too much. Unsure if Lu Zhanyue was truly inebriated, she hesitated to act rashly, her tone distant yet her expression filled with sorrow as she glanced at Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinghui's lips curled into a smirk. The young man in his long gown reached out a hand and drew her into his embrace. Still calling me young Master Lu? How very formal. If you continue like this, I might have to punish you. He planted a firm kiss on the blushing lips of Su Jiqing. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with emotion, furtively glancing at the snoring Lu Zhanyue. I fear he may be feigning drunkenness, lest it disrupt your important affairs, she whispered. Lu Jinghui revealed a hint of disdainful levity. Having known him for many years, I am well aware of his character. He trusts you and me to an extreme, not to mention him. Even his mother is rather foolish. Lu Jinghui chuckled lightly. For 17 or 18 years, there has never been a doubt. When my father married her, he entered the bridal chamber with Su at the beginning of the night, yet by the second half, he had moved to my mother's room. Thus, their birthdays were scarcely apart. Aunt Pei is gentle and kind, and understanding. Were it not for the Su family's noble lineage, why would Madame Pei have endured such humiliation for so many years? Fortunately, Jinghui, you are diligent and have secured all this for him. Su Jiqing embraced Lu Jinghui, shedding all pretense of propriety in front of Lu Zhanyue. Lu Jinghui extended his index finger, tilting Su Jiqing's chin. Has he ever touched you? Did he kiss here, or perhaps, here? He playfully poked at Su Jiqing, with a reproachful glare. Su Jiqing retorted, this body belongs to you, how could I allow him to touch it? How does he qualify? Lu Zhanyue would blush even at the thought of holding hands, feeling it would be an affront. He cherished her too dearly to permit any slight violation. Su Jiqing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, an inexplicable desire to distance herself from Lu Jinghui. Shall we move to the next room? She suggested, tugging at him, yet, Lu Jinghui gently pulled at her garment. No, right here. It is not the first time we have acted in his presence. Last time, when he fell off the cliff and was unconscious, you behaved much more recklessly than now. Qingqing, let me see your skills. Lu Jinghui's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Just the thought of the last time made him shudder. He had deliberately humiliated Lu Zhanyue, tormenting Su Jiqing while he was in a stupor, yet, fate had it that he awoke. That day, in a moment of panic, Su Jiqing had jumped onto the bed, while Lu Jinghui stood behind the door, watching as Lu Zhanyue slowly succumbed to the situation. Do you not miss me? Lu Jinghui bit down on her lip fiercely, startling Su Jiqing into exclaiming. In her fright, she hastily covered her mouth with a quavering voice. She said, how could I not miss you? I have given you my body, but you are already betrothed to Miss Jiang. Lu Jinghui's demeanor remained calm. Jiang Yunjin, she is as dull as a log, how could she compare to you? Su Jiqing's face flushed crimson. Really, have you touched her? She pressed, biting her lower lip. Lu Jinghui pinched her cheek lightly. How could I lay a finger on her? Absurd. Jiang Yunjin is the daughter of a noble family. She would never engage in such conduct. His plan was to have Lu Zhanyue fall out with the Marquis' residence over Su Jiqing. Lu Zhanyue, known for his gratitude, would never allow Su Jiqing to suffer indignities. My mother also thinks fondly of you. She recognizes you as her daughter. Law. Lu Jinghui's words filled her heart with joy. The drunken Lu Zhanyue, lying with his back to them, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flickering within. They indeed knew themselves well. Had it not been for his sister's heartfelt whispers, he might have remained oblivious for life. His redemption was entirely fabricated, a conspiracy from the very beginning. Lu Zhengyue cleared his throat, causing both figures to freeze in place, as though drenched in a cascade of cold water. He mumbled incoherently, turning onto his back with a slight flutter of his eyelids. He caught sight of their figures closely entwined. MMM. Xingqing, he murmured her name, prompting the pair to stiffen, afraid to make a sound. Liu Jinghuai abruptly regained his senses, nearly jeopardizing everything. Subtly pushing Su Jiqing away, he hurriedly donned his attire. Su Jiqing, trembling, hastily dressed in her long gown, and they exited in succession, their clothes disheveled, faces flushed, and hair slightly unkempt. They found themselves before a group of elderly men. How utterly disgraceful, to be so shameless in broad daylight. This is a tavern, not an inn. How unlucky. Another elder with a white beard wore an expression of disgust. These men were the inspectors of Beizhou, also known as the censors, tasked with scrutinizing officials and purging corruption. Even the emperor's misdeeds would be reported by them. Some had even met their demise in the Golden Throne Hall, a group of obstinate old men who vexed the emperor greatly. Was that person just now the renowned prodigy Lu Jinghuai of the capital? Several of them displayed displeasure, finding the public display of debauchery in a tavern particularly loathsome. None had noticed Lu Zhengyue inside the room. Indeed, the Shandong Academy holds him in high regard. If he were to succeed in the imperial examinations, one elder raised an eyebrow, it is likely the emperor has intentions of appointing him to tutor the crown prince. The group frowned slightly, secretly noting the matter. Chapter 54. The cunning and the enigmatic Lu Zhengyue lay for half an hour before rubbing his head and sitting up. Su Jiqing sat quietly by the window, presenting an extraordinarily beautiful scene. Brother Zhengyue, you have finally awakened. Come, drink some hangover soup, she said, stepping forward to help him up, her heart aching at the sight of his hangover-induced headache. Have you been waiting long, Qingqing? You are truly wonderful. Lu Zhengyue noticed Su Jiqing kneeling down to put on his shoes, concealing the darkness that lingered in his eyes. After finishing the hangover soup, the two finally stepped outside. Young Master Lu had urgent matters to attend to and left early. He specifically instructed me to prepare you some hangover soup, she added, not forgetting to enhance her favor with Lu Jinghuai. Lu Zhengyue nodded with a smile. My brother Jinghuai and I are close friends. Upon returning to the residence, Su Jiqing, feeling sticky, excused herself to rest in her courtyard. Once she departed, the smile on Lu Zhengyue's face abruptly vanished, leaving a chill that penetrated to his very bones. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Before he could enter Tingfeng courtyard, he heard Lu Chaochao humming a cheerful tune from within. As he stepped inside, he was suddenly ambushed by a small cannonball that wrapped around his legs. Second brother, came the tender voice, the little one grinning widely. With a gentle wave of her tiny hand, Lu Zhengyue squatted down, asking, missing your second brother? Lu Yanchu sat in his wheelchair, the tips of his fingers delicately holding a book. She has been chattering about wanting to bring you warmth. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chaochao adorned Lu Zhenyue's head with a bright green hat. Good fortune. How perfectly fitting, it suits my second brother splendidly. A wave of frustration surged within Lu Zhengyue, nearly causing him to spew blood. Lu Yanchu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with delight, as he softly inquired, have you seen him? Lu Zhengyue scooped up his sister, nodding gloomily. A grand deception to it was all a ruse aimed at their mother, targeting their family. Lu Yanchu's gaze remained calm. Since she desires your gratitude, then let us offer her a grand thanks. He had invested considerable effort to invite several officials to the tavern. Thank her, brother, I am infuriated. They would relish in picking us off one by one. Lu Zhengyue ground his teeth in anger. They had even conspired right before his eyes. I did not imply that you should express your gratitude in person, Lu Yanchu replied, leisurely. He surmised that Lu Jinghuai and Pei Zhao had acted against the heirs of the marquis without their father's knowledge. Men valued heirs, and while he esteemed Lu Jinghuai, he would never permit Pei Zhao to harm his three brothers. Hence, Su Jiqing and Lu Yuanjia were unfamiliar with this scheme. Do not speak too much. A thank you banquet will be arranged at the residence tomorrow. Does she not desire a family? Then let us give her a family. Lu Yanchu's brow carried a chill. Lu Chaochao, bewildered, thought to herself, goodness, how does brother know everything? My elder brother is indeed the foremost villain. How imposing and formidable he is. The entire family's intellect seems to reside within him. Thankfully, we saved him, along with his heart. Otherwise, our mother would suffer humiliation, brother would be forced to endure indignities, second brother would die unjustly, third brother would face grievous fates, and our grandfather's entire family would face annihilation. Lu Zhengyue's chest heaved, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. Lu Yanchu's gaze softened. It was not his brother's cleverness that mattered. Chaochao, you are our salvation. Come, brother will take you to eat some meat, but what do you wish to have? Minced meat? Lu Yanchu lifted Chaochao into his arms, rolling his wheelchair toward the exit. Giggled, she mimicked a chicken's cluck, then patted her own thigh. Oh, Lu Yanchu understood now, she wanted chicken legs. Ever since the last time they roasted a duck, she had discovered a new culinary passion. She insisted on having roasted chicken legs. Growing weary of the chicken soup from the small kitchen, she would sneak into the kitchen, clinging to the chef's leg and calling him uncle. Good uncle. Her sweet voice brimmed with anticipation, her hands pressed together in earnest prayer. Who could resist such an adorable child? The small kitchen even devised ways to marinate the chicken legs in honey, roasting them until tender and juicy. Thus, Lu Chaochao frequently pilfered from the small kitchen, and upon returning, she would refuse her milk. After several days of climbing branches, she finally noticed something amiss. The head chef was transferred to the large kitchen, and a stern old woman was brought in to take charge. Alas, they lasted only 3 days before the little one was granted her own special meals again. After another staff change, this time they managed to hold out for half a month before she once more enjoyed her special treatment. Madame Sue had no choice but to concede, providing her with healthy snacks daily to appease her, lest she spend her days charmingly begging for food. Do not think she was unaware. Even the maidservants in her room secretly saved treats for her. The small kitchen prepared ample jerky, giving her pieces to chew on daily, which finally curbed her incessant pleas for food throughout the courtyard. Even so, she still concealed several thumb-sized sweet potatoes and peanuts in her pockets, tossing them into the fire whenever she could. Even in a famine, I will not let you go hungry, Lu Yenshu reassured her, feeling her pockets. The left contained small peanuts and sweet potatoes, while the right held chestnuts. She even had a bag hanging filled with snacks. Chaochao blinked her eyes and then pulled out several silver coins from her bosom, exclaiming, "Buy." Her little hand waved grandly. Very well, let's buy. Lu Yenshu responded, his eyes bright with joy. Previously, his passion lay in reading books. Now, he found delight in raising children, but only for Chaochao. The next morning, Madame Sue busied herself preparing for the banquet. Su Jiqing blushed. Is this too extravagant? It is hardly excessive. I have already instructed someone to invite the Marquis home to express our gratitude to you. Su Jiqing's eyes glistened with moisture. No one has ever treated me this kindly. The elderly lady particularly adored her. The clever girl was more to her liking than Madame Sue. Upon her arrival, she immediately began to massage the elderly lady's shoulders and legs, her every action perfectly suited to the elder's tastes. You, having come to the Marquis's residence, should treat it as your own home. If anyone dares to bully you, I, an old woman, will take your side. The elderly lady glared at Madame Sue, who merely smiled in return. Su Jiqing smiled shyly, her lips pressed together. She was certainly well attuned to the elderly lady's preferences. Pei Zhao had informed her of everyone's likes and dislikes within the Marquis's residence, ensuring her smooth conquest of the household. The Marquis has returned, a maid announced from outside the door. The elderly lady's expression brightened. Quickly, invite the Marquis in, it is freezing outside, we must not let him catch a chill. The elderly lady's demeanor was exceptionally warm. Liu Zhenyue tugged at Su Jiqing's sleeve, assuring her, do not worry. As long as my father agrees, no one can obstruct our marriage. In the Marquis's residence, my father holds the final say. Lu Zhenyue emphasized this point. Su Jiqing felt a flicker of anticipation within her. Pei Zhao had willingly remained a shadow behind this man for over a decade. How exceptional must he be? Her curiosity was piqued. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chapter 55 of the Plague. Has a guest arrived at the residence? Lu Yuanzha's voice was warm and gentle, exuding a maturity that contrasted sharply with the youthful exuberance of Lu Zhenyue, yet, this maturity carried a certain gravitas. As he spoke, a tall figure strode through the door. The man possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a few flecks of snow resting upon him. Raising his head, he revealed a pair of sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze seemingly filled with scattered starlight. He exuded an air of cultured poise that Su Jiqing had never encountered before. Her heart fluttered, and she instinctively averted her gaze, as though scalded. She could feel the weight of the man's gaze upon her, and although it was merely a casual glance, it ignited a fiery sensation throughout her being. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor stepped forward to bow to the elderly matriarch before announcing, "Let us dine. You shall sit beside me, you saved Zhenyue, so this seat is rightfully yours." This seat had originally belonged to Su Shi. Su Jiqing cast a glance at Su Shi, who wore a dignified smile and said, "Miss Su, please do not be troubled, the heirs of the Duke's household are precious, this is only fitting." The attire Su Jiqing wore today had been arranged by Su Shi, a choice that particularly pleased Lu Yuanzha. She resembled the youthful Pei Zhao, yet surpassed her in beauty. It must be said that Su Jiqing's appearance was exceptional. Pei Zhao had exerted considerable effort to find someone so outstanding. Lu Yuanzha shot a fleeting glance at Su Jiqing but refrained from uttering a word. Blushing, Su Jiqing sat attentively beside the elderly matriarch. Lu Chaochao clutched her small bowl, pouting in defiance. "This bowl is too small," she exclaimed in indignation. Su Shi gently coaxed, "Little ones use small bowls, while adults use larger ones." Lu Chaochao, unsatisfied, sprang to her feet and stood upon her stool. "It's the same size," she protested, comparing her height atop the stool to Su Shi's seated position. "It's the same, it's big." The little child, earnest in her grievances, even gestured for a larger bowl. Lu Zhenyue silently accepted the small bowl, transferring food into a larger one before handing it to her. Lu Chaochao's brows furrowed in confusion, feeling that something was amiss. She tapped her head, pondering the situation. Since her transmigration, her mind seemed muddled, thoughts clashed within her, and though her mind held its own ideas, she found herself unable to control her hands, her mouth, or her very nature. Disregarding her musings, Lu Chaochao cradled the bowl, larger than her head, and began slurping noisily, her head disappearing behind it. Lu Yuanzha cast a disapproving glance but ultimately chose to remain silent. After lunch, Lu Yuanzha departed the residence. Liu Zhenyue accompanied Su Jiqing for a leisurely stroll within the estate. "Rest assured, Qingqing, with your intelligence and charm, my parents will surely take a liking to you," he assured her. "Once I am married, I will have a monthly allowance of 60 taels, and I shall provide for you. Alas, my academic prowess pales in comparison to Jing Huai's." Otherwise, I could attain the top scholar's title and bring you honor. Even this duke's residence ultimately belongs to my elder brother. Though my brother is the heir, he is disabled, thus it is still my father who holds sway in the household. But do not worry, my heart is worth its weight in gold. Our love is genuine. Wealth is of little consequence. I believe Qingqing is not one to covet vanity. We shall undoubtedly become a devoted couple. These words were imparted to him by his elder brother, who cautioned that each phrase could trigger a woman's sensitivities. Su Jiqing's smile stiffened slightly. She had initially intended to charm Lu Zhangyue into marrying her, but at that moment, the words remained unspoken on her lips. Seeking an excuse, she retreated to her quarters to rest. Lu Zhangyue pouted, clutching the essay his brother had given him, and made his way to the Imperial Academy. The academy was reserved for the royal and noble offspring, admitting only those who had achieved the rank of scholar or above. Many students began their education at the Jinghong Academy. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao was busy shaking 2 jade pendants. This one is from Madame Qin, and this one is from Lord Chen, the Minister of Rights. Did mother store them in a small box for you? Su Shi inquired. Lu Chaochao casually pushed the pendants away. Su Shi sighed, you still do not comprehend the significance of these jade pendants. One was from the Grand Princess, and the other from Madame Qin of a military family, along with one from the Minister of Rights. These were tokens that Lu Yuanjia could only dream. They represented promises from various households, promises made to Chaochao. Lu Chaochao, clutching a roasted sweet potato, remarked, they are not as good as this. Su Shi chuckled softly. The weighty promises paled in comparison to a simple roasted sweet. As the year-end approached, various families hosted banquets, and this time, Su Shi glanced at the invitation in her hands, chuckling lightly. In previous years, such invitations had been addressed to her. Now, however, the invitation bore the name of Lu Chaochao, as if she were a mere afterthought. I heard that Lord Chen slapped the Duke in public and severed ties with him, Ding Ji said gleefully, mentioning that Lord Chen had even spat at him. Su Shi caressed Chaochao's face, knowing that all of this was due to Lord Chen's regard for Chaochao. Serves him right. Ying Shui rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao remained blissfully unaware, happily munching on her sweet potato. Put the box away. It must not be seen by the Duke. Fortunately, each party kept their secrets, fearing that revealing them would bring misfortune to Chaochao. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside, Madam, trouble has arisen. Zhu Xia hurried in, her complexion pale. Madam, you must hurry to the palace. The Empress Dowager is gravely ill, and relatives from all households have entered the palace. It does not bode well for the Empress Dowager. Su Shi stood abruptly. How could this be? Just a few days ago, everything was perfectly fine. I do not know, Zhu Xia replied. Su Shi quickly changed her clothes to go to the palace. Madam, the Grand Princess inquired if you could bring the young miss along. The maid hesitated. Su Shi pondered. Chaochao was only 10 months old, and entering the palace at such a time might disturb the nobility. It is a plague. It is contagious. The words of Lu Chaochao shocked Su Shi to the core, nearly rendering her weak. A plague? How could a plague manifest within the palace? Su Shi's heart raced. Take me, take me, take me. I am immune to all poisons. Ha, I am not afraid of the plague. Lu Chaochao jumped with glee. Oh, how she longed to see that unfortunate male lead. If you do not take me, the crown prince is doomed. In the original story, the young crown prince was the one who was transmigrated today. Su Shi's hair stood on end, her eyes wide with disbelief, her palms trembled slightly. Was the crown prince truly doomed? Was there a plague in the palace? Panic surged within her. Together Lu Chaochao grasped her mother's fingers tightly, refusing to let go. Upon hearing of the plague in the palace, Su Shi dared not bring her inside. If you take me, perhaps there is hope. If you do not, many will perish. A mother will also fall gravely ill. Please, dear mother, she implored Su Shi, desperate to accompany her into the palace. Su Shi's heart raced with anxiety, yet Chaochao's insistence left her no choice but to embrace her. Very well, let us enter the palace. But did the palace know of the plague? She stealthily tucked away several veils into her bosom. Pausing, she added, bring along the 2 young maidens sent by your elder brother. Su Yiting had sent 2 10-year-old maidens. Though youthful, they had trained in martial arts since 3 and were no less capable than adults. You must stay close to the young miss and not stray a step. Su Shi's expression turned stern. Yes, please grant us. Chapter 56 Revelation. Outside the palace gates, carriages were lined up in abundance. As the year drew to a close, heavy snow fell in flurries, and stepping out of a carriage brought an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Lingji hurriedly draped a thick cloak over Mrs. Su and wrapped an additional layer around the young miss. The expressions of the ladies present were fraught with concern, leaving them disinterested in engaging with the surrounding matrons for news. The current emperor, being the biological offspring of the Empress Dowager, was known far and wide for his filial piety. It is truly cold, remarked several elderly noblewomen, sniffling as they struggled to endure the harsh winter conditions. Madam, perhaps. At that moment, the palace gates swung open wide. The noblewomen arranged themselves in order of rank outside. Despite the Su family's esteemed lineage, Mrs. Su had married into the Lu family, which, while respectable, held only a mid-tier status in court. As the gates opened, an elderly wet nurse emerged, her countenance beaming with delight. This was the favored nurse of the Grand Princess, and she held considerable esteem. She gracefully bypassed the other noble women and approached Mrs. Su, saying, "Madam Su, young Miss Chaochao is but a child, and given the heavy snowfall, the Grand Princess has specially invited you to ride in her palanquin into the palace." Indeed, a retinue followed closely behind the Grand Princess. The onlookers were taken aback. The Grand Princess was known for her strict adherence to etiquette. To extend such an invitation to Mrs. Su was unprecedented. Mrs. Su glanced down at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sucking her thumb, realizing that they were indeed benefiting from the young lady's favor. Having been close friends with the Grand Princess for 2 decades, she had never before witnessed such a breach of decorum. "Then I must thank the nurse and express my gratitude to the Grand Princess for her thoughtfulness, Mrs. Su said, offering her thanks before taking Zhao Zhao into the palanquin. Inside the palace, servants were continually sweeping away the snow, yet a thin layer still clung to the ground. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the chill settled in Mrs. Su's heart. Many palace servants coughed softly, their faces pale. A sense of foreboding gripped her. Passing through the palace walls, they arrived at Kunning Palace. Before they could enter the main hall, the strong scent of medicine wafted through the air. "How is the Empress Dowager faring?" Mrs. Su inquired as she stepped down from the palanquin, cradling Zhao Zhao in her arms. The nurse's eyes were red-rimmed with tears. The Empress Dowager was in good health, rarely suffering from colds this year. However, as the year ends and with the heavy snow and dropping temperatures, she has fallen gravely ill. She has been running a high fever and coughing incessantly, and this morning she struggled to catch her breath. The Emperor has even suspended the morning court to remain by the Empress Dowager's side. All the court physicians have gathered at Kunning Palace, yet her fever persists unabated. Had it not been for the Emperor's remaining composure, the physicians would likely be facing dire consequences. It is a lung disease, a contagious one. The symptoms resemble a cold, but progressively worsen, leading to relentless coughing, persistent high fever, and ultimately organ failure and death. Lu Xiaoxiao nestled in her mother's embrace. Su felt a chill of dread settle in her heart. "Is His Majesty still in Kunning Palace?" she asked. The nurse nodded. "Yes, His Majesty has not left." Mrs. Su's expression darkened. What of the Grand Princess? She wondered anxiously. The Grand Princess intended to come, but before the Empress Dowager fell into unconsciousness, she issued an edict prohibiting her from entering the palace due to the difficulties she faces in this pregnancy. Having waited over a decade for this child, it was understandable that they would not allow her to risk entering. Mrs. Su sighed with relief. Go, Lu Xiaoxiao, sensing her mother's worry, began to fidget restlessly. Mrs. Su, though aware of her daughter's peculiarities, felt a twinge of anxiety. If both the Emperor and the Crown Prince were to fall ill, chaos would likely ensue. Steeling herself, she carried Zhao Zhao into Kunning Palace. The heavy doors were tightly shut, and upon opening them, the scent of medicine grew even more pronounced and lingering. The Emperor, furrowing his brow and with reddened eyes, knelt by the bedside, glaring at the assembled physicians. "Can the entire court of physicians not even treat a cold? What purpose do I have in maintaining your positions?" His anger made his fingers tremble. The Empress Dowager, having come from humble beginnings, had endured hardships alongside him after his birth. They had relied on each other, and the Emperor held his mother in high regard. The court physicians trembled on the ground, their bodies quaking in fear. Within the chamber stood a multitude of noble women, and after Mrs. Su performed her respects, she joined them. All were gathered to attend to the ailing matriarch. Cough. The Empress Dowager had lapsed into a semi-conscious state, her fever unrelenting, her face flushed, yet her cough remained ferocious. The sight tore at the Emperor's heart. He clutched the Empress Dowager's hand tightly, refusing to let go. The air was thick with the scent of illness, punctuated by occasional muffled coughs. Mrs. Su felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, it is a lung disease. The neighboring southern kingdom has been embroiled in conflict for an extended period, resulting in countless casualties, with bodies piling up and bacteria breeding. There have even been instances of corpses being burned following a heavy rain. The water sources became contaminated, leading to an outbreak of lung disease among the southern populace. However, due to the southern court's information blockade, no news has reached us yet. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Su stepped forward and knelt at the center, saying, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Just then, the crowd dispersed. Su Yiding frowned with concern at her sister. The Emperor studied Mrs. Su intently. He recognized her, Su Shiyun, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. More than a decade ago, she had wed the loyal and brave Marquis Lu Yuanjia. Recently, due to the scandal involving Minister Chen of the Ministry of Rights and his illicit affairs, the Emperor had casually investigated the Marquis and uncovered numerous details. Lu Yuanjia was known for his steadfast devotion within the capital, yet this investigation revealed another household where he harbored deep affections for another woman. In the Emperor's eyes, Mrs. Su appeared naive, a woman who had been deceived for nearly 20 years, oblivious. At that moment, even Lu Xiaoxiao was taken away, leaving only the Emperor and Mrs. Su in the room. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Su knelt on the ground and stated, "Your Majesty, the ailment afflicting the Empress Dowager may very well be an epidemic. The southern kingdom has been at war for too long, with countless casualties, and the spread of disease is rampant. However, the southern kingdom has sealed off information. If your majesty were to dispatch someone to investigate, the truth would soon be revealed. Upon hearing the word epidemic, the emperor's heart sank heavily, but then doubt crept in. How could a sheltered woman like Mrs. Su possess knowledge of the southern kingdom's afflictions? Mrs. Su's palms grew clammy with sweat as she grappled with how to elucidate her knowledge to the emperor, yet he asked nothing further. He merely gestured for the chief eunuch, Wan Gonggang, to enter. Summon the protector of the nation, he commanded. Yes, Wan Gonggang stepped outside the palace doors to call for Lord Li, the protector of the nation. Lord Protector, have there been any unusual movements in the southern kingdom lately? The atmosphere in the chamber grew tense, and beads of cold sweat formed on Mrs. Su's forehead as she felt a slight tremor. The Lord Protector, though aged, appeared vigorous, a testament to years of relentless warfare. Your Majesty, the last battle in the southern kingdom was 3 months ago. However, they have recently become oddly quiet, all their cities have shut their gates, and our spies who entered have not returned. The Emperor's eyelids fluttered nervously. Perhaps it is due to the winter. They may be stockpiling provisions and medicines for survival. Suddenly, the Emperor sprang to his feet, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Chapter 57 of the Emperor's concern over the plague. Indeed, it is a plague. The Emperor inhaled deeply. You know it is a plague, yet you still enter the palace. Su Shi, you are truly remarkable. His words caused Su Shi to suddenly relax. The Duke of Protecting the Nation felt a jolt. A plague, associating it with the peculiar events in the southern lands, the mention of a plague sent a chill through the Duke's heart. Your Majesty? The Duke's heart sank further. Prohibit anyone who has had contact with the southern lands from entering the capital. The borders must strictly forbid any exchanges with the south. Everyone must wear veils and remain indoors for the time being to minimize contact. If anyone exhibits symptoms such as coughing or fever, they shall receive unified treatment. Summon the Imperial Medical Office. The Emperor waved his hand, and Su Shi stepped aside. Your Majesty, your health? The Duke was filled with dread. If anything were to happen to the Emperor, chaos would surely ensue in Beijao. The Emperor nodded, unwilling to jest with the foundation of the realm, and despite his reluctance, he withdrew. The announcement of the plague caused an uproar within the palace. No one was allowed to leave, and all were temporarily housed within the palace. The Imperial Medical Office let out a secret sigh of relief. Though the plague was troublesome, having a direction meant there was hope. The Emperor cast a deep glance at Su Shi, recalling the words of the eldest princess, then turned his gaze toward Lu Chaochao not far away. Recently, Lu Chaochao had begun teething, and her gums were quite sore. At that moment, she was gnawing on a small biscuit. Sensing the Emperor's gaze, she even grinned at him, revealing her toothless smile. The maidservants trembled at the sight. The eldest sister had said, as Su Shi is fortunate, her daughter possesses an extraordinary quality, and if the Emperor's brother encounters an unsolvable issue, perhaps she might bring forth a miracle. Could it be truly her? Upon exiting the Kunning Palace, the capital was swiftly sealed off. A thorough investigation was conducted within the palace, and Su Shi along with the other women were housed in the chamber of the eldest princess, who had yet to marry. This is indeed a plague. A plague that spreads and can be deadly. Madam Su, did you bring up the plague? Someone secretly inquired, for if Su Shi had raised the matter, it would be a tremendous merit. It would be a great fortune for the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, yet, considering that Su Shi was a woman confined to her household, how could she possibly be aware of such matters? This thought was quickly dismissed. It must have been the Duke of Protecting the Nation. He had been stationed at the southern border. It was undoubtedly him. Su Shi smiled and replied, I possess no such capabilities. Yun Yao often entered the palace with the eldest princess in her youth. Grateful for the Empress Dowager's care, she specifically asked the Emperor to allow her to stay by the Empress Dowager's side to repay her kindness. Su Shi would never allow the Duke of Loyalty and Valor to gain even a slight advantage from her. Moreover, this was Chaochao's accomplishment. Chaos reigned both inside and outside the palace, but fortunately, there was no source of infection here, and the situation was swiftly brought under control. Only the Empress Dowager continued to suffer from a high fever. Most likely, it was discovered too late. Her condition had become particularly severe. Carry me, carry me. Lu Chaochao tugged at Su Shi's sleeve, who was veiled and prepared to tend to the sick. Su Shi initially intended to leave her behind, but within her heart, Chaochao protested, if you don't take me, they are doomed. Su Shi sighed softly upon returning to Kunning Palace. The Empress Dowager had become alarmingly emaciated. Everyone attending her wore thick veils to prevent contagion. Lu Chaochao also donned a veil. The Emperor's eyes were red-rimmed, the Empress Dowager had grown increasingly gaunt, and the visible vitality had gradually faded. Lying in bed, her breathing was scarcely audible. He raised his head and looked at Su Shi. Su Shi had brought Lu Chaochao with her. Knowing there was a plague, she still chose to bring the child. Lu Chaochao was barely 10 months old, and Su Shi cherished her as if she were a precious gem, yet she willingly took the risk of bringing her along. He pondered that perhaps the root of the matter lay with Lu Chaochao. He recalled the eldest princess, a woman who had scorned even the divine, yet held Lu Chaochao in high regard. The eldest sister was not one to speak without reason. Chaochao, come here. The weary emperor beckoned Lu Chaochao. He thought to himself that he must have lost his mind. The physicians declared the Empress Dowager beyond saving, yet he placed his faith in a 10-month-old infant. Lu Chaochao, wearing a fluffy hat, had been cradled in Deng Zhi's arms, but with a kick, she slipped out and crawled quickly toward the emperor. With her unsteady steps, she was much slower than if she had crawled on all fours. She soon reached the emperor's feet and extended her hand. Their large eyes met. Su Shi felt a wave of panic. This was the emperor, who had never even held the crown prince, this child, but just as she was about to step forward with resolve, she saw the emperor bend down and scoop her into his embrace. Lu Chaochao smiled broadly, wrapping her arms around his neck in a display of utmost affection. Even the emperor was taken aback. His imposing presence intimidated all the princes, who would cry at the mere sight of him. This little girl was the first not to fear him. Chaochao, would you like to keep the Empress Dowager company? Look, she is unwell. By now, the physicians had produced a remedy, and mild cases would soon recover, but the Empress Dowager's advanced age and prolonged infection rendered her condition dire. The emperor's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Chaochao nodded and allowed the emperor to place her on the soft couch. He dismissed everyone, while Su Shi kept glancing back, her heart filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, my daughter is still young. Please be cautious not to disturb the Empress Dowager. Su Shi regretted her decision. Could Chaochao truly be safe? The Empress Dowager likes Chaochao. Let her stay for a while. After half an hour, you may take her out of the palace. The emperor, too, was merely grasping at straws. Su Shi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Chaochao leaned over the Empress Dowager's bedside, sensing the pervasive aura of death surrounding her, and waved her small hand. Within her jade pendant space, there were many spiritual herbs. But with the emperor present, the little one was in a dilemma. The emperor noticed her obvious reluctance. Do you want me to leave? The little one's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons, her head nodding vigorously. The emperor chuckled softly. This child was indeed precocious, able to comprehend his words. Without hesitation, he stepped outside the curtain. Only then did Lu Chaochao spread her small hand, revealing a glistening spiritual herb exuding the scent of fresh grass. The herb, the size of a fingertip, filled the room with a rich fragrance. Upon its appearance, the emperor inhaled deeply a few times, and his fatigue vanished entirely. His eyelids twitched. Indeed, the eldest sister had been right. Lu Chaochao placed the spiritual herb near the Empress Dowager's lips, and it transformed into a faint green light, directly entering her body. As the fragrance dissipated, the emperor heard Lu Chaochao exclaim gurgle. He turned to see her pointing at her own round belly. Gurgle gurgle, it gurgle gurgle. The emperor's face twitched. Her round belly, was she saying it was hungry? He lifted Lu Chaochao, looking at the Empress Dowager, whose previously pale lips had regained their rosy hue. The emperor's heart surged with excitement, but he restrained his feelings. Chaochao, you are a treasure bestowed upon Beizhao by the heavens. He removed his veil and gently pressed his face against the little one. What do you wish for? Tell me. Do you want to be the goddess of Beizhao? Do you want to be a princess, second only to one in the kingdom? Do you wish to be? Chapter 58? Wishing to recognize her as a daughter before the words had barely left his lips, a soft, melodious voice from his embrace struck the air with conviction, exclaiming, again. Again, again. Meat. Gigantic, gigantic chicken leg. She spread her hands wide, illustrating an enormous size. The emperor's smile slowly froze. Again, candy, secretly, yes, she even made a gesture for silence, as if to say not to tell mother, wearing an expression of playful mischief. The emperor felt a throbbing in his head. He continued, Zhao Zhao, as a princess, you would possess unparalleled power, surrounded by admirers and affection. Would you not wish to be a princess? The emperor, ever the gentle persuader, felt compelled to indulge this remarkable little being, favored by the heavens. Lu Zhao Zhao placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her small belly. I wanted to be a papa. Her little face scrunched up in discontent, declaring that her father was not a good person and that she did not wish to have him as a father. No. Her father was indeed unfit. The emperor's brow furrowed. That damn loyal and brave marquis had cast a shadow over this little one's perception of fatherhood. I am different from your father. I am a good father. The emperor forced a gentle smile, though he would never reveal that his own sons trembled in fear at his sight. How splendid would it be to have the little princess adorned in royal finery, yet, noticing the little girl's resistance, he refrained from pressing the matter, opting instead to coax her gently. You do not fancy the loyal and brave marquis as your father? Well, your mother must be established first. Divorce between husband and wife is ultimately a matter for both parties. Even the emperor cannot meddle in the affairs of couples. Lu Zhao Zhao blinked her eyes, realizing that her mother did not like that scoundrel either. The emperor removed a jade pendant from his waist, stating, This pendant represents me, as if I were personally present. If you do not wish to be a princess, I shall keep your position as princess open for you. Whenever you change your mind, come find me. The emperor coaxed kindly, having never indulged his own children in such a manner, yet he found himself willingly doing so. Lu Zhao Zhao He summoned a trusted aide to attend to the Empress Dowager, forbidding any outsiders from intruding. You are still too young. It is unwise to reveal your brilliance too soon. You must grow steadily and safely. The emperor gently patted her little head, the soft fluffiness warming his heart, a stark contrast to the raucous monkeys. After spending a considerable time together, the emperor reluctantly returned Lu Zhao Zhao to the Su family. Su Shi's expression was one of anxiety, feeling the emperor's kindness was almost overwhelming. What had Zhao Zhao done? Su Shi, you are a good person, your future blessings await you. The emperor waved his hand, you may leave the palace now. His gaze lingered on Lu Zhao Zhao, who was covering her mouth and yawning, appearing quite drowsy. After finishing his words, he departed from Kuan-Ning Palace. The group of ladies was escorted from the palace 3 days later. Su Shi appeared weary, having attended to numerous noble women, sending a message to the Grand Princess, let her rest assured and nurture her pregnancy. The Empress Dowager seems to be improving. This child is hard one, do not let the Empress Dowager worry. Upon returning to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, the lanterns were already lit. As soon as he entered, Lu Yuanzi sent someone to inquire. Why did His Majesty keep Chaochao? He himself had knelt outside the palace and was quite curious. Su Shi yawned. The Empress Dowager took a liking to Zhao Zhao and kept her a little longer later. The little one wet the bed, so His Majesty allowed me to bring her back. Lu Yuanzi's brow furrowed deeply. How could she be so thoughtless as to wet the Empress Dowager's bed? Alas, it is not Jing. He intended to say Lu Jingyao but clamped his mouth shut. Observing Lu Zhaozhao's foolish demeanor stirred his irritation. Zhao Zhao is only 10 months old. She is still an infant and does not comprehend. Su Shi shot him a glance, gently instructing the servants to carry Zhao Zhao back. Lu Yuanzi suppressed his rising annoyance. How is the Empress Dowager? The Emperor has already sent someone to request blessings from the abbot of the... It should mitigate the dangers. Su Shi had heard of this as she left the palace. Lu Yuanzi nodded, glancing at Su Shi, yet hesitated to speak. Do you have something to say, Marquis? Su Shi's expression held a faint smile, though if one looked closely, it did not reach her eyes. Lu Yuanzi shook his head. It is nothing. With the year-end approaching, Yunyao has been working hard recently. I acted foolishly and upset Yunyao. Su Shi's brows furrowed slightly. Yunyao and the Marquis share the same heart. It is not a burden. However, Su Shi sighed. Yunyao is currently busy caring for Zhao Zhao, and you have no one to attend to you. Yunyao. Lu Yuanzi's expression momentarily froze, then anger surged within him. Yunyao. When we married, I declared that you would be my sole wife. Taking a concubine is absolutely out of the question. Lu Yuanzi vehemently rejected, even displaying a hint of hurt in his eyes. Had Su Shi not heard Zhao Zhao's heartfelt words, she might have been moved to tears. That he truly believed himself a fool. After Lu Yuanzi departed, Su Shi coldly curled her lips. That night, Lu Zhanyue held Zhao Zhao, strolling with Su Jiqing under the moonlight. Su Jiqing tightly clutched her handkerchief, having finally resolved to take that last step with Lu Zhanyue. However, to her surprise, Lu Zhanyue was cradling a baby. Zhao Zhao clings to me, so I brought her along. Su, you don't mind, do you? Lu Zhanyue seemed oblivious to her sulky demeanor. Su Jiqing forced a smile, her attire slightly open, and at that moment, Lu Zhaozhao's gaze fixated on her, pointing and declaring, eat, milk. Su Jiqing's face flushed crimson. She wished to win over Lu Zhanyue, but not at the expense of this baby. Lu Zhanyue hastily covered his sister's eyes. Su, quickly pull your clothes together, lest you taint my sister's eyes. How can you be so careless? She is still so young. Lu Zhanyue's expression was filled with reproach. Su Jiqing felt as though she could spit blood from frustration. In the countryside, she had inadvertently exposed her shoulder, and Lu Zhanyue had turned beet red. Now, he was sternly admonishing her as if he were a monk. Lu Zhaozhao rested on her brother's shoulder, thinking, trying to entice my brother, dream on. In the original story, she got my brother drunk, stripped him of his clothes, and they lay on the same bed. Entering the Marquis's residence. Lu Zhaozhao silently scoffed. Lu Zhanyue's eyes sparkled slightly, just as he heard Su Jiqing say, Brother Zhanyue, tomorrow is the anniversary of my parents' passing. May I seek a place to pay respects to them? Su Jiqing spoke softly, her eyes red, her pitiful appearance tugging at Lu Zhanyue's heartstrings. Indeed, every gesture and word of hers was precisely to his liking. Chapter 59. The green hat for father. Tomorrow marks the day my brother will be inebriated. The second brother is unguarded against her, and the cup of wine she brings is laced with substance. Lu Zhaozhao anticipates the unfolding drama in her heart, while Lu Zhanyue remains acutely alert. Upon arriving at the Marquis's residence, consider it your home, let us pay homage here. You have saved my life. It is only fitting, tomorrow, I shall come to accompany you. Lu Zhanyue feigns ignorance. The two stroll through the snow for a while longer before Lu Zhanyue escorts her back to her courtyard. Standing in the snow, she gazes wistfully at his receding figure, knowing that if he were to turn back, he would see her visage. Indeed, Lu Zhanyue does look back, only when he has walked far away does her smile abruptly fade. A young maid approaches from behind, saying, Miss Su, shall I assist you with your ablutions? You are soaked in snow and may catch a chill. Su Jiqing nods gently. After washing up and returning indoors, she sits before a bronze mirror, her hair cascading down. In the inner room, there is a sandalwood table, upon which some papers lie, faintly exuding the scent of ink. What is this? She inquires, flipping open a sheet, revealing a calligraphy that dances across the page with vigor. Unlike the clumsy scrawl of Lu Zhanyue, these characters possess a dynamic intensity, imbued with an effortless charisma. These are the writings of the Marquis. This was originally the Marquis's study, he would occasionally rest here. All these are his writings, the maid replies dutifully. Su Jiqing's face flushes slightly as her fingertips glide over the ink, as if scalded. Lying on the bed, she feels enveloped by a potent masculine aura. This is the very bed where Marquis Lu once slept. The following day, Su Jiqing appears quite unwell, clad in a light-colored gown. She seems on the verge of collapse, resembling a delicate white flower clinging to others for support. When Lu Zhanyue approaches, he cannot help but sigh, Qingqing, do not be disheartened, you still have me, I will take good care of you for your father and mother, trust me. His gaze is sincere. Su Jiqing blinks back tears and nods. As night falls, the maid serves a simple vegetarian meal. Lu Zhanyue dismisses the others and takes a brass basin, conducting a memorial ceremony with Su Jiqing in the garden. Joss paper swirls in the air, and the frail girl kneels in the snow, shedding silent tears. Father and mother. Qingqing has encountered Zhang Yue. Brother Zhang Yue is a good man. If you are watching from above, you can rest easy now. Su Jiqing softly sobs, pouring 2 cups of clear wine before the brass basin. Lu Zhangyue accompanies her until the paper money is burned completely. Su Jiqing's lips turn pale from the cold. Let us partake in some dinner. You are not well and must not freeze yourself. Lu Zhangyue supports her back inside, where a generous meal has been laid out. His gaze lingers on the 2 wine cups before he averts his eyes slightly. Brother Zhangyue, thank you for being by my side. Though I have saved you, Qingqing, it is you who has given yourself the courage to continue living in this world alone. You have also redeemed yourself. This cup of wine, I toast to you. Su Jiqing personally brings the wine to him. Lu Zhangyue's expression remains steady. Qingqing, it is I who should toast to you. He lifts his cup, and they gently clink glasses before both consuming the contents in one go. Su Jiqing exhales softly, as if a weight has been lifted from her heart. She encourages Lu Zhangyue to partake of the vegetarian meal, but perhaps due to the excessive use of silver charcoal or the inebriation, she finds the room increasingly stifling, and the youth before her appears to waver in and out of focus. The sounds around her grow faint and distant. She seems to hear the boy sigh, Qingqing, you are drunk. Yet she feels as though her entire body is ablaze, yearning for a touch of coolness. It seems she is lifted onto a soft couch, the candle extinguished, and she thinks she hears the door close, the footsteps fade away, and she feels an inferno within her chest, threatening to consume her entirely, stripping her of all rationality. So hot, she murmurs softly. She loosens her clothing, now clad only in an inner garment, yet still feels the oppressive heat in the room. With a creak, the door swings open. A waft of cool air enters, and she snaps back to her senses. Acting on instinct, she swiftly rises and embraces the newcomer tightly. The visitor is taken aback. She presses against him, leaving no space between them, drawing in that fleeting coolness. Her voice trembles as she breathes a sigh of relief. Do not push me away. The tone is irresistibly soft and beguiling. The newcomer grips her waist tightly, his eyes reddened. Do you know who I am? His voice is deep, laced with the refined maturity and authority of a man. Su Jiqing's face flushes with embarrassment. How could she be dreaming again, since last night, upon learning that this was once Marquis Lu's study in the very bed he had occupied, she has felt an overwhelming shyness. How could such a bold dream manifest tonight? Her voice quivers as she explores his body with her hands, even trembling as she unfastens his garments. She collapses softly into his embrace. It is the Marquis. She bites her lip, her eyes glistening with moisture. It is Marquis Lu. Marquis, do not push me away. Do not push Qingqing away, she whispers, as if beseeching him. On tiptoe, she wraps her arms around his neck, gradually drawing herself closer. Lu Yuan's forehead veins throb. He has thrived for over a decade, yet he has recently been exhausted by Su Shiyun and Pei. After a few too many drinks with colleagues tonight, he finds himself slightly dazed, yet as a man, he is acutely aware of his actions. Su Jiqing is unlike the rigid and dignified daughters of noble houses, nor is she like Pei Zhao's gentle demeanor. She is a young girl, imbued with innocence and a humble yearning. At 16, she is in the bloom of youth, utterly distinct from the others. The girl's delicate tongue slips into his mouth, severing the last threads of his rationality. The man sweeps her up in his arms, and she gasps, clinging tightly to his neck. When the young maid returns with a lantern, she hears the crescendo of melodic sounds emanating from within, her cheeks turning crimson. Then, she pales in fright, hurrying back to report to the main courtyard. Madam, something has happened. The young maid's voice trembles with tears. I do not know which fool inadvertently led the Marquis back to the original study and into Miss Su's room. The maid weeps profusely, unable to reconcile the raucous sounds within with the gentle demeanor of Miss Su. How could such abandon occur? Su Shi covers Zhao Zhao's ears, immediately carrying the little one away. Why are you crying and wailing? Do not spoil the joyous occasion during the new year. Su Shi's eyes glisten with unshed tears, as if gritting her teeth. She says, the Marquis has been by my side for nearly 20 years. That is enough. I cannot monopolize his affections. She seems to sigh, her eyes reddening. Despite her words, all can see the tears streaming down the madam's face. Su Shi spends a sleepless night, standing in the courtyard, cloaked in falling snow, staring blankly into the distance. Behind her, Deng Ji has poured her several cups of ginger soup. Chapter 60. A helper becomes a rival. Madame Su stood in the courtyard, having spent the entire night without sleep. Snowflakes settled upon her shoulders, but she seemed oblivious to their presence. Madam, please come inside, Deng Ji pleaded, kneeling in the snow. Su felt a numbing chill envelop her body, yet she was acutely aware that she could not leave. The young maid trembled as she spoke. Last night, the Lord called for water 3 times. Su's face turned ashen, uncertain whether it was the cold or her heart that was breaking. The silence in the household was suffocating. When Lu Yuanzi opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at the delicate woman nestled in his arms, and rationality swiftly returned. Even Su Jiqing gasped in shock. It was not a dream. Last night had indeed transpired. Her complexion paled further as she caught sight of the bruises covering her body, and she bit her lip in disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. This was wrong, all of it was wrong. She felt as though her throat had constricted, plunging her into a state of sheer terror. Lu Yuanzi, initially harboring some resentment, found solace in her fear and quickly enveloped her in his embrace. I will explain everything to the madam. Do not be afraid, she is kind-hearted. This is my fault. Do not fear. Last night, I lost my composure, he added, his lips pressed together as the memories of their beautiful night made him forget his worries. Su Jiqing was on the verge of tears. It was over, utterly over. Aunt Pei had shared the preferences of the Lu family with her, aiming to win their favor, yet it was never intended for her to enter it. But as she beheld the mature aura surrounding Lord Lu, her thoughts momentarily faltered. Lord Lu was not to be compared with the naive Lu Zhangyue or Lu Jinghuai. Outside, the young maid knocked on the door. My lord, the madam has been standing in the courtyard all night, you must go see her, she has endured the cold and the snow. The maid's voice quivered with emotion. Lu Yuanzi sprang to his feet, hastily donning his garments, leaving behind a single remark. Qingqing, I will give you an explanation. Feeling the disdainful gaze of the maid upon her, Su Jiqing felt pricked as though by needles. What troubled her more was the realization that her true affections lay with Lu Jinghuai. She trembled uncontrollably. She was Lu Jinghuai's woman. She could not marry Lu Yuanzi, with a heavy secret weighing on her. The consequences of its revelation would lead to scorn and obliteration. Su Jiqing shivered. At that moment, Lu Yuanzi, without even wearing shoes or socks, hurried back to the main courtyard. Indeed, in the courtyard stood a woman covered in snow. The lady appeared on the verge of collapse, her expression distant as she regarded him. Lu Yuanzi felt a pang of anxiety. Yun Yang, last night, I entered the wrong chamber. I mistook her for you. Su Shiyun seemed frozen, her voice hoarse, her eyes veiled in mist. My lord, you have guarded me for nearly 20 years. I should not be so selfish. My lord, please allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Dangji supported her, and with a gentle motion, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded from her form. Just as she turned, Idatsu fainted, prompting Dangji to cry out in alarm. Madam, Lu Yuanzi intended to enter the courtyard but halted when he heard Dangji's furious exclamation. My lord, do not further distress the madam, since you entered Miss Su's chamber. The madam has awaited you all night. With that, he carried the madam into the inner room. Upon entering, Su slowly opened her eyes. Several maids swiftly approached in silence, changing her garments and warming her hands and feet with hot water. After consuming ginger soup, she revived almost immediately. Lu Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with concern as she cradled her mother's frozen hands against her own face. Ouch! The little one shivered as she embraced her hands. Su hastily withdrew her hand. Silly girl, do not freeze your face. I am not cold, I am merely pretending for his sake. If she did not act, how could he feel at ease bringing Su Jiqing into the manor? Dangji glanced towards the door. Madam, the lord has left. He had stood outside for half an hour, and upon hearing the maid report that Su Jiqing intended to hang herself, he hurriedly departed. Madam, you are indeed perceptive that Miss Su has undoubtedly set her sights on the lord, Lu Zhaozhao remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her mother's cleverness. Su could not help but chuckle softly. It was not her brilliance, it was her Zhaozhao who had shone brightly. And no matter how talented or gifted Lu Jinghuai may be, or how vast his future appears, he is still not fully matured. In comparison to the mature man that is Lu Yuanzi, he ultimately falls short. Moreover, she had shared a fleeting romance with Lu Yuanzi, standing vigil in the snow all night. Word had spread throughout the manor, effectively severing her chances of re-entering the lord's residence. Now, she could only cling tightly to Lu Yuanzi as her lifeline. Though her mother appeared weak, Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled brightly, bringing her some solace. In the afternoon, Su Jiqing appeared at Tingfeng courtyard, dressed in a vibrant peach hue to apologize. Yesterday, she had been adorned in attire befitting a maiden, yet today exuded an irresistible allure, her beauty radiant as spring. Madam, how can she still show her face here? Dangji glared furiously. Su chuckled lightly. Of course she can, with the lord backing her. Su Jiqing bit her lip, her demeanor less than confident, yet she swayed her way into Tingfeng courtyard. Upon entering, she knelt before the hall, the red marks on her neck glaringly evident. Madam, this is all Qingqing's fault. It has nothing to do with the lord. Early this morning, Qingqing realized her grave mistake and had intended to hang herself as atonement. Su Jiqing resembled a delicate flower battered by storms, on the verge of collapse. It was the lord who stopped me. Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet a smile danced in her eyes. Su Jiqing's every gesture and attire reflected the lord's preferences. Aunt Pei, you exerted great effort to place Su Jiqing in the lord's residence, instructing her in all the family's likes, yet never anticipated that she would ultimately vie for your man, did you? Su rose, her eyes glistening as she helped Su Jiqing to her feet. Miss Su, you are a young lady of good family, and I do not wish to grind you down. However, regarding your affair with Zhang Yue, Su's expression turned somewhat troubled. Su Jiqing's face stiffened slightly. I consider Zhang Yue a friend. Our relationship is one of gentlemanly friendship, devoid of any impropriety. The true impropriety lay with Lu Jinghuai. Su Jiqing trembled lightly. Well then, Su sighed in relief. I have been married to the lord for many years. He is indeed a devoted man, having never taken a concubine. You are the first. I am currently raising 3 sons and a daughter, and do not possess the energy to attend to the lord. You and the lord share a certain affinity. Miss Su need not be anxious. The lord's residence is straightforward and clean. Once you enter, take good care of him. Should you manage to bear him a son or daughter, he will surely be delighted. Su gently patted her hand, and Su Jiqing shyly nodded in agreement. You have saved Zhang Yue's life. Being a concubine would be too much of a burden for you. Su Jiqing shot her head up, her palms digging in deeply. Su feigned ignorance. Chapter 61. The prince's possession. Miss Su is the daughter of an honorable family. This matter is the result of Lord Ho's recklessness. To take her as a concubine would be to repay kindness with ingratitude, said one. I intend to elevate Qingqing to the status of a legitimate wife. However, given Lord Ho's current prospects for promotion, he may not be inclined to agree, responded another. We shall treat her according to the customs of a legitimate wife within the estate. Externally, let us keep this matter under wraps for the time being. What do you think? Su Shi appeared to be considering her well-being. Once Lord Ho consents, I shall formally welcome you into the household, said Su Jiqing, who immediately bowed gracefully. Qingqing thanks the madam for her generosity and is willing to serve as a maid in gratitude for your kindness. She could almost hear her own heart racing. Indeed, Su Shi was nothing short of a fool. Serving as a maid is acceptable. By saving Zheng Yue's life, you have saved me as well, Su Shi declared. The courtyard where you reside shall be renamed Qingping Courtyard, and you will reside there. I will not assign any maids to you. Instead, go to the treasury and withdraw 300 taels of silver to select your own. Su Shi's sincerity was palpable. Make sure you choose wisely, as you will need it to compete with Pei Jiajiao in the future. Su Jiqing shyly acquiesced. She understood Su Shi's implied message perfectly. As long as Lord Ho had no objections, she would be recognized as the legitimate wife of the Ho residence. She was astutely aware of everything concerning Lord Ho. After Su Jiqing withdrew, the smile on Su Shi's face gradually faded. Madam, she has been singing your praises all along, Deng Deng chuckled. Let us keep her identity a secret from the outside world. Within the estate, she shall be treated as a legitimate wife. We must strike a decisive blow against Pei Jiajiao. Su Shi resolutely used this matter as a pretext to shut herself away, claiming to be ill. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged in front of a small chest, stuffing the jade pendant given by the emperor inside. She mumbled to herself, the emperor is stingy, he didn't even give me a chicken leg. What good is a broken jade pendant? Little did she know, outside, people were clamoring for that jade pendant. She was also unaware if the young prince had escaped this ordeal. Originally, the young prince had stayed up all night caring for the empress dowager and returned only to suffer from a high fever, thus becoming embroiled in this situation. However, now that his mother had directly pointed out the epidemic, His Majesty had conducted an overnight investigation, sparing the young prince from calamity. He should have escaped this disaster, right? Lu Xiaoxiao clutched the milk jug and took a few hearty sips. Alas, she was but an ignorant infant, concerned solely with drinking her milk and oblivious to everything else. In the afternoon, Lu Zhenyue came to visit Su Shi. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the atmosphere outside was lively. Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her brother's hand, yearning to join in the festivities. Please, please, second brother, she looked at him with pleading eyes. Lu Zhenyue playfully teased her, well then, what will you give me in return? The little one, with a plop, bent her knees and knelt on the ground, offering him a bow. Xiaoxiao is bowing to you. Thump thump thump, the sound of her bows echoed resoundingly. You foolish child, you're shortening your life. Lu Zhenyue jumped back, hastily lifting her up. Alright, I will take you out. But you must behave, or I won't take you next time. Lu Zhenyue even went so far as to paint a weary visage upon himself. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically. As they were about to step outside, they happened to encounter Su Jiqing, who had just emerged from Lord Ho's study. The young woman's complexion was as rosy as a peach, her lips glistening with moisture, and her eyes sparkled like watercolors. Upon catching sight of Lu Zhenyue, she froze in place. Lu Zhenyue stared intently at her, his eyes aflame with emotion. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao, without a hint of restraint, exclaimed, little mother. Her voice was tender and filled with innocence, startling both adults into taking a few steps back. Lu Zhenyue opened his mouth, realizing she was indeed now his father's woman, and thus should be addressed as little mother. His voice was dry, each word measured as he uttered, little mother. After speaking, he fled in a flurry, his eyes reddening. Su Jiqing stood momentarily stunned. From this day forth, several young masters in the estate would begin to call her little mother, solidifying her status. Lu Zhenyue, with a slight curl of his lips, remarked, Xiaoxiao, the best part is yet to come. He carried Xiaoxiao as they strolled through the street, the little one's adorably clumsy appearance drawing the attention of passers-by. That's my second sister-in-law, my second sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly grew excited. Lu Zhenyue was taken aback, noticing Xiaoxiao pointing at a distant carriage. Quick! Look, it's the carriage. That is the official match for second brother, the fiancée of second brother, sister Wen Ning. Lu Xiaoxiao was internally ecstatic. Lu Zhenyue's gaze fell upon the carriage, and indeed, it bore the emblem of the Wen family. Had the Wen family returned to the capital, he recalled Wen Ning as a plump girl who had always followed him, calling him brother Zhenyue. At this moment, a pair of delicate, slender hands emerged from within the carriage, seemingly adorned with stardust. The maiden revealed her face, her eyes twinkling like the stars, her features exquisite yet subtly reserved, with a hint of a smile that brought forth echoes of her once present dimples. Ah, it's my second sister-in-law. You foolish second brother, hurry up and go. My sister-in-law is back in the capital. Second brother is a simpleton, a big fool. My sister-in-law has liked him since childhood, yet second brother insisted on breaking off the engagement with sister one for a flower. Then the heroine acted justly. Her mother and brothers were arrested and were about to be executed. Sister Wen sought help everywhere, but to no avail, leading to the Wen family being implicated. She was dragged into an alley, sobbing. Wen Ning lay lifeless in the alley, completely exposed. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, completely oblivious to Lu Zhenyue's dazed expression. Lu Zhenyue felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Wen Ning, he gazed at Wen Ning from afar, so radiant and beautiful, yet such a woman lay bare and lifeless in a dark alley, all to save him. Oh no, second brother, don't run away. Why are you fleeing? Lu Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Her second brother had fled in panic. Lu Zhenyue felt a heaviness in his chest, pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Xiaoxiao pointed towards the distance. Second sister-in-law. Her little head bobbing eagerly. Lu Zhenyue shook his head. Xiaoxiao, that is not your second sister-in-law. Second brother is unworthy. He gently patted Xiaoxiao's head, acknowledging her intelligence. She had seen Wen Ning's portrait before. Xiaoxiao tilted her head, puzzled. Wen Ning is a good girl. It is second brother who is unworthy. She deserves better. Lu Zhenyue gazed longingly at Wen Ning, his heart laden with bitterness. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. Just then, a young servant rushed in, panting heavily and covered in sweat. Second young master, I finally found you. Quickly, the eldest young master has gone to the Eastern Palace and asked you to take Chaochao there. The servant's face had turned pale from the urgency. Oh no, is the young prince in danger? Lu Xiaoxiao was startled. Having avoided the young prince's illness, did the plot still thrust him back into peril? Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts sent a chill down Lu Jinyue's spine, though he did not understand why they sought Chaochao. He dashed towards the Eastern Palace nonetheless. The Eastern Palace was heavily guarded. Ordinarily, he would find it difficult to even enter the main gate, but now he passed through unhindered. Inside the Eastern Palace, anxiety hung thick in the air. What is happening? Lu Jinyue grasped someone and inquired. The young prince fell into the water. Upon awakening, he seems to have lost his soul. The servants were in a state of panic. Liu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair, his expression grave. He glanced at Chaochao before taking her into his arms. In recent days, Lu Yenshu had been in close contact with the young prince. Today, he happened to be in the Eastern Palace. Just moments ago, when the young prince regained consciousness, he suddenly clutched his head, shouting, "Get out! Get out! Leave my body!" It was as if two distinct souls were vying for control over his body. Liu Yenshu felt as if he were going mad. He truly dared to contemplate such things. Chaochao, do not be afraid. It is the young prince. He is calling for you. For reasons unknown, the young prince was urgently calling Chaochao's name, growing more frantic with each utterance. Oh no, the young prince cannot win. He is in danger. Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her milk jug, voraciously gulping down a few more sips, completely oblivious to the pale faces of her brothers behind her. Chapter 62 The Crown Prince becomes a servant. Lu Yenshu took a deep breath. The chamber was filled with anguished wails. Something was profoundly amiss with the Crown Prince today. His gaze oscillated between ferocity and torment, as though a fierce battle raged within him. Get out! All of you, get out! His voice bore a fierce edge, starkly contrasting with the innocence expected of a child of nearly 7 or 8 years. A glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. The palace attendants knelt at a distance, too fearful to approach. Someone had hurried to summon the emperor. The room was strewn with shattered teacups, and the crown prince, clad in his ordinary garments, gasped for breath, kneeling amidst the broken porcelain, his knees stained with blood. Yet, he seemed utterly indifferent to his injuries, as if devoid of sensation. He clutched his head tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. What malevolent spirits dare to wreak havoc before me? Begone from my body at once. The crown prince felt an excruciating ache in his mind. Chaochao, he murmured softly, calling for Chaochao. Quick, find Chaochao. Xia Qingxi trembled all over, cold sweat cascading down his face. He sensed that a vengeful specter was attempting to seize control of his body. A chilling dread enveloped him. An invisible yet formidable force seemed intent on tearing him from his own flesh. Rest assured, I shall safeguard this body for you. The entity vying for his corporeal form appeared somewhat sinister, having dismissed all the palace attendants. Get out! Xia Qingxi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The pain rendered his fingertips quivering, his vision blurred, as if his very soul were on the verge of being extracted. Suddenly, someone entered the room. He struggled to open his eyes, and through his haze, he discerned a rotund figure laboriously crawling over the threshold, clutching a small milk bottle in hand, occasionally slurping from it with evident delight. She seemed unsteady on her feet, wobbling as she made her way towards him, emanating a scent of milk. Her warm little hand landed on his brow, anchoring his wavering spirit in place. Ah, he looks like he is dying. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Originally, you were destined to perish from disease. Yet I clearly altered your fate. I understand now, the heavens have restored the natural order, reverting everything back to its course. Thieving heavens. Lu Xiaoxiao mumbled a couple of phrases. Tired from crouching, she simply settled beside the crown prince, cradling her milk bottle in her lap. The crown prince could not die. If he did, he would become the heroine's devoted servant. Lu Xiaoxiao despised such sycophants. She blinked innocently, mischief glimmering in her large eyes. Hee, she chuckled slyly. Do you wish to live? The crown prince rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did he not wish to live? He sought to speak, but he could not fully command his body. As he attempted to articulate his thoughts, the other half of his soul clamped down on his lip, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Desperately trapped, the crown prince felt a surge of panic. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to sense the anomaly and tugged at her little tuft of hair. Nod, she inquired. As soon as the words left her lips, the crown prince hastily bobbed his head in agreement. But even if Chaochao saves you once, the heavens will still realign you. Unless... Lu Xiaoxiao murmured thoughtfully. Unless you share your life with Chaochao. Lu Xiaoxiao, with her remarkable virtues, could easily save a life. However, mere mortals are unworthy of sharing Chaochao's existence. They can only become servants. To become Chaochao's servant, to follow her, would free them from the constraints of fate, granting them a new lease on life. Chaochao's little tuft of hair was nearly disheveled. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she asked, Do you wish to become Chaochao's servant? She stammered, struggling to enunciate clearly. The crown prince panted heavily, feeling his limbs slipping from his control, his breath becoming foreign to him. He was on the brink of erasure. Xia Qingxi clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with blood. He rose to his feet, kneeling on the shards of porcelain. I, Xia Qingxi, vow to serve Chaochao, to be her servant for all eternity. If I breach this vow, may the heavens strike me down. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the darkened skies, ominous clouds gathering above. This was certainly not a sign of the crown prince's successful oath. It was the heavens themselves, seeking to thwart Lu Xiaozhao. Lu Xiaozhao, hands on her hips, tossed the milk bottle to the ground, her round face fraught with irritation. With her right hand pointing skyward, she commanded, "Be quiet." Her tone was fierce, exuding impatience. "If you keep making noise, I shall punish you." The gathering clouds momentarily froze, as if bearing an immense grievance, before dissipating. The crown prince was taken aback. He prostrated himself, offering two sincere bows. Why not? The heavens had been thwarted, he was merely a small prince. What was wrong with bowing twice? What did it matter to be a servant? Even the heavens dared not utter a word. Lu Xiaozhao glanced at her fingertips, then popped one into her mouth, grimacing. She bit down hard, extracting her finger. She found only 2 bite marks, her thoughts consumed by confusion. Could she not break the skin? Only 2 teeth. At her tender age, Lu Xiaozhao did not grasp the concept of embarrassment, yet she felt a flush of heat on her cheeks. Even a tiny infant deserves dignity. In a fit of rage, she slammed her hand onto the porcelain, and a droplet of vivid red blood immediately welled up. A rich, invigorating aroma filled the air, refreshing the senses. She pressed her finger against the crown prince's brow. "Be angry, the contract is formed." The drop of blood merged seamlessly with him. Xie Qingxi felt a powerful force infiltrate him, stabilizing his spirit. The clamorous otherworldly presence was swiftly expelled. The crown prince slumped to the ground, utterly drained. "Xie Qingxi, I vow to follow Xiaozhao, to be her servant. Thank you for saving my life," he solemnly declared, bowing deeply before her. He refrained from mentioning that he could hear Xiaozhao's thoughts, fearing it might make her uncomfortable. He began to understand. Lu Yuanjia's daughter was no ordinary girl, yet that fool Lu Yuanjia mistook mere appearances for genuine worth. The crown prince removed the jade pendant from his waist and hung it around Lu Xiaozhao's. "Xiaozhao, this pendant signifies my protection, and with it, you may roam freely in Beizhao, and no one shall harm you." "Oh," Xiaozhao replied nonchalantly. Her father had given her one. Her formidable connections could easily frighten her father to death. The crown prince, sensing Xiaozhao's apparent disinterest, inquired, "What does Xiaozhao like?" Lu Xiaozhao's eyes sparkled. "Meat. Big chicken legs, candy skewers, candy skewers." She gazed at Xie Qingxi with eager anticipation. Lacking experience with children, Xie Qingxi realized that a 10-month-old could hardly gnaw on chicken legs. He outright refused her request. He watched helplessly as the light in little Xiaozhao's eyes dimmed. Originally, she had calculated that her life-saving grace would earn her a chicken leg, but after facing such a heartless rejection, Lu Xiaozhao was now furious enough to curse the indifferent heavens and kick the chilling underworld. She burst into tears, her wails echoing in the chamber. "What?" she cried, tears and snot streaming down her face. She had been deceived. The promise of a servant's contract meant that the servant would obey their master, yet here she was, denied even a chicken leg. He wouldn't even give her a chicken leg. What? Chapter 63. The confused abbot Xie Qingxi felt an unsettling chill in his heart. On the very first day, he had made the young master cry. His fate was sealed, he was doomed. When Lu Yanchu wheeled himself in, Lu Xiaozhao was already hiccuping from anger. Just moments ago, she had been furiously denouncing the injustice of fate, and now she was both sobbing and lamenting. Bad. Beat him. Her curses were harsh, yet her words were a jumbled mess. Lu Yanchu embraced her, his eyes brimming with barely contained mirth. "My little sister is quite mischievous. I beg your pardon, your highness." He scrutinized the crown prince, noting that despite his weary demeanor, the familiar smile still graced his face, which eased Lu Yanchu's worries. No, Xiaozhao is simply being true to herself. It is I who have provoked her ire." The crown prince cautiously stole a glance at Xiaozhao, who, in her fury, turned her back to him. "For dinner, we shall have 4 happiness meatballs," Lu Yanchu stated nonchalantly. Xiaozhao paused her cries, continuing to cover her face with her hands, wailing loudly. "And add some honey-glazed pigeon," he added. Her Xiaozhao's sobs diminished slightly. "The weather is quite pleasant today, let us prepare another pot." It appears Xiaozhao has no appetite, so we must, at once. Tears streamed down Xiaozhao's face as she shouted, "Next. Xiaozhao, next," she squeaked, her eyes wide and cheeks puffed as she glared at her. The crown prince secretly sighed in relief and hastily instructed the servants to prepare dinner. A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Lu Yanchu's eyes. Over the past few days, he had forged a deep bond with the crown prince, whose intellect he greatly admired. Yet, the dynamic shifted dramatically when it came to Xiaozhao. During her meals, he personally deboned her food, fetched warm water, served her dishes, and even washed her hands and face, exuding an air of attentive care. He seemed intent on elevating Xiaozhao's status, treating her with utmost reverence, until she returned home. He lingered at the door, reluctant to turn away until she had departed. Seated in the carriage, Xiaozhao dozed off in her second brother Lu Zhenyue's embrace. "Xiaozhao, did anything happen in the Eastern Palace today?" Lu Yanchu inquired. Xiaozhao smacked her lips. "Next chicken leg." Lu Yanchu's eyelids twitched. "Besides the chicken leg, was there anything else?" After a moment, Xiaozhao managed to utter, "pigeon," and added, "Next, honey-glazed pigeon." "Anything other than food?" Lu Yanchu was nearly exasperated. The little one furrowed her brow in deep thought, crying. Brother crown prince cried. Bang bang, she then pointed to her forehead, signaling a bowing gesture. Lu Yanchu pondered, "Perhaps you could express your grievances inwardly?" Yet, at this moment, her inner thoughts were clamoring. The Eastern Palace's food is truly delightful. The crispy honey-glazed pigeon is delectable, melting in the mouth, absolutely scrumptious. Tonight's soup is exquisite. Oh, my stomach is so full, why can't I grow 2 stomachs? What a pity I missed out on the roasted leg of lamb tonight. It smelled so fragrant, slurp, slurp. Teeth, 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 grow quickly. Lu Yenshu silently plugged his ears. Forget it, better not to listen. When the carriage arrived at the residence of the loyal and brave marquis, the moon had already risen above the willow tops. Lu Yuanjia remained in Su Jiqing's quarters once more. Since Su Shi promised the position of a concubine, Su Jiqing had been employing every means at her disposal to have Lu Yuanjia spend the night. Page Zhao Zhao had revealed all of the Lu family's preferences to her, which now conveniently aided her endeavors. It should be noted that Lu Yuanjia had been riding high on a wave of success lately. Lu Jinghuai's fiancée, from the Jiang family, had seen her grandfather promoted from the Minister of Justice to the head of the Hanlin Academy, attaining a second-rank position recently. Lu Jinghuai had composed splendid poetry, renowned far and wide. Who in the world did not know his name? Raise the wine, do you not see, the waters of the yellow river come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return? Do you not see, the bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? From afar, the sound of poetry echoed from Qingping courtyard. Such a splendid poem, a timeless masterpiece. Lu Yuanjia, having indulged in a few more cups, now wore a beaming expression. His Jinghuai, his Jingyao, this pair of children truly brought him honor. This poem reached the palace, prompting even His Majesty to inquire about Lu Jinghuai's name. Seated in his wheelchair, Lu Yenshu maintained a calm demeanor. Lu Jinghuai has managed to compose such a remarkable verse? Lu Zhangyue was nearly taken aback upon hearing the poem for the first time. One of the people outside, Zhao Zhao yawned. His sister, however, hails from a lineage boasting 5,000 years of heritage. Countless luminaries to inspire him, naturally he can compose. Lu Zhengyue's hands gradually clenched. Lu Yenshu remarked, simply being able to write poetry will not suffice for the imperial examination. Lu Zhengyue's unease began to subside. It seemed that everything could become simpler in the presence of his elder brother. That night, the abbot of the Protectorate Temple stood beneath the moonlight, his eyes having inexplicably gone blind, now reliant on his disciples to observe the heavens. The fourth prince, still a mere novice, tilted his head to gaze at the vast expanse of stars. Master, why does the Ziwei star flicker, at times flourishing and at times dimming? Master, the Ziwei star is growing weaker. It has begun to darken. The fourth prince felt a twinge of anxiety. The Ziwei star represented emperors, symbolizing the imperial family. Ah, the fourth prince's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Master, master. An extraordinary phenomenon has appeared in the heavens. How wondrous! The fourth prince leapt up, drawing the attention of numerous monks who emerged to witness the celestial marvel. Many monks joined their hands in prayer, beseeching for the safety of the people in favorable weather. Master, how strange! A brilliant star has emerged from nowhere, brighter than all other stars. It has lifted the Ziwei star. The once dim Ziwei star has regained its radiance. It shines even brighter than before. As a member of the royal family, he naturally stood from the perspective of the imperial lineage. The abbot was momentarily taken aback. What does this star look like? He had previously calculated that the royal family faced a great calamity that would bring the Xie family to ruin, even leading to a change of dynasty and chaos in the realm. He had intended to keep the fourth prince within the Buddhist fold to preserve the imperial bloodline. The fourth prince gazed up at the brilliant star. Master, it is the brightest, most dazzling star in the sky. I know not whence it has come, but all the stars revolve around it. Even the Ziwei star willingly subordinates itself to it, content to play a supporting role. Master, has an extraordinary... The star's alignment represented the state of the realm, and this star was destined to be no ordinary figure. A faint smile graced the abbot's lips. The one who will break the impasse has appeared. This person can alter the state of the world, saving the common folk from calamity. There is hope for the realm. The abbot clasped his hands together in prayer. Master, can he restore your sight? The fourth prince, feeling pity for his master, could not help but ask. The abbot shook his head. Such a reclusive and powerful being, with an eccentric nature, should not be approached for trivial matters. He remained unaware of how he had lost his sight. Would such a great being truly be troubled by the world's plight? The abbot mused. A great being, saving the common folk from calamity. Meanwhile, 10-month-old Lu Zhaozhao clutched a milk bottle, slurping away with gusto. With a thud, she had finished, letting the bottle drop to the floor. In her dreams, she continued to murmur, no chicken legs, so stingy. I'll never save him again. I'll chop him to bits. Sauced elbow, spicy kidney, sour hot sauce, tendon with sesame paste, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber. She was consumed with worries about teething and gnawing on meat. P.S. Please everyone, do give a shout for updates, rate with 5 stars, and leave a message. Okay, moi. Chapter 64 Abundant Support. New Year's Eve in the capital, firecrackers erupted continuously, and festive window decorations adorned every corner. Children donned brand new garments, frolicking about with unrestrained joy. Lu Zhao Zhao had turned 11 months old, a cause for celebration indeed, for she had sprouted yet another tooth, bringing her total to 3 gleaming white little teeth. Joyful indeed, she was one step closer to gnawing on a large chicken leg. No matter whom she encountered, she beamed with her wide grin, showcasing her tiny teeth. Su Shi, witnessing this, felt her cheeks ache. All right, dear, I see you have grown another tooth. When we return home tonight, you shall have your chicken leg. This little girl dreamt of it, constantly chanting, tooth, tooth. Lu Zhao Zhao, radiant with happiness, finally received the chicken leg she desired, transforming her entire demeanor. The cumbersome attire did nothing to dampen her spirits. Today, we must enter the palace to offer sacrifices to heaven, and later there will be a banquet. You must behave, Su Shi instructed as she bundled her daughter in a thick coat, concerned about the cold that might chill Lu Zhao Zhao. Once dressed, Lu Xiaoxiao cast a glance at her mother, then stealthily crawled under the bed, using both hands and feet to push out a small box. A tiny key hung around her neck, and with a click, she unlocked it. Inside lay a string of jade pendants, any one of which could make her negligent father drool, yet she possessed an entire collection, carelessly tossing them in a corner to gather dust. Such a waste of space. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. Su Shi, occupied with her bathing and dressing, could only see her daughter a little behind as she busily rummaged about. Her two little pigtails bobbed with every movement. At just 11 months, Lu Xiaoxiao's tiny hands struggled to grasp even a handful of chestnuts. She managed to collect a couple, stuffing several into her embrace. She also grabbed 2 handfuls of peanuts to tuck into her little pouch and even a sweet potato the size of her thumb. After a flurry of activity, her pockets bulged, and she finally locked the box back up, shoving it beneath the bed once more. The sacrificial ceremony was exceedingly tedious and oppressive, and one was not permitted to leave. Su Shi refrained from drinking water, fearful of needing to relieve herself midway. She merely took a few sips of thick rice porridge to settle her stomach. Why this year must the legitimate sons and daughters participate in the sacrifice? Zhao Zhao is only 11 months old and can barely walk, Deng Ji sighed, hastily wrapping a scarf around Zhao Zhao's neck. Su Shi glanced at her naive daughter, squatting on the ground poking at an ant. She couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps the emperor wished to meet Zhao Zhao, but surely his majesty has better things to do. Su Shi set aside her thoughts and had just stepped outside with Zhao Zhao when she noticed Su Jiqing wearing a delighted expression. Madame Su Jiqing's complexion was rosy. For the past half-month, she had exhausted every effort to please Lu Yuanzi, yet, Lu Yuanzi had not even crossed the threshold of Su Shi's home. She appeared somewhat lost in her own affectionate musings. Wishing you health and happiness in the new year, madam. Su Jiqing hesitated, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed joy. Speak plainly, for delaying the sacrificial rites is a grave offense. Su Shi, holding a third-rank title, was to enter the palace for the ceremony. He. She has become Lu Jinghuai's little concubine, aiming to infuriate Pei Zhao Jiao. A tool cultivated to turn against herself. Lu Jinghua was still unaware. Su Jiqing curtsied to Su Shi. The Marquis is concerned for Qingqing. Last night, he expressed a desire to elevate Qingqing to the status of a legitimate wife. Madame is advanced in years and has several children to raise, she may struggle to manage it all. Thus, the Marquis has specially requested Qingqing to assist you. It was no wonder she had trembled on her way here this morning. Pei Zhao Jiao was beautiful, yet she was no longer young. Meanwhile, she herself was youthful and lovely, adept at lowering herself to fit in, and well-versed in literature, embodying the best qualities of both Su Shi and Pei Zhao Jiao. Pei Zhao Jiao had even provided her insight into the Marquis's preferences. She deliberately mirrored those preferences, leading the Marquis to believe in their deep compatibility. Last night, the Marquis, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, had agreed to her proposal. Su Shi's eyes betrayed a hint of despondency. If that is the case, on the first day of the new year, we shall officially record Miss Su in the family registry. However, regarding this marriage, Su Shi hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, Su Jiqing interjected, Sister, the new year is bustling, the marriage can wait. As long as she was recorded in the family registry, she would be recognized as a legitimate wife. She had casually addressed Su Shi as sister. Humph, what nonsense, not just anyone can claim kinship. Deng Ji couldn't help but retort. Madame hails from a distinguished family, the Su family is renowned and cherished, and yet you have no sisters. Deng Ji's anger flared. A legitimate wife was merely a rank above a concubine or a secondary wife. How could she dare to call herself a sister to the primary wife? Su Jiqing's face flushed with shame, her rage barely contained. Humph, what of the primary wife? Without the man's affection, what use was it? Little did she know that the Marquis had kept a mistress outside for nearly 20 years. Her eyes glimmered with pity and schadenfreude. The Marquis had said Su Shi loved him to the core, and it was indeed true. Miss Deng is correct, it is Qingqing who has failed to recognize her own station, she murmured, her head bowed, a hint of a cold smile playing at her lips. Very well, you should serve the Marquis well. Su Shi did not spare her another glance before departing the estate. Today, the emperor was leading the ministers in the heavenly sacrifice. The womenfolk brought their offspring to the opposite side of the altar, conveniently shielded from the minister's gaze and the biting cold. Su Shi took her place as instructed, contemplating how fortunate the position was. Little did she know, this spot had been intentionally reserved for Lu Xiaoxiao by the emperor and the crown prince. The ministers knelt in the frigid wind. Although Lu Yuanzi held a high title, his official rank was low, placing him slightly behind, unable to see clearly ahead. Lord Lu, shall we share a few drinks after the palace banquet? Let us savor the wine together. Each verse is a timeless masterpiece. Indeed, Lu Jinghuai possesses genuine talent and learning. Last year, he failed to gather the right energy during the Zhongyuan festival. It must have been an accident, after all, it was his first time participating in the parade. Lu Yuanzi felt a surge of pride, this was his son. Lu Jinghuai was his son. I have heard that His Majesty greatly enjoys the wine. Lu Jinghuai, having yet to participate in the provincial examination, has already caught His Majesty's eye. If he truly achieves the top 3 positions, a minister yet, who truly knows whose child Lu Jinghuai is, to be so remarkably outstanding, and yet raised outside? Ever since the last time the Vice Minister of Rights was caught in a scandal, everyone knew of Lu Jinghuai's status as an illegitimate child. Yet, no one knew exactly whose offspring he was. Lu Yuanzi clenched his palms, his expression darkening, remaining silent. Su Shi's family had risen to prominence because the elder had assisted the emperor in ascending the throne, becoming a teacher to the emperor and one of the 3 dukes. This had elevated the Su family to its pinnacle. The vice minister of rights, Lord Chan, cast a glance at the loyal and brave Marquis. Fool. He helped Lu Yuanza support a mistress, offending Lu Xiaoxiao. How foolish. He rubbed his ear, which had been pinched sore by his wife, yet remembering that his wife was pregnant with their child, he couldn't help but grin foolishly. This time, the physician had confirmed it was a son. He had become a father in his old age. It was worth it to live this life. He had no intention of reminding Lu Yuanza that his daughter was formidable. Moreover, she had a powerful backing. Let it drive him to madness. At the altar, the astronomical bureau recited the sacrificial rites, praying for good fortune in the coming year. The emperor and the crown prince wore solemn expressions. The emperor was aware that Lu Xiaoxiao had saved the crown prince and was filled with gratitude for her. As the emperor lowered his head, he caught sight of a large bronze cauldron behind which a chubby toddler emerged. The toddler grinned widely, revealing her 3 tiny teeth, radiating pure delight. Chapter 65 of the Grand Sacrifice to Heaven and Roasted Chestnuts. The emperor paused momentarily at the crown. Stumbling over his words, the little prince quickly regained his composure, even stealthily shifting his position to shield Lu Xiaoxiao from view. How did she manage to climb up here? Lu Xiaoxiao cupped her tiny hands to her lips and blew gently, pointing towards the base of the altar. It's cold down here, but warm up there. She then gestured toward the grand sacrificial cauldron. The emperor opened his mouth, fully aware that at this moment he should be seething with rage, ready to punish her, yet, recalling the dream he had last night, he silently closed his mouth. He even exchanged a shocked glance with the minister of rights standing on the altar. The elderly minister, with his snow-white hair, stared wide-eyed at the chubby little girl seated before the bronze cauldron, unable to voice a single word. Goodness, whose child has climbed the sacrificial platform, and the emperor is protecting her. If she were a prince, she would surely be beaten half to death on the spot, and even her mother would be cast into the cold palace, yet here we are. At this moment, the emperor intentionally concealed her from discovery. Little did he know that he had dreamt of the fate of Beizhao the previous night. It was indeed a heart-wrenching tale that brought tears to the listeners. Beizhao was not defeated in battle, but rather succumbed to the folly of love. In his dream, the crown prince, after succumbing to illness, quietly passed away, leaving behind a wandering spirit that assumed the prince's identity. This spirit, masquerading as the crown prince, engaged in romantic pursuits, ultimately laying waste to Beizhao's long-standing legacy. The ancestral heritage painstakingly established was handed over to a woman to become an empress. The emperor nearly choked on the spot. He also dreamt of the long-deceased former emperor, who grasped his hand, overflowing with excitement. There is hope, there is hope. My family's ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. The realm of my family shall endure for generations, and our legacy shall be carried forth for a millennia. Take good care of our little ancestor Zhao Zhao, or I shall climb up from the grave to punish you. The emperor touched his face, nearly receiving a slap from the former emperor. Thus, at this moment, his gaze toward Lu Xiaoxiao was particularly gentle. Snow began to fall softly, with snow accumulating on their shoulders. The officials, who had not yet dined, shivered in the cold. Lu Xiaoxiao took 2 sips of milk, feeling a hollow sensation in her belly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she dragged the copper basin used for burning paper offerings closer to her feet. The emperor watched in astonishment as she reached into her pocket and tossed a handful of chestnuts into the basin. The emperor opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Before long, amidst the biting wind and falling snow, the officials caught a whiff of the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts wafting through the air. How delightful! That commanding fragrance pierced through the hunger of the crowd, drilling straight into their noses. The chestnuts burst open, releasing their sweet fragrance into the atmosphere. Lu Xiaoxiao, with her mere 3 tiny teeth, cracked open a chestnut, savoring a bite while sipping her milk. A blissful expression melted across her face. Wow, 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 these chestnuts are so fragrant and sweet, soft and sticky. The crown prince, reciting the sacrificial verses, swallowed hard. He felt as if he were enduring the greatest trial of his life. The sacrificial verses before him transformed into bursting chestnuts in his mind. The chestnuts were devoured, the sacrificial verses remained unfinished. Lu Xiaoxiao then produced a handful of peanuts. The aroma of peanuts was even more overpowering, its rich scent enveloping the entire area, prompting some to ponder that a couple of small cups of wine would be the perfect accompaniment at this moment. Seated before the copper basin, Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed red from the heat. She tossed in a sweet potato, about the thickness of her thumb. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing scent of roasted sweet potatoes. With a ring of black around her mouth, Lu Xiaoxiao occasionally sipped her milk, causing the emperor's eyelids to twitch. He silently thought, dear ancestor, it is you who permitted me to indulge her. Please do not blame me. Who knows what kind of sweet potato she has eaten? The flavor is truly overwhelming. The officials, nearly fainting from hunger, wondered who was so lacking in decorum as to sneak snacks into the solemn sacrificial ceremony. Eating in isolation, the chestnuts, peanuts, and sweet potatoes that were usually disregarded seemed particularly appealing in this frigid weather. Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her milk bottle and burped, patting her round belly, waving goodbye to the emperor and the crown prince. Stealthily, she descended the ladder in the corner. The eunuchs were terrified, their faces pale as ghosts. When did she climb up there? Yet, seeing the emperor and the crown prince in such amiable spirits only added to their astonishment. The head eunuch silently noted Lu Xiaoxiao's identity, elevating her status in his mind. Oh dear, the once inconspicuous Duke of Loyalty and Valorous household is about to encounter immense fortune. Duke Lu Yuanza, who has been living a mundane life, did not expect such a spirited child to emerge. Little did he know that Lu Yuanza was currently plotting to expel the Su family from their home. This immense fortune would not be his to claim. At this moment, Susher knelt at the base of the altar, turning her head, her face drained of color. Where is Zhao Zhao? There was no one behind her. Cool, dear, Lu Xiaoxiao tugged at the hem of her garment, tilting her head with an adorable expression. Susher let out a quiet sigh of relief. Xiaoxiao, do not wander about. We must not make any mistakes during the sacrifice, or we will be punished. 2 years ago, someone had faltered during a sacrifice, and the emperor's expression had turned ominously dark. They were immediately dismissed, dragged away, and beaten with 30 strokes, nearly losing their life and position, with the family's years of effort in ruins. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. How could one be punished? The emperor and the crown prince are such kind and benevolent individuals. Why is your mouth so black? Susher gently brushed her finger along the corner of her mouth, which was entirely dark, not knowing what she had snuck in. Lu Xiaoxiao touched her head. The sweet potato had burned, leaving her teeth blackened. Susher said nothing. She knew Lu Xiaoxiao often hid food in her pockets. A flurry of snowflakes landed on Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, and a chill swept through her, causing her to sneeze. The crown prince on the altar paused momentarily before hastening his pace. Before long, the grand sacrificial ceremony came to an end. This year's sacrificial ceremony concluded remarkably swiftly. Susher mused. Typically, such ceremonies took half a day to complete, yet today, it was finished in less than an hour. Rubbing her stomach, which was churning with hunger, she felt quite uncomfortable, but no one dared to eat more during the sacrifice. I wonder who had the audacity to bring roasted chestnuts and sweet potatoes here. 10 heads would not suffice for a punishment, Susher lamented, feeling her mouth water after a morning of hunger. Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled mischievously, resolutely keeping silent about her personal escapades at the altar. And even feasting before the emperor and the crown prince. Regardless, it's not wrong, Xiaoxiao. She patted her plump belly, which made a delightful sound. Xiaoxiao. Good little one. She tilted her head up, exuding innocence. Susher squinted, smiling. Of course, my dear, I know you are a good child. Our Xiaoxiao is sweet and delightful, never doing anything out of line. From birth, her Xiaoxiao had never been one to cry. Hungry or in need, she would remain silent. In all of the capital, one could not find another child as understanding and obedient. Susher held a thick filter over her perception of Lu Xiaoxiao, never once considering that her daughter was, in fact, the mastermind behind the roasted chestnuts at the grand sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 66. The banquet and the ride. The banquet hall was filled with cheerful laughter and the continuous melodies of silk and bamboo instruments. Some even transformed the act of toasting into a sword dance, the ebbs and flows of poetry captivating the audience. That young master Lu truly possesses extraordinary talent. At merely 17, he has produced such remarkable works. He is indeed a prodigy deserving of admiration. Lu Yuanjia sat at the front of the hall, listening to the praises directed at Lu Jinghuai, and he could not help but raise his chin slightly in pride. Speaking of which, the last individual who stood out so prominently was the eldest son of Lord Lu, was it not? A mere 8 years of age, yet already a scholar, and the top of his class. One of the ministers, noticing Lu Yuanjia's proud demeanor, could not resist a jibe. Such brilliance is often followed by misfortune. It is indeed a pity for Lord Lu's eldest son. Now rendered crippled, yet still clinging to the title of heir, what a true pity. Indeed, Lu Yuanjia felt as if his throat had closed up. The pride that flickered on his face was swiftly crushed underfoot by the words of others. I hear he is unable to care for himself, requiring assistance even for his most basic needs. The speaker sighed, causing the veins on Lu Yuanjia's forehead to throb with indignation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuanjia reflected, Yanshu lacks the fortune to inherit. His gaze grew somber. The grand estate of the Lu family must eventually be passed on to the heir, yet now, Yanshu was a cripple, incapable of shouldering the weight of such a vast estate. The crown prince is already 7 years old, and his majesty has long been searching for a tutor. If Lu Jinghuai truly achieves the highest honors, then, several officials exchanged knowing glances. Lu Yuanjia's fists clenched tightly. The highest honors, the tutor of the crown prince, this would signify the rise of a new star. However, Lu Jinghuai's humble origins may pose a significant obstacle. It is said that Lu Jinghuai is the son of a concubine. Such a status, even with the highest honors, would scarcely qualify him for the position of the crown prince's tutor. It would be a grave misfortune for such an extraordinary youth not to be welcomed into the family and recorded in the lineage. A collective sigh resonated among the attendees. Indeed, it is the Jiang family that possesses foresight, having early on withdrawn from the engagement with the crippled Lu family and secured Lu Jinghuai instead. In this arrangement, the Jiang girl is truly the fortunate one. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuanjia seemed to have made a resolute decision. Oh, today's banquet even features roasted chestnuts? The court officials exchanged bewildered glances at the small dish of roasted chestnuts, sweet potatoes, and peanuts on the table. Such street snacks had made their appearance at the imperial banquet. They remained oblivious to the fact that the emperor had been enticed by Lu Chaochao. Lu Yuanjia, though of merely the 4th rank, occupied a seat near the palace entrance. The Su family had formed a close bond with the grand princess, and thus took their place at the ladies' table. The grand princess affectionately held Lu Chaochao's hand, her eyes brimming with warmth. I have yet to properly thank you for saving the emperor. She deeply appreciates your kindness and has sent this token of gratitude for you. Lu Chaochao's eyelids fluttered suddenly. No, it cannot be a jade pendant. Just as she had that thought, the grand princess quietly produced a piece of vibrant green jade from her bosom. Ah! Lu Chaochao internally screamed. Perhaps due to the overwhelming emotion, even the crown prince on the high platform could not help but rub his ears. What kind of illness does the royal family suffer from? They all love gifting jade pendants. The crown prince paused in confusion. Family? Which family? The Grand Princess gifts a pendant, the Emperor Uncle gifts a pendant, the Crown Prince Brother gifts a pendant, even the Empress Dowager gifts a pendant. There's south no place left to hang them. Lu Chaochao's eyes widened as she gazed at the jade pendant before her. The Crown Prince, baffled, opened his mouth. Huh, his entire family has given her gifts? Neither money nor food, and now she has collected all the jade pendants. Lu Chaochao wore a sorrowful expression. The Grand Princess pinched her chubby little face. Your parents are still together, the favors bestowed upon you cannot be displayed openly for now, we shall have to endure, my dear Chaochao. If Lu Chaochao were to receive too much favor, Lu Yuanjia would surely hold her tightly and never let go. Su's eyes glistened with warmth. Indeed, from the very beginning, she had no intention of keeping the children within the Lu family. My dear, you are yet unaware of the weight of the jade pendant. It symbolizes promises and power. Her royal brother, such a cautious and suspicious man, had bestowed upon Chaochao a pendant that signified his presence. This clearly demonstrated his fondness for the little girl. A jade pendant cannot be eaten. Lu Chaochao shook her head, her face scrunched in distaste. The Grand Princess could not help but chuckle. If only your father were aware, he would be utterly determined to spoil you, yet you, my little one, seem to reject it. After the banquet, fireworks were to be set off in the palace. The dazzling and brilliant fireworks shot into the sky as Lu Chaochao gazed upwards, tilting her head further and further back, until finally, she plopped down onto the ground. Bewildered, she blinked her eyes, seizing the opportunity while everyone was captivated by the display to crawl up the steps. The highest position offered the best view. Grand Eunuch Wang, stationed at the viewing platform, paused in astonishment as he witnessed her climbing up using both hands and feet, momentarily lost in thought. He watched in disbelief as she approached the emperor, tugging at his dragon robe. Sitting on the ground, she extended her hand towards the emperor, saying, "Uncle, hug." The soft, childlike voice, infused with innocent laughter, left the emperor momentarily stunned. From the viewing platform, the emperor bent down to lift her up. The ministers surrounding them all gazed upward, their heads held high, watching the fireworks explode, which released billows of smoke that obscured the view of the figures on the high platform. Yet, Lu Chaochao clutched the emperor's hair, causing Grand Eunuch Wang to feel a surge of panic. Not enough, she exclaimed, looking up and yearning for even greater heights. With a beaming smile, she planted a wet kiss on the emperor's cheek, leaving a streak of drool. Higher, she insisted, pointing at the emperor's neck. Before the emperor could react, she scrambled up onto his neck. Be careful, don't fall. The emperor hastily steadied her. Should she tumble down, even the ancestors' coffins below might not contain the chaos. The ever-dignified Grand Eunuch Wang, a figure of authority whom even the ministers treated with respect, was now left agape, utterly astonished. Lu Chaochao was riding on the emperor's neck. Ah, the Crown Prince had never received such treatment. Grand Eunuch Wang stole a glance at the Crown Prince, who indeed wore a dark expression. The Crown Prince fumed silently. It's all my fault, all my fault. I am short, that's why she doesn't ride on my neck. Wow, this is amazing, Lu Chaochao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. It's my first New Year, my first time seeing fireworks. The Crown Prince felt a twinge of envy. The Emperor, initially regretting allowing her to ride on his neck, felt a flicker of pride at the thought. It's her first time, the first time riding on my neck, I am the first. It's not embarrassing. Lu Yuanjia, watching from below, turned inadvertently, rubbing his eyes. Amidst the mist, he seemed to glimpse a small child riding on the Emperor's neck. A small child resembling Lu Chaochao? Peering more closely, the smoke obscured his vision, leaving him bewildered. Surely, he had lost his mind. Lu Chaochao riding on the Emperor's neck, he could do a handstand and eat dirt. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chapter 67. The 3 yuan and the top scholar. As the fireworks faded, Lu Chaochao returned to the side of the Su family. Moments ago, several young princes had witnessed Lu Chaochao. The 5-year-old prince gazed longingly, taking small, hurried steps towards his amiable father, arms wide open. Father, hug! His exclamation startled his mother, the noble consort Rong, nearly causing her to drop to her knees in shock. How audacious, what gall had possessed this foolish child to make such a request? The Crown Prince had never been embraced, yet he dared to ask for a hug. What terrified her further was the ensuing madness of her son. The little prince pondered for a moment. Was it his tone that was amiss? The little sister had naturally extended her hands, but her voice had been soft and delicate. Then the little prince, in full view of the crowd, imitated Lu Chaochao, sitting on the ground, tightening his voice, and affectatiously called out to the dark-faced emperor, "Father, hug, hug!" His voice dragged on, lips pursed in trembling. Under the nearly fainting gaze of consort Rong, he grasped the emperor's dragon robe, mimicking Lu Chaochao's actions, tugging at the hem and shaking it back and forth with increasing vigor. Rip! Consort Rong felt darkness envelop her vision, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. The little prince stared in disbelief at the torn fabric. Oh no, he watched as his father's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. This was disastrous. Get lost. The emperor gritted his teeth and shot him a glare before turning away. The little prince, puzzled, scratched his head. We look exactly the same. As the palace banquet concluded, Lu Chaochao yawned, nestled obediently in Su's embrace. Lu Zhenyue and Lu Yuanxiao also attended the banquet, but they had dined with their classmates at the Jinghong Academy. Where is father? Lu Yuanxiao inquired. The marquis said he had matters to attend to and left the palace early, reported a servant. Su's heart scoffed. Today, Lu Jinghua had stolen the spotlight, while Lu Yuanjia could hardly contain his impatience. 3 yuan and the top scholar, the Crown Prince's personal tutor, these potent blows would surely sway Lu Yuanjia's final hesitations. Mother, you still have us 4 siblings, Lu Zhenyue nervously observed his mother, fearing she might be distressed. Su chuckled softly, nodding with a smile. In her earlier years, she had been enamored. Now, she intended to shatter the loyal Marquis's reputation. As they exited the palace, they fortuitously encountered the Jiang family. The scene grew even more chaotic as Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair, waiting at the entrance for Chaochao. Disabled, he had refrained from entering the palace. Lu Yenshu, how dare you show your face outdoors? The stench of your filth is nearly unbearable. Zhang Yunmo fanned her nose. A cripple daring to marry my sister, does he not know his place? My sister aims to wed the most talented young scholar in the land, not someone like you. Zhang Yunmo was well aware of the tears her sister had shed for this cripple. Her sister wished to break off the engagement, yet their father, fearing public condemnation of the Jiang family for ingratitude, had hesitated to allow it. It was only when her sister attempted to hang herself that their father reluctantly agreed to the annulment. Fortunately, Lu Jinghuai possessed sufficient talent to win their father's favor. My sister is destined for brother Jinghuai, the future top scholar. She will become the wife of the foremost scholar. Zhang Yunjin sat inside the carriage, her brow slightly furrowed. Through the curtain, she could see the young man sitting in the wheelchair. A 17-year-old genius, now reduced to a paralyzed state, his former brilliance seemingly extinguished. He was now merely a cripple, unable to care for himself, with no control over bodily functions. Years of paralysis had not dimmed his spirit. As rumored, dressed in white, he exuded an air of calmness. Even seated in a wheelchair, he appeared more distinguished than before. If only he were not a cripple. Zhang Yunjin suppressed the sharpness in her gaze. She was grateful for Lu Yenshu's assistance when she had fallen into the water, but she could not repay a lifetime of debt for it. Do not bully my brother. If it weren't for saving your sister, my brother would not be paralyzed. Lu Yuanshao charged out like a cannonball, her eyes red with anger. Pa, what more do you want from the Lu family? Lu Yenshu saved my sister, yet she has bowed to him countless times. Year after year, she has felt guilty for her visits to the Lu family. What more do you desire? Do you want my sister to cut her hair and become a nun? Are you trying to drive her to her death? Zhang Yunmo railed. Zhang Yunjin closed her eyes slightly, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and stepped down. Sister. Zhang Yunmo tried to say something. Zhang Yunjin waved her hand. She walked through the snow, step by step, until she stood before Lu Yenshu. Just as everyone was exiting the palace, she knelt before him in full view, bowing deeply. If you harbor resentment, please direct it towards me. It is I who owe you. Take my life in exchange for your great kindness. The young woman knelt in the snow, drawing the attention of onlookers. Observing this scene, who would not frown, Su was furious, her face flushed. How could one repay a life? It was merely an attempt to morally bind her eldest son, to save a life, yet create enmity in return. Miss Jiang, I saved you willingly, Lu Yenshu replied calmly. Life holds no weight. Even if it were not you, I would have saved another. If Miss Jiang's heart lies elsewhere and wishes to break the engagement, I consent. What is the matter of repaying a life now? I risked my life to save you, and you treat this life so lightly? Lu Yenshu gazed at her quietly. Under his gaze, Zhang Yunjin's heart raced. She felt as though he had never been paralyzed, still standing atop the pinnacle, surveying the world below with pride. The crowd sighed in sympathy. Lu Yenshu truly was a young man of exceptional character. His integrity surpassed even his talent. Minister Chen of the Ministry of Rights shook his head. Young Master Lu, I am not your equal. A prodigy of unmatched brilliance, he retained. Had Marquis Lu truly chosen the right heir in Lu Jinghuai? Young Master Lu, I too am not your equal. Young Master Lu, some may abandon you, and one day they may regret it. The onlookers, all officials, were captivated by the young man. Miss Jiang, perhaps you have grasped a sesame seed while letting go of a watermelon. Some even stated outright. The boy in the wheelchair was not confined by it. Lu Jinghuai and Lu Yenshu were both young masters Lu, yet their characters differed vastly. Why did Lu Jinghuai choose to marry Zhang Yunjin? It was merely an attempt to overshadow the once great genius. Zhang Yunjin's face darkened, her eyes swirling with derision. Watching the Lu family's carriage grow distant, she couldn't help but scoff. Regret, absurd. Lu Yenshu was merely a cripple, while Jinghuai was poised to excel as a top scholar, holding himself in high regard. She would never regret it. The day Jinghuai became the top scholar would be the day she held her head high. Chapter 68. The paralyzed stood up on New Year's Eve. Mrs. Su returned to the estate and began to make arrangements. The residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor was adorned with festive decorations, and joy radiated from every face. As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new, I commend everyone for their hard work this past year. Please, all of you, go and collect your red envelopes, Mrs. Su announced generously. Having dispensed double the monthly wages this month, the crowd expressed their gratitude with bows. Su Jiqing approached to receive her monthly allowance, dressed in the long gown favored by the Duke, her face glowing like a lotus blossom. Madam, may you have auspiciousness and good health. Why has the Duke not yet returned? Su Jiqing asked with a respectful bow, her eyes filled with anticipation as she inquired about Lu Yuanjia. Mrs. Su replied nonchalantly, the Duke left early this morning. Perhaps he is preoccupied with affairs of state and will return late tonight. Do not wait for him, go rest in your chambers, she added. Tomorrow, on the first day of the new year, if the Duke has not returned, I shall personally ensure your name is recorded in. You are the savior of my son, and I shall certainly not neglect you, Mrs. Su said, exuding an air of virtuousness. Su Jiqing's lips moved slightly, a flicker of sharpness crossing her eyes. Pei Zhaojiao, he must have gone to find Pei Zhaojiao. Enraged, Su Jiqing bit her lip, thanked Mrs. Su, and swayed her way back to Qingping courtyard. Mrs. Su's lips curled into a faint smile, although her eyes held no warmth. Lu Yuanjia, I have toiled in the Duke's residence for a lifetime, while you have another family outside. Can you truly afford the cost of feasting at 2 tables? Madam, the clan elders from the Qingxi ancestral home have been invited, Dingji replied softly. The Lu family hailed from Qingxi, and the late Duke Lu had achieved meritorious service in military campaigns. Subsequently moving to the capital, the clan elders remained in Qingxi to guard their stronghold. Let them be accommodated next door. Each year, the clan elders gathered at the Lu residence towards the end of the year. Having settled the elders, Mrs. Su realized it was quite late. What of the old matriarch? Deng Ji's eyes flickered with displeasure. She claimed she would pray all night and has entered the small Buddhist hall. I suspect she has gone to keep the New Year vigil. With Lu Jinghuai currently in high spirits, the old matriarch doted on her precious grandson. It matters not, it is just as well that our family can enjoy a peaceful reunion dinner, Mrs. Su said with a hint of warmth, for she had not had the opportunity to spend quality time with her children in quite a while. Over the years, she had lost herself, living solely for Lu Yuanjia, becoming a mere romantic idealist. The small kitchen has long since prepared the feast, and we have even set up a barbecue grill in the courtyard to warm the green plum wine, Dingji said with a cheerful smile. The atmosphere in the listening wind pavilion was lively and vibrant. This is the first New Year we are celebrating with Zhao Zhao, Lu Zhenghua said, lifting Zhao Zhao into his arms. How wonderful it is to have Zhao Zhao in our family. Without Zhao Zhao, this warm and cozy home would surely feel fragmented. Lu Yanchu sat by the window, a book in hand, gently stroking his legs, taking a deep breath. He set the book down and braced himself against the table. His long, pale hands visibly strained as he exerted himself. Young master, may I assist you? The young servant asked anxiously as he noticed him trying to rise. Stand down. Lu Yanchu's voice brooked no argument. Veins bulged on his hands as he gripped the table, painstakingly dragging his heavy body little by little. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples, yet Lu Yanchu's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. He had family to protect and his own mission to fulfill. He felt a sharp pain in his knees, but the greater the pain, the greater his joy. Since his paralysis, he had not felt pain in so long. His legs could muster strength once more. With a firm grip on the table's edge, Lu Yanchu slowly rose to his feet. His knees trembled incessantly, causing him to gasp for breath, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, almost burning those who met his gaze. The young servant was so overjoyed he stumbled over his words, unable to articulate his excitement as he dashed out the door, pointing back into the room, tears welling in his eyes. Woo woo woo. Young master, he stammered, pointing back into the room, trembling with emotion. Mrs. Su and the others were alarmed and hurried inside. Yanchu, what is the matter? Brother, what has happened? Lu Zhenghua rushed in, carrying Lu Zhao Zhao, who was happily drinking from her bottle, perched atop his head. With a sudden jolt, she burped and spat out some milk. Lu Zhao Zhao covered her mouth, thinking, I worked hard for that, I can't let it spill out. Looking up, she spotted a youth with a bright and clear demeanor, smiling gently at everyone. Mrs. Su immediately broke into tears. Yanchu has stood up, she exclaimed, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Lu Yuanxiao leaped up. Brother is no longer paralyzed. Whoever says otherwise, I will fight them. Lu Yuanxiao had fought countless battles at the academy for the sake of his brother. Whenever someone insulted him, he was quick to engage in a brawl. In recent years, he had been reprimanded by the Duke of Loyalty and Valor countless times. Seeing his family in tears, Lu Yanchu's eyes reddened as well. He wobbled slightly but managed to take a step forward. After that step, his body weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Everyone rushed forward to support him. Take your time out. If you can take 1 step, you can take 2 steps, and then 3, and eventually regain your health, Mrs. Su cried. In this lifetime, I never expected to witness you stand again, she sobbed uncontrollably. Her eldest son had always been a source of anguish for her. Even when Zhao Zhao said she could save him, her heart remained uneasy. She had endured too many disappointments. She dared not harbor hope any longer. Lu Yanchu returned to his wheelchair, the thrill gradually fading, replaced by his usual composure. Mother, he remained the genius standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Do not reveal Yanchu's recovery for the time being, Mrs. Su cautioned, her voice low. At that moment, Dingji stood guard at the door, ensuring that only family members were present. Mother, we will keep this secret without fail. Humph, we will make them regret their words. Lu Yuanxiao declared, raising his tiny fist. They had aspirations of achieving the highest honors, but that was merely a pipe dream. Inside, laughter filled the air as everyone understood that a grand reckoning was at hand. Lu Zhao Zhao, clutching her bottle, beamed with innocence. As night fell, Lu Zhao Zhao joyfully bowed to Mrs. Su. Grandma, Happy New Year. Big pot, Happy New Year. Second pot, third pot, Happy New Year. Now approaching her first birthday, she spoke quite fluently, albeit with unclear enunciation. Upon receiving the thick red envelope, Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. I'm going to hide my money, she said, her short legs wobbling as she scampered into the room. It must be hidden in the small box under the bed. All her treasures are in there, Dingji said, stifling a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao giggled, crawling under the bed, cheerfully stashing her red envelopes and snacks into her storage space. Upon spotting a half-full box of jade pendants, she scrunched her nose in disdain. These worthless trinkets weren't worth keeping. Twisting her small body, she crawled back out from under the bed. Chapter 69. Indifference to wealth. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Su family invited the esteemed elders into the Marquis' residence. The matriarch also emerged to preside over the proceedings. "Where is Yuenza? Today is the first day, a day for ancestral worship. Why has he not returned to the manor?" inquired clan leader Lu. The loyal and valiant Marquis is the most accomplished branch of the Lu family, and Qingxi holds this line, which boasts a member serving in the capital, in high regard. Every year, they make a special visit to the Marquis' residence, primarily to seek favors. Moreover, Qingxi's ancestral home had even constructed an academy exclusively for the free education of the Lu family's offspring. In previous years, it was the Su family that bore the financial burden, filling the gaps with her dowry. As for this year, Su secretly rolled her eyes. The matriarch smiled and said, "He is attending to social obligations today. Do not slight the esteemed elders. Let Yuenza return tomorrow to apologize," the matriarch added, casting a disapproving glance at Su. Su produced Su Jiqing's birth date and time. The Marquis has promised to elevate Miss Su to the status of a secondary wife. Today, being the day of ancestral worship, let us inscribe her name. She will eventually become half the mistress of the Marquis' residence, as well as a mother to several. The matriarch was taken aback. "Secondary wife, how was I not informed of this matter?" Su Jiqing pinched her palm, her eyes reddening. The matriarch's tone softened, revealing a hint of reluctance. It must be noted that Su Jiqing was exceedingly favored by her, and she genuinely liked her. Su smiled and replied, "Mother, this is the Marquis' decision." Moreover, the Marquis has remained devoted to Yunyan for over a decade, and now that Yunyan is unable to serve him, the children all called her Little Mother. Thus, she was formally recognized as a relative. Lu Chaochao stood at the back, her face a mask of astonishment, watching as the matriarch, accompanied. The little one instinctively covered her eyes. Lu Zhenyue cast a suspicious glance her way. What mischief was she up to? Why did she appear so guilty? On this festive day, the Marquis' residence was bustling with activity. In a small alley in the west of the city, Pei Jiaojiao, however, was wiping her tears in distress. The kitchen was cold and unwelcoming, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Recently, Pei Jiaojiao had felt a growing sense of anxiety. Although Jing Huai was increasingly remarkable, it seemed that Lu Yuenza's heart was no longer with her. In the past, when he came to the courtyard, he would eagerly rush to their room, always reluctant to part from her. But now, Lu Yuenza's gaze was strikingly clear, even failing to glance her way. It felt as if something had slipped from her grasp. "Zij, what should we do about Jing Huai?" His former close classmates now disdain him due to his status as a concubine's child, refusing to associate with him. "My status is humble, yet if I can stay by the Marquis' side to serve him, I would be content," Pei Jiaojiao lamented. "But Jing Huai cannot afford that. He possesses grand aspirations and talents, yet now he is subjected to scorn." Pei Jiaojiao raised her hand to wipe away her tears, recalling how Lu Yuenza would typically comfort her in such moments, drawing her into his embrace. Yet now, Lu Yuenza merely furrowed his brow lightly. Pei Jiaojiao, having crossed 30, bore the marks of time. How could she possibly compare to the snow-like complexion and smooth skin of Su Jiqing? He seemed like a well-fed cat, utterly unresponsive. A heavy weight settled within Pei Jiaojiao's heart. Fortunately, Lu Yuenza valued Lu Jinghuai highly. "Zij, what if I beseech Sister Yun? I could serve as a maid, attending to the Marquis and her. But could we possibly have Jing Huai recognized under her name, granting him a legitimate status? I could bow to her, I could serve her as a footwasher. I don't mind enduring any humiliation. All I seek is for her to treat Jing Huai kindly, to care for the children, ensuring that the bloodline of the Marquis' residence does not stray." Pei Jiaojiao lowered herself to the dust, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yuenza sighed inwardly. "How can you be a footwasher? You have raised 2 exceptional children. She is unworthy. Jing Huai must not be left to drift." Lu Yuenza felt a sense of discomfort. Yan Shu was a paralytic, yet held the title of heir, which was simply untenable. The Marquis' residence could not be entrusted to a paralytic. Zhenyue lacked the capability, and Yuan was too young. Only Jing Huai remained. Yesterday, all the invitations Jing Huai sent out were returned. His room was lit all night. He must be feeling quite distressed. He may not voice it, but in his heart, he surely desires to return with honors to make you proud. Lu Yuenza felt a warm glow within. Such an excellent and ambitious son must not be cast aside. It was a pity that the last incident with witchcraft had not toppled the Su family, nor severely weakened them. It was truly regrettable. Rest assured, wait for me for 18 years, and I shall understand your intentions. I will not allow your hardships to be in vain. Such an exceptional child must not be left to wander. You are a great benefactor of our Marquis' residence." Lu Yuenza's words rekindled a smile on Pei Jiaojiao's face. She glanced at Lu Yuenza before turning and entering the room. At that moment, the room was empty. She shyly changed into the outfit designed by Jing Yao. How clever was this little girl, able not only to compose poetry for her brother but also to design clothes. This attire. Pei Jiaojiao blushed at a mere glance. A delicate strap barely concealed her modesty yet perfectly accentuated her figure. With every movement, it hinted at her allure, teetering on the edge of revealing too much. Initially hesitant, she now donned the garment without a second thought. As Lu Yuenza turned around, he was momentarily entranced, even experiencing a fleeting sense of disorientation. The scene was too striking. The room was filled with vibrant springtime energy. Meanwhile, in the Tingfeng courtyard, Lu Chaochao wore a serious expression as she gazed at her second brother. Her little face hesitated to speak, and after several attempts, she slowly said. Lu Zhangyue was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had drunk a few extra cups while accompanying the elders earlier that morning, that he had temporarily run out without any loose change, so he borrowed some coins from. Hurriedly, Lu Zhangyue pulled out 5 taels of silver from his pocket. Thank you for lending me money to buy hangover soup this morning, I almost forgot. He extended the silver to Chaochao. Chaochao shook her head, glancing at the silver without accepting it. Urge. Chaochao is not one to concern herself with 6 taels of silver. The little girl exclaimed, nodding her head emphatically. Lu Zhangyue silently took out another tael. The little one quickly reached out to tuck the 6 taels back into her pocket, resolutely waving her hand. We are family, we do not concern ourselves with money. The silver was clutched tightly. Why is my second brother such a freeloader? Even borrowing a child's red envelope, repaying 5 taels for 6. No need for a sour face. Lu Zhangyue, wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't concern ourselves with money? Chapter 70. You're reaping the consequences. As evening descended, tonight there is a lantern festival, mother. I wish to take Zhao Zhao out to see it, Lu Zhangyue said, cradling Zhao Zhao in his arms while partaking in dinner in the hall. It was the first day of the new year, and the Su family was inundated with visitors, leaving Susher bustling about without a moment's respite. Upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao's pitiful, eager expression, she smiled and acquiesced, but insisted that she should wear more layers and bring along a few servants, as she could not be left unattended. Lu Zhaozhao, filled with delight, clutched a bulging bundle of treats she had secretly brought. Today was a celebration of the new year, and Susher chose to feign ignorance. Madam, the Marquis has not returned home all night. Could something have happened? Su Jiqing, who had adorned herself with extra care today, had been waiting the entire day, yet Lu Yuanjia had not returned to the residence. Susher replied nonchalantly, men have their own affairs to attend to outside. It is likely he is detained by matters at court. I have elevated you to the status of a principal wife, so you must take good care of the Marquis and not hinder him. Su Jiqing hurriedly replied, how could that be, madam? Qingqing is merely concerned. Just then, a voice came from outside, madam, the Marquis has returned. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Su Jiqing lifted her skirts and dashed through the snow towards the door, akin to a nimble butterfly. Upon spotting Lu Yuanjia, she paused momentarily before rushing towards him. Marquis, you have not returned home all night, and Qingqing was worried about you. Her eyes were red, and her voice was sweet, filled with youthful admiration and affection. Lu Yuanjia discreetly pressed his waist, feeling the weight of Su Jiqing's gaze. As she caught a whiff of his fragrance, her heart sank. Today, Qingqing has been recorded in the family lineage as the Marquis' woman. How fortunate I am to have encountered you, Marquis. Su Jiqing wrapped her arms around Lu Yuanjia and made her way towards the Qingping courtyard. Lu Yuanjia's legs still trembled, and his waist felt weak. Pei Zhao Zhao truly was a bewitching temptress. Immediately, he stated, with guests arriving at the residence today, we should first pay our respects to the clan elder. With that, he fled in haste. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiqing's eyes inadvertently caught sight of the red marks on his throat, igniting her anger. Su Shi, having noticed Lu Yuanjia's figure, was somewhat surprised. She had expected Su Jiqing to employ every possible means to keep him. Marquis, why do you appear have you not rested well? Su Shi inquired. Lu Yuanjia's countenance grew awkward. He had not anticipated Pei Zhao Zhao's audacity, nor her captivating allure, more enchanting than ever before. I was engaged in discussions with a few subordinates last night and lost track of time. Today, I also indulged in a few extra cups. Fortunately, you have managed the household, madam. Yunyan has worked hard. To marry Yunyan is a stroke of luck for me, Lu Yuanjia remarked, his eyes filled with a depth of emotion. Su Shi had once reveled in that gaze, but now it repulsed her. You should first visit the clan elder. He is set to return to Qingxi tomorrow. They say repairs are to be made on the ancestral hall in Qingxi, and the matriarch was quick to agree to provide funds. Marquis, you might as well contribute as well. Su Shi smiled, her expression one of resignation. I was thinking, as it concerns the renovation of the Lu family's ancestral, she had even implored him to use it, and he had felt justified in doing so, but now, with her speaking of a dowry, how could he bring himself to accept that? I will provide the funds for the clan elder later. Lu Yuanjia turned to seek out the clan elder, his heart still simmering with annoyance. The Lu family was not well off. Previously, they could rely on Su Shi's dowry to support Jinghua and the Marquis. Now, however, they found themselves in a tight spot upon hearing that he was expected to provide 3,000 taels to the clan elder. Lu Yuanjia's face turned ashen. 3,000 taels? His expression darkened. In previous years, your wife provided only 1,000 taels. This year, with the renovations to the old residence and ancestral hall, 3,000 taels is hardly excessive, the clan leader remarked, furrowing his brow. Why was the Marquis suddenly so stingy? The matriarch sighed, your father is also buried in Qingxi, and our ancestors rest there as well, Yuanjia, this expenditure cannot be spared. Let your wife contribute the dowry, the matriarch insisted, hoping for. Lu Yuanjia, vexed, tugged at his collar, using my wife's dowry for the repairs to the ancestral hall, what sort of talk is that? In the past, Su Shi had always been the one to foot the bill, ensuring that the clan elders returned to Qingxi in high spirits, and he had never thought much of it. But now, with his own money on the line, he felt a wave of discontent. He earned only a few hundred taels a year. The Marquisate assets were all managed by Su Shi and could hardly sustain the grandeur of the estate. Most of the income came from her dowry businesses. Clan leader, why does it cost 1,000 taels each year for the clan academy? For the past 18 years, not a single scholar has emerged. Lu Yuanjia frowned. The clan leader raised an eyebrow. Did you not say it would be 1,000 taels annually? Lu Yuanjia choked back his words. When Su Shi had first entered the family, the clan elder had come seeking aid, and Su Shi had provided the funds. He had specifically suggested a higher amount. Enough, just bring the money tomorrow. Lu Yuanjia waved his hand dismissively. The clan elders were left fuming, their faces flushed with indignation, recalling how Su Shi had always treated them with utmost respect, even offering generous red envelopes upon their departure. They remarked, your wife is far more adept at handling matters than you. If it were not for the first day of the new year, Lu Yuanjia would have felt inclined to expel them. Once the clan elders departed, Lu Yuanjia's countenance fell. Why do you react so strongly? After all, Su Shi holds sway over you. A few sweet words could have you parting with the funds. The matriarch's demeanor was nonchalant, as though utterly unconcerned. Ever since Su Shi married into the family, the household standards of living had risen significantly. The Lu family had lacked foundation. Prior to Su Shi's arrival, they had lived frugally. By the way, when will Jinghui return home? We cannot allow him to languish in obscurity. The matriarch could not help but inquire upon seeing him. Lu Yuanjia, exasperated, replied, Mother, I have it all planned. By the way, your sister has yet to return to her. Why not go see what the matter is? The matriarch had awaited all day, hoping to see Lu Wani return. Mother, Wani has been spoiled by you. You must not indulge her so. Lu Yuanjia waved his hand dismissively and exited. The matriarch sighed in frustration. As night fell, the Lu family prepared their reunion dinner. The Gu family's carriage finally arrived. In the 6 months since Lu Wani's marriage, she had lost considerable weight. Standing beside her was the dashing scholar Gu Ling, who gazed at Lu Wani with tenderness, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The two entered the marquee hand in hand. Lu Wani, shrinking her head, approached the matriarch to bow and pay her New Year's respects. As soon as she knelt, tears streamed down her face. Mother, please save me, I implore you. She clung desperately to the matriarch's trousers, her voice trembling with despair. Gu Ling's expression darkened abruptly. Within the room, the atmosphere grew noticeably chilly. Chapter 71 Eternal Descent into Hell. The elderly lady had yet to process the situation when Lu Yuanjia's face darkened. Wani, what is going on? Gu Ling's expression bore a hint of injury. Wani, have I done something wrong? He reached out his hand, but Lu Wani, in a state of panic, recoiled, evading his touch. Elder brother, Gu Ling is hitting me. Gu Ling is hitting me. I want a divorce. Lu Wani burst into tears. For the past 6 months, she had been living in hell. Just 3 days after her marriage, Gu Ling had been gentle and considerate, bringing her she even secretly resented the Su family for hindering her union with a good man. Little did she know that just half a month later, Gu Ling would return home drunk one day, stripping himself bare and beating her with a rattan stick, inflicting unbearable pain. Upon sobering up, he would embrace her, confessing his wrongs. Later, when she sought refuge, Su Shi invited Gu Ling to retrieve her, and thereafter, he ceased to strike her. Yet, he struck you? Where are your injuries? Lu Yuanjia's brows furrowed deeply. Lu Wani's sobs faltered as she bit her lip, reflecting on how, since being brought back home, Gu Ling had refrained from hitting her. However, she could not bear to speak. Her wounds lay in places that could not be shown, all because of Su Shi's words, that her reputation was tied to the Ho residence, and even the top scholar was somewhat cautious. It was all Su Shi's fault. Elder brother, it's all Su Shi's fault. She instigated Gu Ling to hit me. Lu Wani cried out in desperation. Su Shi stood to the side, bewildered. Wani, your words lack reason. How can you recklessly slander? I have cherished you like a precious gem, more than my own children. Although Gu Gongzi is talented, his family is impoverished, and I feared the Gu family would mistreat you. I tried to dissuade you from marrying him. It was you and mother who insisted on the union. Now, how can you blame me? Su Shi clutched her handkerchief, lowering her head to wipe her tears. I have cared for you for over a decade. Lu Yuanjia, recalling the incident, looked at Lu Wani with displeasure. Wani, what are you doing? Gu Gongzi was your own choice. Then tell me where he has hurt you. Lu Yuanjia's The elderly lady, having witnessed Lu Wani's injuries before, understood she had suffered injustice, and now she embraced her, weeping. My lord, I assure you, Gu has never wronged Wani. The entire Gu family is under her command. Even if Gu has made an unintentional mistake, he must kneel as punishment. Everyone in the Gu family is aware of this. Gu Ling wore an expression of silent suffering, letting out a deep sigh. It is already a grievance for Wan Yi to marry into the Gu family. How could I bear to strike her? Even if Wan Yi's temperament is a bit willful, I indulge and cherish her. If I err, she commands me to kneel, and I comply, never opposing her. Gu Ling's expression was one of hurt. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanjia's fury ignited. You refuse to say where you are injured. It is one thing to be spoiled at home, but how can you be so unreasonable after marriage? Gu Ling is a court official. How can he kneel to you? Lu Yuanjia admonished fiercely. Luani sobbed, he only kneels after he hurts me. Yet, the locations of her injuries were unspeakable. Su Shi glanced at her. Why not invite a female physician for sister? If word got out, her pride would suffer more than death. Su Shi shook her head. A sister, we love and spoil you, but you cannot slander unjustly. Gu Diren is a court official. You would ruin his reputation. You say he hit you, yet you refuse to disclose your injuries or allow a physician to examine you. To demand a divorce, where does that leave the Lu family's reputation? Su Shi's tone turned stern. Your husband aspires for promotion. Do not tarnish the Ho family's name. Su Shi sighed. Lu Yuanjia's expression shifted. He personally helped Gu Ling to his feet and said coolly, it is the Lu family's failure in raising its daughter that has caused you distress. The elderly lady, wiping her tears, lamented, last Yuanjia, that time, Wan Yi was unfamiliar with the Gu family and accidentally fell. Gu Ling hastily clarified. How could she have fallen so grievously? The elderly lady glared, regretting not having gathered evidence to prevent Gu Ling from taking her away. Enough. She has been spoiled by you. Look at what she has become. Lu Yuanjia pointed at Lu Wan Yi. More importantly, with Gu Ling's assistance in the court, he had a chance for a promotion. Su Shi furrowed her brow, knowing Lu Yuanjia all too well, selfish and self-serving, sacrificing his sister for his own advancement. What kind of man was he? In his eyes, anything that would elevate the Lu family was justified. Elder brother, believe me, believe me. He hits me, I cannot go back, I cannot go back. I will be beaten to death, elder brother. Sister-in-law, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. I should have listened to you. Gu Ling is truly no good. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong, please save me. Lu Wan Yi knelt on the ground, fearfully acknowledging her mistakes. Take Wan Yi. I did not expect her to cause you trouble after marriage. She has made a mistake, you may teach her properly, and the Lu family has no objections. Gu Ling's gaze flickered, and he gently nodded. This girl, truly foolish. As the banquet progressed, Su Shi excused herself to the adjoining room. Locked within, Lu Wan Yi shattered everything in her vicinity. Upon seeing Su Shi enter, her eyes burned with resentment. Su Shi, you have harmed me. You have harmed me. It was you who deliberately sent me back, who allowed Gu Ling to strike me without leaving marks. Su Shi responded coolly, sister, your words are utterly unreasonable. It was you who said that a man hitting a woman is never without cause. The woman must have erred. Women must reflect on themselves. You should reflect on what you did wrong. Is it because you did not serve your husband well? Did you neglect the elderly lady? You must ponder what you did wrong. Su Shi's face was filled with concern. Did not Wan Yi tell sister-in-law? Lu Wan Yi trembled with rage, pointing at Su Shi, her finger shaking. You will not die a good death. Do you think you are happy? Ha ha, fool, do you truly believe you are happy? Lu Wan Yi's eyes were wild. Su Shi Yun, I await the day you descend into hell. Su Shi remained calm within. Look at her sister-in-law, whom she had cherished dearly for over a decade, yet behind her back, she was close to pay Zhao Jiao as if they were mother and daughter. You all deserve to die, I want you to plunge into hell forever. Chapter 72, Lingering Immortality. The atmosphere during the reunion dinner was somewhat peculiar. Su's expression was indifferent, while the elderly matriarch wore a long face. Only Lu Yuanjia and Gu Ling were enthusiastically toasting cups, reveling in their merriment. Drink, 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 may you drink yourself to death. Why are we? Lu Yanshu, Lu Zhanyue, and Lu Yuanchao, the three brothers, silently raised their hands to touch their ears. Upon hearing the term old biting, Lu Zhanyue suddenly choked. Cough, 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 old biting? It was incomprehensible, yet it sounded rather unsavory. Su's lips twitched as she noticed the little one was already grinding her teeth, evidently reaching a point of unbearable agitation. I am going to lose my mind. I shall throw a tantrum. Auntie, if you throw a tantrum, do you think I am a toothless cat? Though I may lack teeth, I am not to be trifled with. Su's eyelids twitched, and with a wave of her hand, she said, let the children do not disturb the Lord and the young master's spirits. With a smile, Su gently picked up the soon-to-be tantrum-throwing Lu Zhaozhao. Lu Yanshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hearing Zhaozhao was about to act out. Do you know how Zhaozhao throws a tantrum? He had the misfortune of witnessing it. With food in her mouth, she would mumble, spraying bits of rice and saliva everywhere, leaving him covered in it. Lu Zhaozhao beamed with joy. Hee, my mother truly understands me. Oh, dear mother. She slowly swallowed the food in her mouth. Father, uncle, Yanshu will take the younger siblings downstairs. Lu Yanshu, seated in a wheelchair, spoke with calm composure. Lu Yuanjia's gaze met his, freezing for a moment, the joy in his eyes dimming slightly. I shall go take a look at the evening lights. The elderly matriarch excused herself. Once everyone departed, Gu Ling sighed as he watched Lu Yanshu walk away. Eldest brother, if Yanshu had not been disabled, how splendid it would be to pass the marquisate to him. What a pity, the marquisate is in the hands of a cripple. Gu Ling took a sip of wine and continued, eldest brother, do not blame me for speaking out. I have had a few too many cups and my tongue has slipped. Lu Yuanjia waved his hand, the coldness in his eyes sharpening his senses. You speak the truth, such a vast marquisate cannot be entrusted to a cripple. His Jinghuai had matured, capable of supporting the estate. His Jinghuai was worth 10 Lu Yuanshus. At this moment, Lu Yenshu leaned against the windowsill, his youthful figure tall and upright, engrossed in his studies with a book in hand. Lu Zhangyue and Lu Yuanshao carried Chaochao out of the estate. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the capital was ablaze with lights, everywhere hung festive red lanterns, and window panes adorned with paper cuttings. Stalls lined the streets, and the townsfolk shouted boisterously. Today, regardless of age, everyone stepped out of their homes with smiles. Lu Zhaozhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Candies, candies, she pointed at the candied hawthorns. There were candied oranges and hawthorns, the glistening sugar coated with sesame seeds. Lu Yuanshao directly purchased a large stick, laden with candied fruits, causing Lu Zhaozhao to plant a hearty kiss on his cheek in delight. Lu Zhaozhao was a master at carrying water. She immediately offered a taste to her second brother. Bye. Lu Zhaozhao pointed towards the shiny rouge in the shop, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Zhangyue paused. You're still too young, you cannot use rouge, that is for women to paint their nails. Lu Zhaozhao pouted, looking at him with wide, pleading eyes. Lu Zhangyue could not withstand such a beseeching gaze and promptly bought her a small bottle of bright red rouge. Lu Zhaozhao tucked it away into her pocket. Perhaps it was her innate nature. At just 1 year old, she already had an affinity for vibrant things. Turning around, she spotted a graceful young lady selecting jewelry nearby. Lu Zhangyue suddenly buried his head in front of Lu Zhaozhao. She was taken aback. Turning her head, she saw his fiancée Wen Ning. The Wen family had come to the Lu family earlier in the day to deliver greetings. Bowing her head, she stealthily hid in the neighboring shop. Lu Zhaozhao, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "How annoying, you're so annoying." The little one's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. "Why do you avoid her?" Lu Zhangyue's expression darkened. "Zhaozhao, I once had feelings for Su Jiqing. I betrayed Wen Ning." He had once harbored affection for Su Jiqing, and even though he had remained innocent, he had faltered in his engagement. He felt unworthy, yet he could not comprehend why, despite once having a great affection for Wen Ning. Upon seeing Su Jiqing, he lost all rationality in his eyes and heart. There was only Su Jiqing, her every smile and frown filling his mind like an overwhelming force. Until Zhaozhao made him see the truth, as if he had awakened from a nightmare, gradually becoming clear-headed. Now, seeing Wen Ning, he felt guilty, unable to confront his feelings for her. Lu Zhaozhao tilted her head, as if she understood. "But, second brother, the fault does not lie with you. You abandoned sister-in-law for Su Jiqing. That was simply fate. At that time, you could not escape your destiny. The forces of fate are formidable, propelling one's destiny forward, leading one astray from their true intentions. How could—" Lu Zhaozhao raised her small face. "Now with Zhaozhao around, I will sever the strings of your control, and you can live the life you desire." Lu Zhangyue was momentarily taken aback. "Sister I am afraid." He hesitated. To this day, he could not understand why, upon seeing Wen Ning's flushed face, he had the audacity to crazily oppose his mother for Su Jiqing. Back then, he had been in a daze, and now, he understood clearly. He was awake. He realized he liked Wen Ning. His heart raced. Even though he liked her, he still dared not approach her. Lu Zhaozhao blinked her big eyes. "Zhaozhao will help you. I will dress up second brother beautifully, so that Wen Ning will be dazzled. Let Wen Ning fall hopelessly in love at first sight." Lu Yuanshao's eye. His sister had such capabilities. Lu Zhangyue was skeptical, but considering his sister was indeed a girl, albeit not yet a year old, she was still more reliable than himself. He had a peculiar confidence in her abilities. Thus, he took out the money from his pocket, watching in astonishment as his third brother, carrying his sister, bought a plethora of items. "First, we must showcase second brother's scholarly talents. Scholars always like to carry fans." Lu Zhangyue held a fan, appearing quite cultured, nodding slightly. Indeed, he had some talent. However, holding a fan on a snowy day made him look rather foolish. "Next, we must ensure second brother captures her attention." When he emerged, everyone was momentarily stunned, all eyes focused on him. Look, does it look good?" Lu Zhaozhao patted her chest, beaming with pride. Initially skeptical, "This is the most crucial element in courting a wife." With a serious expression, Lu Zhaozhao pulled out a large gold chain and a grand ring from her bosom, adorning Lu Zhangyue with them. Yes, she had adorned her brother with all the finest treasures. Second brother would surely dazzle sister-in-law. She would undoubtedly be moved to tears in surprise. Chapter 73 of the Brawl of Chaochao. Is it truly that appealing? He lowered his gaze to inspect his attire, the golden threads glimmering so brilliantly that it stung his eyes. Lu Yuanshao, initially filled with excitement, now stood in stunned silence, his mouth tightly shut, refraining from uttering a word. From now on, he vowed never to let his sister coordinate his outfits. "Everyone is at Kong. Ergua," Lu Chaochao indicated with a gesture, and indeed, all eyes turned towards him. The crowd wore expressions of mirth, their faces radiating warmth and friendliness. Lu Chaochao nudged her second brother's foot, urging him to seek out Wen Ning. Lu Zhangyue's heart raced. Upon turning, he spotted a little fellow raising a fist in encouragement. He nodded earnestly, "I shall go," and strode purposefully towards Wen Ning. He remained blissfully unaware that upon his exit, the entire street fell into a hushed silence. Beneath the lights, the golden threads adorned on him shimmered with an almost blinding brilliance, resembling a walking deity of wealth. Lu Zhangyue arrived at the entrance of Wen Ning's shop with a fan in hand. He struck a pose before gently unfurling it. Instantly, all eyes within the shop were upon him. Lu Zhangyue steeled himself, sensing that something was amiss. The little maid beside Wen Ning widened her eyes, tugging at her mistress's sleeve and whispering in a voice choked with emotion, Adorned in gold chains, he does not seem like a good person. The maid's voice trembled with fear, her heart racing as she noticed his unyielding stare fixed on her mistress. Wen Ning's eyes sparkled like a galaxy, a delicate smile gracing her lips. The previously reserved young lady suddenly faltered, taking a step back, only to advance again upon seeing the hurt in Lu Jingyue's gaze. Unable to restrain herself, she broke into a wide smile, laughter spilling forth. Jingyue, is it truly you? Wen Ning gasped, nearly choking on her laughter, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks. She found it hard to believe, fearful of the mockery that might ensue. Lu Jingyue cleared his throat, a sense of unease washing over him. Ning Mei, he replied, his eyes shimmering with clarity, recalling every precious moment shared with Wen Ning. Unlike the madness he experienced in the presence of Su Jiqing, he felt grounded and lucid. In an unexpected twist, tears welled up in his eyes. He had believed he had fallen for Su Jiqing, betraying Wen Ning in the process. Wen Ning, startled, exclaimed, Jingyue, what troubles you? Do not cry, I am not laughing at you, I promise. She hurried towards him, her heart swelling with joy. I am truly delighted to see you, she managed to say, even as she noted her second brother seemed. Wen Ning's cheeks flushed, the little girl who once chased after Lu Jingyue had blossomed into a young woman. Lu Jingyue recalled the finale of Chaochao's heartfelt thoughts, and his heart ached with compassion. His eyes reddened, lips quivering. He longed to embrace Wen Ning but feared startling her, striving to maintain composure. I miss you dearly, Ning, I truly miss you, he thought, realizing he had never uttered those words to her before. Ning's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with affection. Lu Chaochao peered from the doorway, her little head poking out to see her second brother and sister-in-law engrossed in conversation, her heart swelling with contentment. When Ning noticed her, and with a warm smile, she greeted Lu Chaochao tenderly. Ah, my sister-in-law is so kind and gentle. Lu Chaochao mused inwardly. Lu Jingyue quickly scooped Chaochao into his arms. Ah, no. Lu Jinyue's face flushed as he inadvertently repeated Chaochao's words. No, you must call her sister Ning. When Ning's face turned crimson, Chaochao may. She removed a jade bracelet. I shall make amends next time. When Ning's gaze lingered on Chaochao, finding the child irresistibly adorable, Chaochao clutched the bracelet, sweetly calling out, sister-in-law. Both of them blushed furiously. Miss, it is time to return. The master is awaiting your presence. The maid tugged at Wen Ning's sleeve, pondering how this once charming young lad had transformed into a gaudy rich man. No, this marriage must be reconsidered. Once Wen Ning departed, Lu Jingyue reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Chaochao, I feel that everyone is looking at me strangely. He tugged at his attire, bewildered as to why all eyes seemed to scrutinize him before they stifled laughter and fled, occasionally glancing back. Lu Chaochao, equally curious, replied, because, Urge is truly remarkable. She unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up. It must look splendid, Sister Ning is smiling, how joyous she appears. Her laughter brought tears, surely, she is quite satisfied with her second brother? As Lu Jingyue turned, if you remain at such a distance, people will think we are strangers. Coming back to his senses, Lu Yuanshao muttered, oh, I would prefer not to be acquainted. To know you both is a stroke of fortune, Lu Yuanshao grumbled softly. Perhaps this was the most attention-grabbing day of his life. At this moment, the city's thieves were drawn to this street, eager to witness this flamboyant spectacle. Amidst the crowd, several individuals gazed at his golden chains with gleaming eyes. A few exchanged glances, about to approach when a smiling, beardless man spoke. The two youths, taken aback, clutched the little maid and followed the man. Elder Wang, in an exceedingly respectful manner, reported that today, upon tasting a delectable treasure duck, His Majesty recalled the sweet-toothed Lu Chaochao and personally came to invite her, ensuring not to disturb anyone. As the Grand Eunuch serving before the Emperor, courtiers treated him with utmost courtesy. It would be an understatement to say that even the Duke of Lu bowed and smiled before him. Now, he found himself smiling obsequiously in front of the daughter he deemed unworthy. Lu Yuanjia, that fool. At this moment, the Emperor sat at the throne, the Crown Prince furrowing his brow. Lu Jingyue harbors ill intentions. Even if he achieves the highest honors, I would not wish to acknowledge him as my teacher. Talent without virtue is but a disgrace, I disdain him. The Crown Prince had already caught wind of the rumors. Should someone achieve the highest honors this time, it was highly likely he would be appointed as the Crown Prince's tutor, a grand opportunity indeed. The Emperor set down the wolf howl in his hand. Him? The top scholar? That young man, having never left the capital, has not endured any setbacks. Instead, he thrives on the wealth of the Su family, living with ease. He might believe it were Su Taifu, but a fledgling youth, he would have to be a fool to believe that. Is he plagiarizing? The Crown Prince stood up in shock, for such a scandal would be a disgrace to scholars. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. There is no evidence to support such claims, however, he is undeniably Lu Yuanjia's son, an unchangeable truth. The Emperor sneered, what a good Lu Yuanjia, truly adept at enjoying the benefits of others. An illegitimate child, foolishly attempting to stand shoulder to shoulder with his legitimate siblings. As the legitimate heir, the Emperor could not abide this. It appears that Madame Su intends to divorce, but, the Crown Prince hesitated, piecing together that Madame Su likely wished to take a few offspring with her. Yet, historically, no woman has ever successfully taken her children away after a divorce. Especially not with 3 sons and a daughter. The emperor remained non-committal. The world thrives on profit, the bustling crowds, all driven by gain. Not if the benefits are substantial enough, he would abandon everything. For instance, if he were to when compared to a paralyzed heir, what weighed more than the crown prince's tutor? As they conversed, Elder Wang rushed in with breathless urgency. The usually composed grand eunuch appeared flustered, kneeling before the throne with a thud. Your Majesty, Miss Chaochao has gotten into a fight. With whom? Who dares to lay a hand on Chaochao? The crown prince questioned vehemently, fury etched across his features. The emperor's expression darkened ominously. Elder Wang, with a pained expression, replied, Miss Chaochao got into a scuffle with the dog of the virtuous concubine. A fight with a dog. Chapter 74. Snatching dog food. When Lu Xiaoxiao was brought over, her little figure was limp and despondent, her head drooping in sorrow, with the young girl's eyes were brimming with tears, fighting valiantly to hold them back. Pat pat pat. The Empress Xianfei rushed into the hall, her face a mask of panic, and upon seeing the emperor's ashen countenance, she immediately knelt before him. During the sacrificial rites, she had witnessed the emperor allow Lu Xiaoxiao to ride upon. Such treatment was not even afforded to the crown prince. How could she dare to challenge Lu Xiaoxiao? After all, Lu Xiaoxiao was merely an infant, and it would be unwise to offend the emperor's favored one. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did nothing wrong. I did not unleash the dog upon her. I truly did not. The empress wept, feeling unjustly accused. The emperor maintained a stern silence. The crown prince, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He stepped forward to take Lu Xiaoxiao from Lu Zhanyue's arms, asking gently, is she injured? His voice was soft, filled with caution. Upon being questioned, the tears that she had so desperately tried to suppress finally spilled forth. Whoa, she sobbed, nodding her head frantically, indicating she was hurt. The emperor was taken aback. Where are you hurt? Hurry, summon the imperial physician, damn it. The empress felt a tremor of fear. As the mother of the fourth prince, she was aware of his frail health, having been nurtured in the Hugua temple as a young monk. If something were to happen to her, what would become of her son? Lu Xiaoxiao continued to cry, patting her chest as she did. Did the dog bite your heart? Where does it hurt? Tell your uncle emperor, the emperor said, filled with concern. Would the ancestors not haunt him in his dreams tonight? The empress, seeing the emperor's distress, felt her own anxiety heightened. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Whoa, it hurt. Did I not care for my dignity? Cough cough cough. The crown prince, who had heard her thoughts, suddenly began to cough. Lu Zhanyue felt a wave of regret wash over him, lamenting his failure to protect his sister from the scuffle with the dog. Initially thinking her injuries were severe, he now felt a slight relief as the physician arrived to examine her and found no injuries whatsoever. She had created such a ruckus, one would have thought she had been grievously harmed. The empress cautiously raised her hand. Physician, could you please examine my dog? Her eyes were brimming with tears. They brought forth the balding dog, whose coat was a patchy blend of shiny and bare spots. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao, the dog yelped in fright, seeking refuge in the empress's arms. Do not be afraid, she won't pull your fur anymore. The empress said, her embarrassment evident. The emperor rubbed his forehead. What on earth happened? Lu family's second son, would you care to explain? This was the first time Lu Zhanyue and Lu Yuanshao had met the emperor in private. Though initially gripped by fear, upon seeing his sister, the reverence he felt dissipated as he noticed her wiping her nose on the emperor's dragon robe. Lu Zhanyue felt somewhat awkward. As we entered the palace, we passed by the empress's chamber and happened to encounter her maid feeding the dog. Lu Zhanyue covered his face, too ashamed to continue. The empress interjected hastily, the dog food is specially prepared by the palace staff, containing chicken sausage and fish porridge. It did indeed smell quite appetizing. Who would have guessed it would attract this creature? We could not stop her. She immediately reached out and grabbed a handful of dog food to shove into her mouth. After tasting it, she found it delightful and insisted on competing with the dog for food. The dog, how could it not react? Yet it did not truly scratch her, merely barking to frighten her. In her determination to secure a morsel of dog food, she fiercely fought the dog, pulling out clumps of fur from my dog. Your Majesty, you must stand up for my... the empress paused. You must advocate for my dog. What an unwarranted disaster. The emperor's lips twitched as he asked, then why is she crying so terribly? Did she lose the fight? The empress looked exasperated. Not at all. Of the dog, for reasons unknown, was extremely frightened of her. It only dared to protect its food, without actually trying to scratch her. Listening to this, Lu Xiaoxiao grew even more incensed. She refrained from acting out, only awkwardly raising her hand to wipe her tears, softly sniffling. Doggy scold, hic, scold wa. The insults were quite harsh. The emperor couldn't help but chuckle. You even know that the dog scolded you? Lu Xiaoxiao's little face flushed with anger. Yes, it scolded me. The insults were indeed quite appalling. At that moment, the dog in the empress's arms barked twice. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately exploded in fury. She stood up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Scold again. Her eyes bulged with rage. The crown prince could barely hold her back as she charged towards the dog. Ow! In her anger, she raised her tiny fist and opened her mouth. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof, woof 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 woof. Lu Xiaoxiao mimicked the dog's bark fiercely, baring her teeth at it. The dog, upon hearing her, began yelping loudly in the empress's arms. Woof 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 woof. The empress could not control the dog. The infant and the dog began to bicker openly before the emperor. Although the emperor could not comprehend their words, he could tell from their expressions that they were exchanging the most vulgar insults. The barking filled the hall, darkening the emperor's expression. While it was one thing to dispense justice among the ministers, now he must also arbitrate between Lu Xiaozhao and the dog? For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. Surely such days would not become a frequent occurrence. Ah, impossible, she is not even a year old yet. Quickly take the dog away. What are you still doing here? Grand Eunuch Wang shouted, sensing the emperor's displeasure and signaling to the empress. Two wet nurses rushed in and managed to carry the dog away. Lu Xiaozhao's cheeks flushed with indignation. Scold what oomph. Scolding a toothless little creature, scolding me for snatching dog food, scolding me for being shameless. Everyone believed she was merely babbling with the dog. Little did they know, they were truly arguing. Except for the two of them, no one could understand their exchange. My beloved, please send the dog food recipe to the imperial kitchen. Let them study it to see if they can develop suitable baby food. Send word to the Hugui temple to bring back the fourth prince to keep you company for a while. To compensate the empress, the emperor ordered for the fourth prince to be summoned back. With a thud, the empress's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. This was a heartfelt and joyous submission. Thank you, your majesty, thank you, your majesty. The empress looked at Lu Xiaozhao with the adoration one would reserve for a precious gem. Snatching the dog food was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Last time she fell ill, the fourth prince had only returned for a mere 7 days. Over the years, she had longed for her child to the point of illness, dreaming endlessly of his figure. Who would have thought this year he could return for half a month? Outsiders often remarked that the fourth prince was ill-fated, born weak and sickly, yet she understood the truth better than anyone. The fourth prince's fate was unfortunate, adversely affecting the fortunes of Beizhao. Upon his birth, the national master, who was also the abbot of the Hugui temple, had declared, this child possesses an extraordinary fate, and I fear he shall not be contained, thus bringing this compelled Emperor Xianping to send him to the Hugui temple as a monk to pacify his fate. Fortunately, Emperor Xianping was not entirely foolish, otherwise, his life might have been sacrificed for the fortunes of Beizhao. Chapter 75. No rumors, no spreading rumors. Woo woo woo, do not weep, bring forth the royal feast. The emperor, noticing her swollen eyes from crying, feared that the ancestors would visit in her dreams during the night. Thus, he summoned an array of delicacies from the kitchen. Your father said the sweet treasure duck would surely please you, so he specifically invited you to the palace to savor it. Observing the Lu Jia brothers' reticence, the crown prince graciously invited them to dine in the adjacent room. Lu Yuanyue speculated that perhaps it was due to her second brother's piercing gaze. The crown prince personally served dishes to Xiao Xiao, whose tear-streaked face flushed red. The crown prince, attentive to her needs, naturally sensed Lu Xiaoxiao's emotions. Alas, what seemed trivial to adults was monumental for a child. She genuinely longed for that morsel of food. The crown prince picked up his silver chopsticks and, under the astonished gaze of eunuch Wang, personally fed the morsel to Xiao Xiao's lips. Ah! Eating while crying is likely to choke you. Do taste the royal dish. The crown prince coaxed her with gentle words, a far cry from the stern demeanor spoken of in rumors. The emperor did not even furrow his brow at this. The empress dowager had recovered, and the physicians proclaimed it a miracle. In fact, the empress dowager confided to him that she could consume 3 bowls of rice in one sitting, feeling an inexhaustible vitality coursing through her. The emperor kept this news tightly under wraps. Sigh, how he envied her. Lu Xiaozhao, hiccuping through her tears, continued to eat. Delicious, Lu Xiaozhao pointed at the duck. The emperor did not even lift his brow. Once we leave the palace, bring a portion back for Xiao Xiao. After a moment's thought, he added, reward the chef of the treasure duck. Eunuch Wang responded with a smile. He knew the chef of the treasure duck, a fellow townsman known for his expertise in sweet dishes, albeit somewhat awkward in demeanor, yet his culinary skills were commendable. He had often been shunned in the royal kitchen, with his dishes consistently placed farthest from the emperor. Now, it seemed he was about to ascend to great heights. Go to the Changtian Hall and see if the divine flower has bloomed. The emperor's expression grew solemn, a hint of urgency hidden within his brows. Eunuch Wang understood the significance of the matter and replied, I shall personally check. Lu Xiaozhao tilted her head in curiosity. What is blooming? The crown prince gently touched her little pigtail. It is the divine flower. The deity worshipped by Beizhao. There are countless gods across the 3 realms, but only through invoking the divine can Beizhao fend off malevolence, ensuring good weather, national prosperity, and peace for the people. When the divine flower blooms, it signifies a prosperous year. Lu Xiaozhao seemed to grasp it partially. The blooming of the divine flower signifies divine protection, the crown prince explained, noticing her confusion. Above Beizhao, there exists a realm dedicated to deities, known as the Southern Kingdom. They visit Beizhao every 3 years to offer blessings. Beizhao, always reliant on them. Lu Xiaozhao responded with an "oh," not fully comprehending. The crown prince ceased further explanation. You are still under a year old. Consuming too many oily foods may upset your stomach. He ordered the treasure duck to be taken away, causing Lu Xiaozhao to pout in displeasure. She huffed and crawled over to the emperor's table. The emperor was reviewing memorials when he noticed Lu Xiaozhao stealthily pull out a bottle of rouge from her pocket. The bright red color was striking. Children should not apply rouge. You often put your hands in your mouth, and the rouge is toxic, the emperor said, reaching for it. Lu Xiaozhao's eyes widened in urgency. No, give it back. The emperor shook his head. Rouge was made from flour clay and alum, and children's instinct to chew on their hands could lead to poisoning. I want to play. Lu Xiaoxiao clung to his leg. Uncle, imperial uncle, the little one mumbled, her voice sweet and innocent. Here, I want to open the flower. To apply it, her eyes sparkled. The emperor paused for a moment. If I allow you to open the divine flower, will you let me apply nail polish? The crown prince abruptly stood up. Father, Zhao Zhao means she has a way to open the divine flower. The emperor's gaze sharpened. Is this true? The little one raised her chin. Carry me, I want to see. The emperor personally bent down to lift her, accompanied by the crown prince, as they made their way to the sacrificial hall. The hall was guarded by numerous palace attendants, with the minister of rites and the chief of the Taichung temple weary from waiting. Upon seeing the emperor arriving with great grandeur, they bowed. Your Majesty. The divine flower has yet to bloom. All methods have been exhausted, ritual dances, sacrificial offerings, yet there has been no response. Even the slaughter of pigs and sheep had yielded no reaction. The failure of the divine flower to bloom indicated that Beizhao's pleas had not been acknowledged by the divine. Could it be that only pure maidens and youths are required? The chief of the Taichung temple said with difficulty. The emperor frowned. Impossible. The deity worshipped by Beizhao is a righteous god, not a malevolent one. We cannot resort to pure maidens or youths, the crown prince firmly rejected. What shall we do? The old minister of rites wore a troubled expression. Had he known, he would have followed the example of Su Taifu and retired to a peaceful life, avoiding the mess altogether. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, gazed intently at the divine temple dedicated to Beizhao. In front of the temple stood an offering table, laden with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. A green flower branch, devoid of roots or leaves, stood upright in a glazed vase. The flower buds tightly wrapped upon the branch revealed no color. Despite being rootless and without water, it remained upright, exuding an air of mystery. The emperor waved his hand. I shall personally pray with my child. You may all leave. With that, he dismissed everyone, leaving only the three of them within the hall. Of the crown prince then said, the deity worshipped by Beizhao is the judicial deity Zongbai. He governs the laws of the three realms, upholding the utmost. A mere glimmer of his radiance can ensure the prosperity of Beizhao and facilitate all endeavors. The crown prince sighed. Yet, he is also the most challenging to. The southern kingdom is the nearest realm to the divine, serving as servants to the gods. Mortals are unworthy. The crown prince ruffled her hair. Lu Zhao Zhao's mind swirled with thoughts of Zongbai's name, her eyes blinking rapidly. Upholding the law, just and stern, the enforcer of the three realms, it all sounded solemn and severe. The offerings, wrong, Lu Zhao Zhao chirped. Impossible. It is said that the judicial deity Zongbai is extremely particular about rules. His preferences are well known among the populace, and offerings must adhere strictly to established protocols. The crown prince immediately shook his head. The emperor could not help but smile wryly. He was truly grasping at straws. Lu Xiaoxiao slowly withdrew a handful of milk candies from her pocket. After some thought, she produced another. Her little face hesitated for a moment before she pulled out yet another. Clutching one milk candy in her palm, she also took out a half-eaten tanghulu, with a small bite mark on it. He loves to eat this, she tiptoed, attempting to present the offering. However, both her and her hand were still too short to reach the table. No, each year's offerings are meticulously selected, treasures sent from various regions. If we offend the deity, we may incur divine wrath. The crown prince was a single candy, a half-eaten tanghulu. What sort of offering was this? A glimmer of doubt flickered in the emperor's eyes. Trust me, he loves to eat. Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze was resolute. Zongbai, the Zongbai she knew adored such treats. The crown prince pressed his lips together, glanced at his father, gritted his teeth, and presented the two items on the offering table. Judicial deity, should there be any transgressions, Before he could finish his prostration, he observed the flower bud floating within the glazed vase slowly unfurling. The emperor, the crown prince, the deity responded. This was unexpected. The judicial deity, bound by celestial laws, had a fondness for snacks. For centuries, the divine texts had not mentioned this. Everyone had worshipped according to the scriptures. Lu Xiaoxiao. No rumors, no spreading rumors. What you believe is a rumor, but my truth is real. P.S. Please take a moment to give a 5-star rating. Love you all. Moi. Chapter 76. The victim is the emperor. The divine flower has bloomed. My dear minister, return home to celebrate the new year. My diligent minister. As the emperor exited the sacrificial hall, he could not suppress the smile that adorned his face. The minister of rites stood agape, his mouth hanging open in astonishment as he hurriedly glanced back into the hall. A resplendent divine flower had already blossomed, its vibrant bloom more exquisite than in previous years. The minister's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling as he fell to his knees alongside the minister of the grand sacrifices. The common people shall express their gratitude to the divine, thank the deities for bestowing their grace. Several individuals prostrated themselves with exceptional reverence. Your Majesty, how did you make the flowers bloom? How did you elicit a response from the divine? The minister of rites gazed intently. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. We shall discuss this in detail later. Old Zhou, hurry back home to celebrate the new year. You might still make it for the lantern festival. With that, he personally took hold of Lu Xiaoxiao and, smiling, departed. All the way back to the study, the emperor's smile never wavered. Bring some light snacks that are easy on the stomach, suitable for little ones. He placed Lu Xiaoxiao upon the dragon throne. Beside the bed, how could he allow others to snore? Impossible. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao could. The emperor dismissed those around him and personally retrieved an ancient book. The tome, adorned with enigmatic illustrations and writings, bore the marks of age. This is the sacred text, sent from the southern kingdom for the purpose of divine worship. The southern kingdom venerates the divine servants and knows the deities best. This is a treasured heirloom, followed by various nations in their rites. The preferences and taboos of the deities are all recorded within this book. The emperor solemnly placed it before her. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion. Pointing at herself, she sat upon the dragon throne, her head barely reaching the table. Only by supporting herself on the table could she stand at an equal height. The emperor, with no other choice, lifted her onto the table, using her father, the loyal and valiant Marquis's memorial tablet as a cushion. After all, your father's writings are mere nonsense. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the emperor with a look of bewilderment. The emperor was taken aback. Put. The crown prince could no longer contain himself. Why was she so proud of being illiterate? One could only wonder why she felt such pride. The crown prince, feeling helpless, took the book and began to explain to her. The Lord of the Day, the God of Justice, is solemn and strict about rules. His sacrifices are the most challenging, yet the fortunes he bestows are also the most remarkable. His offerings must be meticulously executed, with not a single detail amiss. The sacred text states that he had once even stolen my pea pudding, he had pilfered my planted spirit melons, secretly hollowing them out with a spoon before urinating inside, when I harvested the fruits. Oh dear. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned green. Strict rules, he was the most unruly of all. Furthermore, there is the spring goddess, who oversees the changing of the seasons. She delights in gentle winds and refreshing rains, and her offerings must be prepared a year in advance. They must be gathered in accordance with the 24 solar terms. From the beginning of spring to rainwater, the awakening of insects, the spring equinox, Qingming, grain rain, the beginning of summer, and so on. She is the most transcendent and untainted of all deities. Should the order of the solar terms be incorrect, that year's harvest will be extremely poor. Lu Xiaoxiao grimaced in disdain. Transcendent and untainted? Rumors, all of them mere fabrications. Clearly, her favorite was the little yellow book. I won't listen, a tortoise reciting scriptures. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her ears, dismissing it all as falsehoods. The emperor, feeling helpless, instructed the crown prince to take the sacred text away. Lu Xiaoxiao became animated. Paint, she spread her hands toward the emperor. Paint. Seeing the emperor feign ignorance, she continued, paint. You must not bite your nails, it's toxic. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao on the verge of tears, the emperor quickly added, you can paint others' nails. Lu Xiaoxiao's tears ceased instantly. She looked at him with surprise. The crown prince felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being eyed by some terrifying beast. He quietly stepped back. Indeed, the emperor silently raised a hand. Though you cannot paint your own, there are others who can. Xiaoxiao, if you paint him, you cannot paint me. With a thud, she had chosen the brightest bottle. The crown prince, with a stiff upper lip, suggested, Xiaoxiao, how about we paint someone else, perhaps Lord Wang? Lord Wang trembled at the thought. Your Highness, I have done you no wrong. Please spare me. The vivid red lacquer made him feel faint. Emperor Uncle, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. You, and the crown prince, together. The crown prince suppressed his laughter, mentally replaying 1,000 times the sad truths he faced. Although he could not escape, as long as his father painted his nails, no one would dare laugh. Xiaoxiao could offend the emperor. Xiaoxiao was the emperor's favorite. He was not. If the emperor were to strike him, it would be a real blow. Uncle, next time, I want to be so generous, for the sake of the common people, for the ancestral legacy, for the masses. The emperor's eyes burned with indignation. Lu Xiaoxiao opened the bottle, took out the small brush, and began to paint the emperor's nails first. The emperor kept his eyes closed throughout, extending his fingers and allowing Lu Xiaoxiao to apply the cool lacquer. As the coolness touched his fingertips, his heart felt equally chilled. The emperor sensed that today felt particularly long, and he regretted having eaten the treasure duck. Ah, ancestors, to please her is truly difficult. What a little tyrant. The little one waved her hand. So lovely, crown prince, it's your turn. The crown prince shivered slightly and stepped forward. In his memories, the emperor had always been stern and unyielding, never cracking a smile. Not even the empress dared to misbehave before him. The concubines of the harem, along with his numerous siblings, had never been embraced by the emperor. At this moment, witnessing the emperor in his dragon robe, indulging in having his nails painted with such affection, that if outsiders were to know, it would surely astonish everyone. Prior to the separation, the emperor had never revealed Lu Xiaoxiao. The crown prince willingly extended his hands, allowing Xiaoxiao to paint his nails. Slippers, Lu Xiaoxiao casually remarked. The two of them silently removed their shoes and socks, displaying. Lord Wang gazed skyward. How shocking this scene would be to outsiders. Lu Yuanjia, with such immense wealth, had not only rejected it but also splashed it away. The emperor let out a long sigh. To this day, he could not comprehend why, after Lu Xiaoxiao had fought with a dog, he and the crown prince had become the victims. Chapter 77. The weeping cheap father. On the first day of the new year, the emperor and the crown prince joyously donned crimson nail polish. Snow continued to fall from the heavens as the palace gates neared closure. Lu Zhengyue hesitated momentarily before the hall, only to see the crown prince emerging with a child cradled in his arms. The little one clung to the prince like an octopus, holding a steaming milk bottle in her tiny hands, with long, thick eyelashes shading her eyelids. Lu Chaochao was on the verge of slumber, yet her mouth continued to mumble incessantly, still not having weaned off her night feed. Your Highness, please hand Chaochao to me, Lu Zhengyue whispered, lowering his voice. The crown prince shook his head, speaking cautiously. Chaochao was not yet fully asleep, be mindful not to disturb her. I shall escort you out of the palace. Let us take your palanquin, otherwise, we shall miss the closing of the gates. Chaochao was draped in a white cloak, her little body warm and enveloped in a deep, sweet slumber. Lu Zhengyue felt a tinge of suspicion. The crown princess' demeanor towards Chaochao was indeed exceedingly courteous. Did the Marquis of Loyal Valor possess such clout? Chaochao has consumed a fair amount. Do not feed her further, just let her drink some warm water upon returning, the crown prince instructed, after which Lu Zhengyue awaited to receive the child, yet, the crown prince continued to gaze fixedly at him. Your Highness has more to say. Lu Zhengyue could not help but inquire. The crown prince appeared somewhat embarrassed, taking a moment before uttering, would you mind if I propose a change of father? The crown prince was earnest. This was the conclusion he had reached after discussions with his father. The emperor. To ensure Chaochao could be rightfully recognized under his name, it was necessary to dismiss Lu Yuanjia and marry into the Su family. Wasn't he that the way of it? Thud. Lu Yuanshao fell into the snow. Lu Zhengyue was so stunned he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there, bewildered, with snow tumbling from his hair as he stared in horror at the crown prince. The crown prince waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I was being foolish. Let this conversation be forgotten. He then stated solemnly, however, Lu Yuanjia is unworthy to be Chaochao as father. Lu Zhengyue nodded. My mother thinks the same. The crown prince could not help but smile faintly, relieved that Su had managed to extricate herself from romantic delusions. Reluctantly, the crown prince returned Lu Chaochao to Lu Zhengyue, watching as they boarded the carriage, gradually disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, they chanced upon Lu Wani, tearfully departing. She glanced back repeatedly, reluctant to leave the abode. Young Master Gu must teach Wani proper manners. She is now the wife of the top scholar. Gu Ling was no paragon. Su would eventually deal with him, yet, through his hands, she would manage Wani, achieving a dual benefit. Once the Gu family's carriage had departed, Lu Zhengyue took his sister back inside. Did everything go smoothly? Su was aware that Chaochao had been summoned to the palace, and she had saved the Empress Dowager. Perhaps the Emperor held some affection for her. However, Su was entirely ignorant of the extent of this favoritism. It went reasonably well. Apart from a scuffle with the virtuous consort, the group conversed quietly for a while before they bathed Lu Chaochao and placed her back in her chamber. Lu Zhengyue collapsed onto the bed, his thoughts drifting to Su Jiqing, now the legitimate matron of the Lu family. Memories of Wenning surfaced, and his eyes brightened with a tenderness he scarcely noticed himself. As night fell, Lu Zhengyue seemed to drift into a dream. He could faintly hear pleas and cries. I beseech you, I implore you, save the Su family, save Zhengyue. The Su family will not rebel. The descendants of the Lu family are full of righteous spirit. They would never conspire against the throne. They have been wronged. I urge you to thoroughly investigate this matter. In the heavy snowfall, a disheveled Wenning was seen kneeling in the snow, obstructing passing carriages. At this moment, fatigue lingered in her brow as she repeatedly halted one carriage after another. Wronged, the legitimate daughter of the Su family personally reported them. How could this be a misunderstanding? Miss Lu Jingyao acted justly against her kin. This is a matter of great righteousness. The Su Grand Tutoress' entire family is implicated in treason, dragging down the Marquis of Loyal Valor. Fortunately, the crown prince is benevolent. He has only executed the direct descendants of the Lu family. The crowd murmured and pointed, gossiping fervently. Someone approached Wenning discreetly. If you crawl through the young master's legs, he will present a petition on your behalf. How does that sound? A young servant suggested with a grin. Wenning's hair fell in disarray, biting her lip, uncertain if it was from the cold or from rage. Are you serious? The Su family is innocent. I implore you to save them. I will crawl through it. Wenning knelt in the snow, amidst the laughter of onlookers, crawling through that humiliating gap. A stream of foul air wafted down from above, intensifying the laughter of the crowd. Is this how you expect to submit a petition? Brothers, drag her away. Miss Jingyao said that the Wen family will be exiled to Lingnan tomorrow. The crowd laughed heartily, dragging the terrified, screaming Wenning into an alley. No, don't, please, don't, you shall not have a good end, you shall not. Wenning's piercing voice echoed through the alley, met with a cacophony of malicious laughter. Lu Zhengyue, like a vengeful spectre, rushed at the group, shouting for them to release Wenning. Let go of Wenning, let go of Wenning. As he heard her desperate cries of despair, he watched helplessly as they tore her garments apart. Lu Zhengyue awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. His heart raced violently, engulfed in sorrow, rage, and despair, trembling uncontrollably. Wenning, his Wenning, this was no dream, none of this was a dream. It was the destined path he had chosen upon selecting Su Jiqing. This was a fate without Chaochao, the original course of his destiny. Tears streamed down Lu Zhengyue's face, pondering how much suffering his Wenning had endured. Without wearing shoes or socks, he stepped into the snow, his hair disheveled, and donned only his undergarments as he dashed to the neighboring residence. The Lu and Wen families had once been neighbors. In their childhood, Wenning would chase after him, even leaving a small door ajar. But later, when the Wen family was exiled, that small door had been locked. Now, he anxiously fumbled for the key, unlocking the small door, rushing towards Wenning. This time, he would tightly grasp her hand, never to let go. Whatever fate or destiny may come, he would not relinquish Wenning's hold. He was determined to repay her kindness with a lifetime of devotion. Unbeknownst to Lu Chaochao, she remained merely a child, blissfully unaware, indulging in sleep and sustenance. On the second day of the new year. On the third day, the Marquis of Loyal Valor donned his official robes early, preparing for court. The Northern Zhao dynasty permitted only 5 days of celebration, 3 before the new year and 2 following, with the Lantern Festival still 3 days away. Emperor Xianping was diligent, a commendable ruler. Lu Yuanjia trod through the snow, dressed in his official attire as he entered the palace. Along the way, he encountered colleagues, exchanging greetings of Happy New Year. Congratulations. Wishing you auspiciousness in the new year, congratulations. He sought a favorable omen. Lu Yuanjia pondered whether this time would mark his promotion. A faint smile graced his features. Standing outside the Golden Luan Hall alongside other officials, he awaited the announcement for entry. Lord Lu, this time you shall be promoted. I extend my early congratulations. Even some officials offered their early well-wishes. Lu Yuanjia replied, I await the Emperor's favor. Although he feigned modesty, his heart brimmed with joy. As everyone entered the Golden Luan Hall in order of their ranks, the moment Lu Yuanjia stepped inside, a commanding voice boomed from the high dais, Marquis of Loyal Valor, step outside. Lu Yuanjia wore a look of bewilderment. Had he been discovered for accepting bribes? Had his extramarital affair been exposed? The transgressions he had committed replayed in his mind 100 times. Anxiety. The Emperor glared at the indelible red vermilion on his hands, fury igniting within him. Die in northern Zhao, the right is esteemed. You enter with your right foot. What, do you still presume to command my respect? On the third day of the new year, the Marquis of Loyal Valor was chastised by the Emperor for entering with his right foot, dashing his hopes for promotion. Chapter 78. I, Lu Chaochao, demand payment. Outside the palace, Lu Yuanjia was freezing, his face numb from the cold. What had he done wrong? Your Majesty, do speak. Once the morning court was over, the courtiers swiftly avoided him, fearful of being implicated. Who would dare associate with him after incurring the Emperor's displeasure at the start of the year? Lu Yuanjia, stiff with cold, rubbed his cheeks with his hands and hurried to seek out Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang, Lu Yuanjia called out to him. I implore you to enlighten me, where did I offend His Majesty? He grasped Wang's arm and discreetly slipped a banknote into his sleeve. Seeing that the Emperor had moved away, Eunuch Wang pinched the banknote and remarked, My lord, it seems you truly should not have entered the palace with your right foot first. This is a sign of disrespect to His Majesty, Lu Yuanjia grimaced, but I entered with my left foot. Eunuch Wang's expression stiffened. The Emperor would punish you regardless of which foot you entered with. Even if you jumped in with both feet off the ground, the Emperor would still find fault with your very breath. However, Eunuch Wang could not say this outright. He merely smiled and replied, We, who serve, dare not presume to interpret the Emperor's intentions. His calm demeanor suggested that Lu's daughter had brought this upon him, and he must bear the consequences. Just yesterday, the Emperor had kept him up all night, tending to his nails, and still, the red lacquer remained unpolished. Exhausted and vexed, you deserve this, punished for your daughter's misdeeds. It is not unjust. Feeling increasingly anxious under Eunuch Wang's inscrutable smile, Lu Yuanjia returned to the Marquis' estate in a daze, only to encounter the clan elder returning home. 3,000 taels, do you think we are here to take advantage of you? The elder fumed, unleashing a torrent of curses. Not as generous as your wife, the clan leader retorted angrily. Lu Yuanjia, when your father went, he even took the clan's food and silver. Had it not been for the clan's unwavering support, could you have reached this day? Do not forget your roots. The elder's expression darkened. Those who died outside were owed a yearly compensation of 10 taels. How else could the orphans and widows be supported? Lu Yuanjia's face darkened as he struggled to suppress his anger. In 3 days, we shall send the money back to Qingxi, not a single tael less. Having suffered indignities in the palace, Lu Yuanjia returned home in a foul mood. The atmosphere in the estate was heavy, everyone too afraid to make a sound. Su Jiqing, ever adept at alleviating troubles, promptly led the Marquis to Qingping Court. Su Shi shot her a glare, laughing, You do have a sharp tongue. Her eyes sparkled with merriment. Yet, I am curious as to what he did to provoke the Emperor's wrath so thoroughly, Su Shi mused. I do not know, Dengji shook her head, for palace matters were not easily learned. Lu Chaochao, clutching a small brush, sat on the floor painting her nails. Chaochao does not know either, she replied in a babyish tone. I'm just a little baby who drinks milk, how could I possibly know? Lu Chaochao pondered. Su Shi stifled a laugh, You're only 1 year old, of course you wouldn't know. Where is second brother? She asked curiously. Ah, second brother, Su Shi. It seemed he had matured overnight, becoming far more reserved and profound. The Lu family has little wealth, yet your mother brought with her quite a few estates and shops. Your second brother says that you're just 1 year old. Lu Chaochao pouted her lips, what can definitely. But no one took her seriously. Fuming, Lu Chaochao crawled under the bed and retrieved a red envelope, emptying its contents onto the floor. What a pity, her spatial pouch had everything but money. I in the world of cultivation, who had wealth, she rolled out a pile, her little bottom raised, diligently counting, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, after a long while, she counted a meager total of 16 taels of silver. Her round little face puffed up like a small frog as she kicked the small box under the bed. The Emperor's family was truly impoverished. The princess gifted a jade pendant, the Emperor gifted a jade pendant. The Crown Prince gifted a jade pendant, the Empress Dowager gifted a jade pendant. Collecting all the royal jade pendants, could it summon a divine dragon? What stingy gifts! Lu Chaochao kicked in frustration several more times. Clutching her money pouch, she crawled out from under the bed and approached Su Shi, spreading her hands wide with utmost seriousness. She declared, Well, Lu Chaochao, celestial fairy from the heavens, lend me some money. Also invest. Share the profits. Lu Chaochao's eyes sparkled with determination. You assist me, and when I return to the celestial realm, I shall repay you 100-fold. Su Shi pressed her lips together, nearly laughing out loud. She handed Dengji 5 taels of silver, saying, Here, little fairy, consider it a gift from your mother, no need to repay it. Lu Chaochao wrinkled her nose in displeasure at the small amount but still reached out to Madame Su of the loyal and brave Marquise estate of Five Tails. Yushu noted, the young lady has stated that upon her return, she shall certainly repay double. Su Shi nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Yes, mother awaits your grand fortune. Seeing her mother's indifference, Lu Chaochao huffed and left in a huff. She sought out her elder brother's courtyard, her hands outstretched. Big brother, lend me money. Lu Yenshu, seated in a wheelchair, radiated brilliance despite his condition. What is it, Chaochao, what do you wish to buy? Big brother will get it for you. Lu Chaochao shook her head, speaking in a babyish voice, earn money. Lu Yenshu chuckled, is our Chaochao planning to support the family? How wonderful. With that, he had a servant bring over 20 taels of silver and handed it to Lu Chaochao. Yushu accepted the silver, and Yu Qin recorded it. Roughly, I want rough money, Lu Chaochao said, seeking out her third brother before heading out. Where are you going in this heavy snow? Seeing her cherubic face, Lu Yuanshao felt a pang of sympathy. Here, big brother is quite tired from reading, let me take you out for a stroll. He signaled to a servant to inform Su Shi and then led the maidservants and attendants out the door. Has she gone out to play? Su Shi grinned broadly. Dangji covered her mouth, our little lady is quite precocious, speaking early and eager to learn. Hearing that the second young master is earning money in business, she is also clamoring to go. At that moment, Chapter 79 The borrowing of children throughout the capital. Lu Yuanxiao's first destination was the Lin family, the wealthiest clan in the city. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the epitome of affluence. Over the years, the Lin family has expanded their business significantly, yet in this world of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, wealth inevitably breeds a desire for power. Currently, the Lin family is striving to secure the title of imperial merchants, hoping to elevate their status. However, despite their efforts over the past few years, they have yet to succeed. All of this, however, has no bearing on the Lin family's youngest son, who is merely 9 years old and still in the early stages of his education. Lin Yuanyang welcomed his friend at the door, his gaze falling upon the child cradled in Lu Yuanxiao's arms. Last time, Li Siki mentioned you brought your sister to the academy, and it turns out to be true. Let me take a look. Lu Xiaoxiao, with her short arms, smiled widely, revealing a few teeth. Yan Yang, look absolutely adorable. Lu Yuanxiao, your sister is truly charming. Lin Yuanyang, the youngest son of the Lin family, was instantly smitten by the soft and cuddly child. Of course, she is my sister. She resembles me, Lu Yuanxiao declared proudly. Lin Yuanyang curled his lips in jest, if she resembles you, then that is not a good thing. As close friends, they naturally did not mind such playful banter. My sister wishes to borrow some money to start a business. Would you like to join us? Lu Yuanxiao grinned mischievously. Lin Yuanyang was taken aback. A business, just the two of us? Lu Yuanxiao nodded. Indeed, I consider you a friend, so you're the first person I thought of. It was certainly not merely. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded her little head enthusiastically. Yan Yang, do you have any New Year's money? Lin Yuanyang affirmed with a nod. He saved his New Year's money every year. He led Lu Yuanxiao inside, instructing the maid to guard the door. He retrieved a box, significantly larger than the one Lu Xiaoxiao held. Upon opening it, it revealed a substantial amount of silver notes. We're rich. Lu Xiaoxiao gasped in delight. Lin Yuanyang scratched his head sheepishly. I still have 6,000 taels left. I'll lend it all to you, Xiaoxiao. He handed over the silver notes in their entirety. Lu Yuanxiao wasted no time, taking the money and cradling Xiaoxiao as they made their way out. Just as they were departing, they encountered Uncle Lin returning home. Thoroughly intoxicated, Lin Yuanyang's expression turned pained. My father has been coming home drunk every day lately. The Lin family has been merchants for generations. My father wishes to change his fortunes, but it's not that simple. A few years ago, he intended to secure an official position, but it fell through and now he dreams of becoming an imperial merchant, which is even more challenging. Uncle Lin swayed unsteadily, while Lin Yuanyang's mother This is his sister, Lu Xiaoxiao. Lin Yuanyang supported his father. Uncle Lin hiccuped again. First time visiting our home, is it? He rummaged through his pockets, swaying his... Lin Yuanyang looked apologetic. My father isn't a nouveau riche, he just drank too much. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao was brimming with excitement. Wow, Uncle Lin is so generous. What family gives away 2,000 taels in red envelopes? She was eager to visit the richest family for New Year celebrations every year. Lin Yuanyang chuckled foolishly, realizing his father had made a mistake in his drunken state, but he didn't mind. He escorted Lu Yuanxiao and Xiaoxiao to the entrance, where Lu Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply at the door. What's the matter? Her older brother inquired. The little one, unsteady on her feet, earnestly clung to the door, inhaling deeply. Inhale, good fortune. Lin Yuanyang found it amusing, watching them walk away. He sighed to himself. An imperial merchant. Oh, how he wished a noble could lend a hand to the Lin family. At this moment, Lu Yuanxiao had taken Xiaoxiao to the Duke of Hugua's residence. Xiaoxiao successfully borrowed 2,630 taels from Li Siki, who was 8 years old. She then proceeded to the home of the Minister of Rights, borrowing 560 taels from the minister's 3-year-old grandson. Next, she visited the home of Lord Wang, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, and borrowed 621 taels from his 5-year-old grandson. She also went to the Cabinet Minister's residence to borrow 800 taels from his 3-year-old granddaughter. Then, she visited the home of the Grand Minister of Ceremonies, borrowing 280 taels from his 2-year-old grandson. Finally, she went to the residence of the Minister of Rights again, borrowing 8 coins and a jug of milk, for she was quite hungry. With their bags full, Lu Yuanxiao and Yu Qin recorded several pages of accounts. How much do we have? Lu Yuanxiao's face grew numb. They had borrowed from every child in the capital. Yuqin swallowed hard, 22,368 taels, and 8 coins. The bulk of it came from the Lin family, amounting to 8,000 taels. Lu Yuanxiao was dumbfounded, instinctively covering his backside. Sister, when are we going to start the business? He felt as though he might break down in tears. He feared for his posterior. Liu Zhaozhou handed all the silver notes to Yuqin. Uncle, let uncle buy. She whispered conspiratorially in Yuqin's ear. Yuqin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. What are we buying? What exactly are we purchasing? Lu Yuanxiao was filled with curiosity. Hee, you'll find out soon, third brother. I'm sure I'll earn more than second brother. Lu Zhaozhou smirked mischievously. That evening, upon returning to the Marquis's residence, where have you two been all day? You've been out with your sister for hours, Su Shi questioned. Look at how tired your sister is, her eyelids barely open. Lu Yuanxiao, cringing and covering his backside, dared not speak. Well, we just visited some friends and exchanged New Year's greetings. He had also borrowed a bit of his friend's New Year money. Lu Yuanxiao thought to himself, it's over, my backside is not safe. Little did he know, it was his father who would face the consequences. The next day, Lu Yuanjia had rested for a night, finally managing to compose himself. He had even asked his superiors and colleagues to speak a few kind words on his behalf. With a bold and confident demeanor, he set off for court. However, the moment he stepped into the Golden Luan Hall, a flurry of impeachment documents came flying at him like snowflakes, all aimed at his impeachment. In the Grand Hall, those high-ranking founding fathers, who had long since ceased to manage affairs, were all rising to impeach him. He was so frightened that his soul nearly departed his body. Your Majesty, you must take charge. The daughter of the Marquis of Zhongyang has been deceiving others, stealing the New Year money of my grandson. Your Majesty, the daughter of the Marquis of Zhongyang has swindled my grandson's New Year money. Your Majesty, the daughter of the Marquis of Zhongyang has even taken 8 coins from my granddaughter. Your Majesty, the actions of the Marquis of Zhongyang are utterly excessive. And my granddaughter's 8. Lu Yuanjia was utterly bewildered. Who are they talking about? My 1-year-old daughter stole the New Year money from your children. Lu Yuanjia gazed at the crowd of colleagues, his scalp tingling, grinding his teeth in frustration. Just how much did you borrow? Chapter 80 of the debt repaid by the daughter. With a thud, Lu Yuanjia knelt upright in the imperial court. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have never allowed my daughter to borrow money, never. The bitterness in Lu Yuanjia's heart was more intense than the taste of bitter herbs. Indeed, he should never have given birth to Lu Chaochao. Jingyao was his true blessing. The emperor cast a cold gaze upon him. Are you implying that it was entirely Lu Chaochao's doing? Lu Yuanjia felt a bit bewildered. Your Majesty, of course, it was she who borrowed it. The outer shell of the memorial was quite hard, and at this moment, the emperor had unleashed all his fury. He was experienced in such matters, striking him squarely on the head. You scoundrel! The emperor suddenly rose to his feet. The sharp corner of the memorial struck Lu Yuanjia's head, causing it to bleed, yet, upon hearing the emperor's furious rebuke, his heart quivered in fear, and he hastily bowed down, not daring to cover his bleeding head. She is merely 1 year old. How could she possibly understand borrowing money? If it were not for the adult's instigation, how could she know of such things? She can barely walk, stutters when she speaks, how could she borrow money? Lu Yuanjia, do you have any heart? She is but a child under the age of 1, what does she comprehend? You dare to exploit a 1-year-old for profit, Lu Yuanjia, you possess tremendous audacity. The emperor casually picked up another memorial, ready to strike him again. Ah, what a convenient opportunity to vent his wrath. Lu Yuanjia was at a loss for words. He truly had not, he genuinely had tea. However, noticing the eunuch Wang subtly shaking his head at him, he refrained from further explanations. After all, who would believe that an 11-month-old child would engage in borrowing? Lu Yuanjia was now thoroughly aggrieved. Master Lu, how could you use a child for financial gain? Has your daughter? However, this money must be returned to the child, correct? Several officials surrounded Lu Yuanjia. Moreover, I have 8 copper coins and a jar of milk, the Minister of Rights quickly stated. Lu Yuanjia, feeling utterly helpless, thought that if the 1-year-old had borrowed milk, she likely hadn't borrowed much else, and thus he readily agreed. I will return it. I, Lu, will certainly repay. It will be delivered to the residence tomorrow, not a single coin less for my esteemed colleagues. As Lu Yuanjia wiped his sweat, he expressed his commitment. I have already inquired everywhere. She has borrowed quite a sum, and every household possesses a promissory note. We shall present them to you shortly, said the Minister of Rights coolly. He was already a senior official. The emperor glanced at Lu Yuanjia. To exploit a daughter for profit, this matter calls for severe punishment, to serve as a warning to others. Bring forth Lu Hao. He could only be dragged away by the palace servants. One blow after another struck Lu Hao, causing his face to pale and his lips to bleed. Die in his heart, he cursed Lu Chaochao for being so ungrateful, wishing she were as sensible as Jing Yao. Once the morning court session concluded, the emperor summoned several of the borrowers to the imperial study. The individuals exchanged glances. Did she give you charms? The emperor, seated on the dragon throne, suppressed the jubilation bubbling within him. Charms? Why had he not been given such splendid items? Had he done something wrong? He had clearly bestowed upon her a treasured jade pendant that allowed her access to the palace, even summoning 10,000 imperial guards at will. What had he done wrong? The more the emperor pondered, the more aggrieved he became. The minister of rights produced a yellow charm, adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns, now crumpled and wrinkled in his hands. Here, she gave a charm claiming that it speaks only the truth. She is quite the little charmer, managing to deceive my grandson out of 8 copper coins. The Minister of Rights casually held the yellow charm. The Minister of Rights was taken aback. He hadn't intended to present such a trifling item, yet, seeing eunuch Wang, he had no choice but to hand it over. The emperor turned his attention to the other ministers. Lord Zhou of the Department of Ceremonies hesitated before presenting a yellow charm. She borrowed 280 taels from my grandson, giving him a charm to protect the household, claiming that no malevolent spirits would dare enter. The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet stated, she borrowed 300 taels from my granddaughter, offering a weather charm, claiming it could summon winds and rain. My granddaughter believed it wholeheartedly and treasures it dearly, insisting I must not damage it and must return it. Thus, he had not given it to eunuch Wang. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the Minister of Rights also received longevity charms. The little one said this charm could extend life by 3 years. She is quite the little persuaded. The emperor held the 4 charms, lightly coughed, and said, these charms serve as material evidence. I shall accept them. All of you may retire. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The Minister of Rights, with his white hair, looked at the emperor with suspicion, sensing an inexplicable joy emanating from him. The others did not dwell on it too much and left the palace together. The imperial study was a fair distance from the palace gates. However, today, torrential rain suddenly poured down. There was still snow on the ground, adding to the irritable atmosphere. This rain has been relentless for 7 days. Urgent reports from Lin Luo suggest the flooding may worsen. The old minister sighed. Cabinet scholar Lu held the charm, casually replied, indeed, it would be wonderful if the rain could cease and we could have a few sunny days. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden burning pain in his hand. Oh dear. He panicked and shook his hand, only to witness the yellow charm spontaneously igniting in the rain. The charm blazed up in an instant. In a mere moment, it had burned to ashes, yet, astonishingly, at the moment the yellow charm turned to ash, the rain that had been falling for 3 days abruptly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the torrential rain ceased, the dark clouds parted, revealing the sun hanging high in the sky, its rays gradually cascading down to the earth. Scholar Lu was left speechless. He pointed at the sky, then at the ashes, his astonished expression beyond words. This. He gestured towards the heavens and then the ground, his shock rendering him speechless. It was so coincidental that he could not convince himself otherwise. The Astronomical Bureau had clearly stated that this rain would last at least half a month. The court officials exchanged glances, suddenly recalling the emperor's earlier reaction. The emperor had collected all their charms, and his mood was evidently buoyant. The Minister of Rights turned to head back. I have matters to attend to and must return. I must retrieve my charm. My hair and beard are turning white, and I need the longevity charm. At this moment, no one was willing to leave the palace. They all turned back, yet, upon reaching the palace gates, they found, esteemed officials, please return. He added, esteemed officials, understand what should and should not be said. The emperor seems to be hiding something. The ministers were filled with regret, angrily slapping their thighs outside the This early in the morning, the emperor had already retired. Who was he trying to fool? This charm is genuine. Chapter 81. Lu Yuanjia spits blood. Lu Yuanjia was carried back to the manor, his forehead stained with blood, and his backside severely battered. Damn that wretched thing, she is my bane. Lu Xiaozhao is my bane. Lu Yuanjia's eyes burned with fury. Upon hearing the news, the old lady rushed out, her eyes red and streaming with tears. Upon witnessing the deplorable state of the marquis, she let out a piercing cry and fainted. The marquis was about to be taken back to the main courtyard when he was intercepted by Su Jiqing. Su Shi showed no signs of anger. Old madam has fainted in the snow, Deng Ji reported. Su Shi gazed at the sun. It is warm outside, do not disturb the old lady. Let her lie there and bask in the sun. When she appears to be waking, assist her back inside. Not a word was mentioned of lying in the snow. Deng Ji stifled a laugh. Understood. What has happened to the marquis? Deng Ji's eyes reflected disdain. He is insisting that Miss Xiaozhao come to him. He insists that Xiaozhao is his bane. I suspect he made a blunder in court today and was punished by his majesty. Deng Ji found pleasure in his misfortune. Su Shi's dislike intensified upon hearing of the father-killing accusations. She proceeded to Qingping courtyard, where she could hear his venomous curses directed at Xiaozhao from outside. At such a tender age, her heart is She should have been drowned at birth. Bring her here, drown her, drown her. What a disaster, that wretched girl, born to be my bane. Not if only Jing. His voice trailed off. In that moment, he felt an acute longing for Lu Jingyao. The madam has arrived. Su Jiqing treated Su Shi with a measure of respect. Su Shi, having fallen out of favor with the marquis, was quite pleased. She elevated her to the status of a legitimate wife, making her a semi-master of the Marquis residence. In her daily life, she did not impose on the Marquis to visit her courtyard, which made for exceedingly pleasant days. Yun Yang, you have come? Are you aware of what Lu Xiaoxiao has done outside? She actually borrowed money from my colleague's descendants. She is utterly lawless, deserving of death. Bring her here, let her kneel in the snow. Let her kneel. Without my permission, she is not to rise. Lu Yuanjia felt a metallic taste in his throat from rage. Su Shi's heart was ablaze with anger. My lord, Chaochao is only 1 year old. Can she survive kneeling in the snow? Are you trying to take her life? Su Shi could no longer contain her fury. My lady, you do not understand. Chaochao is my bane. Ever since she was born, nothing has gone smoothly. He felt as if struck by lightning. Su Shi no longer obeyed him, and everything had gone awry. Furthermore, kneeling will not kill her. The Marquis' eyes were filled with gloom. Is that so? Yet, I believe, Yun Yang, that Chaochao is my lucky star, my salvation. With her, there is hope for everything. How clearly it reveals your treachery, you ungrateful wretch who eats from both sides. Just as this was being said, a voice came from outside. My lord, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Wu, has arrived. Lu Yuanjia was taken aback. The Minister of Revenue held considerable power as a second-rank official. They had no previous dealings. This was indeed a rare visitor. Quickly, invite him in. Lu Yuanjia attempted to rise but was met with sharp pain in his backside. Lord Wu entered with a cheerful demeanor. It is Lord Shangshu who sent me to deliver the debt notes. All the notes are here. Lord Wu glanced around but did not see Lu Xiaoxiao. He nodded politely to Lu Yuanjia, showing great courtesy. This was Lu Xiaoxiao's father. That girl must have great fortune indeed. Where is Chaochao? Lord Wu's gaze was intense, as if he wished for another talisman. A boon. Lu Yuanjia's temper flared. Lord Wu, my daughter is young and ignorant. I shall ensure she is held accountable. This wretched girl, so unaware of her own limitations, I shall have her kneel in the snow for 3 days and nights, bowing at the gates of every household to admit her error. Lu Yuanjia's face was twisted with contempt. Lord Wu was taken aback. Did the Marquis not know the capabilities of his own daughter? Recalling the Emperor's enigmatic remark about keeping secrets, could it be the Emperor wished to conceal this from Lu Yuanjia? No, Marquis, you are going too far. A child of only 1 year, to kneel for 3 days and nights, are you not seeking to take her life? Lord Wu's displeasure was evident. Marquis, she is merely a child. You allow her to borrow money, yet you punish her? If you continue in this manner, I shall impeach you tomorrow. Truly shameless. Lord Wu sprang to his feet, glaring at Lu Yuanjia. Lu Yuanjia was so enraged he spat blood, having received no money, not even a copper coin. Marquis, take care. Chaochao is innocent. With that, he flung his sleeve and departed. The Duke of National Defense and the richest merchant were fortunate indeed. The Duke had fallen ill and did not attend court, while the merchant, being a traitor, was unworthy of attendance. These two had managed to preserve their talismans. Lu Yuanjia trembled with rage. I did not take any money, not a single coin. Lu Yuanjia's anger boiled over. He had already been fuming and looked down at the bill. 22,000 taels, this is madness. Who would lend 22,000 taels to a 1-year-old child? The Lin family, the richest, must be insane to lend such a sum. The outrage overwhelmed Lu Yuanjia, causing him to faint on the spot. Su Shi, upon seeing the bill, widened her eyes in shock. Chaochao had truly borrowed money. By the time Lu Yuanjia weakly regained consciousness, he was still panting with fury, utterly drained. Wretched spawn, wretched spawn. That wretched child. Quickly, find that wretched child. Where has this money gone? Lu Yuanjia spoke through tremors. 22,000 taels, how audacious she was but 1 year old. Su Shi could not possibly bring Chaochao to him. Lu Yuanjia was in such a volatile state that what if he harmed her? Moreover, Chaochao had returned home empty-handed. She merely called Deng Ji to inquire. Half an hour later. Madam, the young lady says all the money has been spent. Not a single copper coin remains. Deng Ji was equally astonished. How had the young lady spent it all? Did you hear? The money is gone. Su Shi's tone was flat. You keep defending her. This child has been spoiled by you. 20,000 taels, that is 20,000 taels. Lu Yuanjia's rage erupted. Su Shi Yun, look at what you have raised this child to become. The eldest is a cripple yet occupies the title of heir. The second is a wastrel, the third is empty-headed, and Lu Xiaoxiao, at such a tender age, knows how to swindle money. The Marquis household will inevitably fall into ruin under your care. Lu Yuanjia could not suppress his harsh words. Is the Marquis considering replacing the heir? Su Shi's heart surged with resentment. Lu Yuanjia paused, remaining silent. He lowered his voice, as if sighing. Yun Yang, I mean no harm. You continue to protect her, thus, this money will have to come from your dowry. Lu Yuanjia sighed deeply. Su Shi shook her head. My lord, did I not inform you yesterday that Zheng Yue intends to go into business? He requires capital. I have given my entire dowry to Zheng Yue. Lu Yuanjia's heart trembled, all of it? Su Shi was the youngest daughter of the Su family, cherished since childhood, and her dowry was exceedingly generous. Over the years, he had spent her dowry without question, even supporting Pei Jiaojiao's family. Unfortunately, he had recently had to pay it all back. Pei Jiaojiao had been living in a state of stark poverty ever since. Even the betrothal gifts for Lu Jinghuai and Jiang Yunjin had been partially reclaimed, leaving Lu Jinghuai quite embarrassed. A poor family breeds a rich path. Yun Yang's dowry was meant for the children, and thus, it is all given to him. My lord, do you still covet Yun Yang's dowry? Su Shi was intentionally directing Lu Zhengyue to transfer assets. Not a single coin would be given to Lu Yuanjia. This was just the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Chaochao, well done. Lu Yuanjia's face turned ashen. 22,000 taels. He would have to repay it himself. Moreover, the clan elder still had 3,000 taels. Chapter 82 Divine Worship. The elderly lady awoke in the evening, her body feeling numb as if frozen in time. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found the warmth of the heated floor and a luxurious quilt draped over her. Ever since the passing of Granny Lin, she had been devoid of a caring companion by her side. Upon learning of the elderly lady's high fever during the night, and her complaints of numbness, Madame Su promptly summoned the house physician. After examining her, the physician expressed his concerns. Madam, the elderly lady cannot endure further stimulation. There is a fear of a possible stroke. With tears welling in her eyes, Madame Su dabbed her handkerchief, her expression filled with sorrow. Once the physician departed, she maintained a composed demeanor. A little stimulation won't hurt. Let the cats and dogs play around, and occasionally give her a fright, Madame Su remarked casually. Thanks to her previous reputation, who would dare question her as a lovesick daughter-in-law, ever dutiful? Did Zhao Zhao say anything? Madame Su inquired. Dang Ji shook her head, nothing could be extracted from her. She ate the chicken leg, yet said nothing. Madame Su waved her hand, just as Zhao Zhao was preparing to wash up, and she led the little one to bathe. The child sat joyfully in the bathtub, splashing water with glee. Zhao Zhao, where did the money we borrowed go today? Madame Su asked gently. Mother seems a bit worried. Zhao Zhao is a good child and would never deceive her. Uncle and granduncle bought something. Lu Zhao Zhao bubbled, blowing bubbles. Madame Su was taken aback. If it had been given to her elder brother, there was nothing more to discuss. Cool uncle. I don't like daddy. Cool uncle, can daddy be exchanged? Cool uncle, I want one who can earn money. I want one to play with me. I want one who is an official. Madame Su choked back her emotions. She smiled sweetly as she brought over a teacup. Zhao Zhao, while bathing, hold some water in your mouth. It's good for your health, just don't swallow it. Zhao Zhao gazed at her in confusion. Really, she took the cup and gulped a large mouthful. With her cheeks puffed out, she sat obediently in the tub, watching her mother. After Madame Su finished bathing and dressed, she said, you can swallow the water now. Zhao Zhao is truly wonderful. Once Lu Zhao Zhao lay in bed, Madame Su turned off the light and quietly slipped away. Madam, is it really beneficial for the body to hold water in the mouth while bathing? I have never heard of such a remedy, Deng Ji exclaimed, astonished. Madame Su's eyes twinkled with amusement. She talks too much, holding water leaves no time for chatter. Deng Ji, madam, how could you be such a lady? Poor Miss Zhao Zhao, suffering from a lack of education, completely bamboozled. Lu Zhao Zhao, however, fell into a deep slumber. As for the emperor, he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Do you think Zhao Zhao is a divine blessing bestowed upon Beizhao? She has come to rescue us in Beizhao. My son, this talisman, I used it on the hostage, and it truly has had an effect. The emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. My son, the emperor hesitated for a moment. The crown prince looked at him suspiciously. With such abilities, should Zhao Zhao fall into the hands of outsiders, it would surely spell disaster for Beizhao. The emperor's expression turned grave. The crown prince immediately rose to his feet and knelt before the emperor. Father, Zhao Zhao is still but a 1-year-old child. I can assure you of her loyalty to Beizhao. She harbors no ulterior motives. The crown prince was somewhat anxious. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? Is the grand emperor not home? I cannot. The crown prince flushed with anxiety. Son, the crown prince took a deep breath. Father, my life was destined to end, but Zhao Zhao defied fate and saved me. The crown prince clenched his teeth. In saving me, she shared her lifespan with me. Now, I can only be her servant and partake in her longevity. The emperor was taken aback, yet, recalling the grand emperor's words, he sighed resignedly. Let us first arrange a divorce. We can discuss it further. The wife he despised had already caught someone's attention. At the start of the year, Lu Yuanzi pieced together his finances, selling off considerable assets. He even reclaimed the estate he had intended to give to Lu Jingyao, merely to repay debts. It was said that Pei Zhao Zhao's eyes had turned red with anger. In order to gather 25,000 taels, Lu Yuanzi even resorted to borrowing high-interest loans. He was left in a gloomy state. It was not merely the burden of repaying over 20,000 taels of silver that weighed on him, but also the fact that he could not find such a substantial sum. Reluctantly, he turned to exorbitantly high-interest loans. Just the thought of it made his heart ache sharply. Soon, the Lantern Festival arrived. The 15th day of the first month marked both the Lantern Festival and the Day of Divine Worship. Each year, the 15th day saw the entire populace engaged in divine worship. It was said that there were those who had garnered the favor of the gods, who descended to grant the wishes of their devotees. Of course, this was merely a myth passed down through generations, with no one truly knowing its veracity. It was said that when the divine presence appeared, the heavens and earth were made aware. On the 15th day, the elderly lady set out early, declaring her intention to pay homage to the Buddha. Madame Su knew they were headed to the Pei family, and even Su Jiqing could not intervene. Madame Su had prepared the incense table well in advance, arranging offerings according to tradition, even beginning her rituals of incense burning, bathing, and vegetarianism 3 days prior. The entire capital prepared meticulously, even more seriously than for the new year. Everyone sought a response from the divine. The deities of the southern lands must often receive divine responses, correct? Madame Su sighed and chose to remain silent. Liu Xiaozhao held no interest in the worship itself, but was rather intrigued by the offering. To express sincerity, the offerings were all freshly made that day. Various delectable pastries and fragrant roasted chicken filled the air with delightful aromas throughout the estate. When do we worship? She could not help but salivate. You must not steal a taste. The deities are watching. It must be at night, during the full moon. Lu Xiaozhao tilted her head. What do we worship, and which deity? Which deity was it? Lu Xiaozhao reached out to touch the roasted chicken and quickly stuffed her hand into her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this tastes so good. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Madame Su shook her head. This particular deity is the god of the earth, who oversees all other deities, yet there are no folktales concerning him. Lu Xiaozhao responded with an "oh." She longed and waited for the night to fall, for the full moon to rise, for the entire city to light up. Madame Su placed the offering table in the center of the courtyard. The table was draped with cloth, cascading to the ground. It was filled with offerings. A few meters away, cushions were arranged, and Madame Su led the entire household in worship. Where is Zhao Zhao? Madame Su asked. Hadn't she been eagerly awaiting the worship? She was just here, but I suspect she has gone back to her room. Someone was guarding the entrance, so she certainly hadn't left the courtyard. Dang Ji was not concerned. Let us worship first, we cannot miss the auspicious timing. Madame Su led the group in a grand worship, while Lu Xiaozhao lay asleep beneath the offering table, mumbling about roasted chicken. Chapter 83 The Morning Inquiry of the Deity. Upon the highest altar of the imperial capital, the divine platform looms into the clouds, as if one could reach out and touch the stars above. The emperor stands solemnly atop the altar, accompanied by numerous ministers. We beseech the divine spirits to bless the populace. We implore the deities to descend upon Beizhao the emperor, along with the entire assembly of civil and military officials. Each year, the Lantern Festival serves as a day of worship of the entire realm of Beizhao. Places immense significance on the Moon Worship Festival, treating it with greater solemnity than the New Year celebrations. Will the gods deign to visit us this year? The so-called divine visitation is but a fleeting shadow of heaven and earth, separated by countless miles and layers of existence. The notion of divine descent is indeed a stirring one. Why must we honor the principal deity every Lantern Festival? Is today not their birthday? A young prince quietly inquired of his mother. The little monk, shaven-headed, replied, It is because the days when the deity has descended to the mortal realm have all coincided with the Lantern Festival. It is said that the deity has graced our world 6 times, each occurring on the Lantern Festival, thus it was designated as the day of worship for the principal deity, a chance to receive divine favor. The little monk stood beside the virtuous consort, who held his hand tightly. The little monk was the 4th prince, born under an ill-fated star, and entrusted to the guardian temple for care. The virtuous consort, longing for her son, fell ill each year. In previous years, the spring festival had been a day of heartbreak for her. While families reunited, she was left with the anguish of separation, constantly fearing for the fate of Beizhao and the plight of its common folk, dreading calamity. This year, however, the virtuous consort wore a smile upon her face. On the 15th day, her son would return to the temple once more. The proud virtuous consort discreetly wiped away a tear. Mother, are you cold? The little monk, though frail, offered concern, even as he was cared for by attendants in the temple, yet, he remained pitifully thin. Life in the temple was austere. He rose early each day to attend morning prayers with his master. I am not cold, but are you? The virtuous consort suppressed her sorrow, forcing a smile for her son. The 4th prince shook his head, his little lips pressed together, looking especially endearing. The virtuous consort's heart ached. How she longed for a deity to descend and save her son's life. She sought neither wealth nor power for him, nor the exalted position of the throne. She only wished for him to be by her side, enjoying the warmth of family. Of the virtuous consort was the daughter of Lord Li, the protector of the nation, entering the palace with great fanfare. There were whispers that should she bear a son, it might threaten the position of the empress. In her early days in the palace, the virtuous consort had been somewhat haughty, often comparing herself to the empress. Who would have thought? Over the years, she had learned to embrace humility for the sake of the 4th prince, her temperament growing increasingly serene. 4th brother, you truly know so much, remarked the young prince, his face filled with envy. The 4th prince pressed his lips together, feeling bashful as he replied, there is a library in the guardian temple where I often go to read. He too envied his brothers who could remain close to their parents. The worship of the gods has commenced. All the children obediently stood by their mother, refraining from moving or chattering. The emperor regarded the divine descent with utmost gravity, none dared to act recklessly. Clad in resplendent yellow, the emperor stood with the young crown prince, both holding incense with reverence. The emperor earnestly recited prayers at the shrine, beseeching the heavens for divine presence. He gazed upward, yet the skies remained unresponsive. With a gentle sigh, his expression fell into disappointment. The last divine visitation occurred 34 years ago on the 8th day of the winter month. Su Yiting looked at the sky, his expression profound. You remember quite well, my dear minister. Indeed, it was 34 years ago, the 8th day of the winter month. On that day, a shadow appeared in the sky, and the populace worshipped in unison. Yet, on that day, despite the deity's appearance, it did not acknowledge any supplicant. The colossal projection of the divine being loomed over humanity, only to dissipate moments later into the heavens. Each divine visitation comes in response to a call, yet that occasion was an anomaly. Su Yiting's expression shifted subtly as he lowered his gaze, brow furrowed in silence. Today, the people of the realm prayed with hopeful hearts. Yet the divine offered no response. A collective sigh arose from the crowd. As night deepened, the air grew cool, and Lu Chaochao found herself half asleep from the chill. She rubbed her eyes, the surroundings cloaked in darkness, obscuring everything from view. Oh, she had been crouching beneath the offering table, waiting to stealthily snatch a roast chicken. She wondered if the worship had concluded. Lu Chaochao sniffed the air, filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken. Suddenly a faint, ethereal voice resonated close by. It seemed to shatter the void and felt strangely familiar, yet Lu Chaochao could not recall. Her mind felt muddled, as if a fragment of memory had been extracted. She tapped her head. The voice grew clearer outside. A sudden cry rang out. It is a deity. The deity has descended. Heavens, after more than 30 years, the divine presence has returned. The emperor, who was about to step down from the altar, abruptly looked skyward. There, in the heavens, a shadow materialized, appearing as if from beyond the 9 heavens, its features indistinct. It loomed high above, gazing down upon humanity, and mere mortals dared not lift their heads in its presence. Quickly, return to the altar. The emperor urged the officials to hastily return. The deity has descended. His heart raced. The divine had responded. For whom did the deity come? Who was the fortunate one chosen by the divine? Hurry, send someone to find out who has received the deity's response. Inform them of Beijiao's pleas. Spare no effort to have them pray for us. We shall offer rewards, titles and riches are all possible. The emperor's expression was frantic. At his command, countless individuals rushed from the palace. What could they desire? Long life, titles and positions, perhaps founding a nation. The crown prince murmured softly. The first emperor of the neighboring Great Yu had made a wish during a divine visitation to become an emperor, and ultimately, he became the founding ancestor. Hearts raced as the crowd heard the deity pose the question, "What is your wish?" To inquire of the deity, this was a moment of divine inquiry. The deity was about to bestow its blessings. Lu Chaochao dug at her ears, finding the noise unbearable. It truly was loud. No matter how she covered her ears, she could still hear the question, "What is your wish? What do you desire?" "I can grant you anything in this world: longevity, fame and fortune, wealth," the deity's voice echoed hollowly, slightly distorted. Lu Chaochao pondered. Longevity, fame and fortune, wealth, what are these? Is there any news? Have we found the one who made the wish? Your Majesty, there is still no word. "I can grant you anything you desire," the deity's voice resonated, transcending time and space. Lu Chaochao's eyes brightened suddenly. "Speak your wish, and I will fulfill all your desires." Lu Chaochao crawled out from beneath the offering table. At this moment, the courtyard was empty. Everyone had gone to witness the divine visitation. She pointed to the roast chicken on the table and earnestly and solemnly asked, "Can you give me your roast chicken? Can you let me have your roast chicken?" The deity fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 84 of the Emperor's Self-Delusion. What a remarkably humble desire it is. It has rendered the divine silent. Rarely does the deity descend upon the mortal realm, for humanity cannot withstand such overwhelming power. Yet, each of his appearances is meticulously recorded in the annals of the Southern Kingdom. Every wish granted is inscribed in the sacred texts, passed down through generations. This time, the wish was simple. "Do you wish to partake of my roasted chicken?" The deity responded, "I can bestow upon you boundless wealth, enabling you to purchase countless roasted chickens." He paused momentarily, then manifested a single roasted chicken, unable to afford the shame of such an act. Lu Chaochao pouted, "You are foolish. Money will be taken away by the cool uncle, who will manage it. That is not mine. The roasted chicken is mine." She tilted her head, gazing at the deity as though he were a simpleton. The emperor was already stamping his feet in frustration upon the altar. "Have you truly found her? What does she want with roasted chicken? I shall provide her with an abundance. Such extravagant waste. Quickly, support me, I feel faint with rage." The emperor trembled with indignation. Through conversing with the divine, they could also hear the fervent pleas. The voices were amplified, rendering them distorted, yet faintly echoed with a childish innocence. The emperor seethed with anger, his footfalls echoing. He fantasized about shoving the roasted chicken into the child's mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao yawned, her patience waning. "Will you give it or not? If not, I shall leave." The deity truly was stingy, claiming to bestow all worldly treasures yet unable to part with a mere roasted chicken. Lu Chaochao stood on tiptoe, swiping a handful of roasted chicken from the table, savoring the aroma on her hands. Delicious. She resolved not to wash her hands tonight, wishing to sleep enveloped in that delightful scent. The deity remained silent for a considerable time, his voice eventually sounding somewhat forlorn. "I grant you your desire." The roasted chicken floated into Lu Chaochao's. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "From now on, I shall be your faithful follower." The favor of the roasted chicken was beyond repayment. Embracing the chicken's hindquarters, she took a hearty bite, her face lighting up with joy. Then, she pulled the chicken's hindquarters from her mouth. "Are you serious?" The deity's gaze fell upon the chicken leg, gradually dissolving into the night sky. Lu Chaochao tilted her head, the voice sounding familiar, yet she couldn't place it. She had become one with this world. Cradling the roasted chicken in her hands, she exclaimed with unrestrained joy, her face glistening with grease, the chicken exquisitely tender. Worshipping the divine is truly delightful. There is roasted chicken to enjoy. The emperor, seething with rage, felt as though he might crumble, clutching his heart, his complexion ashen. Search for her, dig 3 feet into the ground if need be to retrieve that foolish child. The emperor ground his teeth in fury. The crown prince wore an odd expression, his head bowed in silence. Roasted chicken, roasted chicken, roasted chicken, I want to eat roasted chicken. Roasted chicken is so delicious. At that moment, his mind was consumed with Lu Chaochao's incessant murmurs about roasted chicken. He had a hunch he knew the instigator of this mischief. The entire city speculated about which little simpleton had dared to ask the deity for roasted chicken. I suspect it must be a child. The faint voice that emerged was indeed that of a child. Shortly after the emperor returned to the palace, news reached him. Your Majesty, we have found her. We encountered a little girl outside, cradling a roasted chicken, claiming it was a gift from the divine, reported the palace guards. Bring her in. Before long, a woman approached, leading a little girl. The child appeared to be about a year old, her eyes sparkling with innocence, yet there was something disconcertingly worldly about her demeanor. Did you say the deity bestowed that roasted chicken upon you? The emperor inquired from his elevated throne, his expression. The royal eunuch whispered, this is Lu Jinghuai's sister, named Lu Jingyao, nearing her first birthday. The woman accompanying her is her mother, Lady Pei. The emperor and crown prince exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tightening. Lady Pei, Lu Jinghua, the emperor's concubine, Pei Zhao, trembling, prostrated herself before the emperor. Long live your majesty. Lu Jingyao was astute. A child favored by the divine is indeed blessed, at least garnering a favorable impression before the emperor. Lord Lu would certainly regard them with greater esteem. The illegitimate offspring of the Su family paled in comparison. Your majesty, silence. I did not inquire of you. The royal eunuch interrupted her immediately. Pei Zhao, flustered, felt Lu Jingyao squeeze her hand. She mimicked the adults and said, yes, your majesty. Lu Jingyao, merely a year old, bore an exceptionally worldly and calculating gaze. Was this truly a child of such tender age? How did she differ from Chaochao, whose eyes brimmed with innocent foolishness? You lack decorum and cannot discern appropriate conduct, truly a disgrace to the northern Zhao. As her mother, how have you raised this child? She is but a year old and doesn't understand, but do you not know better? The emperor pointed an accusatory finger at Pei Zhao, berating her. Pei Zhao turned pale with fright. She had merely aimed to claim credit, never anticipating such a reprimand. Lu Jingyao pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting confusion. Why was this so different from her expectations? Get out! At such a tender age, spreading lies and displaying utter lack of upbringing. The emperor's words terrified the royal eunuch into swiftly escorting them out. As they left, he muttered in complaint, this woman claims to be Lu Jinghuai's mother. I only believed you because of that. How dare you deceive the emperor? Were it not for the child's tender years, she would surely face punishment. Pei Zhao, her face flushed with embarrassment, was driven from. However, news of the incident regarding Lu Jinghuai's mother falsely claiming credit spread throughout the capital. Father, how do you know it wasn't her? The emperor shot an irritated glance at the crown. Aside from Lu Chaochao, who else could have done this? Bring Lu Chaochao to the palace without alarming anyone. The royal eunuch hurried to comply, pondering that the emperor might redirect his ire towards the little girl. When Lu Chaochao arrived, her face smeared with grease, it was evident she was the undeniable culprit. Uncle, eat chicken. She even offered the emperor a chicken bone. The crown prince face-bombed. The emperor declared, Chaochao, did you ask the deity for the roasted chicken? The little one nodded vigorously. Yes, it was me. So delicious. The crown prince was about to step forward to intercede when the emperor continued, Chaochao is truly a good child. Not fixated on fame or power, a truly good child indeed. Had it been someone else, they would have sought my throne. But Chaochao only wished for an ordinary roasted chicken. The crown prince, just a moment ago, you did not express such sentiments. The emperor sincerely engaged in self-delusion. Chapter 85. Let destruction reign. The emperor. How could this child not be his own daughter? Zhao, would you like to have a different father? He inquired gently, squatting down to her level. The crown prince shivered violently, having never witnessed his father in such a grandmotherly demeanor. Zhao was busily drinking from a milk jug, her appetite whetted by the roast chicken. The little bells atop her head tinkled melodiously. Will you play with me? Zhao asked curiously, for her own father never indulged her in play. Of course, I shall accompany you. I am skilled in hunting, chess, warfare, martial arts, and even kuju, among other pursuits, and I possess a flair for the literary arts, the emperor proclaimed earnestly. I am certainly no less than your current father. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Zhao expressed her disdain. There are several new imperial dishes, sweet and sour, that are truly delightful. The emperor had recruited numerous new royal chefs to create delectable treats for infants. Zhao's eyes lit up. Wonderful! The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. The crown prince's eyelids twitched. With the Su family bearing 3 sons and 1 daughter, the prospect of marrying a second time was indeed exhilarating. The conservative court officials would likely be aghast in the court. Father, 4 or 5 young princes entered the study with decorum, kneeling obediently beside their father. Although the empress was the primary wife, she was pregnant later in life, resulting in the crown prince being the third in line. The eldest prince, born of consort Hui, was 15 and had already moved out of the palace. The second prince, born of consort Qin, was 12 and currently attended the Imperial Academy. The crown prince was 8, while the fourth prince, Xiad Junan, 6, was born of consort Xian. He would leave the palace tomorrow, with consort Xian accompanying him. The fifth and sixth princes were both 5, while the seventh prince was 4 and the eighth prince 3. All these children were exceptionally well born, chosen for their remarkable appearances. Take good care of your little sister, Zhao Zhao. If you make her cry, beware of your behinds, the emperor warned. Waving his hand, each prince was accompanied by a wet nurse and palace attendants, so there was little cause for concern. Father, the sixth prince will certainly look after his sister well. Once outside the study, the fifth prince suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Oh heavens, father actually smiled at me, he exclaimed in terror. I trembled at the sight of father. He is truly frightening, the sixth prince added, shrinking his shoulders. Zhao Zhao, aren't you afraid of father? The seventh prince inquired with curiosity. Oh, Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat bewildered. Uncle is not frightening, he is a good uncle, how could he be scary? He had given her a treasure duck and praised her intelligence, even encouraging her to ask the gods for roast chicken. Her uncle was quite the charmer. You are not afraid of father, the princes gazed at her in admiration. Zhao Zhao, you are truly remarkable. When you arrive, father smiles. Will you stay in the palace, please, be my sister? The fifth prince was quite fond of Zhao Zhao, her chubby, soft form was simply adorable. Oh, Zhao Zhao nodded her little head in agreement. Yes, I'll climb a tree for Zhao Zhao. I can even find bird eggs, but you mustn't tell mother, she will be angry. Upon hearing this, the little ones eagerly chimed in. I can too, I want to The children, bold and spirited, began comparing their skills of climbing trees, reciting poetry, racing, kicking balls, and arm wrestling. Gathered together, the children chattered excitedly, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, in the study, the crown prince looked up at the emperor and asked, Father, do you wish for them to grow up together? The emperor nodded. Zhao, she must not be left to wander alone. Not if I cannot wed the Su family, I must prepare for contingencies. These young princes are well favored, growing up as childhood friends, they will inevitably forge a bond. If fate allows, it will be their blessing. The crown prince's countenance darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, his fists clenched. He wished to voice his thoughts, yet all he could manage was a low sigh. He felt lost, unable to comprehend why he sensed a connection to Zhao Zhao. Seated before the couch, the crown prince held a book, yet after a long moment, he had absorbed not a single word. They were of the same age, surely they should be enjoying themselves. What are they doing? The emperor inquired casually. Several young masters are by the pond, making clay figures. They've crafted one. Just then, laughter erupted from outside the hall. Father, we have come. The fifth prince announced, holding 2 clay figures. We've taken good care of our sister, she had so much. The emperor, seeing their joy, felt a flicker of anticipation. Does Zhao Zhao enjoy the palace? I love it, playing with mud and competing. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. I peed the farthest. The emperor's body slowly stiffened. Compete in standing and urinating, his eyes widened in disbelief. We also mixed our urine with the mud to make clay figures. With the remaining mud, we crafted a beggar's chicken. The beggar's chicken, freshly made, had already been nibbled on. Greedy little Zhao Zhao sniffed the clay figure in her hands before leaning in to smell the beggar's chicken. She took a few steps back, not having stolen a bite, presenting herself as a model child. The emperor felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Truly, he had the most remarkable children. What he desired was an innocent, childhood friendship, not a competition over who could urinate higher or farther. Bah, a bunch of ungrateful little rascals. I am exhausted, let destruction begin. Chapter 86. More terrifying than malice. Father, why do you appear so unhappy? Father, why are your eyes so red? The sixth prince whispered, is it because you didn't bring him to relieve himself? The emperor was taken aback. The crown prince, unable to bear it, discreetly tugged at his 2 younger brothers. The emperor inhaled deeply, suppressing the despair and collapse festering within. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave, I do not wish to see you. What I desire are the sweet memories of innocent childhood companions, not the shameful history of whose urine splashed the furthest. The crown prince tightly pressed his lips together, fearing that laughter might escape him. Father, I wish to take Chaochao to see the fourth prince, allow me to escort her. Tomorrow, I too wish to bid him farewell, the crown prince stated earnestly. It was said that the noble consort and the empress were at odds, yet the crown prince harbored a genuine fondness for the noble consort. Perhaps it was because he and the fourth prince were of a similar age, sharing striking resemblances. The noble consort always showered him with affection, perhaps reminded of her son, who endured hardship in the temple. Go, counsel the noble consort. The emperor pressed his fingers to his temples. How could he not cherish the fourth prince? He had endured immense pressure by keeping the fourth prince close while suppressing the civil and military officials. Each time calamity befell the northern Zhao, fingers were pointed at the fourth prince. His fate was deemed unfortunate, with calls for his life as a sacrifice to appease the heavens. Throughout the year, he could only return to the palace for a few fleeting days. One fears the noble consort may weep blood again. The last time, her returned swiftly. Do not frighten Chaochao. The emperor, seeing Chaochao's eagerness, did not impede her. Thus, Lu Chaochao clung to the crown prince as they made their way to the Xianqing palace. Within the Xianqing palace, the servants were few, leading Chaochao to feel perplexed. The crown prince explained, the fourth prince carries a heavy aura of calamity, attracting malevolent spirits, thus, only those with strong fates can serve here. There were even instances where servants had been frightened to death. Indeed, even before approaching, one could feel the chilling winds. Low cries echoed in their ears. The crown prince tightened his embrace around Chaochao. The fourth prince could not be kept in the palace due to the numerous vengeful spirits drawn to the many injustices that transpired there. Lu Chaochao curiously peered around. Wow, there's a water ghost in the pond. Oh dear, there's one in the well too, ha. Bursting into the main hall, the crown prince finally exhaled in relief. In each corner of the hall hung bells sent by the abbot, capable of warding off malevolent spirits. Inside, the noble consort wept softly, her sobs nearly rendering her breathless. Mother wishes she could suffer in your stead. From the moment you were born, you have endured a life of hardship in the temple, never experiencing a single day of happiness. Junin, why can you not find peace? Mother, do not cry. I am not suffering at all. The young monk knelt, wiping his mother's tears. Anan cannot enjoy the comfort of your lap, nor honor you as a son should. Anan feels deeply ashamed. The young monk's face reflected his guilt. Anan cannot stay long. These past 15 days have been the happiest of my life. The gathering of vengeful spirit. Do not make any more for me, your eyes will suffer. Every piece of clothing Anan wore had been sewn meticulously by the noble consort, stitch by stitch, never entrusted to another's hands. It matters little that I am not by your side. What is it to make you more garments? The noble consort's eyes were swollen, tears streaming as she personally packed her son's belongings. 6 years, 6 long years, time and again, she had bid farewell to her son, watching his figure grow increasingly distant. Mother, Xia Junin too felt fear. As he aged, the malevolent aura surrounding him became harder to contain. Noble consort, the crown prince murmured. The noble consort then stood, nodding to the crown prince. Brother crown prince, the fourth prince also bowed to him, as they were quite familiar, having visited him in the temple when he had left the palace. I have come to see you. You are to return to the temple tomorrow, and who knows when we shall meet again. The crown prince gestured behind him. The crown prince was taken aback. He turned around, only to find the space behind him empty. Where is Chaochao? Alarm surged within the crown prince. She had just been here. Oh no, this is bad, the outside is not clean. The noble consort wiped her tears and hurried towards the back hall. The fourth prince, Xia Junin, turned pale. The three rushed forward, and before they could open the door, they heard the sound of the little one's delighted laughter. How fun, higher, the little one giggled with delight. Upon opening the door, they beheld a white figure hanging from the beams of the corridor. It was the vengeful spirit of a hanged ghost, steeped in resentment. One could see the ghost dangled with a blood-red tongue, tears of blood streaming down, suspended by white. She incessantly shouted, swing higher, even higher, how fun. To Lu Chaochao's left stood a water ghost with disheveled hair, holding a fruit platter, exuding an air of sycophancy. As she swung back, the water ghost offered her a piece of fruit with a fork. Lu Chaochao's laughter resonated throughout the Xianqing palace. The fourth prince stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene before him. Master, why can't you rid us of these spirits? At this moment, they appeared utterly obedient before her. Is it time for a meal? Even I can't swing? Lu Chaochao grumbled in discontent. The hanged ghost cried even louder. Blood tears, they've soaked my clothes. Crying. Lu Chaochao's rebuke grew fiercer, and the hanged ghost appeared disproportionately aggrieved. The onlookers fell into silence. The little monk scratched his head. The master had attempted 4 times to exorcise the spirits, yet he had never succeeded in driving this group away. The last time, the hanged ghost had boasted loudly, infuriating the master to the point of puffing his cheeks and glaring. But at this moment, the malevolent spirits, attracted to the Xianqing palace, quietly retreated. Chapter 87. The Cry of the Malevolent Spirits. Brother Taiji, upon spotting the crown prince, Lu Xiaozhao immediately leaped down and dashed towards him. The crown prince hastily lifted her into his arms. The porridge here is delightful. So much fun. Wow, I've made a good friend, a truly good friend. As Lu Xiaozhao turned her head, she noticed that the group of malevolent spirits was retreating slowly. Hey, don't go. Lu Xiaozhao was eager to introduce them to the crown prince. Hey, why are you running away? The more she shouted, the faster the malevolent spirits fled. They even left the palace, hastily darting towards the outside. Centuries-old malevolent spirits, now quite akin to demons, were fleeing in terror. Lu Xiaozhao's small face fell, and she hung her head, saying, "What, don't they like Zhao Zhao?" Yu Qin's complexion turned pale, and after a long pause, she regained her voice. You kicked their heads like a ball, Lu Xiaozhao protested. It was them who took their heads off. They handed it to me. Yu Qin was left speechless. But they had removed their heads to frighten you, while you treated their heads as balls to kick. Moreover, it was perplexing that she could even touch the malevolent spirits. I feel so sad. They don't like me. Lu Xiaoxiao lay in the crown prince's embrace, her face full of sorrow. The noble consort Xian was left utterly astounded. She was momentarily dazed. Though the malevolent spirits have left? They have departed? The gaze of consort Xian grew increasingly fervent as the crown prince shot her a sharp look. Consort Xian slightly regained her senses, but how could she abandon her son? With a thud, she knelt down. This time, she knelt willingly. Zhao Zhao, you have a way to subdue the malevolent spirits, right? Can you save brother Junin? He is only 6 years old and is destined to be forever accompanied by the ancient Buddha. I beg you, Zhao Zhao, please save him. Auntie implores you, I will serve you like a beast of burden, and I will repay your kindness for a lifetime. In her desperation, consort Xian was casting her hopes wildly, thinking only of saving her son. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Malevolent spirits? She was inherently endowed with immense merit, naturally capable of restraining malevolent spirits. Even a single strand of her hair radiated a profound aura of virtue. She cheerfully plucked a few strands of hair, grinning as she said, "Here, take this." But it cannot withstand great malevolent spirits, ordinary ones are no problem. Little Zhao Zhao nodded. Indeed, I am a bane to malevolent spirits, she proclaimed proudly, thumping her chest. Xia Junin clutched the strands of hair, feeling the dark aura around him begin to dissipate. Consort Xian appeared contemplative, while the crown prince furrowed his brow slightly. We shall encase it in a talisman and proclaim that we have found a powerful object to counteract the malevolent energy. No wonder the emperor doted so much on Zhao Zhao. Rest assured, your highness, Zhao Zhao is great kindness towards Junin. I will not repay kindness with enmity. Consort Xian tightly grasped her son's hand. Today, since Zhao Zhao has come to Xianqing Palace, to avoid suspicion, let the fourth prince accompany the abbot back to the National Protection Temple tomorrow. On the birthday of Consort Xian in May, we shall take the opportunity to return to the palace and no longer go to the National Protection Temple. Just right, Lord Lu would have certainly divorced from the Su family by then. There would be no need to hide anything. Although Consort Xian wished to keep her son, she also understood the crown prince's intentions, which were aligned with the emperor's, and thus refrained from saying more. The gloom on her brow gradually lifted, replaced by joy. This is the token of the National Protection Duke's residence. With this token, they will offer their utmost assistance. Consort Xian gazed at her with a mix of affection and kindness. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the jade pendant before her, her expression unchanging. Fortunately, the crown prince had retrieved it for her. The National Protection Duke was a powerful military figure, and his token was as weighty as Mount Tai. Xia Junin also looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with gratitude, bowing deeply to her. By the time Lu Xiaoxiao was carried back to her quarters, she was already drowsy, her eyes struggling to stay open. The crown prince personally tended to her, helping her wash up and covering her with a quilt before departing the palace. The following morning, before dawn broke, Su Shi personally entered the palace to fetch her. After finishing her breakfast, Lu Xiaoxiao spotted her mother arriving and immediately flew into her embrace. Mother, Zhao Zhao missed you. The little one clung to Su Shi with a sense of dependency. Having not slept well the previous night, Su Shi felt relieved upon seeing her daughter's joyful face, knowing she hadn't suffered any grievances. So you still remember your mother? I see you've been having so much fun. Su Shi teased her. Lu Zhao Zhao beamed widely, delighted at the delicious food in the palace. Su Shi, understanding her thoughts, could only shake her head in exasperation. After expressing their gratitude to the emperor, they affectionately exited the palace. At that moment, Lord Lu was heading out to attend court. As he left, he coincidentally encountered the abbot of the National Protection Temple entering the capital. The abbot, also serving as the national master, held a position of high esteem, and the court officials had to pay their respects upon seeing him. Upon hearing Lord Lu's greeting, he raised a hand. No need for such formalities. You are blessed. This poor monk cannot accept your bow. Although he was blind, he could discern the fortune emanating from Lord Lu's residence, even sensing a vague intertwining with the national fate. Little did he know that the crown prince shared a life bond with Zhao Zhao. Lord Lu suppressed his overwhelming joy and exchanged a few pleasantries with the abbot before watching the national master enter the palace. Indeed, his Jing Hui and Jing Yao were of precious destiny. He took a gentle breath, steeling his resolve within. Su Shi, Lord Lu slightly furrowed his brows, unwilling to reveal his innermost thought. His tightly clenched fists betrayed a hint of his intentions. He was ready to take action. As Su Shi returned home with Zhao Zhao, she was soon met by a servant from the old lady's quarters. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Shi's eyes, but her demeanor remained impeccably composed. Yin Yang, I fear my health is failing me. This year has brought one ailment after another, burdening you all. The old lady sighed upon seeing her, reflecting on her recent bout of illness. Su Shi merely smiled, wishing her longevity and offering words of comfort. Mother, this reminds me of the days when you cared for me during my illness. The maidservants could never compare to your attentiveness. Deng Ji tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with anger. In wealthy households, caring for the sick was merely a formality. It was unheard of for the matriarch to be attended to personally unless it was a deliberate act of humiliation. There were countless ways for a mother-in-law to make life difficult for her daughter-in-law. The natural hierarchy weighed heavily. But now you are a third-rank lady. How can I possibly compare? It is just a fleeting thought. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. Su Shi smiled benevolently. Mother, what does it matter? It is my duty as a daughter-in-law to care for you. Starting tomorrow, I will personally prepare meals and medicine for you, taking care of your needs myself. Su Shi's earnestness made the old lady's brow lift slightly. What of a noble lady? She still had to endure servitude, didn't she? Su Shi smiled with a facade. The old lady should just see how much she could endure. Just how many lives did she have left? Chapter 88 Half a Life Taken Mother, it is time to rise and take your medicine. Before dawn had broken, Su Shi, like a malevolent spirit, softly called out from outside the door. The elderly matriarch, frail and easily startled, would awaken at the slightest sound. At this moment, the wind howled outside, mingling with her haunting calls, sending a shiver through the old lady. "Old madam, are you well?" The maid inquired from beyond the curtain. The old lady's face flushed with indignation, her expression tinged with discomfort. "Why haven't you fetched me a pair of trousers? Why are you standing there like a fool?" The maid was taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. The old lady had suffered from incontinence several times over the past few months. Hastily, she presented the old lady with clean undergarments, avoiding her gaze. "Why are you still standing there? Support me, my legs have gone numb." The old lady felt as if she were still half asleep, her mind clouded. The maid's heart sank. "Old madam." The old lady often experienced numbness in her limbs. Without warning, she delivered a sharp slap. "What, do you find me filthy or foul, you wretched servant? How dare you look down upon your mistress, you who have spent your life as a beast of burden?" The embarrassment of her soiled trousers was palpable as she caught sight of the maid's shocked expression. The maid pressed her lips together, lowering her head, choosing silence, though the imprint of the slap was stark upon her face. "It is not yet dawn, why are you shouting outside?" The old lady glanced at the sky, even the roosters had yet to crow. Su Shi's voice was soft. "Mother, the doctor said it is essential to take your medicine on time. Since my daughter-in-law has taken it upon herself to care for me, naturally, everything should adhere to the doctor's instructions." The old lady's heart constricted. "Come inside." Su Shi entered, holding a bowl of herbal medicine. "Mother, I have never cooked, so I hope you will not find fault with my efforts." The old lady cast a glance. The concoction was a dark brew, its appearance uninviting, and she found it even more odorous than usual. Taking the bowl, she took a sip, nearly gagging. "What on earth is this strange taste?" she exclaimed, staring at Su Shi in disbelief. Su Shi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Mother, I have been awake since dawn preparing the medicine, and I dozed off briefly at the stove. The medicine may have thickened a bit, but rest assured, it does not affect its efficacy." The old lady's temper flared, yet knowing it was her own insistence that Su Shi care for her, she bore the nausea and swallowed it down. After finishing, she felt a wave of sickness wash over her. Intent on tormenting her, the old lady remarked blandly, "In the morning, I wish to have the breakfast you prepare with your own hands." Su Shi pressed her lips together. "Yes, mother." The old lady lay down again, but the sickening brew churned uncomfortably in her stomach, preventing her from finding rest. Finally, as dawn broke, she managed to close her eyes. Mother, it is time for breakfast. "I have prepared it myself, please rise." The old lady's eyelids twitched, her fists clenched tightly. The maid noticed her trembling hands and felt a surge of dread. She should have approached to comfort the old lady, but recalling the harsh words from the previous night, she quietly averted her gaze. "Old madam, it is time to rise for breakfast." The old lady felt a heavy weight upon her chest, struggling to catch her breath. "Bring in the food," she said, her voice weak and breathless. Su Shi, though visibly weary, maintained a smile. "Mother, it has been a long time since I cooked, I hope you will not scorn my earnest efforts." She had the servants bring in the dishes. "Yesterday, you mentioned wanting mushroom chicken soup. I had fresh mushrooms sent from the estate this morning. I have been awake all night preparing it for an hour. It is fresh, I have not touched a single bite." Su Shi personally filled a bowl for her. The old lady tasted it. The flavor was pleasant. She sat while Su Shi stood. This was a task only a particularly spiteful family would impose upon their daughter-in-law. The old lady's appetite peaked. She finished a bowl of mushroom soup and nibbled at some pastry. Her brow relaxed. In the past, others had claimed her son had married beneath him by choosing Su Shi HMPF. But what of it? Su Shi adored her son, and at the slightest word from her, Su Shi would treat it as sacred decree. At this moment, seeing the once lofty daughter of the Su family, now the matriarch of the whole residence, dutifully attending to her, the old lady felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Suddenly she raised her hand to her abdomen, her face contorting in pain. "What's wrong, mother?" Su Shi asked, alarmed. The old lady's complexion turned ashen. What is happening?" My stomach hurts." Just as she finished speaking, she let out a loud flatulence. An odd odor instantly filled the room. Ugh. Lu Chaochao, leaning against the threshold, immediately retched and expelled her breakfast. Grandmother has soiled herself." Lu Chaochao's words tore away the old lady's last shred of dignity. Flushed with shame and rage, the old lady felt a prickling sensation all over her body, as if ants were biting her. Yet upon closer inspection, it faded. She passed gas again, her abdomen began to throb intensely, as if powerful hands were violently churning within. The old lady collapsed to the floor. "Quick, fetch the doctor." Su Shi cried in a panic. "A household physician is resting today. Hurry to the clinic." Summoning the royal physician would take too long. Everyone hurried to carry the old lady out. The whole residence was thrown into chaos, onlookers bewildered. Lu Chaochao stood at the entrance shouting, "Grandmother has soiled herself." "Grandmother is embarrassed." Her childish words echoed outside. Within the carriage, the old lady was so enraged that she nearly fainted. It was only when the doctor administered an injection that the old lady slowly regained consciousness. "Old madam, this is food poisoning. I heard you consumed some exotic delicacies this morning. It is likely you have been poisoned by them. Administer some herbal medicine. With vomiting and diarrhea, the toxins will be expelled, and you will recover. However, old madam, you must learn to temper your temper. Be cautious of the wind." He hesitated to finish his sentence. Upon hearing this, the old lady bolted upright. Su Shi, "You heartless wretch, may lightning strike you. How dare you harm your mother-in-law? You have poisoned me." The moment the old lady uttered these words, it was as if the heavens had split. If a daughter-in-law were to poison her mother-in-law, it would be a matter of life and death. Su Shi's eyes turned red with tears upon hearing this. Mother, how can you slander Yin Yang in such a manner? She wiped her tears with a trembling hand, revealing angry red welts. You said you were unwell, and insisted I care for you. You said the medicine needed to simmer for long to be effective. I rose at dawn to prepare the medicine, and I did not sleep a wink. After drinking the medicine, you expressed a desire for my homemade breakfast. I hail from a prestigious family. Though I have never cooked before, I still endeavored to learn, and the mushrooms were sent by your family. I merely helped put them in the pot. I have worked tirelessly since last night, not having closed my eyes even once. Mother, how can you slander Yin Yang? Yin Yang has treated you like a mother for 18 years since her marriage. How can you so unjustly accuse me? Su Shi gently wiped her tears. Deng Ji, her eyes still red, chimed in. Madam has burned her hands. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback. In wealthy households, it was rare for the matriarch's daughter-in-law to personally attend to her. Unless, of course, it was a deliberate act of torment. They recalled how the matriarch had, in her youth, severed ties with her parents to marry her beloved, a living embodiment of a lovesick fool. How could she dare to harm the old lady? The crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, casting judgmental glances toward the old lady. The old lady felt the disdainful gazes of the crowd and was left utterly furious and humiliated. Chapter 89. The deadly weapon of Lu Chaochao. She, what ailment does she serve? She deliberately torments me, the old lady exclaimed. Before dawn, she insists on rousing me to take my medicine. I permitted her to attend to me for merely a day, and she has already poisoned the medicine hall. The old lady felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. At just then, the Gu family carriage passed by. Lu Wani stared blankly out the window. She was under house arrest by Gu Ling. Even when leaving, she was followed by two robust and hefty matrons. At that moment, Lu Wani, in a fit of madness, leapt from the carriage before the two matrons could react. Su Shiyun, how have you cared for my mother? She cried out. Did you intentionally torment her? After just one day of service, you have sent her to the medicine hall. Your intentions are nefarious. Lu Wani scowled with revulsion, pointing an accusatory finger at Su. Su merely lowered her head in silence. Little aunt, how can you be so unreasonable? When the lady married into the family, you were but 2 years old. She raised you single-handedly. When she was pregnant with her eldest son, you even drank her milk. How can you speak so? Dingji could not help but voice her grievances. The onlookers glared with disdain. How ungrateful. Isn't this the wife of Scholar Gu? They pointed and whispered, prompting Lu Wani to hastily grasp her mother's hand. Mother, may I return and care for you properly? Gu Ling was ill. He was nothing short of a lunatic. Even now, the mere mention of his name sent shivers down her spine. Ignoring the menacing glares of the matrons, Lu Wani boldly took the elderly lady back to their residence in front of Su. The old lady felt a surge of comfort. The following day, before dawn broke, a piercing wail echoed through the old lady has coughed up blood. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Panic ensued within the estate. The household doctor rushed in, but the severity of the blood loss left him helpless. They had no choice but to carry the old lady to the doorway of the imperial physician's office. The scene mirrored that of the previous day, yet it was far more dire. The old lady was spewing blood in great quantities, leaving the loyal and courageous Marquis Lu Yuanjia pale with shock. He erupted in anger towards Su. How did you tend to her? Are you intent on bringing about her demise? Su, how could you be so cruel? Su's expression remained indifferent. It was my sister who attended to her. Lu Yuanjia's voice faltered. The imperial physician hurried out, administering a few needles to stem the blood loss, yet, the old lady's complexion was already ashen. Her life force appeared to have dwindled significantly. It was merely a cold. A bout of care, resulting in vomiting and diarrhea, had led to her coughing up blood, and she had gone 2 nights without sleep. Lu Wani was on the verge of tears. Elder brother, Among the fallen leaves, she struggled to distinguish between the medicinal herbs and the debris. A servant brought the medicine pot, and the imperial physician inspected it carefully. He soon discovered an extraneous ingredient. While still on the tree, it could serve as an ornamental plant, yet, once it fell to the ground, it became a medicinal herb. Coincidentally, the loyal and courageous Marquis's residence boasted such a tree. A servant girl saw Miss Wani accidentally spill her medicine pouch right beneath the medicinal tree. A small maid knelt down and reported cautiously. Lu Yuanjia immediately declared, Wani, you should return to the Gu family. The old lady had nearly lost her life this time. Lu Yuanjia harbored resentment, knowing that the elderly matriarch was barely clinging. He could not bear to hear Lu Wani's cries of protest. She was too exhausted to listen to anything further. She wished to live a few more years, awaiting Jing Huai's successful examination and his appointment as the princess tutor. As Lu Wani was forcibly taken away, Su paused for a moment. She spoke softly. Mother, Wani was raised with such affection. How could she possibly care for the ailing? Perhaps it would be better for the daughter-in-law. The old lady's face was etched with fear. She even dragged her body back a step, unwilling to approach Su. Su sighed softly, her demeanor slightly subdued. In the end, a simple cold and a bout of caregiving culminated in the old lady's grievous condition. Taking advantage of the morning chaos, Lu Chaochao stealthily slipped out of the residence. No one noticed the solitary little girl trailing behind. She clutched a handful of leaves tightly, strikingly reminiscent of the poison that afflicted the old lady. The little one whimsically crumpled the leaves, intending to return home, when a kind woman inquired, Little girl, there's a circus over there, would you like to go see it? Chaochao was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at her in blissful ignorance. The woman was accompanied by a 3 or 4-year-old boy, whose attire starkly contrasted with hers. The boy tilted his head and asked, Where is the circus? This is my little master, shall we go see it together? The woman winked. Just then, a burly man emerged from behind, who without a word lifted Lu Chaochao into his arms. Observers turned to look, and he chuckled, "This is my young lady, she nearly got lost." Without waiting for Lu Chaochao to respond, Lu Chaochao's eyes sparkled. Had she encountered a trafficker? The circus, she pointed eagerly in the direction of the spectacle. She and the little boy were unceremoniously tossed into a carriage. "Why did you bring back 2 children? With some care, they will grow up to be valuable assets." The woman smiled, her eyes gleaming with ambition. "Do they seem like the children of wealthy families? They won't cause any trouble. The boy is merely 4 years old, and the girl is just 1. What if they are from affluent families? Even if they were the princess of Beizhou, once they enter our Fufeng Mountain, they would meet their—" Fufeng Mountain was a stronghold for the bandits of Beizhou, notoriously difficult to conquer, with the court's attempts at suppression proving futile. Besides, it's unlikely they are princesses. In no time, they had transformed their appearances. Lu Chaochao curiously touched her face, her mouth stretching into an enormous grin. How delightful, how amusing. The divine spirits were no fun, refusing to even offer her roast chicken. The malevolent spirits were equally unentertaining, all avoiding her presence. The old lady, on the other hand, was an amusing figure, but she was merely a fragile old bone, incapable of enduring much. In just 2 days, she had nearly perished. The old lady could not die. If she did, there would be no more vegetarian meals. Fufeng Mountain must surely be a place of wonder, right? Look at that little girl. She can't possibly be foolish, can she? The woman expressed a subtle worry, noting the girl's seemingly vacant expression. Sensing the woman's gaze, Lu Chaochao's smile. The woman averted her eyes, unaware that while inviting spirits is easy, sending them away is far more challenging. For Lu Chaochao, this task was indeed fraught with difficulties. Chapter 90. Chaochao's new friend. The carriage departed from the capital with an air of authority. Lu Chaochao, cradling a small milk pot, obediently nestled in the corner of the carriage. A splendidly dressed 4-year-old boy, tears glistening in his eyes, glanced around and exclaimed, "They are human traffickers. We have been abducted." His voice trembled, betraying his fear. Lu Chaochao regarded him with surprise. "Little Guagua, you've only just realized that." The boy paused, taken aback. Had she? Yet, observing her 1-year-old demeanor, he sniffled. What could a child so young possibly understand? The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, tears streaming down his cheeks. There must be an insider in the capital. With such a large group, they managed to transport us silently. Father and mother must be worried sick, he lamented. I am. My grandfather is the prime minister, my family. Do you think if I tell them, they will set me free? Despite being only 4, it was evident that he was well protected at home, appearing somewhat naive. The mention of the prime minister startled Lu Chaochao for a moment. Her maternal grandfather had been a grand tutor, perhaps once on equal footing with the prime minister before his retirement. However, her second uncle, despite being a second-rank official, was leagues away from the prime minister's stature. This was a true noble of the highest order, an only child with a lineage of 10 generations. Lu Chaochao observed him, and the little boy blinked his eyes at her. Well, they might kill you, she replied. The boy's tears flowed freely. What is your name? Lu Chaochao inquired with curiosity. Wowo, I'm Yuan Man, you can call me Man. Wowo, will we ever escape? At that moment, the carriage grew increasingly jostled, and the distant sounds of birds could be faintly heard. The other girls inside the carriage began to stir awake, only to erupt into frightened cries. Where are we? Who are you? Let me go back. One girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, was among 3 others, all strikingly beautiful. 2 wore patched garments, suggesting a state of poverty, while another, the plaid as a maid, possessed an exquisite visage, resembling that of a wealthy young lady. Where are we? Let me out, the girls cried, while the maid-like girl huddled in the corner, warily observing her surroundings. Noticing Lu Chaochao and Yuan Man, her brows furrowed slightly. Stop crying. What are you crying for? I am taking you up the mountain to enjoy a life of luxury. We'll be going to Fufeng Mountain, where we'll feast and revel. That is a blessing. Don't think of escaping. The man speaking bore an exceedingly menacing grin. The girls recoiled in terror, their faces pale. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao crawled to the window and extended her small hand, declaring, milk. The scar-faced man regarded her with a bewildered expression, and she stared back with her wide eyes. I'm 1 year old. What else would I drink? He reluctantly took the milk pot, grumbling as he walked away. Next time, don't abduct someone so small. Do we really need to prepare milk on the road? A woman nearby commented, she is quite pretty. We could sell her as a child bride. Let her have her milk, at least she is not crying, though she seems a bit dim-witted, often just sitting there and giggling. They muttered amongst themselves, and upon passing the next small town, they procured a jug of milk for Lu Chaochao. Unfazed, she embraced it and drank heartily. As they traveled, while others wept, she continued to quench her thirst. She pinched the soft flesh at her waist and patted her belly, noting that her clothes had grown tight. In the dead of night, they were roughly shoved out of the carriage. Having arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was then that they noticed several men armed with knives lurking nearby. Up the mountain. Hurry, we must ascend immediately. The others appeared tense. You've barely left the capital for half a day, and they've locked the city gates. Thankfully, we moved quickly. We don't know what is happening in the city, but there is a citywide manhunt going on. The group was visibly anxious. Please, let me go. If you want money, just say so, and I can have my family gather it for you. One girl pleaded, kneeling and crying incessantly. In the night, the towering cliffs loomed ominously, and ascending them seemed daunting, as if retreating would be impossible. The men exchanged sinister smiles. Gather money? We don't lack for cash. If we needed money, we'd simply rob someone. What we're short on is people. Hurry, up the mountain, don't waste time talking. If you don't move, we'll chop off your hands and feet and feed you to the bears. Our Fufeng mountain is abundant with bears. At the scar-faced man's words, everyone froze. The girls, crying, moved forward, while Yuan Man followed behind, his feet pricked by thorns on the ground, blood seeping out. Lu Chaochao reached out towards the scar-faced man. He stared at her in confusion, momentarily lost. Carry me, she murmured. She pointed to the grass and then to herself, indicating that she couldn't possibly climb up on her own. After all, she was still an infant. Carry her, she can't walk, a woman signaled. Pick up that little boy too, to save time. The boss is returning to the camp today, let us make him happy. The woman continued. One man lifted Yuan Man, and they all marched up the mountain. The path was rugged, and the girls stumbled and cried their way up. The mountain was steep and high, and the howls of wolves echoed in the distance, causing the girls to tremble in fear. Why are there so many birds tonight? The woman remarked, brushing her hair away as birds flew overhead. Lu Chaochao, however, intermittently mimicked the birds' calls. Friends, my friends, she pointed at the little birds. I'm talking with them, I've made new friends. Ow ow, she howled like a wolf, innocent and somewhat adorable. But no one paid her any mind. A 1-year-old child babbling was hardly unusual, right? Who could have guessed? From beyond the mountain, the howling of wolves echoed back, growing more urgent and seemingly multiplying. The group's expressions shifted instantly. Quickly, there's a wolf pack, move, move. If you don't want to go, then feed the wolves. At that remark, even those reluctant to ascend hastily quickened their pace. Lu Chaochao clung to the man's back. Ow ow ow, this wolf pack is relentless, our luck is truly poor, running into them. This little brat keeps howling, if one didn't know better, they'd think she was calling them. The woman, drenched in sweat, frequently turned to listen. Ignore her as long as she isn't crying. No one took her seriously. Lu Chaochao clapped her hands, excitement sparkling in her eyes. I've made new friends. They call out, this is so much fun, Fufeng Mountain is truly delightful. She resolved to make friends with everyone. Yuan Man glanced at her, then back at the relentless wolf pack pursuing them. Why did he feel that the wolves' howls were somehow amiss? It was as if they were responding to her, deliberately harmonizing with her calls. Chapter 91 The Calamity of Fufeng Mountain. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why are they relentlessly pursuing us, drawing ever closer? And the pack of wolves seems to be multiplying. The woman, accustomed to traversing the mountains, found it exceedingly simple to discern sounds and locate their origins. It appears they are gathering. Fufeng Mountain was notoriously difficult to defend and even harder to attack, owing to its intricate terrain and the plethora of wild beasts. The imperial forces would find it exceedingly challenging to infiltrate. Quickly, return and inform the chief to send someone to patrol the mountain. The scar-faced man huffed heavily, each step accompanied. Lu Xiaozhao howled all the way, her throat parched. She shook her milk jug, finding it entirely empty. With a dejected sigh, she slumped against the scar-faced man's back, ceasing her howls. Oddly enough, shortly after she stopped, the wolf pack gradually fell silent, their pursuit slowly dissipating. The woman wiped her brow while leaning against a rock, gasping for breath and muttering curses. What madness has possessed them? There are far too many wolves on this mountain. Even if they were to besiege our stronghold, it would be insufferable. But if we were to truly confront them, we would hardly be enough to fill their teeth, she commented, wiping her sweat. Though they were mountain bandits, they were scattered across various corners of the hills, and should the wolves launch an assault on their stronghold, they would surely suffer grievous losses. Moreover, many villages lay nestled in the mountain's foothills, albeit in remote locations where the locals were fiercely resilient. The village chief wielded authority akin to that of a local monarch. Even the wives in the village were often those abducted from outside. Yuan Man felt as though she had uncovered something extraordinary. Why was it that whenever Zhao Zhao called out, the wolf pack pursued with such fervor? Yet, when she ceased, they too stopped. After a restless night, they finally reached the mountainside where several villages were clustered. As they approached, they were promptly discovered by patrolling villagers at the village's entrance. Who? The woman, Dong Jia, waved her hand dismissively. It's me, let us pass. I found some fine goods to present to the chief. Given her esteemed status in the village, the patrolling villagers quickly parted to let her through. One man, with a large mole sprouting hairs on his face, leered hungrily at the abducted women. Dong Jia, these goods are truly exquisite. How about letting us have a little fun with them? The man swallowed hard. These are prime These are for the chief. The man waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just for a bit of fun, they can keep their virginity. Dong Jia merely scoffed and led her companions along the winding mountain path. Only after they had distanced themselves did the man curse under his breath. What an ungrateful wretch, all for the sake of currying favor with the chief. Lu Xiaozhao was already drowsy, and it wasn't until dawn broke that she vaguely caught sight of the stronghold's gate shrouded in mist. No wonder it was so easily defensible yet difficult to attack. Their journey had taken them past countless checkpoints, and the night air was thick with fog, making the ascent perilous. Everyone wore a look of disarray, and Dong Jia approached the mountain bandits guarding the village. These goods are splendid, the chief will surely be pleased. There are also 2 children, well-born and useful for the mountain. Everyone knew that once one entered Fufeng Mountain, there was no chance of return. The maidservant among them bit her lip, regret flickering in her eyes. You will surely enjoy a life of luxury under the chief's care. I, Dong Jia, am merely assisting you. If I were 20 years younger, I too would serve the chief. Dong Jia expressed with envy, who wouldn't he want to serve the chief in Fufeng Mountain? He will take a liking to her. Dong Jia recalled that the chief had once lost a daughter in her infancy, a child as bright as snow, who had passed away at 2, nearly costing the chief half his life. This infant bore a striking resemblance to her. This was precisely why she had brought her back. Dong Jia took the children to meet the chief. At that moment, the chief sat in the grand hall, counting the spoils of their raid. Gold, silver, and jewels should be moved to the warehouse. Distribute the grain. The chief was tall, with thick brows and bright eyes that glinted with a hint of ferocity. Dong Jia smiled and explained her purpose, eliciting a light chuckle from the chief. He casually picked up a gold ingot, which Dong Jia hurriedly caught, smiling broadly. Let these 2 children remain on the mountain. The chief raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the children. His gaze lingered on Lu Zhaozhao's face, not shifting for a long while. What is your name? Lu Zhaozhao. Lu Zhaozhao had to tilt her head back to see the chief's face. I am. Please, return me home. My family has passed down for 10 generations. I cannot be lost. Yuan man, timid, sobbed softly. You little girl, you are quite bold, the chief remarked, casting her a sidelong glance, prompting Dong Jia to quickly interject. Oh, it's not boldness. She is just a 1-year-old child, ignorant and carefree. Last night, she claimed the wolves were welcoming her. Dong Jia shook her head. Return home. Once you enter Fufeng Mountain, there is no turning back. Song Yue's expression was rife with disdain. Let her stay on the mountain. Dong Jia forced a smile, clutching the 2 children as she exited. Lock them up for now. Let them get accustomed before releasing them to prevent thoughts of escape. As for those once they are subdued and trained, we'll send them to the chief's quarters. After saying this, Dong Jia made her way to the latrine. I want to go too. Lu Zhaozhao raised her hand. Lu Zhaozhao looked at her in surprise. It's fun, so much fun. My new friends, do you see them? Yuan Man's crying paused. Are you referring to that pack of wolves? She asked cautiously. Yes, they are my new friends. They chirped as if conversing. Can you understand them? Yuan Man, no longer crying, looked on and wondered. Lu Zhaozhao tilted her head in suspicion. Wasn't he just about having ears to hear? Shall we howl? Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced around it. Just then, they arrived at the latrine. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, exclaiming, How Lu Zhaozhao fished out a firecracker from her space. Since no one had searched her, no one knew what she had. Taking advantage of Dong Jia's absence, she swiftly tossed the firecracker into the latrine. Lu Zhaozhao dragged Yuan Man along, sprinting away. When her short legs couldn't keep up, she rolled in the snow. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The latrines dug into the ground were interconnected and had remained sealed for years, filled with methane. Lighting a fire would cause an explosion. Lu Zhaozhao pinched her nose, her eyes gleaming with delight. In the distance, Dong Jia's frantic screams pierced the air. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao laughed heartily. What fun, truly delightful. Yuan Man stood dazed. It seemed that her abduction marked the beginning of calamity for Fufeng Mountain. Chapter 92 Digging graves. In an instant, the entirety of Fufeng Mountain was enveloped in an overpowering stench of the north wind howled, accompanied by intermittent retching sounds. Lu Zhaozhao, experienced in such matters, deftly produced. They just arrived at the mountain today, find them at once. Those wretched children, ugh, it's unbearable, it stinks too much. How could they blow up the latrine? What were they thinking? Lu Zhaozhao stood with her hands in her pockets, her expression icy white. At that moment, the village on Fufeng Mountain was rife with foul odors, and Song Yu furrowed his brows. What is happening outside? Why is it so foul? He was in the midst of a religious ceremony, holding incense in both hands, raised high above his head in solemn worship. The second in command pinched his nose and replied, Those 2 little rascals threw a firecracker into the latrine, blowing it up on the spot. Song Yu waved his hand dismissively. Send someone to handle it. Do not disturb my father's eternal rest. Today is the anniversary of my father's passing, it must not be interrupted. Song Yu's demeanor was calm yet pensive. Do not harm that little girl. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Dong family had taken her in. The second in command promptly acknowledged and hurried away. Song Yu gazed at his father's spirit tablet, his expression clouded. Song Mu sighed. Your father once spoke of a prophecy before he died. He said he had been foretold by an old blind man, who claimed that at 20, he would become a bandit and carve out a place in the world. Yet, misfortune befell him, and that has already come to pass. But what does this calamity at 50 mean? It has been 10 years since his death. Countless sleepless nights had led her to wonder, what calamity could a dead man face? Today marked the anniversary of his 50th year. Suddenly, Song Mu recalled this matter. Song Yu waved his hand dismissively. Just a charlatan. What calamity could there be after 10 years in the ground? Mother, do not worry, take care of yourself. Song Mu sighed again. Do you truly not intend to accept the court's offer? If you submit to the court, with your talents, generations of banditry is ultimately not a long-term solution. She had grown weary of a life filled with violence. Song Yu's brow furrowed. Mother, do not. It would be irrational to abandon them now. Song Yu's expression softened slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Serving the court as a mere pawn cannot compare to the freedom of being a local ruler. Song Yu busied himself with the rituals for his deceased father, while Lu Zhaozhao took Yuan Man to the back mountain. The little fellow was panting heavily, seated on a round mound, sipping from a milk jug. Man, there is meat beside the little mound, incense and paper off. Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. She grabbed a roasted chicken and took a few bites, still warm. Hey, you can't eat that. Get down, this is a gravesite, meant for honoring the dead. Spit it out, it's inauspicious. Yuan Man glanced around, suddenly fearful. Crows caught in the distance, gravestones loomed everywhere, sending shivers down his spine. Look, mushrooms! Lu Xiaoxiao pointed excitedly at the mushrooms sprouting from a grave mound. Yuan Man, however, was too preoccupied with his own fears, squatting in a corner, tears streaming down his cheeks. Wah, I miss my parents. Grandfather, grandmother, when will you come to save me? Being the sole descendant of 10 generations, named Yuan Man, clearly indicated his. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdain, pouting, crybaby. After that, the little one took out a small iron shovel from her space, which she had previously used to dig for spirit herbs. Though it appeared diminutive, it was sturdy enough to pry open solid rock with ease. She squatted next to the grave and began to dig up the earth. Heave ho, heave ho. The little girl, focused on her task, worked diligently with her little bottom in the air. Wow, there are really mushrooms. Before long, she unearthed a pitch-black coffin. Numerous small mushrooms had sprouted around the coffin, growing in clusters. Liu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, and with a bit of effort, she managed to pluck some down. After gathering them, she turned her attention to the coffin lid, pondering, what's inside? Without further thought, she decided to take a look. A surge of spiritual energy flowed through her hands as she stood on tiptoe, pushing the coffin lid open little by little. Peering into the coffin, she was greeted by a sight of skeletal remains adorned with an abundance of mushrooms. Likely deprived of sunlight, these mushrooms thrived remarkably well. Liu Xiaoxiao immediately let out a delighted squeal and climbed into the coffin, hastily gathering up the mushrooms, trampling the bones beneath her. Just as she was about to climb out, she snatched the skull and tucked it away in her clothes. Looking at the mushrooms strewn about, she felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The little girl lifted her dress, filling her pockets with mushrooms before approaching Yuan Man to wake him. Man, wake up, wake up. When Yuan Man awakened, he appeared slightly dazed. Seeing her covered in dirt startled him. What happened? Did you fall into a pit? Lu Xiaoxiao simply grinned, her voice sweet and innocent. Mushroom, let us go make mushroom stew. Yuan Man, terrified by the. Upon their return to the village, they were immediately seized by fierce-looking bandits, who dragged them to the hall. After a long day, a faint lingering odor still permeated the air, though it was not overwhelmingly strong. You little wretch, how can a child be so unruly? The third in command raised his hand. Song Yu slightly lifted his hand, silencing the crowd. He gazed at Lu Xiaoxiao, who, at merely a year old, while somewhat disheveled upon arrival, bore the marks of a child raised in luxury. Yet now, in just a day, she was caked in mud, her hair disheveled, looking utterly pathetic, akin to a celestial fairy who had been cast into the mire. I didn't mean to. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her long, slender lashes fluttering gently, melting the hearts of those who beheld her. Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. He once had a daughter, equally enchanting and innocent, the love of his life. He had even contemplated accepting the court's offer for her sake, to ensure her safety. At 2 years old, she caught a chill, and despite Song Yu's fervent efforts, he could not save her. His wife, heartbroken over the loss, soon followed their daughter into the afterlife. Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously approached. Mud, do you want some mushrooms? With tears still glistening on her cheeks, the little one stood on tiptoe, offering the mushrooms. Zhao picked them for you. Song Yu, for a fleeting moment, glimpsed the visage of his daughter once more. What a lovely, obedient child she was. Chapter 93. Uncovering my father's skull. Chief, this child is too unruly. Perhaps we should send her to the village for a while? The village, nestled midway up the mountainside, is inhabited by the indigenous people of Fufeng Mountain, who, due to their isolation, remain unbound by the law. They are regarded by outsiders as impoverished and unruly folk. A 1-year-old child, how unruly can she be? She's simply ignorant. Song Yu raised his hand to wipe her tears. This child bore a striking resemblance to his daughter. It was not mere arrogance on his part. How much chaos could a 1-year-old truly cause? Was he incapable of managing a child of such tender age? You should also restrain the villagers from trafficking people, Song Yu remarked, though he held a certain disdain for such actions. However, the Fufeng Mountain villagers had lived this way for generations, and most of the inhabitants had arrived through abduction. He and his band of outlaws had only settled there later. Initially, the two groups had kept to their own affairs, but the villagers occasionally offered warnings, aiding them against the court. Thus, Song Yu included them within his protective fold. Nevertheless, he could never accept their conduct. While he engaged in plunder and pillage, he only targeted the affluent and corrupt officials. The few women he brought back to the mountain were merely concubines of wealthy families, women who had nowhere else to go and were thus placed in the village for shelter. Let us find an opportunity to send those 3 women in my room down the mountain. We must not let anyone see them, Song Yu suggested casually. Take this bag of mushrooms down and simmer them into chicken soup. Seeing her treat the mushrooms with such care, he felt compelled to speak up. As her spirits soared, she clung to Song Yu's leg and cheerfully called out, Daddy. Song Yu was taken aback. The little one held on tightly, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy. A source of nourishment. Song Yu paused, the sound of daddy resonating eerily with a memory long buried. A tremor ran through him, and the notorious bandit leader, who had never shown softness in the face of violence, felt his eyes moisten at that moment. He did not respond but merely held Lu Chaochao's hand, taking a deep breath. Good child. This time, Mrs. Dong had made the right choice. This one, he would never return. Song Yu lifted her effortlessly, and Lu Chaochao, unafraid, wrapped her arms around her new father's neck and planted a kiss. Daddy, Chaochao, you're 1-year-old now. Lu Chaochao patted her little chest. Song Yu was momentarily stunned. When did that happen? Lu Chaochao began counting on her fingers, then declared with certainty, tomorrow is my birthday. Song Yu ruffled her hair. Then I shall celebrate your birthday tomorrow. I want to invite friends, many, many new friends. Lu Chaochao exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Yuan Man shivered, staring at her in horror. Many new friends? Are you serious? Under his fearful gaze, Song Yu nodded. All right, they shall all come to celebrate your birthday. Your name is Chaochao? What a lovely name. Song Yu mused, thinking that this child must be a divine gift sent to him, a balm for the loss of his daughter. Chief, many people have come from down the mountain, someone burst in to report. Song Yu's brow furrowed. Chief, the county magistrate and those in the capital have sent word this time, we may have stirred up trouble. The third chief's face paled, his hand trembling as he clutched the letter. They had managed to live peacefully on Fufeng Mountain for so many years, thanks to an insider in the court. Even the county magistrate had benefited from their presence. What is there to fear? When we seized a second-rank official, I did not see you tremble. Song Yu shot him a glance. Chief, I fear the issue lies with these two children. This boy is the sole grandson of the current prime minister, a direct descendant for 10 Song Yu's expression turned cold. We shall simply return him. The third chief remained rooted to the spot. And this one in your arms, his voice faltered. She is the youngest daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis's household. Though not particularly favored by her father, the problem lies with her. But she is the cause of this matter, the third chief nearly wept. A secret report has arrived from the capital, demanding that we return them immediately, without fail. Song Yu's expression hardened as he gazed at Lu Chaochao, doubt flickering across his features. It is indeed strange, the second chief remarked, bewildered. I have heard that both the emperor and the empress dowager are furious over this. However, only a select few are aware of it and it has not been widely publicized. Song Yu's pupils constricted, his fists clenched. Let us discuss this further tomorrow. He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to delve deeper. The others were anxious but felt powerless. What do you have in your arms? Song Yu asked, noticing the bulging bundle in Lu Chaochao's grasp. Lu Chaochao smacked her lips. A ball, to play football. I'll play football with you later, Song Yu replied, being particularly cautious around Lu Chaochao. This carefulness stemmed from the memory of his deceased daughter. In the past, when his daughter was young, he often roamed outside, rarely accompanying her. Even when she fell ill, his wife's urgent letters failed to summon him back. Only when his daughter clung to life, waiting for his return, did he rush home, bloodied and battered, only to find her gasping her last breath in his arms. The little one ceased to breathe, and he trembled with pain. Song Yu held Chaochao tightly, he would never return her. He took a moment to kick the ball around with her. Where did you find that skull to play with? Song Yu laughed as he kicked the skull, and Lu Chaochao chased after it, her laughter ringing out as she muttered, dug it up. Song Yu cared not for the origin of her skull. I wonder which unfortunate soul you unearthed. After a short while, Song Yu kicked the skull into a corner. The chicken soup is ready, chief, it's time for you to dine. After the roasted pig, which had been excessively rich, a mushroom chicken soup would soothe his throat perfectly. This snow has not melted yet, and the mushrooms have yet to sprout. I wonder where this little girl found such tender ones. The cook brought forth a small stove, with the mushroom soup bubbling delightfully. The enticing aroma filled the room, far more enticing than ordinary mushrooms. Lu Chaochao gulped as the smell wafted to her, yet when Song Yu offered her a bowl of soup, she shook her head vigorously, repeatedly refusing. Where did you find the mushrooms? I've never seen any on the back mountain, someone inquired. The crowd took up their spoons and sampled the soup, their eyes widening in delight at the exquisite flavor, devouring it hungrily. Back there, Lu Chaochao pointed toward the back mountain. There are no mushrooms on the back. Yuan Man retched uncontrollably. Wait, Song Yu's voice trembled, panic flashing across his countenance. Which grave did you dig it up from on the back mountain? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Lu Chaochao blinked innocently. The biggest, roundest one. In a flash, Song Yu sprang to his feet and dashed toward the back mountain. My father, that is my father, the calamity of 50 years has come to pass. Chapter 94, Little Sister Father. Father, your son is unfilial, he cannot even protect your skull. Song Yu ran wildly. That blind fortune teller had actually foretold it correctly. Even in death, there was no peace, disturbed in the grave, left to rot in the wilderness, with his head kicked like a ball. A lump lodged in Song Yu's throat. Remembering the joy he felt when he had kicked his father's skull, he was overwhelmed with despair. The formidable leader of the bandits of Fufeng Mountain was now rendered breathless with rage. Lu Xiaozhao, pitifully trailing behind, asked, is this truly my grandpa? She scratched her head, yes, I am sorry, and silently tossed the skull back into the coffin. No law. The comfort from a 1-year-old child only added fuel to the fire. How infuriating. Your father said, when the great calamity arrives, the Song family will lose everything. Are you really not sending her down the mountain? Song's mother said softly. A wave of dizziness washed over Song Yu, as the second-in-command asked, send her down the mountain? Song Yu paused. No, he gritted his teeth. Previously, he had resolutely refused to send her down the mountain, but now he hesitated. She is merely a 1-year-old child. Can she truly turn the world upside down? Can she really overthrow Fufeng Mountain? Song Yu doubted. Rebury my father, he said, bowing several times towards the grave mound. Father, please forgive her, she is young and does not she has disturbed your rest. Fortunately, I did not use your skull as dog food. Song Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yuan Man secretly sighed with relief and whispered, I thought you would get beaten. You are truly bold, daring to disturb the ancestral grave of the leader. Lu Xiaozhao shot him a glance. Yuan Man was taken aback, the little girl's gaze seemed laden with meaning. But when he looked again, she had already lowered her head, sipping milk from her bottle. Little sister, Yuan Man called out, staring at her intently. Lu Xiaozhao looked up, bewildered, and heard Yuan Man call out again, little sister. She responded with an "Oh." As Song Yu carried Lu Xiaozhao back to the camp, he happened to see several individuals escorting 3 women down the mountain. The women appeared disheveled and terrified, the same ones who had been abducted alongside Lu Xiaozhao when she ascended the mountain. I want them, Lu Xiaozhao pointed at them. The group immediately knelt, trembling slightly. Song Yu paused, his brow furrowed slightly. Since Xiaozhao likes you, you may stay. The women dressed in maidservant attire let out a breath of relief. Song Yu's stern gaze swept over them, causing them all to shudder. The bandits who had brought them down cast a reluctant glance but had no choice but to retreat. You will attend to Xiaozhao's bathing and grooming. If she feels unwell, you shall be held accountable. Song Yu stationed guards outside and allowed the women to care for Xiaozhao. Yuan Man took up residence in a separate courtyard, just a wall apart. Once the bandits left, the women were instantly drained of strength. Collapsing to the ground, they hugged their knees, biting their lips tightly to stifle their cries, tears streaming down their faces. The woman in maidservant attire turned pale, filled with regret for sneaking out. Xiaozhao calmly observed them. Xiaozhao resembles the leader's deceased daughter. The leader seems reluctant to reveal his other side to Xiaozhao. He deliberately had us sent down the mountain in front of her. The maidservant's eyes reddened as she suppressed her fear and analyzed the situation. But this mountain is filled with bandits. How could we possibly escape unscathed? Moreover, there was a village halfway up the mountain that had lived off abduction for generations. Just earlier, that group of bandits had attacked them before even leaving the village, tearing their skirts. If Xiaozhao had not spoken up suddenly, they might not have made it out of that village. My name is Xianin, and you, the maidservant asked, her eyes still red. I am Yan Zi, the eldest in my family. My parents are farmers. I am Chiao, my father is a scholar. The girl who spoke softly and gently seemed literate. I wonder how my family is doing. This Fufeng mountain is a den of wolves. They are all scoundrels. Chiao swallowed hard, thinking that perhaps following Lu Xiaozhao could save them. My family will surely send someone to rescue me, Xianin said with certainty. If only Xiaozhao were older. The leader trusts her, perhaps she could help us, but she is only 1 year old. Xianin sighed, this Fufeng mountain is filled with bandits, how could these 3 fragile girls possibly escape? Noticing Xiaozhao nodding off, they ceased their conversation. Fearful of being overheard, they carefully picked her up, helping her wash and lull her to sleep. Xianyin's expression darkened. Although the leader did not advocate abduction, he also turned a blind eye. Fortunately, staying by Xiaozhao's side allowed them a semblance of safety. At midnight, silence enveloped the area. The 3 huddled on the soft couch, their brows knitted, unable to find peace in their dreams. Yet, Lu Xiaozhao quietly opened her eyes. She wore nothing and padded barefoot down from the bed. Using both hands and feet, she climbed onto a chair and then onto the table, standing by the window. This courtyard was positioned at the highest point of Fufeng Mountain, barely allowing her to glimpse the scattered starlights halfway up the mountain. Each star represented a household. However, the light here was not warm. It signified despair and suffocation. In her ears, it seemed she could hear the sounds of sticks striking flesh. Run, and I shall break your legs. Now that you are in Fufeng Mountain, run away, and you shall suffer for it. Please, spare me, I beg you, let me go home. Accompanied by countless curses and beatings, myriad voices surged into Lu Xiaozhao's ears. She quietly observed and listened. A little bird had somehow perched on her shoulder, softly whispering something. Lu Xiaozhao plucked a green leaf from the window, which, in her hand, seemed to glimmer with a golden hue. Little leaf, blow, and it shall hurt no more. Lu Xiaozhao gently blew on it. Go. I will celebrate your birthday. I invite all beasts to join in the celebration. Little Xiaozhao murmured softly, and the leaf danced away on the wind. The trees in the forest, the birds upon the branches, the invisible breeze, and the cool moon seemed to respond to her. Clumsily, she climbed down from the table and stood before the 3 older girls, who were filled with dread in their dreams. With a wave of her small hand, a golden light leaped into their dreams, and instantly, their tightly furrowed brows relaxed, their expressions transformed into ease and joy, dispelling the fears that haunted their slumber. Let this dream come even more fiercely. She was a child, but not a fool. A peculiar light radiated from Lu Xiaozhao's eyes. She wished for even more fun. Chapter 95. Please return home. Hiss. Before the dawn broke, the wind-swept heights of Fufeng Mountain were roused by a series of thunderous howls. Is that the howl of wolves? Not. It seems the howls are emanating from all directions. The people atop the mountain were abruptly awakened. 3 young women swiftly opened their eyes, their first instinct to check if their garments were intact. Upon confirming their attire was unharmed, they exhaled in relief. After such a restful slumber, the weariness and dread that had previously consumed them appeared to have dissipated completely, leaving them feeling invigorated. I thought sleep would elude me, yet I find I slept even better than at home. The trepidation of yesterday had noticeably faded. Xianyin nodded thoughtfully. It seems there might be a pack of wolves outside, she mused hesitantly, aware that Fufeng Mountain was already teeming with wild beasts. The noise from outside grew louder, as if bandits were hastily spreading the word. At merely a year old, Lu Chaochao was plump and round, struggling clumsily to dress herself, perspiration beading on her brow as she found herself unable to put on her clothes. Frustrated, she bared her teeth in annoyance. Despite her remarkable abilities to move mountains and tame beasts, she could not manage to don her garments. Lu Chaochao's expression was one of vexation, compounded by her still developing speech. Her words tumbled out in a jumbled manner, and her gait was unsteady and wobbly. A servant will assist you. Several attendants quickly acclimated to their roles, stepping forward to help Lu Chaochao with her dressing and grooming. She obediently sat at the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at them. The others exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Xianyin had overheard a few phrases yesterday and tentatively ventured, "Happy birthday to you?" Instantly, Lu Chaochao's face lit up with a radiant smile. She reached into her bosom and produced a single copper coin. Well, just one nut, but it bore her aura of virtue. She handed it to Xianyin, exclaiming, "Treasure, a great, great treasure," pointing at the coin. Xianyin regarded her with skepticism. The garments were newly acquired and she had seen no copper coin before. Where had it come from? Even more astonishingly, after Yanzi and Xiao wished her a happy, though it was only a single coin, the others cherished it, tucking it close to their hearts. "On this day of your birth, the head of the family must have prepared a feast for you," Xianyin declared, lifting Chaochao and making her way outside. As they stepped out, the howls from all around grew increasingly pronounced, instilling a profound unease in those who heard it. Upon reaching the main hall, Xianyin and the others hesitated to enter, while Lu Chaochao did not insist and instead Upon entering the hall, she discovered that several heads of the family were already gathered, seemingly engaged in serious discussion. "It seems the wild beasts in the mountains have gone berserk. Our village appears to possess something that has attracted them, as they are all. The village is prepared with food." Lu Chaochao gazed at him intently, slowly responding with an elongated O. Just as she exited the main hall, she heard Yuan Man's voice calling, "Little sister, little..." Yuan Man replied with a couple of O's, "Little sister, I have nothing to give you. When I am rescued, I will bring you a birthday gift." Lu Chaochao thought to herself, "You are merely spinning tales." Yuan Man hesitated. "Do you genuinely wish for Song Yu to be your father? I don't see him as a good person." He fidgeted, disliking to speak ill of others behind their backs. Lu Chaochao clutched her milk bottle, swaying as she replied slowly, "Cool uncle, he is my cool uncle." "But, father can be anyone." Xianyin's eyes widened. With a gentle gesture of her tiny hand, she commanded, "Let the feast commence." No sooner had her cherubic voice faded than a chorus of terrified wails erupted from the mountainside, followed by the sounds of wolves breaking through defenses and invading the village. "Ah, help! Head of the family." Fufeng village was being ravaged by wild beasts, and the village was in dire straits, with all manner of beasts madly charging into the settlement, unafraid of death or injury, as if driven to madness. Lu Chaochao grinned widely. In that moment, Xianyin felt a strange sensation wash over her. It was as though the wild beasts had truly come for her. Yuan Man instinctively drew closer to Chaochao. "What on earth is happening? Are they insane?" A bandit cursed as he dragged his severed arm. They were willing to exchange their lives for a chance to remain. Song Yu was in a state of disarray. He could contend with the court's attacks, yet the beasts were chaotic and unyielding to death. Could it be that something within the village is attracting them? The second in command furrowed his brow. "But only 3 women and 2 children arrived. Could the goods we reclaimed be problematic?" Suddenly, Song Yu stood up. "Head of the family, have you recalled anything unusual?" However, Song Yu ignored him and strode purposefully towards the door. Song Yu's eyelids twitched with her calls, a chorus of responses followed, unmistakably clear how foolish he felt. Truly, at that moment, memories of his dream flooded back. In that dream, his daughter bore a striking resemblance to Chaochao. Upon waking, he could scarcely distinguish between the two. Each encounter with Chaochao ignited a warm familiarity within him. Now, upon deeper reflection, it filled him with dread. What exactly was she? A glimmer of fear flickered in Song Yu's eyes. Was this something a mere human could achieve, taming beasts, entering dreams? Regardless of the nature of it, she was not someone he could afford to offend, even if she was just a child. Taking a deep breath, he managed to smile. "Chaochao, do you miss your parents, having been away from home for so long? Don't you long for home?" Lu Chaochao turned to look at him. "No fun. Home is boring. I play, and they will be scared." Lu Chaochao replied earnestly. Song Yu's eyelids twitched again. "So, you came to play with us? Bandits have lives too." Father said, "Absolutely do not send Chaochao back home." In a frenzy, "You had to speak thoughtlessly. Summoning deities is easy, but sending them away is arduous. Let us flee, I beseech you, ancestors." Chapter 96. Good news and bad news. The cacophony of roars emanating from all directions sent shivers down Song Yu's spine. The terrain of Fufeng Mountain was already elevated, nestled deep within the forest. At this moment, anguished cries echoed throughout the area. Lu Xiaoxiao grinned widely, exclaiming, "They seem so happy," as she clapped her chubby hands. A chill gripped Song Yu's heart. "Zhao Zhao, did you summon these creatures?" he asked softly, crouching down. Zhao Zhao blinked innocently. "Friends, my friends." "Birthday, she said, patting herself. Song Yu held his silence. While he had faced beastly attacks on the way there, now, clutching Chaochao, all the wild animals seemed to steer clear, even exhibiting a hint of submission. His heart sank to the depths. Chief, it's bad news. The court has dispatched troops to eliminate the bandits. They have already reached the foot of the mountain. The messenger gasped, his face etched with anxiety, with beasts rampaging within and the court's forces outside. What could they? He rubbed the jade ring on his finger, his throat tightening slightly. Has the informant been discovered? Someone inquired. The messenger hesitated for a moment. Not exactly. It seems he has severed ties with Fufeng Mountain. During the last and this time, has he truly succumbed to fear? The crowd fell silent. What calamity had befallen Fufeng Mountain? Their hearts raced like thunder. Could it be that this group of people is responsible? I say, we should eliminate them all. Now, with the beasts descending and communication with the capital severed, they must be the cause. At that moment, Yuan Man and the three maids were also brought forth. Xianyin appeared somewhat composed, standing quietly. How do we kill? Who knows if slaying them will provoke that horde of beasts? Will it trigger a war with the court? The crowd remained silent, yet Song Yu turned to Lu Xiaoxiao. Little girl, you have connections above. The magistrate here had been well connected, even sharing the same interests, yet this time, the urgent order from the magistrate bore but one word of danger. As Song Yu rubbed the ring, he inquired, Xiaoxiao, what relation do you have with the Su family? Lu Xiaoxiao replied truthfully, maternal grandfather, her voice soft and melodic. He had already sent someone back to the capital overnight to investigate, and there were no discrepancies in her account. Where had it all gone awry? I never expected such a small person as you could cause so much trouble. Song Yu was utterly exasperated. Lu Xiaoxiao thought he was complimenting her, shyly pursing her lips in a smile. It was infuriating. You actually have ties to the royal family. That truly surprises me, Song Yu murmured, evidently aware of the royal family's significant regard for her. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Uncle Emperor. Song Yu was taken aback. What uncle? What emperor? Uncle gave me jade. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed. In a fight, a jade pendant representing the emperor's presence? Princess Auntie, jade. Grandma Taizhu, jade. Empress Dowager Liang, jade. She exaggeratedly gestured with her hand. Song Yu. The chiefs exchanged glances in bewilderment. What on earth has Madame Dong brought back? It seems even a princess pales in comparison to her favor. The second, Yuan's expression brightened, only to hear Lu Xiaoxiao exclaim, not fat, not fat, I'm not from a fat family. I don't want it, I don't want it. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Her birthday had yet to be fully celebrated. How annoying, how infuriating. Tears welled in her eyes. Song Yu felt his own eyes brimming with tears, yet, besieged from both sides, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. After much effort, he managed to drive the beasts away from the village, but the soldiers were still gathering at the mountain's base. Song Yu ordered a feast to be prepared, filled with the children's favorite dishes. He shook his head at the crowd, who could only stifle their anger, watching as he fed Xiaoxiao, who ate with gleeful delight. Before long, the little girl's head grew heavy, her eyelids drooping, murmuring, sleepy, so sleepy. Feeling utterly exhausted, Song Yu selected a trusted aide and carried Lu Xiaoxiao out. Drop her at the city gates, and return swiftly. There were numerous parties searching for her. As soon as she appeared, she would be taken home. Xianyin watched as Xiaoxiao was carried down the mountain, a hint of worry creeping in. You lucky little girls, having ventured onto Fufeng Mountain, yet still managing to escape unscathed, a man spoke, spitting disdainfully. Were it not for the soldiers waiting at the mountain's foot, they would have dealt with the three of them long ago. Xianyin's heart tightened. Fortunately, in the face of urgency, they did not act, merely pushing and shoving to send them down the mountain. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she had already taken a shortcut back to the city. She felt as if she had been trapped in a dream, one that had been arduous, as if she had been jostled throughout the night. When she opened her eyes again, it was the cold that roused her. Brr. So cold, Xiaoxiao was so cold. The little one hugged her arms, realizing she lay on the icy ground. Ahead loomed the towering city gates. Sister Xianyin? Still groggy from sleep, her little face bore the imprint of drool. Her milk bottle was nowhere to be found. The surroundings were pitch black, but within the city gates flickered a glimmer of firelight. Lu Xiaoxiao scrambled to her feet, her head spinning, her reflexes sluggish. Just as she was about to head towards the city gate, she heard a woman behind her ask, "Little girl, have you gotten lost? It's so cold. Which family is so careless? Come, follow me, dear. I'll keep you warm. Don't be afraid, I'll take you home." The woman emerged from the darkness and swiftly scooped Lu Xiaoxiao. She scrutinized the little girl, noting her beauty, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Such a lovely appearance would fetch a handsome price. She gently covered Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth and hurriedly climbed onto an ox cart. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was happening. The cart sped away towards the outskirts of the city, creaking and groaning, the path growing ever steeper. The scenery became increasingly familiar. Lu Xiaoxiao's little face felt bad news. She had been abducted. Once more, good news. She was being taken back to Fufeng village. Song Yu lay in bed, pondering. At dawn, Fufeng Mountain shall surely regain its former tranquility, yes? Chapter 97. A flame to disperse the darkness. Song Yu was roused from his slumber by the acrid smoke. Chief, something has happened. The door was kicked open, and Song Yu's eyes flew open. As he beheld the swirling, thick smoke that enveloped him from all directions, he was immediately seized by a violent fit of coughing. Cough, what is happening? In the past, there had been instances of fires used as attacks on the mountain, but the collusion between Fufeng Mountain and Fufeng Village had once forced the officials to retreat, as the bandits had threatened the lives of hundreds of villagers. The court prided itself on its righteousness and would never disregard the lives of its subjects. Just as Song Yu contemplated employing the same strategy, he noticed the fearful expressions on the faces of those before him, their eyes betraying a hint of dread. Chief, Fufeng Village is ablaze. The fire originated directly from Fufeng Village. The voice trembled as it spoke. In that village, there were hundreds of souls, elderly, women, and children, entirely at risk. Song Yu's heart sank. It could not possibly be the court's doing. He dashed outside, looking up to find the sun obscured by thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The air was filled with violent coughing. A heavy weight settled in his heart. The flames were too fierce. Is there any way to divert water to extinguish the fire? There were several water sources on the mountain. The second in command, coughing and sputtering, held a damp cloth, his eyes red. The water sources are gone, they vanished overnight. Moreover, the fire is coming from all directions. No one ascended the mountain last night. Do we have an insider in our midst? Otherwise, how could the fire have erupted from all sides while the storeroom was plundered? The second in command was nearly overwhelmed by dizziness from rage. All their possessions, the loot acquired from Fufeng Mountain, were gone. For reasons unknown, Song Yu's mind drifted to the innocent, smiling visage of a young girl. Lu Chaochao, was she sent down the mountain? Yes, there was no time for further reflection. Fufeng Mountain cannot be held any longer. Quickly, lead the brothers down the mountain. The entire city was engulfed in flames, with nowhere to seek refuge. At that moment, Fufeng Village was a scene of pure terror. The cries of despair and wails echoed like a hellish chorus. On the other side of the mountain, Xianyin, clad in sturdy attire, cradled Lu Chaochao in her arms, followed by 7 or 8 young women, some leading their frail daughters by the hand. Her eyes remained calm, as still as a stagnant pond. Would you all like to take a moment to rest? Your feet must be sore from the stones, Xianyin softly inquired. When she was abducted to the mountain, she had noticed the village's ignorance and idleness. The entire community thrived on deception and abduction. Most of the women in the village had been trafficked. Those who attempted to escape had their legs broken until they submitted. If they still resisted, they were tethered at the village entrance, becoming mere pets for the men of the village. The daughters born were sold or exchanged for dowries, treated as items of barter, while the sons were cherished treasures of the village. Generation after generation, the sons became the principal perpetrators of trafficking women. Even more chilling was the fact that those who trafficked them were often former victims themselves. They had become accustomed to the village's ways, transforming from victims into aggressors. A frail girl nestled against. Even if they did come out, there are wolves waiting outside, she replied, having exerted every effort to escape. They would merely become prey for the beasts. A soft sobbing arose from the crowd. I only wanted to take the pregnant woman home. Why did she knock me out? Why was I trafficked? A woman sat on the ground, pounding her fists in despair. Her expression was one of hopelessness and madness. I was merely helping a lost child find their way home. Why has this happened to me? I was knocked unconscious while walking down the road. The chorus of lamentations continued, each voice lamenting the injustices of fate, decrying the heartlessness of Fufeng Village, and condemning their own kindness. Why has this been done to me? What wrong have I committed to be cast into this hell? What use is living? I was trafficked to Fufeng Village and have long lost my dignity. Returning would be futile. The women's faces were ashen. Everything they had endured would only serve as a sword that would wound them further if they escaped. It cannot be. Someone knows. Lu Chaochao, nestled in Xianyin's embrace, spoke up. If they all die, that would be good. It was her. She possessed boundless merit and could perceive the good and evil within every individual. The scant kindness remaining in Fufeng Village was concentrated here. How absurd it was, even the children were complicit in the wrongdoing. If you fear returning home, you may follow me. I cannot promise you wealth or security, but I can offer you safety, Xianyin declared, tightening her embrace around Chaochao. Had she not encountered Chaochao, she too would have met a similar fate. She had originally been a princess sent to marry into Beizhou, overlooked in her own home, and had taken her elder sister's place. Before even entering the capital, she had swapped clothes with a maid to glimpse the city, only to be abducted the moment she stepped outside. Lu Chaochao extended her small hand toward the women on the ground. Welcome back to the world of the living. The little one's voice was soft and sweet, yet her gaze was resolute. Just a single sentence pulled the despairing women back from the brink of collapse. All knelt before Lu Chaochao, bowing their heads in gratitude. She did not refuse them. This act would bring them some comfort. Let us hurry. There are those waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. Xianyin, cradling Chaochao, led the group down the mountain. The entire Fufeng Mountain was ablaze, flames reaching skyward. Lu Chaochao's expression remained serene. The cries for help and the anguished wails amidst the flames did not stir a shred of compassion within her. Though small, she was not Navi, she was no saint, but she would strive to dispel the darkness before her. At the base of the mountain, Susher stood in the biting wind, her eyes swollen and red. Upon seeing Lu Chaochao, her tears cascaded uncontrollably. Chaochao, Susher rushed forward, her body chilled to the bone, embracing her long-lost daughter as she wept uncontrollably. My dear Chaochao, you have suffered. It is my fault. I should have protected you better. It is all my fault for allowing Chaochao to be abducted, for letting her endure such hardship. Chaochao, you have lost weight. Su Shi clung tightly to her, unwilling to let go. Chaochao, feeling the tension of her tightly bound garments, offered a shy smile. She had emptied the treasury of Fufeng Mountain after all. Quickly, seize Song Yu. At the foot of the mountain, Song Yu gazed intently at Lu Chaochao. Behind her innocent and carefree smile loomed a conflagration of unparalleled magnitude. Fufeng Mountain had met its demise. Oh, dear father, I shall thrive. Now, it is your turn to tremble. Chapter 98. The theatrical Lu Chaochao Song Yu has been apprehended, merely for the transgression of bringing a child to the mountains 3 days prior, thereby appending the foundations of Fufeng Mountain. His father is unable to contain his grief. Within the confines of the prison cart, Song Yu sits, his countenance shrouded in darkness, casting a forlorn gaze upon Lu Chaochao. The old blind man's predictions are remarkably accurate, murmurs Song Yu's mother from a corner of the cart, her disheveled hair emanating a charred scent. A flicker of guilt crosses Song Yu's face as he confesses, "Mother, it is all my fault. I am unworthy, bringing you such disgrace in your twilight years." With a heavy sigh, Song Yu's mother reflects, "I merely wish to inquire, has the old blind man passed away? His predictions are so precise, he truly deserves reverence. Even in death, he could foresee the unearthing of graves." "Do not fret, mother," Song Yu when your father was exiled, and now you find yourself in this prison cart with me, it is much the same. The guilt upon Song Yu's face deepens. "You recite your prayers daily, seeking my safety." Unable to meet her son's gaze, she turns her back to him. In truth, her daily supplications within the village were not for mere safety, but rather a plea for the court to seize her son and guide him back to the righteous path. Engaging with those bandits daily, what future could he possibly have? The court had sought to recruit Song Yu multiple times, recognizing his talents, but capturing him would only lead to further recruitment. Once, her husband had been a general of the previous dynasty, but due to the licentiousness of the former emperor, his entire family had been condemned to exile. Rescued by bandits along the way, he ultimately became an outlaw. When the new dynasty emerged, the new emperor sent envoys to extend offers of amnesty to Song Yu's father, all of which were refused. With a heavy heart, Song Yu's mother sighed. She did not wish for her son to become a mountain bandit. Meanwhile, Lu Chaochao sat within the carriage, an unsettling sensation creeping over her as if someone were watching her. Who could possibly be observing me? Surely it is merely my own charming demeanor. She dismissed the thought. As dawn broke, the group returned to the capital. The carriage halted before the gate of the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, where Lu Chaochao, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Ha! It is me, Lu Chaochao, back again." Her cherubic face radiated joy. The sound of her voice, dogs lining the road scattered in fright. At the entrance, Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair, holding a book, his silence heavy with unspoken words. Her second and third brothers wore forced smiles. "Chaochao, after 3 days away from home, are you still holding up? Have you eaten well? Did you have milk on the journey?" Dressed in a thin long gown, Lu Chaochao, feeling touched, replied, "I've eaten plenty, big brother. I am just fine." "I am not tired," she insisted. However, just as her words settled, her elder brother like a pufferfish, she puffed up her cheeks. Her second brother held a soft bamboo stick, stepping forward to lift her from the carriage. As they walked, he reprimanded, "You have grown so audacious, sneaking away from the estate. How could you abandon your maidservants and venture alone to the bandit mountain? And you even dared to set fire to the mountain. What would happen if you couldn't escape? What would I do then?" Stripped down to her undergarments, he began to strike her with the bamboo stick. Though the strikes did not hurt, she felt a wave of injustice, her eyes red. With tears streaming down, Lu Chaochao managed to stammer, I know I was wrong. "Chaochao, do you truly understand your mistake?" Lu Yenshu's knuckles turned white as he clenched the book, casting a stern look at Lu Zhangyue, wishing he could swallow him whole. "Lu Zhangyue, big brother, you told me to hit her." Lu Yuanshao had already squatted on the ground, tears flowing freely. Su Shi, heartbroken, wiped her tears, knowing that Chaochao was indeed exceptional. Without proper guidance, what calamity might arise in the future? After enduring a few strikes, Lu Zhangyue wept louder than she did. When the crown prince entered, he witnessed such a scene. Lu Chaochao, weeping without tears, her eyes red and puffy, felt utterly humiliated. The three Lu brothers were inconsolable, reduced to tears. Su Shi, averting her gaze, could not bear to look on, also wiping her tears. The crown prince, my timing is unfortunate. When Lu Chaochao lifted her head, she spotted the crown prince at the door, the doorkeeper wearing a pained expression, as the crown prince forbade any announcement. Lu Chaochao, her cherubic face fell. With her chubby little hand, she dabbed some saliva from her mouth onto her face, then covered her face to cry. Yet she also recognized that she had caused her family undue worry this time and realized her error. Su Shi was the first to regain her composure, her eyes red as she invited the crown prince inside. "Are you here to see the marquis?" Su Shi performed a respectful bow. The crown prince smiled warmly. "I came to see Chaochao." In truth, he harbored no concerns for her, perhaps due to their shared life force. He could sense her overwhelming joy. Lu Yenshu discreetly wiped his tears, feeling assured now that they were among. Su Shi took Chaochao to wash up. Lu Yenshu immediately remarked, "Why did you strike so hard?" Chaochao was in tears. Lu Zhangyue, heartbroken, replied, "You told me to hit her. I certainly did not use any force." Lu Yuanshao lamented, "You are both so cruel, poor sister." Lu Chaochao nestled in Su Shi's embrace, not in pain at all, just wanting her brother to feel included. "I shouldn't laugh out loud, right? Ah, this time I truly worried my family." I will never run off recklessly again. As the three brothers heard their sister acknowledge her mistake, their hearts lightened somewhat. They invited the crown prince to the main hall while Su Shi tended to Chaochao in the inner courtyard. Has the young lady suffered outside? Look how thin she has become. Quickly bring in the chicken soup. See how much weight the young lady has lost. Deng Ji and several maidservants bustled about preparing food for her. While dressing, Chaochao encountered a dilemma. This dress is a bit too small. Strange. Why can't I fasten the belt around my belly? Lu Chaochao patted her plump little tummy and took a deep breath. Her face reddened, and still, the belt would not fasten. This dress must have shrunk, Deng Ji concluded after much deliberation. After all, the young lady had not gained weight. How could she possibly have gained weight after being abducted by bandits? What a joke. Deng Ji searched for a few looser garments for her to wear. Have the embroiderers hurry to make some spring outfits. The young lady cannot fit into her old clothes. Deng Ji instructed, and Yu Shu and Yu Qin immediately approached, their eyes red as they bowed. Miss, you must. Though they were somewhat skilled, they had allowed her to escape with such ease. Lu Chaochao grinned widely, thinking, you are all following the mundane path, but I have embarked on a journey of cultivation. I won tea run away, Chaochao promises, she declared, raising all 5 fingers in a vow. The maidservants must keep a closer eye on. If they lost the young lady, the princess would inquire, the empress would inquire, the crown prince would inquire, and even the emperor would ask after her, yet, her father, the marquis, would not utter a single word. I am not merely watching over the young lady. I am watching over the entire clan. Chapter 99. Separation. In the stillness of night, the crown prince found himself ensnared in the throes of a haunting dream. Since the day of his birth, he had been plagued by the same vision, a scene that pierced his heart with anguish. In this dream, a celestial maiden floated amidst the realms of heaven and earth, her form ablaze with fervent flames. She embodied the path of enlightenment, defending the laws of the universe, and sacrificing herself for the 3 realms. He gazed upward, watching her traverse the vast expanse, a mere speck in the boundless cosmos, yet unflinchingly soaring towards the heavens. The fierce fire consumed her, her corporeal form shattered, dissipating into the mortal realm. The heavens wept, and darkness enveloped the 3 realms, mourning her sacrifice. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down the faces of all. He beheld himself retrieving her broken hairpin, erecting a tomb adorned with her garments. The tomb became a place of pilgrimage, with visitors flocking daily to pay their respects. Abruptly, the crown prince jolted awake, the familiar pang of dread surging anew. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears that had already drenched his face. The attending maidservants presented him with a damp cloth, gently cleansing his cheeks. The crown prince sat before his bed, struggling to regain his composure. My lord, did you dream of that again? It has been quite some time since you last dreamt, inquired a maidservant who was well aware of his affliction. In his youth, he would awaken in tears, crying out for help, pleading for her rescue. With the passage of time, he had learned to master his emotions. Indeed, it had been a long while since he had dreamt. Ever since he encountered Zhao Zhao, dreams had eluded him. He had once been perplexed as to why Zhao Zhao brought him such joy, why he felt an inexplicable closeness to her, and why her happiness could move him to tears. It seemed that their divine spirits had descended to the mortal realm. He could hear her heart's whispers because he had once erected her tomb. My lord, will you be venturing out? One of the maidservants ventured, but the crown prince gestured for silence, forbidding anyone from accompanying him. He made his way to the gates of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence. Upon seeing the lights of the estate, the weight of his fears began to lift. This time, the faithful would safeguard their little deity. Within the Duke's residence, the atmosphere was abuzz. The young lady has turned misfortune into fortune. She is bound to receive blessings. It is a pity that Miss Zhao Zhao's birthday celebration has to be postponed, Deng Ji sighed. It is just as well. It benefits that wretched girl. Ing Shui cast a glance toward the main courtyard. Today also marked Lu Jingyao's birthday celebration. Zhao Zhao had been abducted, yet the matriarch and Lu Yuanjia joyfully attended the festivities, completely oblivious to the fact that they had a granddaughter who had been taken. Such blatant favoritism was intolerable. A postponement is just a postponement. Celebrating on the same day is merely an affront to Zhao Zhao. Su Shi waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern. As long as Zhao Zhao returns home safely, that is all that matters. Su Shi had sent a message to her family, assuring them of Zhao Zhao's safety. Has a new date for the birthday celebration been chosen? Su Shi inquired. Yes, it is set for 3 days hence. Then it seems Song Yu has indeed been summoned by the court. I hear he wishes to meet Miss Zhao Zhao, Deng Ji whispered. Su Shi's brow furrowed slightly. He declined the meeting. She was unwilling to allow Zhao Zhao to associate with the bandit leader. At this moment, Lu Zhao Zhao lay in her familiar bed, a smile gracing her lips even in slumber. Salvation, the sacrifice, no. Chicken legs, for happiness. Meatballs, braised eel, fresh shrimp balls, cherry meat. Saliva flowed freely the following day. Before dawn's light broke, the matriarch and the Duke of Loyalty and Valor summoned Zhao Zhao to Desan Hall. Zhao Zhao had already donned her new attire, cradled lovingly by Su Shi. As they approached just outside the door, they heard the sound of children's laughter within. Su Shi's expression darkened instantly, her cheeks clouded with frost. The maidservant parted the curtains, announcing, Madam has arrived. The laughter within abruptly ceased. As Su Shi entered, she chanced upon a little girl nestled in the matriarch's embrace, the old woman's smile one of indulgent affection. The female protagonist, the little heroine. What brings her to the Duke's residence? According to the original trajectory, she should be busy plagiarizing the works of renowned individuals from her previous life to elevate Lu Jinghuai's status. Su Shi scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. The protagonist, such a despicable individual, does not deserve to take center stage. Can't she speak? Has she lost her tongue? The matriarch, upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, was incensed. At such a tender age, how can she be so restless? It is no wonder the abductors took her away. Look at Jingyao, you cannot even compare to her by half a measure. The Duke's ancestral grave would surely smoke in shame. The more the matriarch compared, the more she favored Lu Jingyao. Lu Xiaoxiao, upon encountering her, always wore a disinterested demeanor. In contrast, Jingyao was affectionate, always reluctant to part ways. Lu Xiaoxiao cast her a sidelong glance, her brow darkening. Illness clung to her, yet she remained undeterred, disrespectful in old age. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked innocently. The old woman has a mouth but cannot speak human words. Let her throat rot and this mouth decay. Lu Xiaoxiao silently cursed within. The matriarch, choked with anger, felt a tickle in her throat, coughing slightly. How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Have you no sense of propriety? Cough, cough. The matriarch's anger was palpable. Su Shi interjected, Mother, Zhao Zhao is just turned 1, do not hold her accountable, she is still learning. The matriarch's ire only intensified. Lu Jingyao, swaying slightly, approached to offer water. Drink, old madam, drink some water. Look how clever this child is, the matriarch remarked, her frown easing somewhat at the sight of her. She shot a glare at Lu Xiaoxiao. At such a young age, to be so jealous and competitive, even your grandmother wouldn't call you. This is Jingyao, yesterday was her birthday, and Master Lu sent an invitation to the Duke's residence. Seeing a connection, we brought her here. The matriarch's tone was indifferent. The Duke values Jinghuai, hoping he will support the Duke's house. Lu Jingyao gazed earnestly at Su Shi, performing a Su Shi nodded coolly, choosing not to engage further. My Zhao Zhao is innocent and carefree, unlike others who, at such a young age, are adept in the art of flattery. Lu Jingyao's expression stiffened, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the matriarch. Zhao Zhao has been abducted and suffered greatly, yet you do not inquire about her well-being and instead praise outsiders. One might think Lu Jingyao is your true granddaughter, Su Shi remarked lightly. The matriarch's expression hardened, silencing her abruptly. What nonsense, you control everything in this household, even Yuanjia does not have a concubine. The matriarch exclaimed loudly. Su Shi chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. A mother, Yun Yang never claimed he had a concubine. Why are you so anxious? It was merely a passing comment. The matriarch. Zhao Zhao's birthday celebration is set for 3 days hence. I have come to inform you. A flicker of jealousy passed through Lu Jingyao's eyes. This was supposed to be her moment. Her birthday celebration would only include her brother's friends, while Lu Xiaoxiao, her eyes burned with envy. Thankfully, after the birthday celebration, all of this would belong to her. Her mother, shunned for 18 years, would finally stand proudly before the world. She intended for Su Shi to be disgraced, driven from the residence in shame. A woman of ruined reputation would find no refuge even among her kin. All of this was but the consequence of her own actions. Lu Xiaoxiao, your eldest brother is a cripple, your second brother a wastrel, and your third brother lacks ambition. Who can be your pillar of support? Lu Jingyao eagerly anticipated the arrival of the birthday celebration. Chapter 100 Achievements. Every day before darkness fell, Lu Jingyao was returned to the Pei household. With tears brimming in her eyes, she stood at the entrance, clinging to her grandmother, reluctant to part. Jingyao does not wish to leave grandmother. Jingyao cannot bear to part from grandmother. Why can't we, as a family, live together? Lu Jingyao's eyes were filled with sorrow, and her grandmother's heart ached as she called out, my dear heart. After seeing father and grandmother, I must pretend to be unfamiliar. Jingyao is so sad. Lu Jingyao leaned on her grandmother's shoulder, softly weeping. It's all those wretched people who have taken Jingyao's place, but do not cry, you are the treasure of our whole residence. The abbot of the national temple said you are blessed, you must not cry, grandmother's heart aches. The grandmother was overwhelmed with love for her adorable granddaughter. How could she be compared to Lu Chaochao, who was both dull and infuriating? Yao, come with your brother. Lu Jinghuai stood outside the whole residence, a graceful young man clad in a blue robe, turning heads as he passed by. The grandmother's lips moved, her gaze on Lu Jinghuai filled with unspoken words. Soon. I have wronged you siblings. What merit did that vile child possess to compare with them? It was rumored that His Majesty intended to seek a tutor for the crown prince. If Jinghuai were to achieve the highest honors, he would undoubtedly become a respected scholar. What of Lu Yanshu, a paralyzed individual occupying the title of heir? How could he be worthy? The grandmother's heart and eyes were entirely filled with thoughts of Lu Jinghuai and his sister. Old madam, Jinghuai will take his sister back to the residence. Please take care of yourself and do not catch a chill, Lu Jinghuai said gently to the grandmother, his tone laced with distance. He wore fabric that was evidently old from previous years. This tore at the grandmother's heart. This was her own grandson. The pain was akin to a dagger piercing her heart. It was only after the two had departed that she let out a pained sigh and returned home. Darn that Su family, it was all their fault. For inexplicable reasons, they had investigated the dowry, causing the Pei family to lose all their wealth, leaving the two children to suffer. The grandmother gazed at Tingfeng courtyard, her eyes filled with resentment. It was all because of the Su family obstructing their path. Alas, her throat was inexplicably sore today, causing discomfort even when drinking water. Lu Yanshu sat in his wheelchair, calmly observing everything. Let us go, it is time to return to our studies. No matter the time or place, he always held a scroll in his hand. How absurd. He was a paralyzed individual, completely paralyzed, yet he clutched a book daily, and neither his father nor his grandmother seemed to notice. Even when they saw him, their disdain was barely concealed, harboring hatred for him occupying the heir's position. His dear father, his dear grandmother, spoke of righteousness and morality, yet they used his mother's dowry to support another household. His mother, managing the whole residence, toiling tirelessly, supplementing the household with her dowry. How could she have imagined? This family was so shameless. His mother was weak, but her children were not so easily bullied. Lu Yanshu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Fortunately, there was Chaochao. It was Chaochao who saved the entire family. The next day, Lu Chaochao was brought into the palace. You've worn too much, you look like a ball. Lu Chaochao, in a fit of anger, found herself unable to move in her thick cotton coat. Miss, do not worry. It is not cold with the snow, but when the snow melts, it becomes chilly. Dang, she would not let her catch a chill, although she had never suffered from the cold since birth, it was always better to be cautious. Lu Chaochao pouted, the palace snow was cleared, piled along the sides of the path. As Lu Chaochao stepped down from the carriage, she stumbled and fell headfirst into a snowbank. Poof, snow flew everywhere. Help, help, save me. With her head buried in the snow, her little legs kicked helplessly in the air. Ha 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 ha, look, someone has fallen into the snow and cannot get out. Haha, like a big radish. The onlookers laughed heartily. Dangji was startled and hurried forward to pull her out of the snowbank. Lu Chaochao's face turned crimson with anger. Laugh, 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 no laughing. Lu Chaochao glared. Yu Shu glanced at the individual, a person from a nation of low status, sent here as a hostage. Generally, they are not favored at home. Oh, Chaochao elongated her tone, then suddenly expressed sympathy. So, he is a brother with no love. Hostage Xian Jichuan? Are you polite? Seeing the little one getting angry, he quickly suppressed his laughter. I apologized, I did not mean to laugh. I generally do not laugh, unless he truly could not help it. The sight of the little one, round and plump, falling into the snowbank was simply too amusing. He couldn't think about it, he might burst into laughter later. After all, she was small but had a big temper. Lu Chaochao shot him a glance, suddenly realizing he looked somewhat familiar. Wow, I feel like I've seen you before. She tilted her head, convinced that this face was known to her. Xian Jichuan earnestly regarded her and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my sister. My sister is Xianin. I am Xian Jichuan. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old. With his sister as a princess in a marriage alliance and him as a hostage, they truly shared a common plight. Who could blame their mothers for lacking favor? Upon hearing the name Xianin, Lu Chaochao instantly lost her anger. The temper of a child flares quickly and fades just as fast. You're welcome. Chaochao sweetly waved her hand. Xian Jichuan, isn't he one of the admirers of the main character, Lu Jingyao? Lu girl. Unable to maintain her balance, Dangji quickly rushed over to carry her. The palace servants. His Majesty forbids outsiders from touching Chaochao. Once inside the imperial study, the warmth of the chamber made Lu Chaochao exclaim in delight. It's so warm. The little one removed her outer garments, happily stretching her arms. Wearing so much was truly uncomfortable. Chaochao, come here. The emperor has prepared a gift for you. See if you like it. The emperor spoke with excitement. You have accomplished great deeds, great deeds. The emperor called out several times, and Lu Chaochao's eyes brightened. Great deeds, gifts, I love gifts the most. As soon as she entered the hall, she noticed an elderly man with white hair sitting sternly at the front of the hall, his expression exceedingly grave, gazing intently at her. Lu Chaochao felt inexplicably startled, her heart racing. Who is this grandfather? Lu Chaochao cautiously inquired. The emperor smiled warmly. This is Minister Yuan, also the grand. Chaochao is intelligent and gifted, her enlightenment is of utmost importance, and Master Su, though adept at statecraft, is not suitable for her enlightenment. He is also your maternal grandfather's equal, the esteemed Minister Yuan. Your maternal grandfather assisted me in ascending the throne, serving as the grand tutor. Minister Yuan is a renowned scholar, and all scholars in the realm take pride in becoming his disciples. Lu Chaochao silently took a step back. An ominous feeling loomed. You are naturally intelligent but lack a distinguished mentor to guide you. I have exerted great effort to persuade Minister Yuan to enlighten you. Are you happy, surprised? Lu Chaochao's eyes widened, her small face was filled with indignation. Gratitude turned to resentment.